In June, the weather was sultry. At night, the darkness was so profound that one could not see their own hand. Yang Xiaoping entered the courtyard and pushed open the door to the main room, exclaiming, "Sister-in-law, I've arrived." Having lost his parents in his teenage years, Yang Xiaoping dropped out of college before completing his first year and idled at home, leasing out his few acres of land to others. For cultivation, that he was aware that the villagers regarded him as a near-dowled Li Xiaoxia, who had married the neighbor Ding Hua, found herself widowed within 6 months of their union and chose not to remarry, living alone thereafter. Her home was adjacent to Yang Xiaoping's, situated at the far western end of the village, with Yang residing in the second house. Coincidentally, both Yang Xiaoping and Li Xiaoxia were 23 years old, with Li Xiaoxia being his elder by a month. Suddenly, a voice called out from outside, "Xiaoxia, Xiaoxia." It was a man's voice, and Yang Xiaoping instinctively withdrew his hand, stunned into silence. This was troublesome indeed. Li Xiaoxia's face mirrored his tension as she whispered, "Someone's coming to make tea." That moment, the intruder stepped inside, inquiring, "Xiaoxia, is this door left open for me?" Li Xiaoxia had already adjusted her clothing to cover herself and replied, "No, village head, I simply forgot to close the door. Please hurry outside, I need to lock up." Yang Xiaoping recognized the voice as that of Zhao Daba, the village head. Zhao Daba was notorious for his lecherous behavior. He often abused his position to bully others and took advantage of widows. Yang Xiaoping had merely spoken of him, yet the man had committed real offenses with several women in the village, reportedly victimized by him. Rural folk often feared the stigma of a tarnished reputation, enduring his torment in silence. "I wish to confess that I have feelings for you," Zhao Daba declared. "If you were to be with me, I could arrange for you to receive a hardship subsidy, which amounts to a significant sum each year." "I don't want your subsidy. Leave me alone," Li Xiaoxia retorted, rising to her feet. Seeing her stand, Zhao Daba feared she might flee. He forcefully pinned her down on the bed, growling, "How dare you reject my kindness? Today, I shall have my way with you. I will call the police. My good brothers are at the police station. Go ahead and report me, and I shall claim you were the one who seduced me. They'll shout for help. Don't worry about shame. Go ahead and shout." With that, Zhao Daba reached out to tear away Li Xiaoxia's clothing, salivating as he exclaimed, "Damn, this is far better than my wife's." He then began to assault her. Li Xiaoxia cried out in pain, and Yang Xiaoping could no longer contain himself. Though she was merely his neighbor and not a sister-in-law, she was the woman he cherished. Since Li Xiaoxia moved next door, he had deemed her the most beautiful woman in the world. Emerging from beneath the bed, he shouted for Zhao Daba to cease, seizing him and throwing him to the ground. Indeed, a woman, even in solitude, has her standards and would not willingly associate with just any man. Of course, it is a different matter for those of a more licentious nature. Li Xiaoxia, her face streaked with tears, adjusted her clothing as she berated, "Beast, I am younger than your own daughter, and you dare to lay a hand on me." Zhao Daba disregarded her words, momentarily startled. He soon regained his composure upon seeing Yang Xiaoping and showed no fear. He rose and spat, "You boy, get out. If I succeed today, perhaps it'll arrange for my daughter to marry you." It turned out that Yang Xiaoping's father, Yang Daming, had once been a village doctor, enjoying a degree of respect in the community, and their families had arranged a betrothal in childhood. However, after Yang Daming's passing, Yang Xiaoping had become a petty delinquent, leading the Zhao family to abandon the engagement. Feeling unworthy, Yang Xiaoping had not pursued the matter further. Upon hearing Zhao Daba's words, Li Xiaoxia was struck with fear the bait he dangled was too enticing, intended to marry his daughter to Yang Xiaoping. Would Yang Xiaoping forsake himself for the sake of marrying a wife? At this juncture, Zhao Dabao had already risen to his feet. Yang Xiaoping, unmoved by these words, promptly kicked Zhao Dabao to the ground. Zhao Dabao, a man in his 50s, was no match for Yang Xiaoping and collapsed to the ground once more. He reached for a hammer in the corner and swung it at Yang Xiaoping and Apos' head. Having kicked him, Yang Xiaoping turned his attention to Li Xiaoxia, anxious to see if she had adjusted her clothing. He was caught off guard, and the hammer struck him squarely on the head. Yang Xiaoping immediately fell to the ground, the blood from his head staining the floor crimson. Overcome with terror, Zhao Dabao exclaimed, "I've killed someone. I've killed someone." Li Xiaoxia retorted, "Indeed, you have killed someone. I will call the authorities, and you shall pay with your life." Despite his wickedness, Zhao Debao feared death. He pleaded, Xiaoxia, please Don and Apos, T call the authorities. I and Apos, LL agree to anything you ask. How about this? You allow your daughter to marry him. It would merely be a formality, and I want and Apos, TB reported. Preposterous. He and Apos, S deceased. How could I possibly marry my daughter to him? He and Amp, Apos, S dead, thanks to you, Li Xiaoxia retorted. It and Amp, Apos, S said that a man who dies unmarried cannot enter the ancestral tomb. If you Don and Amp, Apos, T agree, I and Amp, Apos, LL call the authorities. Your fingerprints are on that hammer. Zhao Debao considered that it would only be a formality, a simple ceremony, and relented. After some hesitation, he said, very well, I agree for now. I need to return home and discuss it with my daughter. In rural custom, an unmarried man is not considered an adult and cannot be interred in the ancestral tomb. Yang Xiaoping aided Li Xiaoxia, so she felt compelled to assist him in entering the ancestral tomb. Watching Zhao Debao depart, Li Xiaoxia knelt and cradled Yang Xiaoping in her arms, saying, Xiaoping, do you know, I've always harbored feelings for you. From the moment I married into the Ding family, I was smitten with you. My husband was impotent. He never touched me in our 6 months of marriage. The reason I remained here as a widow was for you. I adore you, and I wish to transform you, to steer you away from your life as a hoodlum. However, I was unsure how to do so. Today, when you expressed your intention to visit my home, I resolved to give you my virginity. But I never anticipated that you would leave me. Am I truly a jinx to men? Li Xiaoxia resolved that, even at the risk of her own life, she would ensure that Yang Xiaoping married Zhao Debao and Amp, Apos, S daughter, Zhao Xiaolan. If Zhao Xiaolan refused, she would marry Yang Xiaoping herself. Struck by the hammer, Yang Xiaoping died. In a daze, he found himself in an unfamiliar yet scenic place. Could this be hell? He wondered. If so, it's remarkably beautiful. The scenery was pleasant, and the air was filled with the songs of birds and the fragrance of flowers. At that moment, a female voice said, Yang Xiaoping, you were the chosen one. In your previous life, you were an emperor, Zhu Yunwen, the Jiangwen emperor of the Ming dynasty. Yet, in this life, you have become a mere hoodlum. Who are you? Where am I? Yang Xiaoping questioned. I am here to assist you. I will give you a pill. Upon consuming it, you will become a divine physician. I want you to use your medical skills to save the common people. I also desire to become a martial arts expert. I Don and Apos, T want to be killed again. The female voice continued, rest assured, after taking this pill, you will not only become a martial arts expert but also possess spiritual energy. This energy can be used for healing and self-defense. Suddenly, Yang Xiaoping saw a flash before his eyes, and a woman appeared before him, placing a pill in his mouth. He was awakened by the sound of a swan horn. He found himself lying in the main room of his home, his head facing outward. He realized that he was indeed dead. In rural areas, this is how the deceased are positioned. The swana was playing the tune of the Bride and Apos' sedan chair. Who is being so cruel as to play such a tune at my funeral? Yang Xiaoping thought. As he opened his eyes, he felt a wave of dizziness and closed them again. He felt as if his brain was playing a movie, with various medical techniques, acupuncture methods, and prescriptions for various ailments flooding his mind. Finally, various martial arts techniques emerged. The swana music ceased, and someone called out of heaven and earth, in harmony and peace. He opened his eyes once more and sat up abruptly. He saw a woman in a white wedding gown kneeling before him, kowtowing. He was utterly bewildered, unsure of what to do. Li Xiaoxia exclaimed, he and Apos, S alive. Yang Xiaoping is alive. Yang Xiaoping then noticed that the kneeling woman was Zhao Debao and Apos, S daughter. Zhao Xiaolan. Zhao Xiaolan, startled, sat on the ground and said, husband, you and Apos, alive? What is happening? Yang Xiaoping asked. Li Xiaoxia approached Yang Xiaoping and explained the gist of what had occurred. Yang Xiaoping never imagined that being struck would result in him acquiring a wife. At that moment, Zhao Debao arrived and said, Yang Xiaoping, I assumed you were dead. I only agreed to marry my daughter to you out of remorse. Now that you and Apos, VE come back to life, I want and Apos, T allow my daughter to marry you. Li Xiaoxia retorted, that one and Apos, T do. You promised to marry your daughter to Yang Xiaoping in exchange for my silence. If you go back on your word, I'll report you. Go ahead and report me. Zhao Debao knew that Li Xiaoxia would only report him for assault, not for coercion. Since he's alive, I won't have to pay with my life. Yang Xiaoping thought to himself, if only I had woken up a little later, at least the ceremony would have been completed. We and Amp, Apos, not even married yet. However, Zhao Xiaolan was indeed beautiful. How could Zhao Debao, who was so ugly, have such a beautiful daughter? He wondered, could she be of mixed parentage? If I could marry her, it would be a blessing from my past life. Yang Xiaoping said, I clearly heard about a heaven and earth earlier. Zhao Debao replied, the ceremony isn't complete until the couple bows to each other. Zhao Xiaolan had already stood up. She said, I kowtowed. I bowed to heaven and earth. In truth, she still harbored feelings for Yang Xiaoping. Although he was a hoodlum, he was handsome. Yang Xiaoping understood Zhao Xiaolan and Appo's meaning. He knew that she liked him, but that her family had previously disapproved of their marriage. She still had feelings for him. Yang Xiaoping said, let and Appo's not say anything. Let and Appo's see what Zhao Xiaolan wants. Zhao Debao agreed. Very well, we and Appo's abide by Xiaolan and Appo's decision. All eyes turned to Zhao Xiaolan. Zhao Xiaolan said, I have already kowtowed. I am Yang Xiaoping's woman. I am willing to marry him. Hearing Zhao Xiaolan's words, Zhao Debao was furious. He never imagined that his daughter would still be willing to marry Yang Xiaoping at this point. No wonder she had readily agreed when he told her last night that he had accidentally killed Yang Xiaoping and asked her to marry him to prevent him from going to prison. She was and Appo's helping her father. She genuinely cared for Yang Xiaoping. Zhao Debao said, your mother died young. I have a responsibility to her and to your future. I won't allow you to marry this hoodlum. Yang Xiaoping was displeased by these words. I may be a hoodlum, but you're just an old crook. Your daughter has already bowed to heaven and earth with me. If you don't let her marry me, no one else will want her. Li Xiaoxia added, that's right. As the village chief, you should keep your word. Besides, they were childhood sweethearts. Surrounded by onlookers, all siding with Yang Xiaoping, Zhao Debao declared, if you wish to marry my daughter, prepare a dowry of 1 million. Not a cent less will I consent. Yang Xiaoping retorted coldly, 1 million? I am not the village chief, nor do I have any embezzlement to account for. How could I possibly come up with such a sum? Are you implying I am corrupt? Zhao Debao shot back. I never said that. You did. Spare me your idle chatter. Without 1 million. Do not even think of marrying my daughter. Yang Xiaoping replied, if I could muster 1 million, what sort of woman could I not have? With that amount, I might even wed Li Xiaoxia. Upon hearing this, Zhao Xiaolan and Appo's expression soured significantly. She thought to herself, Yang Xiaoping, I was on your side. Yet you dare to mention marrying a widow? That is truly hurtful. Zhao Debao tugged at Zhao Xiaolan, saying, let us go. He said on marrying a widow. What are you still doing here? If you had pressured him for 1 million, he wouldn't have spoken such words. Zhao Debao reiterated, I stand firm. Without 1 million, consider it out of the question. With that, he led his daughter away. Though Zhao Debao was no saint, he was decent to his daughter. His first wife, Zhao Xiaolan and Appo's mother, had passed away many years prior. He had since remarried a local woman named Zhoulian, who was strikingly beautiful and over 20 years his junior. The crowd began to disperse. Li Xiaoxia approached Yang Xiaoping and said, Xiaoping, I thought you had passed away. I held this wedding for you. You're not upset, are you? Yang Xiaoping smiled, not at all. I know you meant well. Li Xiaoxia noticed a change in Yang Xiaoping's demeanor. He no longer exuded lewdness or malice, as if he had transformed into a different person. All right then. It's almost noon. I'll prepare lunch and call you when it's ready. Yang Xiaoping agreed, and Li Xiaoxia returned home. Once she left, Yang Xiaoping tidied up his disheveled home. After arranging things, Li Xiaoxia returned to summon him for lunch. Upon arriving at her home, he was taken aback by the abundance of dishes and beer laid out on the table. Sister-in-law, why so many dishes? He asked. Last night, I endured a blow for you. I want to make it up to you, she replied. Oh, actually Yang Xiaoping hesitated, wanting to confess that he had also contemplated mischief. But he refrained from continuing. Actually what? He stammered. Actually, I meant to say I intended to do good. Despite his recent experiences leading to a transformation, his tendency to speak in a rogue manner had not entirely dissipated. Li Xiaoxia understood that he merely had a loose tongue, with a heart that was not malicious. Come on, let us drink. Such delicious food won't silence you, she said, and they began to eat and drink. While indulging, Yang Xiaoping noticed that Li Xiaoxia frequently glanced at him, her gaze reflecting a burgeoning affection. He pondered, could it be that this woman truly has feelings for me? Why else would she look at me so? However, today Yang Xiaoping felt enlightened, as if he had shed his former self. No longer did he harbor the mindset of a petty delinquent. Yet, being a man, he was still susceptible to desire. Unable to resist, he gazed intently at Li Xiaoxia. And in that moment, he recognized her beauty. After a sumptuous meal, he said, Sister-in-law, I must head home. Thank you for your hospitality. All right, you may go. But there is still plenty of food. Come back for dinner, she replied. Yang Xiaoping acknowledged her and departed. Upon returning to his home, he entered the living room, proceeded to his bedroom, turned on his old fan, and lay down on the bed. Suddenly, thoughts of Li Xiaoxia flooded his mind again. He slapped himself, muttering, "Foolish. While she gazes at you, you feel shy, yet once she leaves, you entertain such thoughts." At that moment, he heard footsteps approaching the outer room. Unable to contain himself, he called out, "Who is it?" "It's me, Li Xiaoxia," came her voice. "Sister-in-law, what brings you here?" he asked as she stepped inside. "Xiaoping, it's this. Yesterday, Zhao Debo grabbed my chest, and it still aches. I'm too embarrassed to go to the hospital, and since your father is a doctor, I thought you might have some knowledge to help me," she explained. Yang Xiaoping had indeed learned some medicine from his father, and though he had once been sought out for healing, his gambling habits had led to a decline in such requests over time. Yet now, he felt confident in his medical understanding. "All right, sister-in-law, let me take a look," Yang Xiaoping said. Li Xiaoxia nodded and lifted her shirt. He realized she wore only a short-sleeved top without a bra. In the countryside, many women preferred not to wear such garments. The sight was strikingly white, leaving Yang Xiaoping feeling somewhat embarrassed. His breath quickened as he swallowed hard. Li Xiaoxia sensed his discomfort and asked, "What's wrong?" "Let me examine," he replied. Already having used his perceptive abilities to ascertain that there was no serious issue, merely a bruise from Zhao Debo's grip. "You're fine. It's nothing serious. Just rest for a couple of days," he assured her. Suddenly, Li Xiaoxia embraced him, exclaiming, "Xiaoping, I like you." Yang Xiaoping's mind went blank. He was still a young man and used to such bold advances, having only ever spoken flirtatiously without engaging in any real intimacy. They kissed passionately, and Yang Xiaoping pushed Li Xiaoxia onto the bed, his hands instinctively wandering beneath her shirt. His mind raced, contemplating the next step, when suddenly a voice called from outside. "Yang Xiaoping, Yang Xiaoping." Startled, he quickly pushed Li Xiaoxia away and whispered, "Sister-in-law, don't make a sound." He rushed out, locking the bedroom door behind him. In the living room, he found Zhou Lian standing in the yard. "Madam Village Chief, what brings you here?" he asked, assuming her visit concerned Zhao Xiaolan, despite her not being her biological mother. "Xiaoping, I heard your father used to be a doctor, and you have some medical knowledge?" Zhou Lian inquired. Upon realizing it was not about Zhao Xiaolan, he relaxed, responding, "Yes, I do have some knowledge. What is the issue? Could you examine my chest?" "It's been bothering me the past couple of days," she requested. Yang Xiaoping, bemused, agreed. "All right, I'll take a look." Inside the room, Li Xiaoxia listened intently. Feeling a pang of jealousy, suspecting that Zhou Lian was trying to seduce Yang Xiaoping. Unable to contain herself, she inadvertently knocked something over on the bed, creating a noise that caught Zhou Lian's attention. "What was that? Is someone else there?" Zhou Lian asked. Yang Xiaoping chuckled and replied, "I'm just a bachelor. There is no one here. Perhaps it was a mouse." "That is fine. Now, please examine me," Zhou Lian urged. As he spoke, he lifted his clothing, and upon seeing it, Yang Xiaoping realized that this woman was indeed quite beautiful. Zhao Debao was truly fortunate in his romantic pursuits. Although she was nearing 30, she was just as captivating as any young girl. With such a stunning wife, how could he engage in reckless affairs outside? Was and amp, oppos, tea that a gross waste? At that moment, Zhou Yan suddenly took out her phone and snapped a picture of her own body, capturing Yang Xiaoping in the frame as well. Yang Xiaoping asked, "What are you doing?" She replied, "I'm taking a photo. I need you to help me with something, and if you refuse, I will tell others that you bullied me. I have the evidence." Yang Xiaoping was astonished. It turned out she hadn't come to him for medical help, but rather to trap him. Inside the room, Li Xiaoxia listened intently, thinking to herself how dark Shouyin and Oppos, as heart truly was. However, she dared not speak, for Yang Xiaoping had locked her in the room. If she intervened now, she would only find herself in a precarious situation. As a widow, her reputation was already tarnished, but Yang Xiaoping was still a young man, unmarried. Thus, despite her anger, she remained silent. Yang Xiaoping said, "All right, tell me what you need me to do." Zhou Yan replied, "I want to escape. I no longer wish to be with Zhao Debao. I fear that if I run away, he will chase after me, so I need your assistance." Yang Xiaoping questioned, "You want me to help you? How can I assist?" In truth, he harbored resentment towards Zhao Debao, who had nearly forced Li Xiaoxia. Her fleeing would indeed be a blessing. He thought, "If I ask you to take me away, that would be impractical. Instead, I want you to come to my house for dinner." Zhao Debao will invite you out for a meal, and as long as you drink with him for 2 hours. That would count as helping me. Zhou Yin replied, that is not difficult. I agree, but you must delete the photos. Yang Xiaoping, not foolish, wanted to ensure no evidence remained in Zhou Yin and Appo's possession. Zhou Yin said, fine, I will trust you this once and delete the photos, but you cannot back out. Yang Xiaoping smiled. Rest assured, there is no reason for me to backtrack after you invite me to dinner. Zhou Yin deleted the photos and stated, tomorrow evening. I will prepare the food and drinks. Someone will notify you. With that, she left. Watching Zhou Yin depart, Yang Xiaoping hurriedly opened the bedroom door. The excitement he felt earlier had vanished. He turned to Li Xiaoxia and said, sister-in-law, you should head back. I will come to your house for dinner tonight. Li Xiaoxia replied, all right, then I want tea call for you later. After she left, Yang Xiaoping lay back on the bed. Not long after, someone called from the yard. Xiaoping. Recognizing Zhao Xiaolan's voice, he felt relieved that he had sent Li Xiaoxia away. Otherwise, it would have been quite awkward if Zhao Xiaolan had arrived while he was being intimate with Li Xiaoxia. Zhao Xiaolan stood at the entrance of Yang Xiaoping's bedroom. He sat up and said, Xiaolan, come in. Zhao Xiaolan hesitated but eventually stepped inside, saying, my father asked me to invite you for dinner. Yang Xiaoping smiled. Oh. Has your father finally agreed to our marriage? She replied, not really. My stepmother threatened him, insisting he invite you for a meal, fearing you might continue to report him, given how he harmed you. Yang Xiaoping inquired, so you mean I must go? She urged, just go. Perhaps if he is pleased, he will reduce the bride price. Without hesitation, Yang Xiaoping embraced Zhao Xiaolan, who initially struggled but soon relaxed. As he leaned in to kiss her, they shared a moment of intimacy. However, this was Zhao Xiaolan and Appo's first experience with such closeness to a man. Although she liked Yang Xiaoping, it felt too rushed. Thus, she pushed him away and said, tomorrow evening at 6:30, come to my house for dinner. With that, she dashed away. Yang Xiaoping smacked his lips, murmuring, she ran off before I could even savor the moment. It seems this young lady is quite difficult to manage. Widows are much easier. He resolved that by nightfall, he would take care of Li Xiaoxia, allowing himself to become a true man. Li Xiaoxia returned home to prepare dinner and was busy in the yard when she suddenly spotted Zhao Debao approaching again. She shouted, get lost. I don't want to see you. He replied, I'm not here to cause trouble. I hope we can talk calmly. She retorted, what do you mean? Why should I speak to you calmly? Zhao Debao continued, the truth is, I genuinely like you. If you agree to marry me, I will go home and divorce my wife. Then we can be one family. Li Xiaoxia scoffed, you must be joking. Have you looked in the mirror? You're old and ugly, like Zhu Beiji. Now, get lost. Zhao Debao countered, you don't understand. In today's society, money speaks. Wealthy men can marry women half their age. I have money, and I'm only in my 50s. She warned, if you don't leave, I'll call Yang Xiaoping. Just then, Yang Xiaoping entered the scene. Having heard Zhao Debao's voice from his yard, Yang Xiaoping rushed over, fearing that Zhao Debao might be harassing Li Xiaoxia. He confronted Zhao Debao, saying, Zhao Debao, you haven't changed your lecherous ways. Zhao Debao replied, you misunderstand. Xiaoping, I'm here to apologize. I asked Xiaolan to invite you for drinks, and I wanted to invite Li Xiaoxia as well, as a gesture of apology. With that, Zhao Debao departed. After Zhao Debao left, Yang Xiaoping turned to Li Xiaoxia and asked, sister-in-law, is that true? Li Xiaoxia hesitated, not wanting to admit that Zhao Debao wished to marry her. Instead, she replied, yes, but I didn't agree. Yang Xiaoping said, if he dares to trouble you again, let me know. She reassured him, it's fine. He won't dare. You wait in the living room. I'll prepare dinner right away. He offered, do you need my help? She declined, no. Just wait for the meal. In the living room, Yang Xiaoping waited, and soon the table was set with 6 dishes and 6 bottles of beer. They began to eat and drink. While sipping her drink, Li Xiaoxia asked, Xiaoping, do you know why I haven't remarried? Yang Xiaoping smiled, sister-in-law. I truly don't know. Could you share the reason? She explained, the reason I haven't remarried is that I have someone in my heart, and I can't bear to leave him. Yang Xiaoping realized that Li Xiaoxia was looking directly at him. Even a fool would recognize that she was referring to him. He nervously averted her gaze and asked, who is this person? She sighed, you're so dense. Just keep drinking. It seems you've changed so much. Yang Xiaoping chuckled. Indeed, I feel like I'm becoming a better person. I've lost interest in playing mahjong. By the way, may I ask you something? She replied, of course. Go ahead. He inquired, last time, you mentioned you hadn't been with a man. What about Ding Hua? She responded, Why are you asking so many questions while drinking? You'll find out later, but not today. Li Xiaoxia thought to herself. While you were unconscious, I already told you. You just didn't hear it. After indulging in a hearty meal and drink, Yang Xiaoping said, Sister-in-law, do you remember the promise you made to me that day? What promise? Li Xiaoxia feigned ignorance. Yang Xiaoping felt a bit embarrassed, his voice barely above a whisper. You said you could indulge me just once. I can end Oppos, to hear you. Could you speak a bit louder? I'm saying I'm going home. With that, Yang Xiaoping stood up and departed. Watching him leave, a sense of disappointment washed over Li Xiaoxia. This man, who once unabashedly spoke of shameless matters, now seemed shy. Had she known, she wouldn't Oppos, have allowed him to say it a second time. However, Yang Xiaoping was already gone, and she couldn't Oppos very well chase after him to say, come back, I can give it to you. Upon returning home, Yang Xiaoping took a shower in the auxiliary house. Despite being in the countryside, the solar water heater made bathing quite convenient. While showering, he was struck by a thought and chided himself, you coward. After washing up, he lay down on his bed. Even though the fan was on full blast and he had consumed quite a bit of alcohol, sleep eluded him. Thus, he took up his phone. Recalling that Li Xiaoxia's WeChat was stored within. Summoning his courage, he sent a message, I can't sleep. To his surprise, Li Xiaoxia replied almost immediately, can't sleep? Then after 10, come to my house. I will leave the door open for you. Fearing that leaving the door open might invite trouble, he hastily responded, lock the main door, just leave the living room door open. I'll climb over the wall. Li Xiaoxia replied, all right, but be careful. Seeing the word all right filled Yang Xiaoping with exhilaration, nearly causing him to leap from his bed. He rushed back to the auxiliary house, took another shower, and spritzed himself with floral water. Returning to his bedroom, he fixated on his phone, watching the seconds tick by, wishing it would transform into 10 o'clock instantly. As the clock struck 10, Yang Xiaoping stealthily slipped out, locking his door behind him and making his way to the western courtyard wall. He raised his arms, ready to scale it. At that moment, a woman in Oppos' voice echoed in his ear. You fool, didn't Oppos I tell you that you possess extraordinary skills? Why not just jump over? This voice belonged to the woman who had given him a pill while he was unconscious. Yang Xiaoping pondered, could it be that I have truly become a master? With this thought, he decided against climbing and simply leaped, barely exerting any effort, landing soundlessly in Li Xiaoxia's yard. Noticing that the door to the living room was slightly ajar, he pushed it open. Li Xiaoxia was awake, having bathed, and was waiting for him in the living room. She sat on the sofa and remarked, Xiaoping, why did you come in without making a sound? A thief wouldn't Oppos make noise. I know you're a heart-stealing thief. He replied, not only do I steal hearts, but I also wish to steal you. He added as he approached her and fell onto her. Let us move to the bedroom, Li Xiaoxia suggested. Nodding in agreement, they headed straight for the bedroom. Yang Xiaoping quickly shed his clothes, and they tumbled into each other. After a whirlwind of passion, Li Xiaoxia said, Xiaoping, I can now tell you that the man in my heart is you. I knew it. You rascal. Rest assured, since we are together, I will hold you accountable. Yang Xiaoping declared, I and Oppos decided, I will marry you. I am a widow. And I want to marry you. I don't need you to be responsible for me. I stand by my previous words. Just once, Li Xiaoxia responded. Yang Xiaoping understood. She feared judgment from others, feeling unworthy of him. People marry those with children. What is wrong with me marrying you? He countered. That won't do. Let us just sleep, she said, embracing him. As they lay entwined, the next morning, Yang Xiaoping awoke to the brightness of day. He hurried to get up and leave, anxious about what the neighbors might think. After all, a widow attracts much gossip, and as a notorious young man, he didn't want Li Xiaoxia to face scrutiny. He sat up and noticed Li Xiaoxia still sound asleep. Her figure was truly enchanting, and it was rare to see such fair skin among rural women. Then he glanced down and saw a stain of blood on the sheets. His mind went blank as he finally grasped Li Xiaoxia's earlier words. She had never been with a man. A married woman was still a virgin. Guilt overwhelmed Yang Xiaoping. He had been drawn to her partly because she was a widow. But had he known she was untouched, he might have reconsidered. He gently shook her shoulder, saying, Sister-in-law, wake up. Li Xiaoxia opened her eyes, exclaiming, Has it brightened already? I slept so soundly. Was it your first time? Yes. Why? Didn't I tell you that I had never been with a man? But you were married for half a year? Yang Xiaoping couldn't help but ask. Li Xiaoxia awkwardly admitted, Yes, but that late husband was inept, a congenital issue. Yang Xiaoping replied, Well, then I must take responsibility for you. You're so persistent. I've said I want to marry you, Li Xiaoxia insisted. You should hurry home and pretend nothing happened. Don't come back. Dressed, Yang Xiaoping said, sister-in-law, I'm leaving. Though Li Xiaoxia insisted he need not take responsibility, Yang Xiaoping felt an obligation. Outside, despite the daylight, he avoided the main entrance to evade neighbors, instead jumping over the courtyard wall. Once back home, he lay on his bed, contemplating his fortune. He had found a widow who was still a virgin. In the afternoon, Yang Xiaoping drifted into a light sleep. Suddenly, he felt a weight on his chest. Looking up, he saw Zhou Lian sprawled atop him. Thankfully, nothing had transpired. Zhou Lian merely lay on him. And Yang Xiaoping realized that if anything had happened between them, he could no longer pursue Zhao Xiaolan. Though not her mother, they were family, and he understood that well. He pushed Zhou Lian aside, saying, I still want to pursue Zhao Xiaolan. You can't do this. I like you. Honestly, in this village. I think you're the most handsome. Aren't you supposed to help me escape? I could offer you a chance. If you continue this way, I won't care about you anymore. Zhou Lian said, a hint of reluctance in her voice. All right then, I and Apos, VE prepared dinner. Zhao Debao asked me to call you for a meal. Yang Xiaoping replied, you go ahead, I and Apos, I'll be there shortly. His intention was clear. He needed to avoid suspicion and ensure no one thought he had any affair with the older woman, as that would complicate his future interactions with Zhao Xiaolan. Men are drawn to beauty, but one must know their limits. Once Zhou Lian had left, he rose slowly. He pondered to himself, now that he has developed a relationship with Li Xiaoxia, it is time to cease any further entanglement with Zhao Xiaolan. After all, this is his first experience with Li Xiaoxia as well. Perhaps he should simply abandon Zhao Xiaolan. Yet, as he contemplated this decision, a twinge of regret surfaced. He should have accepted Zhou Lian's proposal earlier, which would have ensured a complete severance of ties with Zhao Xiaolan. Such is the nature of men when a woman is present. They hesitate, but once she departs, regret sets in. Yang Xiaoping secured the door and made his way to Zhao Debao and Apos' residence. Upon entering, Zhao Debao greeted him with enthusiasm, saying, Xiaoping, let us enjoy a few drinks today. If you make me happy, I might only ask for 80,000 as a bride price. At that moment, Zhou Lian approached, announcing, the dishes are ready. I need to go out and listen to the horn. Yang Xiaoping smiled and replied, I almost forgot. There's a wedding in the village tomorrow. Zhao Debao encouraged her, go ahead, but don't come back too late. You two should enjoy your drinks. With that, Zhou Lian exited. Shortly thereafter, Zhao Xiaolan arrived, inviting, Xiaoping, come sit inside. Upon seeing the beautiful Zhao Xiaolan, Yang Xiaoping felt a surge of desire. He realized that Zhao Xiaolan was indeed a better choice, and he had been right to disregard Zhou Lian. After all, Zhao Xiaolan was young and captivating. Such a treasure should not go to waste. The three entered the room, where a table was set with an array of dishes, beer, and liquor. The liquor was Wuliangye, and fine Zhonghua cigarettes adorned the table. Zhao Debao declared, let us start with the liquor, and then we'll switch to beer. Very well. I shall abide by your wishes. Yang Xiaoping mused, wondering how much Zhao Debao had embezzled. Zhao Xiaolan took on the task of pouring drinks but partook herself as well. Yang Xiaoping and Zhao Debao engaged in conversation as they drank. Yang Xiaoping's sole objective was to keep Zhao Debao occupied until he was thoroughly intoxicated. After all, it was a pity to let go of such a prize as Zhou Lian. If the beauty wished to escape, Yang Xiaoping had to see to it that she did. In rural areas, it is said that it is better to dismantle 10 temples than to disrupt a single marriage, but circumstances vary. Good marriages are typically supported by the community, and people like the village had often hoped to remain single throughout their lives. Before long, they had polished off a bottle of Wuliangye. Zhao Debao's speech began to slur. Although Yang Xiaoping struggled with liquor himself, he pressed on. Knowing he had to ensure Zhou Lian and Apos' safe departure. Village head, it's time for beer, he suggested. Yes, let us drink beer. Zhao Debao replied, his face flushed. You promised me earlier that you wouldn't report me. I want to end Apos. Report you. You are my father-in-law, after all. Why would I do that? Indeed, I am your father-in-law. But we agreed on 80,000 as the bride price. Right? 80,000 it is. Let us continue drinking. As the evening wore on, Yang Xiaoping began to feel dizzy himself. Suddenly, he recalled that in martial arts novels, characters could expel alcohol using internal energy. He thought, as a martial arts master himself, he should be able to do the same. Employing his spiritual energy, he discovered he could indeed expel the alcohol from his system. Once he had done so, He ceased this practice. After all, being entirely sober would raise suspicion. Checking his watch, he noted that 2 hours had passed. He knew his task was complete. Zhou Lian must have escaped by now. Nevertheless, he resolved to prolong the drinking session a bit longer, continuing to pour liquor for Zhao Debao. Finally, Zhao Debao proclaimed, "I only need 50,000 as a bride price." Although he was inebriated, he understood that for Yang Xiaoping, 50,000 was no more attainable than 100,000. Yang Xiaoping replied, 50,000 is still too much. How about 5,000? Get lost. Are you mocking me? Zhao Debao retorted before slumping onto the table. Truly unable to continue, Zhao Xiaolan called out, Dad, Dad. Yet Zhao Debao remained silent, snoring away. Yang Xiaoping interjected, Xiaolan, don't shout. Your father is asleep. Please help me get him to bed. All right, let us help him up. Together, they assisted Zhao Debao to his bedroom. Once they emerged, Zhao Xiaolan asked Xiaoping, will you drink more? Yang Xiaoping replied, I'm done drinking. I want to eat. As he said this, his gaze lingered on Zhao Xiaolan's figure. Accidentally activating his X-ray vision, he glimpsed beneath her clothing. Zhao Xiaolan inquired, what do you want to eat? Sensing something amiss, she hurriedly shielded her chest. Yang Xiaoping chuckled. Look at you, frightened. I want to do anything to you. All right, I'll pour you some tea. Let us sit on the sofa for a bit. Okay. Let us go sit on the sofa. As they settled on the sofa, Zhao Xiaolan brought over the tea and placed it on the table. Yang Xiaoping remarked, Xiaolan, you are truly beautiful. He took her hand, and to his delight, she did not resist, sitting beside him, dressed in a skirt that evening. Yang Xiaoping placed his hand on her thigh, his fingers moving suggestively. Zhao Xiaolan felt a mix of nervousness and excitement. She was indeed intoxicated. Alcohol can embolden the timid and enhance the allure of beauty. However, it can also lead to a loss of control. The stimulation from the alcohol was overwhelming. In a sudden move, Yang Xiaoping pushed the beauty back onto the sofa. Just then, he felt a jolt to his back. It was Zhao Debao, who had woken up and swung a mop at him. Startled, Yang Xiaoping quickly withdrew his hand and fled. Once outside, he exhaled a sigh of relief, thinking to himself, how can this old fellow sober up so quickly? He retrieved a cigarette, lit it, and made his way home. Upon reaching his door, he turned and locked it securely. Just as he finished locking the door, someone tapped him on the shoulder. Startled, he exclaimed, who is it? His heart raced. In his own yard. It was unusual to encounter anyone. Could it be a ghost? It's me, came a woman in Appo's voice. Despite the night, the moonlight illuminated the figure, revealing Zhou Lian. He said, you scared me. I thought you had escaped. I reached the village entrance but encountered Zhao Debao's nephew. I was afraid he would suspect me. So I didn't dare to leave. You are such a coward. Why have you come to my house? I can't harbor you. Zhou Lian explained. It's like this. Darkness conceals everything. If Zhao Debao is searching, he'll only look in the town or the nearby bus station. He won't suspect I'm still in the village. This woman made a valid point, yet it was inconvenient for a man to harbor a woman. Yang Xiaoping, feeling helpless, walked to the main door and opened it. Once inside, he quickly closed the door, saying, please keep your voice down. If someone discovers you, I want to be able to protect you. Although Zhao Debao was not a good man, it would be morally indefensible to shelter his wife. Yang Xiaoping switched on the light and remarked, I shall call you Andy. Look, I have but one bed here. You may also refer to me as Big Sister. After all, I have parted ways with Zhao Daba. Why would you call me Auntie? Zhou Lian replied, your bed is quite spacious. The two of us can fit comfortably. Upon hearing this, Yang Xiaoping was momentarily taken aback. This woman truly dared to utter anything. While it may suit you, I am still a young man. And you are a mature woman. I have no inclination towards that, he retorted. How about this? You take the bed, and I shall make do with the floor. With that, he fetched a straw mat and placed it on the living room floor. Zhou Lian countered, if you insist on this arrangement, I would feel quite uncomfortable. As this is your home, and I would be occupying your bed. Yang Xiaoping mused to himself that if she felt uneasy, she could always sleep on the floor while he retreated to the bedroom. However, he hesitated to voice his thoughts. You should rest early. I wish to take a shower. He said, oh, you plan a shower? You might as well endure one night. Tomorrow, I shall ensure you leave, he added, causing Zhou Lian to feel a twinge of fear. If you send me off in broad daylight, someone is bound to notice, she protested. In truth, Yang Xiaoping had not articulated clearly. He meant to send her off at night. He chuckled, am I foolish? I meant to say tonight. I wouldn't dare send you away during the day. He understood the urgency of her departure, for her presence could be discovered at any moment. Zhou Lian then said, Xiaoping, I am drenched in sweat. I truly need to shower. May I borrow your clothes to wear while I wash mine? You think you're escaping? This is not a hotel. You cannot shower whenever you please, lest someone sees you. It and Appos. It's the middle of the night. Who would come now? Yang Xiaoping was aware that typically, no one would arrive, but he feared Li Xiaoxia. After all, he had shared a moment with her. And if she were to show up, jealousy would ensue. Zhou Lian suggested, once I finish showering, I could offer you a night's rest. Goodness. This woman is relentless in seeking to take advantage of me. If you persist, I shall no longer offer you shelter. You can find your own place. He exclaimed, astonished. For it was the first time he had heard of a woman benefiting in such a manner from a man's company. Zhou Lian reclined on the bed, fanning herself with a hand fan. With only one fan available, she directed it towards herself, leaving Yang Xiaoping to endure the sweltering heat. He had no choice but to retreat to the auxiliary room for a shower. Upon returning to the living room, Zhou Lian complained, Xiaoping, how selfish of you. You've showered and left me without the opportunity. If I were selfish, I would not have lent you the fan. Look at how I am sweltering. I cannot sleep. You, however, are not permitted to leave, he replied. Then could you fetch me a basin of water and a towel? I could manage with that, she proposed. Fearing her persistent demands, he conceded, fine, I shall bring you some water. He then went to the auxiliary room, filled a basin with warm water, grabbed a towel, and carried it into the bedroom. Upon seeing the water, Zhou Lian's excitement was palpable, and she immediately began to remove her top. Alarmed, Yang Xiaoping set the basin down and bolted outside, admonishing her, you must be mindful of the situation. What situation should I be cautious of? I am a woman and fear nothing. Why should you? Zhou Lian replied. Though the bedroom lacked a proper door, Yang Xiaoping could easily see in whenever he wished, particularly since Zhou Lian was unbothered by his gaze. Nevertheless, he refrained from looking, for he had changed. He was no longer the ruffian who, in summers past, would climb walls to spy on women bathing. After his remarkable transformation, he found himself unwilling to indulge in such behavior. Zhou Lian, puzzled, wondered what had come over him. This lad was once quite lecherous. How has he suddenly reformed? She thought. After finishing her shower, she called out, Xiaoping, hand me your clothes so I can change. You may select from the cabinet yourself, he replied. Would you mind washing my clothes while you're at it? She asked. Very well, you've truly tested my patience. He sighed. Although reluctant, he felt it unwise to allow Zhou Lian to wash her clothes alone. Once she had changed, he took her clothes to wash. To his surprise, he discovered her undergarments among her belongings, something most would hesitate to wash for another. In urban households, even maids would wash socks, but refrain from laundering undergarments, particularly if they were for a man washing for a woman, as it felt rather ill-fated. Reluctantly, he washed them and hung them on the wire in the courtyard before returning to the living room. Upon entering, he found Zhou Lian donned in his oversized shorts and a short-sleeved shirt, reclining on the bed. If you feel warm, you are welcome to join me, she suggested. No thanks. I prefer to remain outside, he replied, lying down on the mat on the floor, closing his eyes. When he awoke, sunlight streamed through the windows. He hurried outside to retrieve Zhou Lian and Appos' clothes, mindful that although the courtyard was enclosed by tall iron gates, there were gaps that could allow someone peering in to see the garments hanging out to dry. After collecting the clothes, he noticed Zhou Lian still asleep and tossed them onto the bed, urging, hurry and change. He thought to himself, I must ensure these clothes are washed thoroughly after your wearing. Just as Zhou Lian finished changing, a knock echoed from outside. Accompanied by someone calling his name, Zhao Daba had arrived. Yang Xiaoping's heart sank. Had he discovered something? Zhao Daba is here, he whispered. Zhou Lian's complexion drained of color as she exclaimed, what should we do? You must hide in another room. I fear he will check here. The other room is a storage area, he advised. He promptly shut the door to the living room and called out, who is it? It's me, Zhao Daba, came the reply. All right, I'll be right there. Meanwhile, Zhou Lian had crossed the living room to the west room. There's a large vat. You can hide inside, he instructed. Panicked, Zhou Lian nodded and quickly crouched inside the vat. Yang Xiaoping placed the lid on the vat and secured the door before opening the main entrance for Zhao Daba. Upon entering the yard, Zhao Daba stated, my wife is missing. Yang Xiaoping feigned ignorance. If your wife has vanished, why come to me? This is a matter between you two, and I am not involved. I know it has nothing to do with you, but last night you attempted to take advantage of my daughter, Zhao Daba accused. In the future, do not expect to see my daughter unless you bring $1 million. Didn't we agree on 500,000? Yang Xiaoping chuckled. You don't even have that. Go find your wife. Stop wasting my time. What nonsense. Since last night, she could have made it abroad by now. My nephew saw her at the village entrance. She should have left the village by now. While Zhao Daba's thoughts were not without merit, he was unaware that his wife was merely 30 meters away. It seems difficult to locate her. You have money, so why not find another? Yang Xiaoping mused. Upon discerning the merit in Ms. Li Xiaoxia, I implore you to intercede on my behalf. Should your endeavors culminate in a matrimonial union between myself and Ms. Li, I shall waive the customary bride price, thereby bestowing upon you the privilege of espousing my daughter. Begone. Should you dare to harbor designs upon my sister-in-law, I shall not hesitate to render you a eunuch. With these words, Yang Xiaoping delivered a swift kick towards Zhao Dabao, who, in a state of disarray, promptly evaded the assault and fled with haste. Yang Xiaoping felt a sense of relief when he saw Zhao Daba leaving without visiting Li Xiaoxia. He locked the door securely from the inside and returned to the room. Opening the door to the west room, he called out, "Auntie, you may come out now." As he spoke, he lifted the lid of the large vat. "Call me sister." Zhou Lian replied, "You scared me. It's so hot in here." Yang Xiaoping chuckled. "This is only morning. It will be even hotter by noon." Zhou Lian mentioned, "I'm feeling a bit hungry. I must tell you," Yang Xiaoping replied, "that today, you'll only have instant noodles to eat. I cannot stay at home. If I do, I'll have to open the door for others." He added, "I will go out, and you stay home quietly. If someone knocks, just ignore it." "All right. I understand. Where are you going?" Zhou Lian asked. "I'm going out for some fun. I'll be back tonight to take you to the station," Yang Xiaoping responded. After that, he took out several packets of instant noodles, prepared 2 servings, and they both enjoyed the meal. Once they finished eating, Yang Xiaoping instructed her on a few matters. There was hot water available in the house for making instant noodles at any time. If she needed to use the restroom, she could do so in the basin, and he would dispose of it upon his return in the evening. After leaving the house, Yang Xiaoping had no particular plans, so he found someone to play mahjong with. It was tea until 10 o'clock at night that he returned. Upon entering the courtyard, he locked the door and then opened the door to the main room. "Xiaoping, you're finally back," Zhou Lian exclaimed. "Did anyone come looking for me today?" Yang Xiaoping inquired. "No, not a soul," she replied. "Are you certain no one came?" He wished to ask if Li Xiaoxia had inquired about him, but felt too shy to ask so directly. Zhou Lian assured him, really, there was no commotion at all. Yang Xiaoping nodded, realizing that Li Xiaoxia likely wished to distance herself and was only planning to give him one chance. Upon seeing the urine in the basin, he pinched his nose and disposed of it in the outdoor toilet. Returning, he couldn't help but let out a sigh. "What with the sigh?" Zhou Lian asked. "I was pondering how to send you away," she continued. "I've actually planned it out. We'll head south, over the mountains to the bus station in a lying town, without encountering anyone." Their village was named Yangjia Village, located in the Huaihai city of Donghai province, within the Daxian mountain region. Just south of a range of hills lay the town of Liang. Yang Xiaoping considered this, living on the edge of the village with a vegetable garden in front. He figured they wouldn't meet anyone in the dead of night. "All right then, let us set off after midnight," he agreed. "It's better not to leave too early. We'll reach the mountains in about 2 hours. I'd rather not be alone at the destination late at night. Leaving at 3 is not too late," Zhou Lian suggested. "Okay, I'll follow your lead. Let us set an alarm for 3, Yang Xiaoping replied. "Actually, I've slept all day and am not tired at all. Come lie with me and talk. I'm tired. I want to sleep," Zhou Lian said as she lay down on the bed. Yang Xiaoping, fearing that lying on the bed might lead to complications, opted for the cool mat on the floor. "Xiaoping, I want to take a shower," Zhou Lian said. "Let us wait until we leave. I'll take you up the mountain to bathe," he suggested. Zhou Lian knew that beyond the mountains, there were many stone ponds, pits left by villagers that filled with clean water during summer. "Fine, I'll listen to you," she conceded. Thus, Yang Xiaoping fell asleep, while Zhou Lian lay in the bedroom. At 3 in the morning, the alarm rang. After they got up, Yang Xiaoping asked, "By the way, do you have enough money for the journey?" Zhou Lian replied, "I have enough. There's money on my phone and over 10,000 in cash." "That's good. Did your husband not have your phone number?" Yang Xiaoping assumed that if Zhou Lian had fled, Zhao Daba would surely call her. "He doesn't know this number." "I discarded my old one," Zhou Lian clarified. Yang Xiaoping nodded, grabbed a flashlight, and together they left his home, stepping into the night. Fortunately, the roads were deserted at this hour. Upon reaching the mountains, they both exhaled in relief. "Look, there are 2 stone ponds here. You can bathe in one while I use the other," Yang Xiaoping suggested. He had refrained from bathing the previous night, fearing Zhou Lian would insist on joining him. "It's dark. and I'm scared to be alone in one of the ponds. Let us bathe in the same one, Zhou Lian insisted. That is not ideal. Here is a flashlight. It should help, Yang Xiaoping replied. She retorted, you're silly. If you turn off the flashlight, we won't see anything. What is there to fear in one pond? Yang Xiaoping understood there was still some moonlight, enough to see. Yet it was still the mountains, an area where ghost stories were common, and a woman bathing alone could indeed feel fearful. Realizing this, Yang Xiaoping conceded, all right. We'll bathe together, but let us keep our distance. Zhou Lian began to undress, prompting Yang Xiaoping to quickly turn away and avert his gaze. He stepped a few meters away to undress, feeling a twinge of shyness and unable to look up. Once in the water, he caught sight of Zhou Lian standing on a large rock, gazing at the moon, her body illuminated by the silvery light, creating a stunning image akin to a beautiful painting. Yang Xiaoping quickly averted his gaze, feeling a sense of urgency. At that moment, Zhou Lian entered the water, moving toward him. Did you forget? Maintain your distance, he reminded her. Tell me, are you still a young man? Zhou Lian teased. Of course I am, he replied. I don't believe you. You're so lewd. How can you still be a young man? I heard you used to peek at widows bathing. That is a slanderous accusation. If I were truly that way, wouldn't I have looked while you were bathing at my home? Zhou Lian pondered, realizing the truth in his words. In the days they had spent together, Yang Xiaoping had been quite proper, remaining unaffected by her attempts to seduce him. After finishing his bath, Yang Xiaoping stated, I'll go out first. You can stay in for a bit longer. He moved to the edge of the pond, standing a good distance from Zhou Lian before turning his back to dress. Ignoring the dampness of his clothes, he hurriedly put them on, fearful that Zhou Lian might see him. Once dressed, he turned around to find Zhou Lian emerging from the water. He quickly stepped away, knowing she hadn't yet dressed and wanting to keep his distance. After waiting a moment, he heard a sound. Thinking Zhou Lian had finished dressing, he turned to ask, Shall we continue our journey? Only then did he realize she was still undressed, causing him to jump back in surprise. Why aren't you putting on your clothes? He exclaimed. I'm too wet. I'm letting them dry, she replied. Quickly get dressed, Yang Xiaoping urged, stepping back several paces to maintain their distance. Zhou Lian remarked, With my departure, perhaps we shall never meet again in this lifetime. I wish to repay your kindness, though I find little to offer. I will grant you this one opportunity to become a true man, if you will. Yang Xiaoping replied, As a man of virtue, I aid you without expecting recompense. Yet, in his heart, Yang Xiaoping thought, You merely wish to take advantage of me. In truth, he had become quite a respectable individual. If Zhou Lian had not once been the stepmother of Zhao Xiaolan, there might have been potential for something more, but alas, their connection was tenuous at best. He still harbored feelings for Zhao Xiaolan, which rendered any notion of intimacy with Zhou Lian utterly impossible. Having dressed, they resumed their journey. Upon crossing the mountains and reaching a lying town, dawn had just begun to break. At the bus station, a throng of people awaited transportation. Yang Xiaoping inquired about the arrival time of the bus, and someone informed him it would be mere minutes. Indeed, just moments later, a bus destined for the city arrived. Zhou Lian said, Xiaoping, I must take my leave. May I embrace you one last time? Faced with her pleading gaze, Yang Xiaoping found it difficult to refuse, and he enveloped her in a brief embrace. Releasing her, he said, Go well, and may the winds be at your back. As the bus departed, Yang Xiaoping turned back home, retracing his steps through the mountains. While ascending, he suddenly perceived a glimmer of golden light ahead. Curious, he approached the luminous source and discovered a large wild ginseng root. This ginseng, radiant and evidently over a century old, was a rare find. With his extensive knowledge of herbal medicine, he recognized its exceptional value. Unbeknownst to him, his newfound ability to see such luminescence stemmed from his enhanced sight, a gift that others lacked. Crouching down, he noted the ground was quite hard, so he procured a stick to carefully dig it up. Elderly folk often warned that ginseng could flee if not handled properly, which is why seasoned gatherers would tie a red thread around the root before extraction. After successfully unearthing the ginseng, Yang Xiaoping rested upon a nearby stone and took out his phone to research its market value. His search revealed that such a root could fetch between 500,000 to 800,000, with auction prices potentially exceeding 1 million. Elated, Yang Xiaoping pondered whether this fortune might enable him to marry Zhao Xiaolan. Yet, he hesitated. After all, if he wed Li Xiaoxia, he could save that 50,000. Upon reaching the village, he spotted an agricultural tricycle parked at Li Xiaoxia and Appo's doorstep, where she stood waiting. At that moment, the young driver inquired, Could you direct me to Zhao Daba's home? Yang Xiaoping approached and said, I can guide you. Just continue straight, then take a left, followed by a right. Though his instructions were straightforward, the driver appeared perplexed. One of the men in the vehicle suggested, "Why not have him join us to lead the way?" Yang Xiaoping agreed. He handed the ginseng to Li Xiaoxia, saying, "Sister-in-law, please hold this for me. I will retrieve it later." She nodded and took the ginseng as Yang Xiaoping climbed aboard the tricycle, which continued toward the village. Curious, he asked, "What brings you to his home?" "That is my father-in-law." The driver replied. "Oh, so he is your father-in-law? Then we must be delivering your future mother-in-law." Yang Xiaoping realized the woman was intended to become Zhao Daba and Apos' bride. He scrutinized her closely. She appeared to be in her 20s, well-dressed, and quite attractive. Strikingly, she seemed to belong to a wealthier class, which left him wondering why she would marry the elderly Zhao Daba. At that moment, the woman suddenly lifted her gaze to Yang Xiaoping, her expression marked by uncertainty, desperation, and sorrow. Meanwhile, the driver became engrossed in the scenery. The woman silently mouthed two words that resembled "save me." Yang Xiaoping contemplated, could it be that she does not wish for this fate? Before long, they arrived at Zhao Daba's residence. The two men disembarked and urged the woman to follow. As she stepped down, her eyes still pleaded with Yang Xiaoping. The driver entered first, while the other man guided her inside. Zhao Daba emerged from the courtyard, producing 5,000 yuan, which he handed to the driver. The driver pocketed the money, assuring, "Village Chief Zhao, we leave her in your care. We shall take our leave now." Zhao Daba jested. "I hope you Haven and Apos, had your way with her." The men retorted, "We are but businessmen seeking profit, not pleasure, rest assured." Yang Xiaoping remarked, "Village Chief, is this your purchase of a bride?" This village, over 50 kilometers from Huaihai City, was quite remote. 30 years prior, such transactions were not uncommon. But recent crackdowns had diminished their frequency, though incidents still occurred sporadically. Zhao Daba countered, "Your words are harsh. This is merely a fee for my troubles. If you wish to marry my daughter, prepare 50,000 as a dowry." At that moment, Zhao Xiaolan appeared, prompting Yang Xiaoping to quip, "Xiaolan, your father has found you a new mother." Zhao Xiaolan was displeased. While she did not oppose her father and Apos' remarriage, she certainly did not want someone of a similar age. Suddenly, Zhao Daba's phone rang. After a brief conversation, he instructed, "Xiaolan, keep an eye on your new mother. I must attend a meeting in town." "How am I to do that?" She retorted, "That is 5,000 yuan. Lock her in my bedroom, and you and Xiaoping must watch her until I return." With that, he escorted the woman to his bedroom and locked the door before leaving on his motorcycle. Moments later, the woman cried out for help from within the room. Yang Xiaoping urged, "Quickly, let her out, lest she harm herself." Zhao Xiaolan, reflecting on the situation, seized the key and unlocked the door. Upon entry, the woman fell to her knees before Yang Xiaoping, pleading, "Brother, please save me." Yang Xiaoping replied, "Why did you not call for help outside when Zhao Daba had not yet paid? I could have rescued you from those men." Zhao Xiaolan added, "Indeed, had my father not paid, I would have intervened." The woman explained, "They harmed me, and I was too frightened to speak out." Yang Xiaoping suggested, "Perhaps we should release her." Zhao Xiaolan countered, "If I had the courage, I would have married you long ago." Yang Xiaoping considered her point. Although Zhao Daba cared for this woman, he was equally strict with Zhao Xiaolan. Zhao Xiaolan declared, "Xiaoping, I need to use the restroom. Please keep watch over her. If you let her go, my father will surely retaliate." With that, she departed. Once alone, the woman implored, "Brother, my family is wealthy, and I was deceived. If you set me free, I will offer you 10,000, no, 50,000. Yang Xiaoping replied, "I wish to assist you, but releasing you so openly leaves little chance for your escape. You must devise a more subtle plan." The woman protested, "If we delay, I will be ruined. Just say you have your monthly visitor and request to share a room with his daughter." "But I do not have my monthly visitor." She retorted, "You will soon enough." Yang Xiaoping, feeling compelled, raised his hand and gently tapped the woman's abdomen. To his astonishment, he instinctively channeled his inner energy, activating an acupoint that induced her menstrual cycle within 10 minutes. He was acutely aware that if he were living with Zhao Daba, she would not escape unscathed during this time. At that moment, Zhao Xiaolan arrived. "Xiaolan, tonight let her stay with you. We must devise a plan to rescue her. Your father is committing a crime. Do you understand?" Yang Xiaoping urged. "I will do my best," Zhao Xiaolan replied. Although he initially intended to leave, he chose to remain. If he could use his energy to induce the woman's menstruation, he could similarly incapacitate Zhao Daba's manhood. Indeed, this way, Zhao Daba would no longer pose a threat to any woman. Before long, Zhao Daba arrived. Village chief, I have kept watch over you. Now I can take my leave. Yang Xiaoping stated, pointing at Zhao Daba's lower abdomen. Zhao Daba felt a sudden chill in his abdomen, but he dismissed it, unaware that from this day forth, he would be impotent. Kid, don't go around telling others I bought a wife, Zhao Daba warned. But let me tell you, what you're doing is illegal. You'd better release her. In our village, many have bought wives and lived well. They accepted this life. And I have the means to provide her with a good future. She is likely younger than your daughter. Some things, once done, even heaven cannot overlook. I'm leaving. Yang Xiaoping said as he departed. Watching Yang Xiaoping leave, Zhao Daba scoffed. Kid, you haven't even grown hair yet, and you speak of heaven. In ancient times, emperors killed their own brothers and still lived in glory. Yang Xiaoping thought to himself, if you weren't Zhao Xiaolan's father, would you believe I could end your life? After leaving the Zhao residence, Yang Xiaoping made his way to Li Xiaoxia's home. Li Xiaoxia was in the courtyard, placing the ginseng that Yang Xiaoping had given her on the windowsill. Xiaoping, is this ginseng? It's enormous, she exclaimed upon seeing him. Yes, sister-in-law, it's wild ginseng. It should be quite valuable. By the way, why did you take so long at Zhao Daba's house? I must inform you. The woman you saw in the car this morning was bought by Zhao Daba, he revealed. Li Xiaoxia gasped in disbelief. That old man. Buying such a young woman, doesn't he fear the heavens taking him? He is a beast. He will not have a good end, Yang Xiaoping remarked. I believe we must find a way to rescue her. Are you interested in that woman? Playing the hero to save the damsel? Li Xiaoxia teased. Upon hearing this, Yang Xiaoping felt that Li Xiaoxia indeed cared for him. Though she claimed not to want to marry him, she displayed jealousy when discussing other women. What are you thinking? I don't even know her. I have you. I want no one else, he assured her. It's already noon. Stay and have lunch with me. All right. I want to be polite then, she replied. As he embraced her, the door remained ajar, causing Li Xiaoxia to feel a bit flustered. Yet she could not resist and closed her eyes. When Yang Xiaoping's hand slipped beneath her clothing, she hurriedly pushed him away, saying, it's broad daylight. Aren't you afraid others will see? Yang Xiaoping awkwardly responded, what is there to fear? You're a widow, and I have no wife. We're both adults. What is the worry? Afraid it will affect your prospects of marrying? With you, I wouldn't need a wife, he added. Knowing full well she wouldn't be satisfied with only one encounter. I'll go prepare lunch, Li Xiaoxia declared. Before long, she finished cooking and set the table with drinks. As they dined and chatted, Li Xiaoxia remarked, Xiaoping, if you wish to save that woman, it's best to act tonight. I fear that old man may force her later. Yang Xiaoping understood that Zhao Daba was currently incapable of such actions. However, sometimes those who lack ability are the most likely to torment women, much like ancient eunuchs who, despite their impotence, would cruelly mistreat their wives. I will devise a plan. This woman is not ordinary. She promised me 500,000 if I save her, he explained. She doesn't seem to be from a poor family. I truly wonder how she ended up in this predicament. Money is secondary. My intent is not for wealth. I need a perfect plan to rescue her. Zhao Daba is wealthy, and despite his wickedness, he can easily win over a few lackeys with his riches. After finishing their meal, Yang Xiaoping returned to his courtyard with the ginseng. He placed it on his windowsill when a neighbor's dog unexpectedly wandered into his yard. Seeing the dog, Yang Xiaoping suddenly thought, I could hypnotize Zhao Daba, putting him to sleep, allowing me to rescue the woman. With that in mind, he directed his energy into the dog, which promptly lay down and fell asleep. He kicked it, but it remained still. Yang Xiaoping understood that unless he infused it with energy to awaken, the dog would sleep for at least half a day. He did so, and the dog awoke as if nothing had happened and ran off. Realizing he possessed this ability, Yang Xiaoping planned to take action that very night. After a light dinner at home, he pulled out his phone to read a novel. Waiting until after 9 before venturing out, he made his way directly to Zhao Daba's residence to ascertain whether he was asleep. Zhao Daba was already aware that the beautiful woman had begun her menstrual cycle. Dad, since she is on her period, can't she sleep with me? Zhao Xiaolan suggested. No, while I may refrain from touching her, she must sleep with me, Zhao Daba insisted. Zhao Xiaolan felt intimidated by her father and dared not defy his wishes. Nonetheless, that day, Zhao Daba treated the new woman quite well, hoping to keep her as a wife, showering her with smiles and kind words. Yet the woman longed for her freedom. Despite the lavish dinner spread before her, she barely touched her food, truly lacking the appetite to eat. Uncle, please let me go. I promise to return with 500,000, or even 1,000,000. My family is wealthy. Do you think I'm a fool? Letting you go would leave me empty-handed, Zhao Daba replied. My family is from Donghai City in the provincial capital. We are indeed affluent. Even if you were from the capital, it wouldn't matter. I intend to keep you as my wife. Please, I'm on my period, and I can't go. Just let me go. I'm younger than your daughter. What is there to fear? I'm gentle. I promise not to touch you, all right? Zhao Daba reassured her with a smile. At that moment, Yang Xiaoping was already behind the house. The back of Zhao Daba's residence opened into a vacant lot. In summer, rural homes typically left their windows open, allowing Yang Xiaoping to hear everything clearly. Some windows featured modern security bars, while others utilized traditional steel rods. Zhao Daba's home had the latter, and in summer, they relied on fans rather than air conditioning, leaving the windows open for coolness. While rural areas generally had few mosquitoes, having screens was still advisable. Yang Xiaoping observed that Zhao Daba had already taken the beautiful woman into his room. Zhao Daba said, "My dear, let me tell you, if you follow me, you won't have to lift a finger for anything. You can enjoy the finest delicacies while I take care of you, and in return, you shall bear me a son." The woman, seated on the bed, replied, "Please let me go. I can offer you a substantial amount of money." She felt weakened, likely due to the drinks consumed earlier. Zhao Daba, sensing his own inadequacy, still harbored lustful intentions. After uttering those words, he pressed the woman down onto the bed. She struggled fiercely against him, and Yang Xiaoping, unable to bear the sight, intervened. Through the window screen, he directed his energy towards Zhao Daba's head. Suddenly, Zhao Daba's hand, which had been resting on the woman's chest, felt an overwhelming fatigue, and he collapsed atop her. The woman, still in shock, was unsure how to respond. Yang Xiaoping urged, "You fool, push him away. Don't you feel uncomfortable with him on top of you?" Although the woman couldn't see Yang Xiaoping, she recognized his voice. Consequently, she pushed Zhao Daba off her. Yang Xiaoping instructed, "Stay right there. I'll come to your rescue." He then approached Zhao Lanyan's window, finding her seated on the bed, engrossed in her phone. He infused her with energy, causing her to fall asleep. Yang Xiaoping then returned to the bedroom window and said to the beautiful woman, "Now, open the front door. I will rescue you." Upon hearing this, Zhao Lanyan asked, "What will I do now?" Yang Xiaoping reassured her, "It's all right. I've put her to sleep as well." After that, he leaped from the back of the house to the front yard. The woman opened the front door and was surprised to see Yang Xiaoping waiting there. "How did you get here so quickly? You were just behind me," she exclaimed. "Indeed, I possess martial skills," Yang Xiaoping replied. "Rest assured, they will remain asleep until dawn." The woman was astounded by the man and Appo's prowess and could not help but inquire, "How did you manage to make them sleep?" "It is quite simple. I am a martial arts master and can use my energy to induce slumber," he explained. "My family also has martial experts, but they lack this ability." Yang Xiaoping understood that only a truly prominent family could afford to hire such experts, who often received annual salaries exceeding $1 million, serving as protectors of the family. Let an Appo's not dwell on that. "Do you have any money for transportation?" he asked. "No, I don't and Appo's have a penny on me," she replied. "Well then, do you know where Zhao Daba keeps his money?" "Yes, there's some in the drawer of the living room," she said, leading the way. Upon opening the drawer, Yang Xiaoping spotted several thousand yuan and quickly took it, handing it to the woman. "ISN and Appo's, this stealing?" she questioned. "At this point, do you still care about theft? He nearly assaulted you. Your concerns about compensation are trivial," he replied. "You and Appo's, let and Appo's, hurry and leave." They made their way to the courtyard. And when the woman attempted to open the main gate, Yang Xiaoping said, "No need for that. We can jump over. If he suddenly falls unconscious and you escape, he might think it was divine intervention." "Jump? You mean climb over the wall?" she asked. Having never climbed a wall before, the woman felt apprehensive. "No. I will carry you," Yang Xiaoping said, extending his arms to embrace her waist. The woman trembled slightly but did not resist, for some reason. She felt a delightful sensation coursing through her body. Could it be that I and Appo's developed feelings for this man simply because he saved me? She pondered, her heart racing with excitement. Lost in this new feeling, she suddenly found herself lifted off the ground, closing her eyes in fright. When she opened them again, she discovered she was standing outside the main gate. Yang Xiaoping released her, and she felt a sense of longing for his embrace. "Now that we are outside, if we encounter anyone, remain silent. I will handle it," he instructed. "All right, I will do as you say," she responded. Once they reached the outskirts of the village, they finally felt at ease. Yang Xiaoping remarked, "Having rescued you, I can and Appo's just leave you here. Where do you live?" I shall take you to the bus station in town. I live in the provincial capital. My name is Wang Sahan. What is yours? She replied. Thank you. Please give me your phone number. Once I return home, I will send you 100,000 yuan. I do not want your money. If you wish to contact your family, I can lend you my phone for a call. No, I would rather not. If I call now, they will surely worry. They likely do not know what has happened to me yet. I will inform them once I return home, Wang Sahan thought. Unaware that her family was already searching for her, Yang Xiaoping suggested, how about this? We can cross a mountain to reach the bus station in a lying town. Wang Sahan had hoped to catch a taxi directly home, but in this remote area, that was impossible. They would have to take a bus to the city or the suburbs first. All right, let us go, she agreed. As they climbed the mountain together, suddenly, she exclaimed, ouch. What happened? Yang Xiaoping asked. I twisted my ankle, Wang Sahan lamented. I and Appos, V never walked this way before, she added. Well, it seems I must carry you, he said. Squatting down in front of her, though slightly embarrassed, Wang Sahan climbed onto Yang Xiaoping's back, and he continued onward. Yang Xiaoping felt the softness against his back and recognized it as the woman's chest. In the past, he would have made some lewd comments. But since acquiring his energy abilities, he had become a better person. He supported Wang Sahan and Appos' lower back, and she felt a strange sensation as her thoughts wandered. After a while, she said, Yang, can you stop for a moment? I need to get down. All right, he replied, coming to a halt. After dismounting, she asked, Are you tired, big brother? Not at all. Why do you ask? He responded. I need to relieve myself, she admitted. Then go ahead. I want and Appos. T look. I and Appos. LL step away a bit, he suggested. It and Appos. A bit frightening up here in the mountains. I mean, I don't want to be alone. I prefer you to stay close while I do it, Wang Sahan confessed, feeling uneasy in the deep forest. All right, I and Appos. LL look at the sky while you go. Yang Xiaoping said, tilting his head upwards. As he gazed at the stars twinkling above, he couldn't help but sing a song by Zhang Jihua. Stars light the way. Stars light the way, illuminating my doorstep, guiding lost children back home. Once Wang Sahan was finished, she remarked, Big brother, your singing is truly beautiful. If you entered a talent show, you would surely win a prize. I haven't considered such things, he replied. At that moment, Wang Sahan suddenly embraced Yang Xiaoping and declared, I like you. Yang Xiaoping, taken aback by her confession, stood there in a daze. On the very first day of their acquaintance, this woman found herself drawn to him. Yet, he was a man, and men are prone to impulsiveness. In this remote wilderness, with just the two of them, who could resist temptation? Yang Xiaoping embraced her, and they remained locked in that embrace. In that moment, he could not help but lift the hem of the beautiful woman's garment. Suddenly, he heard footsteps approaching. How could there be footsteps here? During the day, it was normal for people to traverse this path, as it led to another town where folks would go to market. Climbing the mountain on this route. However, at night, it was certainly unusual for anyone to be walking here. There is someone coming, Yang Xiaoping remarked, hastily releasing Wang Sahan from his grasp. Wang Sahan, still lingering in the moment, noticed two figures advancing towards them. If they weren't smoking, one might have thought they were ghosts. After all, Wang Sahan had twisted her ankle. Yang Xiaoping supported her as they stepped aside, intending to wait for the two men to pass before deciding whether to get intimate with Wang Sahan. Under the moonlight, as the figures drew nearer, Yang Xiaoping discerned they appeared to be in their 40s. Just then, Wang Sahan pushed his hand away and exclaimed, Uncle Zhou, Uncle Zhao? The two men halted, saying, Miss, we finally found you. It turned out that Wang Sahan had gone to Huaihai for business but had been drugged by a woman and sold off. Unable to contact her, her family utilized connections to trace her to Yangjia village. The two men, Zhou San and Zhao Wei, were skilled fighters and protectors of the Wang family. Upon arriving in Luoyang, they realized that reaching Yangjia village required a mountain trek, and they hadn't expected to encounter the young lady here. Zhou San, seeing her with a man, assumed he was the one involved in her abduction. Kid, you must be tired of living to dare abduct a young lady from the Wang family, he declared, launching a punch. He thought someone like Yang Xiaoping would easily be knocked away. Yang Xiaoping recognized that he was being mistaken for a villain, but he had to defend himself. Therefore, he countered with a palm strike. Their hands met, and while Yang Xiaoping stood firm, Zhou San stumbled back several steps, barely regaining his footing. Damn, he is quite skilled, Zhou San exclaimed. At this point, Wang Sahan interjected, Uncle Zhou, he saved me. He is my benefactor. Why did you strike without understanding the situation? Zhao Wei, having witnessed Zhou San's defeat, halted his own attack, asking, "Miss, is this your benefactor?" "Indeed. He rescued me and took me to the bus station," Wang Sahan replied. "But my ankle is sprained. I can treat it for you, Mississippi. Please find a place to sit," Zhou San offered. Wang Sahan settled onto a stone. Extending her injured foot, Zhou San crouched down, saying, "Pardon my intrusion," then grasped her ankle with one hand and gave it a swift motion with the other, stating, "All done." At this moment, Yang Xiaoping realized, "Wait, I can heal too." My treatment wouldn't hurt at all. He had momentarily forgotten his own adeptness as a healer. And if he treated her, Ji Wuden and Appos, he need to be carried, meaning he would miss the chance to feel her warmth against his back. "Since your family has come for you, I won't escort you any further. I shall return home," Yang Xiaoping said. "All right, thank you," Wang Sahan replied. "Please give me your phone number so I can contact you once I'm home." Yang Xiaoping provided his number. And since Wang Sahan didn't have her phone on hand, she asked Zhou San to save it. He also noted that this number was linked to her WeChat. After exchanging pleasantries, the group headed south towards Luoyang town, while Yang Xiaoping naturally made his way north, back home. Upon returning home, it was already past 1 in the morning. After a shower, sleep eluded him. Thus, Yang Xiaoping sent a message to Li Xiaoxia, saying, "Sister-in-law, I miss you." Not long after, she responded, "I can't sleep either. Shall I come to your house?" Surprised that this beauty wished to visit him, Yang Xiaoping replied, "All right, I'll open the door for you." Rising, he reached the entrance and found Li Xiaoxia waiting at the door. After she entered, he locked it behind her. With the door secured, they moved to the bedroom. "You're quite bold to spend the night at my place," he remarked. "I feel more at ease in your home than my own," Li Xiaoxia replied. They entered the main room, and since the door was locked, they felt unrestrained. Closing the inner door, Yang Xiaoping swept Li Xiaoxia into his arms and onto the bed. Their desires ignited, they succumbed to passion. Once the fervor subsided, Yang Xiaoping held her close, whispering, "Sister-in-law, when we are alone, I wish to call you my wife." "All right, I'll call you my husband," Li Xiaoxia responded. "Husband? Why did you contact me so late?" Yang Xiaoping explained, "I just rescued a woman from Zhao Daba's family and returned." "Did you really manage to do that? Where did you take her?" she inquired. "Her family sent people to fetch her. They are wealthy, and the two who came are martial arts experts." Upon hearing this, Li Xiaoxia asked, "Will Zhao Daba suspect you?" "No, he hasn't seen me. He won't be able to find me," Yang Xiaoping assured. "That's good. Let and Amp, Appos, sleep then." With that, Li Xiaoxia cuddled into Yang Xiaoping's embrace, and they drifted off to sleep. In the midst of a peaceful slumber, a sudden crash jolted Yang Xiaoping awake as something landed heavily on him. Opening his eyes, he found Zhao Xiaolan standing before him. Li Xiaoxia also stirred, and both realized they were without clothing. "Yang Xiaoming, I never expected you to be this kind of person," Zhao Xiaolan exclaimed. Yang Xiaoping understood that given the circumstances, explanations would be futile. "Xiaolan, let me explain. I'm the one who seduced Xiaoping. It's my fault. Please don't blame him," Li Xiaoxia interjected. "You're both despicable," Zhao Xiaolan cried. As dawn broke, Zhao Daba woke to find the beautiful woman missing, assuming she had gone to his daughter's room. He knocked on the door. When Zhao Xiaolan opened it and found no one, he realized the woman had fled. Suspecting Yang Xiaoping, Zhao Xiaolan sought to confront him, given his claim of rescuing the woman. Arriving at Yang Xiaoping's home, she noticed the door was closed and called out, but received no response. Thus, she climbed over the wall to enter, as rural children, regardless of gender, found it easy to scale walls. Once inside, she saw the inner door was unlatched and entered. Upon discovering Yang Xiaoping and Li Xiaoxia entwined, she instantly collapsed. Yang Xiaoming said, "Xiaolan, since you have seen it, I shall say no more. You are aware that, given my circumstances, I may never gather the 50,000. Perhaps in this lifetime, it will remain out of reach. Thus, I will not wait for you any longer. Whether you hit me or scold me, I accept it all." "Are you implying that our engagement is over?" "Indeed, given the situation, what more is there to discuss? The matter of our childhood betrothal is effectively annulled." Zhao Xiaolan replied, "Let me ask you something. The bride my father bought, you were the one who let her escape. Wherein and Appos, to you?" "Not at all. It has nothing to do with me," Yang Xiaoming denied, knowing he would not confess at that moment. "Very well, from today onward, we are no longer connected. You may marry your widow, and I shall find someone to marry." With that, she turned to leave. "Wait a moment," Yang Xiaoming called out. "What else do you want?" "I was already leaving." Zhao Xiaolan turned back. "Please unlock the door with the key you still hold," he said, lifting the blanket. Upon doing so, both his and Li Xiaoxia and Amp, Appos' bodies were fully revealed. Disgusting. I Don and Amp. Appos, do you want your key? If I can climb over the wall to get in. I can certainly leave, she exclaimed, running away. Li Xiaoxia said, darling, this is so embarrassing. It's all my fault. What do you mean by that? I intended to clarify things with her and cancel the betrothal. I was struggling to find the words, but now I feel relieved, Yang Xiaoming responded. Li Xiaoxia, a kind-hearted woman, always felt a sense of guilt. Perhaps I should seek her forgiveness and promise never to associate with you again. Why overthink it? I want to break up with her and be with you, Yang Xiaoming declared as he embraced Li Xiaoxia, and their passion ignited once more. Afterward, Yang Xiaoming opened the front door, and Li Xiaoxia returned home. Previously, they had to be discreet, fearing others would discover their secret. Now that Zhao Xiaolan had caught them, it was likely the entire village would soon be aware. Li Xiaoxia went to prepare a meal, while Yang Xiaoming remained in the yard, suddenly realizing he had experienced a miracle and acquired martial skills. Yet, he knew he needed to practice regularly, so he began to shadow box, recalling the moves in his mind. After finishing, he felt invigorated. He noticed the ginseng on his windowsill and hurriedly brought it into his room. This ginseng was valuable. If Zhao Xiaolan could scale his courtyard wall, others might easily enter and steal it. Just as he placed the ginseng safely, he heard a commotion next door at Li Xiaoxia's home. He thought to himself, could someone be bullying her again? Since I have been intimate with her, she is now my responsibility. I must protect her. He secured the door to the main room and headed to Li Xiaoxia and Appos' house. Upon arrival, he saw Lu Haiyang, the notorious troublemaker from the east end of the village, accompanied by 2 thugs. Lu Haiyang, what do you want? Yang Xiaoming inquired. Xiaoming, this is none of your business. We are here to collect money from Li Xiaoxia, Lu Haiyang replied. I have no money for you. I refuse to believe my husband would owe you anything before his death, Li Xiaoxia asserted. It turned out that before her husband's tragic accident, he, like Yang Xiaoming, had a penchant for gambling and often borrowed money, sometimes in large sums. Li Xiaoxia was genuinely unaware of this. In gambling, there is a principle: debts incurred by the deceased are not the responsibility of their family. However, these thugs were not the type to understand reason. Often, even if you owed them nothing, they would extort you, and you might have to pay for peace. I have a promissory note with Ding Hua and Appos' fingerprint, Lu Haiyang boasted. Yang Xiaoming dismissed it. Your claim lacks credibility. Ding Hua has been dead and buried for over 6 months. How could you possibly verify his fingerprint now? At that moment, Li Xiaoxia took the note and, recognizing the handwriting, realized it was indeed Ding Hua's. Yang Xiaoming, noting her expression, understood it was a legitimate debt. Lu Haiyang pressed. No more words. Pay up. I have no money. If you have the guts, go demand it from Ding Hua himself. Dig him up if you must. Li Xiaoxia retorted. I know gambling debts are not protected by law. What gambling debts? This is my hard-earned money I lent him. Lu Haiyang insisted. He had set up a gambling den in his home, disguised as entertainment, while also engaging in usury. Ding Hua had borrowed a mere 1,000, which had snowballed into a 5,000 promissory note. I enjoy playing mahjong too. Your demands are unreasonable. Yang Xiaoming interjected. You think you can intimidate me? Lu Haiyang sneered, underestimating Yang Xiaoming, who was merely a small-time thug in his eyes. Lu Haiyang was feared in the village for his fighting prowess, as no one could match him. He was a large man, well-built, and had trained in martial arts, making him a formidable opponent. Yang Xiaoming challenged him. Why did you not demand payment while Ding Hua was alive? Now that he is gone, you bully a widow? That's none of your concern, Lu Haiyang retorted. Today, I make my position clear. I'm giving her 2 choices, either pay up or become my brother's wife. My foolish brother still has no wife. Yang Xiaoming warned, Lu Haiyang. Get out. Lu Haiyang was taken aback by Yang Xiaoming and Appos' boldness. You're asking for trouble, he shouted, throwing a punch. Stop. I promise to pay you back. Li Xiaoxia cried, fearing for Yang Xiaoming's safety against 3 opponents. Yang Xiaoming sidestepped the blow and retaliated with a kick that sent Lu Haiyang sprawling 3 meters away. The 2 thugs, who were merely enforcers in his gambling den, rushed to their boss's aid. However, Yang Xiaoming swiftly dealt with them, neutralizing both in mere moments. As the 3 lay on the ground, stunned, they were bewildered by Yang Xiaoming's unexpected strength. Even Li Xiaoxia stared in astonishment. Yang Xiaoming approached Lu Haiyang, who trembled in fear. Still on the ground, Yang Xiaoming crouched down and slapped him across the face. How dare you insult me? Do you believe I want to end you right now? Brother, I was wrong. I was wrong. Lu Haiyang pleaded. Before he could finish, Yang Xiaoming struck him again. How much did Ding Hua owe you while he was alive? 5,000. You have the promissory note. Lu Haiyang replied, before Yang Xiaoming could ask again. Lu Haiyang quickly corrected himself. 1,000. Just 1,000. Yang Xiaoming stood up. That's more reasonable. It's only 1,000. And I'll bring it to you in the next few days. Do not trouble my sister-in-law again. Lu Haiyang covered his face and exclaimed, I want tea come back. I want tea. I don't want the money anymore. And you lot should get lost. I will pay you what you are owed. Just vanish from my sight within half a minute, or I shall break your legs. As soon as Yang Xiaoping finished speaking, the three rascals scrambled to their feet and fled. Lu Haiyang didn't even dare to pick up the IOU that lay on the ground. Li Xiaoxia remarked, Xiaoping, thank you. When no one is around, why did I forget to call you husband? Yang Xiaoping bent down, retrieved the IOU, and handed it to Li Xiaoxia, saying, after all, it's a relic from your previous husband. You might want to keep it as a memento. Li Xiaoxia accepted it and promptly tore it apart, declaring, my heart belongs to you now. As Yang Xiaoping prepared to leave, Li Xiaoxia insisted that she had made breakfast and urged him to stay for a meal. While they dined in the main room, Li Xiaoxia said, husband, I actually have some money. After we finish eating, I can give you 10,000 to help repay your debts. She continued, your husband's accident hasn't revealed the identity of the reckless driver, has it? Indeed. But who doesn't have a bit of money to get by? I still have 30 or 40,000. Just let me know if you need any, she added. Yang Xiaoping thought to himself, this woman has more financial stability than I do. I've never saved more than 1,000, and I have nothing on me now. Yang Xiaoping replied, I don't need your money. I am a man, and you are my woman. I will use my own resources to help you solve your problems. After their meal, Yang Xiaoping prepared to leave. Li Xiaoxia wanted to withdraw money, but he stopped her, saying, I don't need it. I can sell some ginseng for a good price. Trust me. With that, Yang Xiaoping departed. Upon returning home, he took out the ginseng and packed it in a bag, intending to sell it in the town. Yangshu Town was a bustling place, home to a large pharmacy, known for its long-standing reputation. This pharmacy was said to be run by descendants of imperial doctors from the Qing dynasty, wealthy and well-established. They not only sold rare medicinal herbs but also purchased them. He pushed his electric bike out, locked the door, and set off with the ginseng. Upon reaching the town, Yang Xiaoping parked his bike in front of the pharmacy and entered. The pharmacy was spacious, but today only a man in his 40s was behind the counter. Yang Xiaoping inquired, do you buy century-old wild ginseng? The man and Apos' eyes lit up at this question, and he replied, yes, let me see. Hearing this, Yang Xiaoping eagerly opened his bag and presented the wild ginseng. The man took it, examined it, and said, young man, I need to check it under a magnifying glass because wild ginseng is quite valuable. Of course, take your time, Yang Xiaoping replied. The man then took the ginseng into the back. A short while later, he emerged with a different ginseng, one that was cultivated. I'm sorry, young man, but this is cultivated ginseng. If I buy it, I can only offer you $20. Yang Xiaoping realized that the man had switched his ginseng. Using his keen eyesight, he saw the wild ginseng tucked away in the right drawer of the back room. Is this how you conduct business? You swapped my wild ginseng for this, he demanded. Young man, are you trying to extort me? This is what you brought me. The man retorted, you're lying. If you don't return my ginseng, I swear I'll make you regret it. Yang Xiaoping was genuinely furious. His valuable ginseng had been deceitfully exchanged, and he felt an overwhelming urge to strike the man. You have no idea who you're dealing with. Do you dare to act recklessly in my establishment? I can have the police arrest you. The man threatened. He then stepped out from behind the counter and threw the cultivated ginseng at Yang Xiaoping. Infuriated, Yang Xiaoping approached him, ready to confront him. Just then, a woman's voice called out, stop. Startled, Yang Xiaoping turned to see a beautiful young woman in her 20s, wearing a green dress with white floral patterns. Standing behind him, the middle-aged man said, Miss, this guy brought in cultivated ginseng and insists it's wild. Yang Xiaoping countered, He's lying. He switched my ginseng. No. He's just here to extort me, the man insisted. Be quiet. Don't you know that the customer is king? The young woman shot the man a glare and then turned to Yang Xiaoping, saying, Handsome, I'm listening. Yang Xiaoping explained. I brought a century-old ginseng for him to examine. After he said he needed to check it under a magnifying glass, he came back and swapped it, hiding mine in the right drawer of the back room. The middle-aged man was taken aback. How did this young man know? He turned to return to the counter. But the woman ordered, stay put. If you move, it shows you're guilty. The man froze, sweat pouring down his face. The woman entered the back room, opened the right drawer, and her eyes widened when she saw the century-old wild ginseng. "Is this the one, handsome?" she asked. "Yes, that's it," he confirmed. She stepped out and handed the ginseng to Yang Xiaoping. The middle-aged man awkwardly protested. "Miss, I bought this morning." "Keep lying," she replied, pulling out her phone to show the pharmacy's surveillance footage, which was connected to her device. "This handsome man entered with the ginseng, didn't he?" The man lowered his head, rendered speechless. The woman continued, "I'll give you another chance. You claimed you bought one this morning. Show me the payment record." The man remained silent. The woman declared, "From now on, you're fired. I'll have someone audit the accounts this afternoon. If you've embezzled any money, I will see you imprisoned." The man pleaded, "Miss, I was wrong. I want to do it again. Please, spare me this once. Get lost. Disappear from my sight within a minute." The man, terrified by the woman's anger, hurriedly left. The woman then changed her demeanor, smiling at Yang Xiaoping. "Handsome, I apologize for what just happened." Yang Xiaoping replied, "It's all right. This isn't your fault. May I purchase your ginseng?" she asked. "That depends on your offer." He replied, "If not for the earlier incident, I would offer you 500,000, which is a fair price," she said. "However, since we were in the wrong, I'll give you 580,000 to express my apology. What do you think?" "That's acceptable, but I'm a straightforward person. I'll settle for 500,000. I don't need the extra 80,000, Yang Xiaoping stated. The woman found it refreshing to encounter someone so honest, willing to negotiate with himself. It appears that this young man is indeed a person of sentiment. The beautiful woman remarked, "Very well, I shall transfer the funds to you." Yang Xiaoping replied, "Please transfer 490,000 to me and provide 1,000 in cash." The lady promptly approached the counter, retrieved 1,000 in cash, and handed it to Yang Xiaoping, subsequently requesting his bank card number. She then proceeded to transfer 500,000 to him. Yang Xiaoping said, "Did I not specify that I only needed 500,000? Why is there an extra 1,000? She retorted, "I did mention that I would give you 580,000, so technically, you still owe me 70,000. With that, Yang Xiaoping found himself at a loss for words. Suddenly, the woman's expression shifted to one of distress as she clutched her abdomen and sank to the ground. Yang Xiaoping observed, "Your health seems to be quite fragile. Each time before your menstrual cycle, you endure excruciating pain. It has been 2 or 3 years, has it not?" Upon hearing Yang Xiaoping's words, the beautiful woman was momentarily stunned. She gazed at him and inquired, "Are you a divine physician?" Yang Xiaoping responded with a smile, "A divine physician, I am not, but treating your ailment is as easy as pie. Seeing that you and Oppos VE given me an extra 10,000, I can administer treatment." "Really?" the woman exclaimed. "That and amp, Oppos, that's wonderful. My ancestors were imperial physicians, and even my grandfather couldn't and amp, Oppos, cure me. If you can heal me, I and amp, Oppos, I'll be eternally grateful. Treatment is indeed possible." Yang Xiaoping began hesitantly. Noticing his reluctance, the woman stood up and stated, "I and amp, Oppos, am in unbearable pain right now. Are you going to ask for more money?" "You misunderstand." Yang Xiaoping clarified, "I wanted Oppos, asked for more money. However, my treatment involves Qigong massage, which requires pressing on your abdomen. When illness strikes, one shouldn't and amp, Oppos, be overly concerned with propriety. Don and amp, Oppos, hesitate," she urged. Conveniently, there was a sofa in the hall, and she promptly settled onto it. Yang Xiaoping approached and cautioned, "It would be rather awkward if someone were to walk in. Why are you being so prissy?" The woman retorted, her face contorted in pain. "I and amp, Oppos, am a woman, and I and Oppos am not afraid." "What are you afraid of?" "It and Oppos. That's not like I and Oppos. I'm asking you to take off your pants. Just hurry." Yang Xiaoping chuckled nervously and replied, All right. I and amp, Oppos, I'll get to it." With that, he sat down in front of the woman and placed his right hand on her abdomen. This was, in fact, the first time a man had touched her abdomen at such close range, and she couldn't help but shudder slightly. At that moment, Yang Xiaoping lowered his head and inadvertently caught a glimpse of the woman's dress neckline. The neckline was rather generous, revealing a considerable portion of her upper body. He swallowed hard, musing to himself, "Women are truly unique in their own ways. No wonder men are prone to infidelity. Each woman offers a different allure." By now, the woman's abdominal pain had subsided. She sensed a warm current flowing from Yang Xiaoping's hand into her body. Initially, her abdomen had been throbbing with pain, but then the pain had vanished, replaced by a mild tingling sensation in the affected area, akin to the gentle bite of ants. Soon, even that sensation disappeared. Subsequently, she felt a profound sense of comfort throughout her body, as if she were basking in the gentle caress of a spring breeze. She couldn't and Appos. T helped but moaned softly, a sound that startled Yang Xiaoping as it reminded him of the sounds Li Xiaoxia made during their intimate moments. Yang Xiaoping quickly withdrew his hand and announced, all right, all right. All done. The woman, still somewhat unsatisfied, opened her eyes and asked, so soon? Yang Xiaoping confirmed, yes, you're completely healed. Rest assured. The woman awkwardly expressed her gratitude. Thank you. Your touch was quite soothing. By the way, my name is Meng Jing. What's your name? Yang Xiaoping from Yangjia village. I know. Your village is located south of a primeval forest. Indeed. Well, if there and Appos, nothing else, I and Appos. LL be on my way, Yang Xiaoping said, rising to his feet. Meng Jing suggested, how about we add each other on WeChat? If you have any medicinal herbs, you can always contact me. I buy them. Yang Xiaoping nodded in agreement, all right. And so, they exchanged WeChat contacts, and Yang Xiaoping departed. Upon reaching the doorway, he paused. Seeing him stop, Meng Jing and Appos' heart fluttered with excitement, as she assumed he was about to confess his feelings. Although she felt it was happening rather quickly, she was nonetheless thrilled, as she had been immediately captivated by his handsome features. With a flushed complexion, Meng Jing inquired, Xiaoping, what is it you wish to say? I just wanted to remind you to put away the old ginseng on the counter. It's quite valuable, so don't misplace it. All right, I understand. Thank you, she replied. Watching Yang Xiaoping finally leave, she couldn't and Appos. T helped but feel a tinge of melancholy. As Yang Xiaoping rode off on his dilapidated electric scooter, he felt invigorated. He had repaid Lu Haiyang the 10,000 he owed Li Xiaoxia, and he still had 500,000 to his name. 500,000 was a substantial sum of money, enough to cover an entire bed if laid out. It was certainly enough for a bride price. Thinking of the bride price, Yang Xiaoping suddenly recalled that he had broken up with Zhao Xiaolan and no longer needed it. He could simply marry the young widow, saving himself the expense of the bride price. With the money, he could build a small house and even buy a car. Instead of heading home, he went directly to Lu Haiyang and Appos' residence. Lu Haiyang and Appos' house was located in the northeastern corner of the village, the first house upon entering the village. Arriving at his house, Yang Xiaoping found Lu Haiyang standing in the courtyard, flanked by two henchmen. These were the same two individuals who had been beaten up yesterday. The three men appeared apprehensive upon seeing Yang Xiaoping. One of them was even trembling, having never encountered anyone as formidable as him. He had only seen a blur before being knocked to the ground yesterday. Assuming that Yang Xiaoping had come to cause trouble, Lu Haiyang quickly stated, Brother, I already said that I Don and Appos, T want the money. I even threw away the IOU. I and Appos, VE only come to return the money, Yang Xiaoping clarified. I Don and Appos, T want it. I told you I don't want it, and I mean it. I just want to coexist peacefully with you. Are you sure you don't want it? Lu Haiyang hesitated for a moment before replying. No, I don't want it. Stop being so stubborn. You clearly want it, Yang Xiaoping countered, pulling out 10,000 yuan and stuffing it into Lu Haiyang's hands. A gentleman earns money in a proper way. What's yours is yours. Taking it won't affect our peaceful coexistence. Just remember not to bother Li Xiaoxia anymore. With that, Yang Xiaoping turned and left. As he mounted his electric scooter, he could still hear Lu Haiyang shouting from behind, No, I won and Appos, T. I promise I won and Appos, T. Brother, stay and have a drink. Ignoring him, Yang Xiaoping rode away. He realized that he had only managed to prevail because he was stronger than them. If it had been someone else, they might have been beaten up by those three thugs. As Yang Xiaoping rode past the village elementary school, he suddenly spotted one of his kinswomen running towards him in a panic, her face buried in her hands as she wept. Yang Xiaoping pulled up beside her and asked, Sister-in-law, what and Appos, wrong? The woman, named Zhang Feng, was around 25 or 26 years old. She worked as a substitute teacher in the village. It was Sunday, so he wondered why she was near the elementary school. She was the wife of Yang Xin, one of Yang Xiaoping's distant relatives who had gone to work in another city. She was home alone and childless. Upon seeing Yang Xiaoping, Zhang Feng felt relieved. Although he had once been an and Appos, well, he had always treated his relatives with respect. Despite the fact that Yang Xiaoping and the other villagers with the surname Yang were only distantly related, he had never harbored any improper thoughts towards his kinswomen. As a result, they held him in high regard. Zhang Feng explained, It's the principle, Yang Daod. He tried to take advantage of me. He's an old lecher. Upon hearing this, Yang Xiaoping flew into a rage. Yang Daod was also a distant relative. However, their relationship was even more tenuous. They merely shared the same surname. Yang Daod and Amp, Apos, S. grandfather had begged for food in Yangjia village and eventually settled there. In order to gain acceptance in the village, he had ingratiated himself with the Yang family, claiming to be one of them, even though there was no real connection. The Yang family, which consisted of dozens of households in the village, had eventually accepted Yang Daod's family, assisting them with weddings, funerals, and other important events. Yang Daod was currently the principal of the elementary school, and Zhang Feng was a substitute teacher. The man was lecherous, and, seeing that Zhang Feng's husband was away from home for extended periods, had decided to make her his target. Although he was nearly 50 years old, he knew that Zhang Feng would never be interested in him. Therefore, he had decided to use his position of authority to coerce her into a sexual relationship. He called Zhang Feng, informing her that he needed to discuss something in the principal and Apos' office today. In reality, he was the only one in the entire school. After Zhang Feng arrived at the office, despite sharing the surname Yang, they had no blood relation, but still acknowledged a generational hierarchy. Zhang Feng addressed him as uncle. Upon entering, she inquired, "Uncle, what is it that you need to discuss?" Yang Daod replied, "Zhang Feng, please take a seat on the sofa. I will explain everything to you slowly." After a moment of hesitation, Zhang Feng sat down on the sofa and asked, "Uncle, it is the weekend. What is so urgent?" At that moment, Yang Daod moved closer, also taking a seat on the sofa. Zhang Feng shifted slightly away, but he leaned in closer, placing his hand on her leg. Yang Daod was short, dark, and unattractive, with a foul odor of cheap cigarettes emanating from him, making Zhang Feng feel a wave of nausea. She hurried to get up and said, "Feng, I have feelings for you." As he leaned in closer, Zhang Feng forcefully pushed him away, exclaiming, "How can you behave like this, especially as an elder? We have no blood relation. What kind of elder are you? The substitute teacher for next year may not even be you. If you don and Apos, T want me, then I want and Apos, T do it." Saying this, Zhang Feng stood up, intending to leave. Yang Daod said, "Feng, why are you being so unreasonable? I can help you. Doesn't your situation depend on my word? If you come with me today, I will handle your matters." With that, he reached out to embrace Zhang Feng and pushed her back onto the sofa. Terrified, she shouted, "You shameless man. I will report you. Aren't and Apos, are you afraid your wife will divorce you? Go ahead, shout." He stood up, adjusting his belt. In that moment, Zhang Feng kicked him below the belt, striking him painfully. Yang Daod doubled over, clutching his abdomen, and Zhang Feng seized the opportunity to escape. Upon hearing this, Yang Xiaoping was immediately filled with righteous indignation. "This old man is bullying his own nephew's wife. I must confront him," he declared. Zhang Feng pleaded, "Xiaoping, let it go." He didn't succeed. Yang Xiaoping insisted, "If we let this slide, he will trouble you again in the future. Some people never change. He must learn to fear the consequences." With that, he rode his electric bike straight to the school entrance. Zhang Feng, fearing that Yang Xiaoping would escalate the situation, hurried after him. Yang Xiaoping arrived at the principal's office, parked his bike, and entered. At that moment, Yang Daod was still seated on the sofa, his face contorted in pain. Upon seeing Yang Xiaoping, he asked, "Xiaoping, what brings you here?" Before he could finish his sentence, Yang Xiaoping slapped him across the face. Yang Daod retorted, "I am your uncle. Don't you fear divine retribution?" Yang Xiaoping shot back, "If divine retribution existed, you would have died 100 times. After saying this, he slapped him again. Yang Daod's face immediately swelled, and he spat out blood, losing a tooth in the process. In a fit of rage, he reached for the ashtray on the coffee table. Yang Xiaoping warned, "Go ahead and try to hit me. I dare you. Even if you don't, I will report you to the education department for your misconduct with female teachers, and you will be dismissed." Realizing this was a means to vent Zhang Feng's anger, Yang Daod lost his temper and said, "Dear nephew, I acted impulsively. Look, she is unharmed while I'm the one injured. Please don and amp, Apos, TB rash." Yang Xiaoping kicked Yang Daod's leg again, just as Zhang Feng entered. Yang Daod pleaded, "Feng, talk to Xiaoping and convince him to stop hitting me. I promise I will never do this again." Yang Xiaoping replied, "I won't hit you if you agree to 2 conditions." "What are the conditions?" Yang Daod asked. "First, you must write a letter of guarantee stating you will never bully Sister Feng again. Second, as long as you are principal, Sister Feng must be allowed to teach at the school, unless she chooses not to." Though these conditions were not unreasonable, Yang Dao feared that signing the guarantee would give them leverage over him. Nephew, I agree to both conditions, but please don't make me write it down. If Yang Xian sees it, he will cause me trouble. Now you're scared. If you don't write it, I will go to the education department tomorrow. Yang Xiaoping warned. Fine, I'll write it, but please don't let her husband find out. I'll keep it safe. No one will know, Yang Xiaoping assured him. Yang Dao stood up and approached the desk, sitting down in the chair. His gait was awkward, as he was still in pain from the earlier encounter. He wrote the guarantee and signed his name. Now, put your fingerprint on it, Yang Xiaoping insisted. Reluctantly, Yang Dao complied. Yang Xiaoping took the guarantee and said, Sister, let us go. I'll give you a ride home. Outside, Zhang Feng indeed sat in the back of Yang Xiaoping and Amp, Oppo's, vehicle. Zhang Feng's home was not far from Yang Xiaoping's, and they soon arrived at her doorstep. After she alighted from the vehicle, she invited Xiaoping. Why not come in for a bit? Yang Xiaoping declined, saying, No, sister. I have something to discuss with you. How about I return the bike first and then come back? All right, I'll wait for you, she replied. Yang Xiaoping rode home without getting off the bike. Parking it in the yard, washing his face, and then heading to Zhang Feng and Oppo's house. Uncertain of her intentions, he assumed she might wish to thank him for his help with lunch. When he arrived at her home, Zhang Feng had just finished washing her face and promptly locked the door behind him. Sister, why do you lock the door during the day? He asked. The neighbor and Oppo's dog likes to run into my house. It's filthy, and I'm afraid it will come in, she explained. Come to the living room, Zhang Feng invited. Yang Xiaoping nodded and joined her in the living room, taking a seat on the sofa. I need to tell you something. Please don't mention today's events to my husband, she urged. Sister, you can trust me. Even if you didn't ask, I wouldn't say a word. That's good to hear. Actually, there is something I've been meaning to ask you, but didn't know how. Yang Xiaoping thought to himself. It must be something personal. There is no one else here. Feel free to ask, he encouraged. Zhang Feng hesitated, her cheeks slightly flushed, and said softly. I know you have medical knowledge. I hope you won't laugh at me for asking. Yang Xiaoping realized it was a sensitive topic, so he replied. Is it a gynecological issue? She shook her head. No, it's just that one of my breasts is larger than the other. Can you help me make them the same size? Yang Xiaoping wanted to laugh, but held back. A voice in his head suggested that his abilities could enhance her figure. Yes, I can help. However, it may be inconvenient since I'm male and you're female, he explained. What do you mean by inconvenient? Zhang Feng suddenly realized, saying, Are you suggesting we would have to? Upon hearing this, Yang Xiaoping nearly succumbed to despair. He exclaimed, Sister-in-law, where are your thoughts wandering? It was merely my overthinking, there and Amp, Oppo's. Nothing inconvenient about it. What I mean is, it requires a massage to achieve the desired effect. Then let us proceed with the massage. You're not a bad person. I trust you, she replied. Yet, Yang Xiaoping thought to himself, You trust me, but I have my reservations. What if you develop feelings for me during the massage? Sister-in-law, you needn't Oppo's, overthink it. No one can see what's inside, he reassured her, while internally reflecting. With such a disparity in our appearances, if you were to enhance your looks, that could pose an even greater risk. My husband constantly mocks me. The reason he hasn't returned home in years is probably because he has found someone else, she lamented. You are so beautiful. My brother Yang Xian is merely out there earning a living. You're overthinking things. In Yang Xiaoping's eyes, Zhang Feng was indeed quite attractive, certainly above average. If you possess such abilities, why not resolve this for me? I could even pay you, she suggested. Yang Xiaoping chuckled. Sister-in-law, we are family. Let us not bring money into this. Discussing money could harm our relationship. Are you truly not bothered by my offer to massage you? I'm a woman. What is there to be concerned about? She replied, secretly thinking, I care about that old man Yang Dao, but for you, a handsome young man, I have no reservations. If you were the principal and sought to engage in unspoken rules, perhaps I wouldn't even protest. Very well, then lie down on the bed, and I shall massage you, he instructed. Slightly bashful, Zhang Feng nodded and entered the bedroom, with Yang Xiaoping following suit. She removed her top and laid down on the bed, leaving him momentarily stunned, swallowing hard. Let us begin, she urged. All right, we shall commence now, he responded. Just then, a loud knock echoed from outside, rapping upon the heavy iron door. A woman's voice called out, Feng, open the door. Zhang Feng was startled, exclaiming, Oh no. It's my mother-in-law. Yang Xiaoping panicked. We're doomed. There is no way to explain this. Even though nothing is happening, your mother-in-law will suspect something is between us. Why is the door locked in broad daylight? He realized that if her mother-in-law discovered them, he would be unable to clear his name, and given his previous reputation, even a fool would suspect foul play. Zhang Feng was frightened, fearing her mother-in-law's suspicions. She hurriedly dressed, instructing, "You must hide in the wardrobe. Do not come out." "Understood," he replied, quickly concealing himself within the wardrobe. The rural wardrobe was made of solid wood, allowing for ample concealment. Once inside, he shut the wardrobe door while Zhang Feng went to answer the knock. "Mother, what brings you here?" she asked upon opening the door. Her mother, Li Lianying, replied, "Why is the door locked during the day? With no classes on Sunday, I intended to enjoy a good sleep but feared the neighbor's dog might wander in." "It's not locked, it's merely latched," Zhang Feng explained. "It's south good to close the door. With Yang Xian away, who knows what the men in the village might think, especially our cousin Xiaoping, who is rumored to enjoy peeping at widows while they bathe. You must be cautious. I'm not a widow, and besides, we are family. What is there to fear?" she retorted. Though they shared the same surname, they were not blood relatives. "Just be careful not to speak foolishly outside. He is our adopted son, brought into the Yang family by my husband. Just keep that in mind." Upon hearing this, Zhang Feng felt a surge of relief. So there is no blood relation. If I were to engage with him, it wouldn't matter. "Mother, didn't you say Xiaoping enjoys watching widows bathe? You should be cautious as well," she teased. After all, Zhang Feng's mother-in-law was indeed a widow. Having mourned for over a decade, now living alone in the old courtyard a few hundred meters away. Li Lianying laughed. "You silly child. I'm of an age where you wouldn't even glance at me." As she walked into the yard, Zhang Feng noticed the basket Li Lianying carried, filled with cucumbers and eggplants. "Mother, the vegetables you brought the other day remain uneaten. Why have you brought more?" "I can't finish them alone. The garden is producing abundantly," she replied as they entered the living room. Yang Xiaoping overheard their conversation. Though he hadn't clearly understood everything until now, he grasped that he was not truly a member of the Yang family, but rather an adopted son of Yang Daming. Wishing to expedite her mother-in-law and Appo's departure, Zhang Feng promptly emptied the basket and handed it back to Li Lianying. "You should rest. I'll see you off," she said as she walked her mother-in-law to the door. After ensuring her mother-in-law had truly departed, she locked the door and returned to the bedroom, saying, "Xiaoping, let us continue." "I lack the inclination now," he replied. "Your mother has left, and surely she won't return." "What if she does?" he questioned. "She won't. Let us begin," she urged again, removing her top. "No, you must tell me something first. You mentioned your mother-in-law talked about me. What exactly did she say?" With that, Yang Xiaoping turned away, finding himself in an awkward position as Zhang Feng was now without her top. "I said you must be strong. My mother-in-law mentioned you are Uncle Daming's adopted son and not a blood relative." Although Yang Xiaoping had anticipated this revelation, hearing it from Zhang Feng still startled him. "Now that you've told me, can we proceed?" he asked. "I'm no longer in the mood. Perhaps another time," he said, attempting to leave. However, Zhang Feng unexpectedly embraced him, declaring, "Xiaoping, I like you. I've wanted to tell you for a long time. But I feared you wouldn't reciprocate since we are family. Now that I know you have no relation to my husband, I must confess my feelings." Yang Xiaoping was taken aback by this sudden admission. It felt too sudden for his sister-in-law to express such sentiments. Treating her was already awkward. This confession added another layer of complexity. If she were an outsider, he might have entertained the thought, but she too shared the surname Yang. Understanding the complexities of desire, he gently pushed her away, saying, "Sister-in-law, I must leave." He hastily exited, flinging open the door and dropping the lock to the ground as he fled, not even pausing to secure the door. Zhang Feng considered pursuing him but hesitated, feeling embarrassed without her top. She donned her clothing and stepped into the outer room, gazing at the cucumbers and eggplants her mother-in-law had brought, lost in thought. Meanwhile, Yang Xiaoping returned home, his heart racing. What was happening? Previously, it had been challenging to catch a glimpse of a widow bathing. Now, it seemed that both Li Xiaoxia and the widow Zhang Feng had developed feelings for him. Even the village head and Appo's wife, whom he had just seen off, seemed to harbor affections for him. Was he experiencing a stroke of good fortune? As these thoughts swirled in his mind, he suddenly pondered his true status within the Yang family. Was he truly adopted, or did he belong to the old Yang lineage? Regardless, it matters not. After all, I am now of age, and my parents have passed away, whether by blood or not. I am indeed a member of the Yang family. Yang Xiaoping approached the door and spotted Li Xiaoxia waiting outside. He said, "Sister-in-law, I have settled Ding Hua's debt. How can I allow you to use your own money for that?" I will transfer it to you, she replied. No, if you continue this way, I will be quite upset. In his heart, Yang Xiaoping thought, you share my bed. What is wrong with me helping you pay off your debts? You are my woman. Besides, it was my first time with you. No amount of money spent is too much. Li Xiaoxia then suggested, I have prepared dinner. Why not come over and eat? Sure, I am quite hungry, he replied. Thus, he went to Li Xiaoxia and Apos' home for dinner. After a satisfying meal, Yang Xiaoping returned home to rest. Lying beneath the electric fan, he suddenly contemplated that many villagers had installed air conditioning. How delightful it would be to have one himself. Consequently, he resolved to purchase an air conditioner in town the following day. With nothing pressing to occupy his time, he transferred all his funds from his bank card to Alipay. A total of 500,000, where it could accrue some interest. After a refreshing nap, he awoke to find it was already 3 o'clock in the afternoon. Unable to sleep any longer, he mused. I sold the ginseng for 510,000. Perhaps there are other precious herbs atop the mountain. Since I have no particular obligations, I might as well explore the mountain. With this thought, Yang Xiaoping grabbed a snakeskin bag and a small hoe and set off. His home was situated adjacent to a vegetable plot, and a narrow path led to the mountain beside Li Xiaoxia and Apos' house. This mountain was known as Jinshan, likely named for its proximity to home. Upon reaching the mountain, he discovered another peak behind it, called Fengshan, which boasted a stretch of pristine forest on its western side. This untouched wilderness was encircled by a river, and no one dared to venture within, as the elders spoke of it being haunted. Those who entered reportedly never returned. And tales of wild beasts that preyed upon humans circulated as well. Yang Xiaoping reasoned that Jiashan probably held no treasures, given its frequent visitation by shepherds. Thus, he proceeded directly to Foshan. After wandering there for a considerable time and only managing to dig up a few Chinese knotweeds, he realized he had yet to encounter anything of value. Noticing that the day was still young, an idea struck him, to venture into the forbidden forest. With no one to deter him and no bridge in sight, he approached the river, which spanned about 3 meters. To him, this posed no challenge. He leaped across the river effortlessly. Upon entering the wilderness, Yang Xiaoping observed the dense undergrowth. If there were indeed wild herbs here, they likely dated back centuries, perhaps even millennia. Suddenly, a wild rabbit bounded into view. Yang Xiaoping knew that other hills occasionally yielded rabbits, so he surmised that this area would be no different. He sprang forward, outpacing the rabbit, and with a swift kick, rendered it unconscious. He picked up the rabbit, found a vine, and secured it for transport. As he continued forward, he noted the presence of some medicinal herbs, though none were particularly rare. However, he did spot a patch of mint by the riverside, albeit of little monetary value. Ahead, he discovered a grove of Chinese tun trees, which during summer were typically scarce elsewhere. Yet here, the trees were brimming with fresh shoots, which generally appeared around March or April. After May, they were no longer edible. However, in June, the presence of wild Chinese tun shoots was peculiar. During this season, the market's offerings would be rare and likely overpriced, not to mention the greenhouse varieties paled in comparison. Yang Xiaoping recognized that while he might not find medicinal herbs, the Chinese tun shoots were still worthwhile. Even at 80 yuan per pound, they were a decent find. With this in mind, he discarded the rabbit and commenced harvesting the shoots. After a considerable effort, he gathered at least 20 pounds. As dusk approached, he decided it was time to return. Given the wilderness around him, he carried the rabbit and slung the snakeskin bag over his shoulder, hurrying home. Once there, he retrieved an old scale he had not used in ages, and upon weighing the shoots, found they totaled 26 pounds. He set aside 1 pound and took the rabbit to Li Xiaoxia and Apos' home. Upon arrival, he found her preparing dinner. Darling, I brought you some Chinese tun shoots for your scrambled eggs, he announced. Li Xiaoxia was astonished. How on earth did you find Chinese tun shoots now? Never mind that. You just cook, and I'll handle the rabbit, she replied. You are truly remarkable, not only bringing the shoots, but also a rabbit. Yang Xiaoping explained that he had just returned from the mountain. The two busied themselves in the kitchen. Once the meal was prepared, Yang Xiaoping ventured out to buy a case of beer. Upon his return, the dishes were ready, and they enjoyed a delightful dinner, accompanied by drinks. After a satisfying feast, Yang Xiaoping declared, My dear, tomorrow I will purchase an air conditioner and install one for you as well. I don't want one, I am used to the fan. And air conditioning gives me colds. Once installed, you should come over to sleep with me, she retorted. I want tea. I believe it's best we part ways so you can find a proper wife, Li Xiaoxia stated. I want no one but you, Yang Xiaoping replied with a smile. "You scoundrel! If you continue like this, your life will be ruined. From this day forth, I shall remain your neighbor and refrain from sharing your bed." "Will that not sadden you?" he inquired. "Go back to your own house," she insisted. Yang Xiaoping stood up, saying, "I shall take a shower, and later tonight I will come back. Be sure to lock the door tightly, for I will climb the wall." Without waiting for Li Xiaoxia's response, he exited. Once at home, he extracted the Chinese tune shoots from the snakeskin bag, intending to air them out overnight for tomorrow and Oppo's market. However, upon inspection, he found they had wilted due to the heat and confinement. Anyone seeing them would likely refuse to accept them, even if offered for free. Suddenly, a thought struck him. His spiritual energy could heal ailments. Perhaps it could also revive the shoots. With this realization, he directed his energy towards the Chinese tune. To his delight, the shoots regained their vitality, appearing as if they were still on the tree, imbued with life. Yang Xiaoping was overjoyed, knowing that they would remain fresh for at least 2 to 3 days. He arranged them neatly on the table in the main room to dry and planned to pack them up before leaving the next day. Afterward, he took a shower, applied some floral cologne, and even spritzed a bit on himself. He then lay down to rest, keeping an eye on the time. He intended to leap over at 10 o'clock. He mused to himself that marrying Li Xiaoxia would not be a bad idea. They could rebuild their homes into a villa with a spacious courtyard. At 10 o'clock, Yang Xiaoping made the jump to the neighboring yard, only to find Li Xiaoxia's door securely locked. However, the door to the main room was left ajar for him. He entered, closing the door behind him. Li Xiaoxia was already in bed, covered with a sheet, wearing nothing beneath, eagerly awaiting Yang Xiaoping. He lifted the sheet and leaped onto the bed, saying, "Darling, you have been thinking the same." Two individuals became entwined. The following morning, upon awakening, Yang Xiaoping discovered that Li Xiaoxia had already prepared breakfast. After partaking in the meal, Yang Xiaoping returned home, carefully gathered the tune shoots, and placed them on the scooter and Oppo's footrest before embarking on a journey to the town. Although their village was accessible by automobile, a single bus operated only once daily, departing at 6 in the morning. Consequently, most residents opted to travel by scooter, parking their vehicles at a designated shelter near the station before boarding a bus to the city. Yang Xiaoping secured his scooter, grasped his woven bag, and boarded the bus. After approximately an hour, the bus arrived at the city's bus station. Yang Xiaoping disembarked and contemplated where to sell his wares. He surmised that selling at the vegetable market would be too protracted, potentially lasting until nightfall. Nearby stood the prestigious Huaihai Grand Hotel, and slightly further afield, the renowned Jiuzhou Grand Hotel. He resolved to first investigate the Huaihai Grand Hotel. Upon arriving at the Huaihai Grand Hotel and Oppo's entrance, a security guard noticed Yang Xiaoping carrying a bag and inquired about his purpose. Yang Xiaoping responded by asking if the hotel purchased tune shoots. The security guard scrutinized Yang Xiaoping and exclaimed, "Is that you, Xiaoping?" Yang Xiaoping then recognized the guard, realizing it was Xiaoli, a classmate from his freshman year of university. Xiaoli remarked that tune shoots were a delicacy, fetching a high price per pound, but noted that the hotel likely had established suppliers. He suggested they dine together at noon and offered to introduce Yang Xiaoping to his cousin, the hotel's purchasing manager. Yang Xiaoping, elated at the prospect, readily agreed. Xiaoli instructed Yang Xiaoping to wait for them at the shopping mall across the street, where there was air conditioning. After Xiaoli arranged for a replacement, he would bring his cousin to meet him. Yang Xiaoping thanked him and proceeded to the mall with his woven bag. Inside the mall, he purchased an iced cola and waited. Soon, he spotted Xiaoli approaching with a man in his 30s. Xiaoli introduced his cousin, Wang Bin, to Yang Xiaoping, who greeted him respectfully. They settled into a restaurant, where Wang Bin promptly ordered several elaborate dishes and a bottle of premium Matai liquor. When the waiter informed them that Matai was temporarily unavailable, Wang Bin settled for a bottle of Wuliangye and several chilled beers. He also requested a carton of expensive cigarettes. Wang Bin offered Yang Xiaoping a cigarette, but Yang Xiaoping declined, sensing that his former classmate and his cousin were attempting to exploit him. Seeing Yang Xiaoping and Oppo's refusal, Xiaoli offered him wine, but Yang Xiaoping declined that as well, stating that he would neither drink nor eat. He then stood up, prompting Xiaoli to rise as well, noticing the woven bag. Xiaoli questioned whether Yang Xiaoping was planning to leave. Yang Xiaoping confirmed his intention, stating he was not hungry. Xiaoli insisted that if he left, he would have to pay the bill. Yang Xiaoping retorted that he had never offered to treat them. Xiaoli then suggested splitting the bill 3 ways. Yang Xiaoping, aware that the liquor and cigarettes alone amounted to a considerable sum, recognized the attempt to deceive him. He inquired with the waiter about who had placed the order for the dishes, liquor, and cigarettes. The waiter confirmed that Wang Bin had ordered everything. Yang Xiaoping then pointed out that since he had neither consumed anything nor partaken in the meal, he should not be obligated to pay. The waiter agreed. Yang Xiaoping then turned to Xiaoli, stating that the restaurant would not charge him and that he was leaving to sell his produce. Xiaoli scoffed, suggesting that Yang Xiaoping would not be able to sell his produce even by the following year. Yang Xiaoping retorted that it was none of his concern and admonished Xiaoli for reverting to his deceitful ways. After Yang Xiaoping departed, Xiaoli lamented that their scheme had backfired. Yang Xiaoping, undeterred, returned to the Huaihai Grand Hotel to verify whether Wang Bin was indeed the purchasing manager. He approached a security guard and inquired about the hotel's owner. The security guard asked if Yang Xiaoping knew the owner. When Yang Xiaoping affirmed that he did, the security guard pointed out a man with a pompadour hairstyle carrying a handbag, identifying him as Mr. Wang, the owner. Yang Xiaoping hastily called out to Mr. Wang, who stopped and asked if the young man was addressing him. Yang Xiaoping replied that he had something to tell him. Mr. Wang, unimpressed by Yang Xiaoping and Apos' appearance in the woven bag, granted him only a minute to speak. Yang Xiaoping took a step closer and stated that Mr. Wang had been experiencing difficulties in his marital life for 2.5 years. Mr. Wang, astonished, exclaimed that Yang Xiaoping was a divine physician and invited him into his car. Yang Xiaoping readily accepted and entered Mr. Wang and Apos' Mercedes-Benz G-Class. Mr. Wang inquired about Yang Xiaoping and Apos' profession. Yang Xiaoping revealed that he was selling wild tune shoots and presented a sample to Mr. Wang. Boss Wang glanced around and sniffed the air before exclaiming, "This is splendid. I have never encountered such quality before. I shall offer you 120 yuan per jean. Let me have someone attend to you shortly, but first, let us discuss your ailment. As for your condition, rest assured, if I can discern it, I am capable of curing it. However, I currently do not have my medicine with me." "Very well. When shall you return?" "When do you require more of the tender greens?" "Tomorrow. Please bring both the medicine and the tender greens," Boss Wang replied. "I have been struggling with this ailment for 2 years with no improvement. Are you certain you can remedy it?" Yang Xiaoping responded with a smile. "I would stake my life on it." "That is reassuring. If you cure my illness, I shall reward you with 100,000. Boss Wang added, "Money is secondary. I have one inquiry for you." "Certainly, please proceed," Yang Xiaoping replied. "Is there a purchasing manager here named Wang Bin?" "There is such a person. But he is not the purchasing manager, merely a salesman." "Did you seek him out?" "He lacks the authority to make decisions," Boss Wang informed him. "Indeed, I sought him out. I was introduced by the security guard Xiaoli, who suggested I invite him to dinner. When we arrived at the restaurant, they ordered lavish dishes, Mao Tai, and a pack of Su Yin." Yang Xiaoping then recounted the events briefly. "You were quite astute. You managed to evade them. They were merely attempting to deceive you. Even if you had spent money, they had no right to take your produce. However, their actions have tarnished the hotel's reputation, and I intend to dismiss them." Upon hearing this, Yang Xiaoping felt a surge of satisfaction. "Excellent. What about my tender greens?" "Rest assured, a minimum of 120 yuan per jean. Your tender greens are exceptional. I wish to photograph them for my social media," he declared as he retrieved them from the vehicle and snapped a few pictures, posting them with a caption extolling the exquisite quality of the greens in this season. "Boss Wang, no matter how you store these tender greens, they will remain fresh for at least 3 days." "Splendid. Please wait a moment while I call Manager Zhang," he said, dialing the number. After the call, he announced, "Someone will attend to you shortly." He then requested Yang Xiaoping's WeChat details, and they added each other. Shortly thereafter, a charming woman emerged. "Manager Zhang, please accept all of this tender green. At least 1 jean for 120 yuan, Boss Wang instructed. "Understood, Boss Wang," Zhang replied. "I must return to my duties. You two can negotiate," he added as he departed, reminding Yang Xiaoping to return tomorrow with the medicine, to which he readily agreed. It was then that Yang Xiaoping noticed Manager Zhang. "Zhang Li, is that you?" he inquired. Zhang Li, equally surprised, responded, "Xiaoping. What a coincidence. I just saw Xiaoli, and now I encounter you. You met Xiaoli? He didn't cause you any trouble, did he?" Zhang Li asked, aware of Xiaoli's mischievous nature. Yang Xiaoping chuckled. "Could he not? Let me recount what transpired." After hearing his tale, Zhang Li remarked, "That is typical of him. Let us converse in my office." Yang Xiaoping followed her inside, feeling an indescribable sensation within. Zhang Li had been his first romantic interest during their freshman year. Back then, Relationships were not as fervent as they are now. They were limited to timid affections. Their classmates were aware of their budding romance, and Xiaoli, envious of Zhongli and Amp, Appo's beauty, often tried to disrupt their interactions. Even though Yang Xiaoping would humor Xiaoli by switching seats for a study session, Zhongli paid him no mind, prompting Xiaoli to revert the arrangement. Despite Xiaoli's mischief, he was determined to win over the campus beauty, leading him to take a job as a security guard upon learning Zhongli was employed there. However, she remained indifferent to him. When they reached Zhongli and Appo's desk, she exclaimed, "You rascal. After that summer break in our freshman year, you never contacted me. I missed you." She then embraced Yang Xiaoping, who startledly pushed her away, saying, "Aren't and Appo's, are you concerned about being seen?" "Not at all. Do you know how much I adored you during school? I remained still when you touched my leg. And even when you caressed my chest during study sessions. Yet you ceased reaching out to me? I never slept with you. I hope you do not hold me accountable." She teased. "Did you truly have the audacity back then?" Zhongli continued. "Had we been intimate, I would have agreed to it then. And I suspect I would have visited your home to cultivate the land together." Yang Xiaoping admitted, "I sensed your genuine affection, but I had grown disillusioned with my studies. I returned home to become a farmer, feeling unworthy of you, so I refrained from contacting you. I never anticipated encountering you here." Yang Xiaoping had not intended to reach out to Zhongli, yet he had dreamed of her on occasion. Upon waking, he thought she might have married and likely no longer harbored feelings for him. Just then, Zhongli embraced him again, saying, "Xiaoping, we can now fulfill what we left unfinished in college." Yang Xiaoping was momentarily dumbfounded. The women in this city were quite audacious. Truth be told, he himself would not have acted so boldly. After years apart, to reunite and act so brazenly, it was bewildering. He suspected she had not remained untouched. Yang Xiaoping, possessing a certain perceptiveness, could sense it. Thus, he gently pushed Zhongli away and, using his intuition, confirmed that she still held a certain allure. "My dear, let us first settle the matter of my tender greens," he suggested. "Boss Wang mentioned a minimum of 120 yuan per jean, correct?" Zhongli queried. "Indeed. 120 yuan per jean. I shall offer you 130. How does that sound? Let it be 120. What if your boss accuses you of favoritism?" At that moment, Zhongli and Appo's phone rang. It was Boss Wang. After answering, she said, "Boss Wang, is there something you need? Has the young man selling tender greens left yet?" "He has not departed. What is the matter?" Boss Wang inquired from the other end. "I recently posted photographs online, and 2 friends who own large restaurants expressed interest in purchasing more. The price is not an issue." "Understood. Thank you." Zhongli responded. "Also, please remind him to continue delivering tomorrow, and do not forget my medicine." After concluding the call, Zhongli relayed, "Xiaoping, Boss Wang said you may continue delivering tomorrow. And also remember to bring his medicine." "Certainly, you can count on me. I will return tomorrow. Let it be 130 per jean." "The boss has no objections. Bring a larger quantity if you can," she added. "How much do you have?" 25 jeans. If you doubt me, you may weigh them yourself. I trust you completely." She then grabbed a calculator, which displayed a total of 3,250. "I will add you on WeChat. I will transfer the payment." Yang Xiaoping accepted Zhang Li's WeChat request, and she promptly sent in the funds. After securing the money, Yang Xiaoping remarked, "Beautiful lady, please do not discard this snake-skin bag. I shall return for it tomorrow." "My family certainly does not possess such an abundance of snake-skin bags." Zhongli replied, "Look at your stingy demeanor. You've sold goods worth thousands, yet you still fret over this tattered bag." With that, she pulled Yang Xiaoping into her embrace. He did not resist. After all, a brief hug would not cost him much. As they held each other, Zhang Li and Amp, Appo's hand slipped into Yang Xiaoping and Amp, Appo's embrace. Startled, he pushed her away and said, "Are you feeling nostalgic for our university days, where I touched you, and now you wish to reciprocate?" "Indeed. Otherwise I would be at a loss," Zhongli responded. "I must take my leave. I am but a humble farmer, while you have ascended to the status of a manager. We are no longer on the same path." With that, Yang Xiaoping dashed out the door. Zhongli called after him, "You scoundrel, wait for me. I will accompany you." Following this, she hurried after him. Upon reaching the ground floor, they encountered Wang Bin and Xiaoli, who returned with somber expressions, having received notification from the HR department regarding their termination. Spotting Yang Xiaoping, the two approached him. Xiaoli said, "Old classmate, I recognize my errors. I have learned that you are friends with Manager Wang. Please intercede on my behalf and help prevent my dismissal. Wang Bin then produced the remaining 8 packs of cigarettes, stating, Brother, I was blind to the truth. I offer you these cigarettes as a token of my respect. Please also speak favorably of me. Yang Xiaoping replied, Are you no longer inclined to tease me? We dare not. Xiaoli exclaimed. Yang Xiaoping chuckled and said, I have no time to play with you. You should ask Zhongli. At that moment, Zhongli happened to come downstairs. The two fellows hurriedly approached Zhongli, allowing Yang Xiaoping to slip away. Deep down, he understood that General Wang had a favor to seek from him and would undoubtedly show no mercy to his subordinates. Having left the scene, Yang Xiaoping made his way back to Yashu town. Once there, he hopped onto his electric bike and rode to the town's large pharmacy. Today, Meng Jing happened to be present. Upon seeing Yang Xiaoping, she quickly rose from the sofa, exclaiming, Xiaoping, you're here? Yang Xiaoping replied, Yes, beautiful lady. I need to purchase some medicinal herbs. Sure, what do you need? She inquired. Rotsong Rong, 2 CZ, goji berries, deer antler. Why do you need these? These are all min and amp, oppos, as tonics. At your age, is that area not functioning well? Meng Jing teased. Suspecting that he intended to use them for himself, Yang Xiaoping, with a smile, responded, Do I look like I'm incapable? Why don't you give it a try? Hearing this, Meng Jing laughed and stepped closer to him, saying, All right, let us see what you can do. She then playfully pulled Yang Xiaoping toward the sofa. This unexpected turn startled Yang Xiaoping, who quickly wriggled free, exclaiming, Are you serious? If I'm not, how will I know whether you're capable or not? I'm not a pig or a dog that you can just toy with any time. I and amp, oppos. I'm just joking. Look how scared you are. Meng Jing laughed. I have everything you need. How much of each do you want? 50 grams of each will suffice, Yang Xiaoping replied. Meng Jing weighed and packaged the herbs, placing them into a plastic bag. How much do I owe you? He asked. Nothing. These herbs are not worth much, she insisted. But I must pay you, otherwise I'll feel embarrassed to ask for more herbs in the future. Despite his insistence, Meng Jing refused to accept any payment, leaving Yang Xiaoping with no choice but to promise to help her gather some herbs later. After acquiring the herbs, he didn't linger, eager to return home and collect the tender shoots of the Chinese tune, as he needed them for his trip to the city tomorrow. Riding back on his electric bike, he quickly arrived home. Without delay, he grabbed his snakeskin bag and ventured into the primitive forest. Today, he brought 2 bags for convenience. By the time he stopped, both bags were filled with at least 50 pounds of herbs. Just as he contemplated going back, he noticed a wild mountain chicken perched on a tree nearby. He thought to himself that the taste of a stewed wild chicken would surely be delightful. With a swift leap, he seized the chicken in a manner more graceful than any martial arts master portrayed on television. Upon landing, he triumphantly carried the wild chicken and the snakeskin bags home. Once he arrived, he noticed 2 vehicles parked at his doorstep, a black Rolls-Royce and a deep blue pickup truck. Being a licensed driver himself, Yang Xiaoping recognized that the pickup was particularly valuable, roughly worth 100,000 yuan. However, a Rolls-Royce would cost several million. What could it possibly be doing at his home? As he approached, the door of the Rolls-Royce swung open, revealing 3 individuals, Wang Sahan and her 2 attendants. Yang Xiaoping asked, What brings you here? Wang Sahan replied, I'm here to repay you. This pickup is a gift for you. I know you might not want a luxury car, but this one is practical for the village and can be used to haul things. Yang Xiaoping was taken aback. He hadn't expected such a generous gift from her. No, I can't accept this. I saved you out of a sense of justice. I didn't do it to receive a car, he protested. Not just the car, but I'm also giving you money. I promised you 500,000, she said, retrieving a locked case from the vehicle containing precisely that amount. Yang Xiaoping felt overwhelmed by such generosity. I can't accept this. It's far too valuable. This is nothing. If you hadn't saved me, I'd likely be dead, Wang Sahan insisted. If you want to take it, I'll just leave it at your home. Even if you throw it away, I want to care, she added. Yang Xiaoping thought to himself, only a fool would throw it away. He opened the front door, but Wang Sahan and her attendants didn't enter. She followed him to the living room instead. Wang Sahan placed the case on the table and handed him 2 sets of keys, saying, These are the keys to the car. I've purchased 10 years of insurance for you. The registration is in my name, so just use it freely. If you need anything, you can contact me. I must be going now. Stay for dinner. It's on me, Yang Xiaoping offered. No, we need to head back tonight, she replied. Oh, I forgot to mention. Zhao Debo and the person who abducted me have been apprehended. The police have already taken him away. as Wang Sihan departed with her attendants. She left the pickup truck for Yang Xiaoping. Concerned that the vehicle might obstruct traffic, he drove it into his yard. Though he didn't own a car, he possessed a driver's license and knew how to drive. Just as he parked the pickup, Zhao Xiaoyu approached him, saying, "Xiaoping, my father has been arrested. Your father was engaged in wrongdoing. It's only natural he was caught," Yang Xiaoping replied. "What you don't understand is that several women reported him for coercion. If he hadn't been arrested, these matters would never have surfaced. Now, he may not get out for 10 years, she lamented. Your reasoning is flawed. First, he must take responsibility for his actions, and secondly, karma will catch up with him. Bad deeds have consequences, he stated. Zhao Xiaolan replied, "Actually, that woman was the one you rescued, wasn't she? Don't worry, I'm not blaming you. I just wanted to inform you that I can't stay in this village any longer. I'm heading to the city tomorrow." Yang Xiaoping realized that any possibility of a relationship with Zhao Xiaolan had vanished. Her reasoning was sound, given Zhao Debo and Appo's history with numerous women. His arrest made it impossible for Zhao Xiaolan to remain in the village. "All right then, if you need anything, just give me a call, and I'll help you," he assured her. Zhao Xiaolan forced a smile and said, "I'm leaving now. You and Li Xiaoxia should live well together." With that, she took her leave. After Zhao Xiaolan departed, Li Xiaoxia came over. Yang Xiaoping instructed, "Wife, please prepare this wild chicken. We'll have it stewed for dinner." "Sure, I'll get right to it," Li Xiaoxia replied. "You didn't save that beauty for nothing. She even gifted you a truck, which must be worth tens of thousands." Yang Xiaoping responded, "At first, I thought the pickup was worth just over 100,000. But after they left, I realized it's a Ford Raptor. Worth around 7 or 800,000, equivalent to a BMW X5. Li Xiaoxia was astonished. A pickup truck cost that much? As she went to cook. Yang Xiaoping opened the locked case in the living room, marveling at the substantial amount of money inside. However, he felt uneasy about keeping such a large sum at home and planned to deposit it in the city the next day. Suddenly, he remembered that he had forgotten to buy an air conditioner earlier. With an additional 500,000 yuan, he certainly didn't want to deprive himself any longer. Looking at the medicinal herbs he had purchased from Ming Jing, he thought it was time to prepare a concoction for General Wang of the Huaihai Grand Hotel. There are two methods to prepare medicine. One is using medicinal wine, and the other is creating pills. Yang Xiaoping decided to opt for pill making, thus saving the expense of buying alcohol. He procured a basin and manually pulverized the medicinal herbs to create pills. While these herbs alone might possess limited efficacy, their potency was amplified by the infusion of spiritual energy into each pill. The prescribed dosage was 1 pill, once daily, for 3 days to effectively eradicate male ailments. Upon completion, Yang Xiaoping tallied over 500 pills, sufficient for nearly 200 individuals. Drawing upon his prior experience as a village doctor, he utilized small, self-sealing bags, placing 3 pills in each, ultimately yielding over 180 portions. Yang Xiaoping meticulously gathered the pills, reserving 2 portions or 3 pills for immediate use. He intended to personally test 1 portion that day and provide another to Director Wang the following day. Even without testing, he was confident in their efficacy. After Yang Xiaoping concluded his preparations, Li Xiaoxia announced that dinner was ready, and Yang Xiaoping proceeded to her residence. Following the meal, Li Xiaoxia suggested, "Xiaoping, perhaps you should remain home today to safeguard your newly acquired vehicle." Yang Xiaoping chuckled. "There's no need for concern. Times have changed. Vehicles are commonly parked outside residences." He mused inwardly, "If I don't visit you, how will I evaluate the efficacy of the newly prepared medication? Perhaps I could visit you instead. At 10 o'clock. Open the gate to welcome me." "Very well." It and Appo's settled then. Upon returning home, Yang Xiaoping bathed and awaited 10:00 and Appo's clock. As the hour approached, he ingested a single pill. Subsequently, he opened the gate, and Li Xiaoxia swiftly entered. Yang Xiaoping secured the gate, and the couple proceeded to the bedroom. As the effects manifested, Yang Xiaoping embraced Li Xiaoxia on the expansive bed. The ensuing encounter was protracted, culminating in a shared moment of repose. Yang Xiaoping, cognizant of his youth and robust constitution, resolved to abstain from further consumption of the pills, lest Li Xiaoxia be overwhelmed. The following morning, Li Xiaoxia departed. After breakfast, Yang Xiaoping placed the combination lockbox in his vehicle, retrieved a portion of the medication, gathered some tune shoots, and embarked on his journey. Upon arriving in the city, he bypassed the Huaihai Hotel and proceeded directly to a bank. He parked his vehicle in the designated area outside the bank and entered, carrying the combination lockbox. Yang Xiaoping proceeded inside, lockbox in hand. A woman approached from the opposite direction, inadvertently bumping into Yang Xiaoping. Unconcerned, Yang Xiaoping dismissed the incident. However, the woman retorted, "Are you blind?" Had it been a man, Yang Xiaoping would have retaliated with a slap. However, given the woman's gender, Yang Xiaoping responded, "You, a woman, bumped into me and then berated me. Your behavior is unreasonable." As he spoke, he realized he recognized the woman. It was his high school classmate, Li Mei, who had been seated behind him. Attracted to Yang Xiaoping and Apos, as handsome features, Li Mei had attempted to seduce him. However, Yang Xiaoping, unimpressed, had rebuffed her advances. The woman had repeatedly rubbed her feet against Yang Xiaoping's buttocks, ultimately provoking him to inform the teacher. Li Mei, deeply humiliated, had subsequently ceased communication with Yang Xiaoping. Harboring resentment towards him, Li Mei sneered, "Yang Xiaoping, you pauper, what are you doing at the city bank?" Given their shared history, Yang Xiaoping opted to ignore her taunts, replying, "Handling some business." "Handling business? Let me enlighten you. You've come to the wrong place. If you wish to withdraw funds, proceed to the adjacent 24-hour ATM. Withdrawals here are exclusively for amounts exceeding 50,000 and require an appointment. I and AMP, Apos, am not here to withdraw funds. I and AMP, Apos, am here to deposit them. I have no time to converse with you." Yang Xiaoping retorted, proceeding inside with his money. Li Mei pursued him, exclaiming, "You and Apos, V never deposited money before, have you? Nowadays, deposits can also be conducted at the machines." Yang Xiaoping ignored her, procuring a number from the machine. Li Mei sneered, "You're quite the pretender, carrying a combination lockbox. Let me inform you that the bank's lobby manager is my cousin. I'll inform her that you're here to cause trouble." Yang Xiaoping, weary of Li Mei's demeanor, ignored her. Emboldened by Yang Xiaoping and AMP, Apos' silence, Li Mei approached the lobby manager, stating, "Cousin, this man is my nemesis. He and AMP, Apos' penniless and merely here to cause trouble, repeatedly obtaining numbers and creating a disturbance." The lobby manager inquired, "Are you certain he and AMP, Apos' penniless? What is his purpose here?" "He and AMP, Apos' somewhat deranged, deriving pleasure from creating chaos and disrupting others for no apparent reason. Instruct the security guards to remove him." "There's no need for security. I can remove him myself." With that, she approached Yang Xiaoping, declaring, "Sir, please depart. Do not cause a disturbance here." Yang Xiaoping retorted, "How am I causing a disturbance? I obtained a number and am awaiting my turn in an orderly fashion. How am I disrupting anything? If you refuse to leave, I shall summon security." "Summon them. Is making a deposit illegal?" Yang Xiaoping retorted. Observing Li Mei and Apos' amusement, he realized she was instigating the situation. At that moment, a man in his 30s approached, inquiring, "Sir, what seems to be the issue?" Yang Xiaoping explained, "I obtained a number and am awaiting my turn to deposit funds. The lobby manager is attempting to evict me." "Does your bank no longer provide deposit services?" "Sir, please remain calm. We certainly do. Allow me to address this matter." Turning to the lobby manager, the man questioned, "What is the meaning of this? Why are you evicting a customer?" "I suspect he and Apos, penniless and merely attempting to cause trouble." The lobby manager retorted, "No. I know he and Apos, penniless and here to cause a disturbance. Whether or not he possesses funds is irrelevant. If he wishes to wait in line, even if he doesn't and Apos, deposit funds, you cannot evict him. Are you unaware that the customer is always right?" The man asserted. Turning to Yang Xiaoping, the man continued, "Sir, I am the bank and AMP, Apos' manager. I sincerely apologize for the preceding incident. Allow me to escort you to the VIP Green Channel for expedited service." The bank possessed a VIP Green Channel, exclusively accessible to VIP cardholders with deposits exceeding 200,000. Li Mei interjected, "That channel is reserved for VIPs with deposits of 200,000. His presence there would be embarrassing." At that moment, Yang Xiaoping opened the combination lockbox, declaring, "Open your eyes and observe. I possess 500,000. The bank manager exclaimed, "Sir, please disregard them. I shall issue you a VIP card, granting you expedited service in the future." With that, he escorted Yang Xiaoping to the Green Channel for processing. After the formalities were completed, Yang Xiaoping observed that his VIP card was gold in color, exuding an aura of prestige. Following the banking transaction, Yang Xiaoping ate near the bank, since he hadn't had breakfast. Subsequently, he drove to the Huaihai Hotel. The security guard on duty, the same young man who had replaced Xia Li the previous day, recognized Yang Xiaoping, greeting him with welcome. Yang Xiaoping inquired. Is Zhongli present? Yes, the boss is also present. You may wish to visit them. Very well, I shall. Yang Xiaoping replied, proceeding directly to Zhongli and Appo's office. At the hotel, Zhongli served not only as the procurement manager but also as the acting manager in the absence of Director Wang. Upon reaching Zhongli and Appo's office, Yang Xiaoping entered. However, finding it unoccupied, he waited for 2 minutes before sending Zhongli a message. Receiving no response, a beautiful woman approached. Yang Xiaoping inquired, Miss, where is Manager Zhang? Someone has come to stir trouble in the conference room upstairs, where both Boss Wang and Manager Zhang are present. Thank you. I shall go take a look. You'd best not go, she warned. The troublemaker is the notorious Wang Xiaoming. It would be wise for you to keep your distance. Without further conversation, Yang Xiaoping headed straight for the elevator. It turned out that Wang Xiaoming had arrived today with 6 henchmen, seeking Boss Wang, claiming that he had dined here yesterday and had fallen ill from contaminated food, necessitating a hospital visit. In essence, he was attempting to extort money. Though the practice of demanding protection fees had diminished, extortion remained prevalent. After a discussion with Boss Wang, he was willing to settle for 10,000 yuan as compensation. Just then, Zhang Wan entered. Wang Xiaoming suddenly changed his stance, insisting on an additional condition that Zhang Wan accompany him for 48 hours. Naturally, Boss Wang was opposed. As was Zhang Wan, Wang Xiaoming declared, Boss Wang, that's my stipulation. Zhang Wan will come with me, and after 48 hours, I will return her. Boss Wang pleaded. Brother Wang, one cannot write 2 Wang characters in the same stroke. Please, show us mercy. I can offer you an additional 2,000. Even 20,000 won and Appo's tea suffice. I require this woman, Wang Xiaoming asserted. I have no interest in money, I desire women. This one has captivated me, and I intend to have her. At that moment, Yang Xiaoping entered, confronting Wang Xiaoming. You have quite the audacity. Do you even know who she is? Wang Xiaoming dismissed him. Get lost. Zhang Li signaled to Yang Xiaoping, urging him to leave. I will not go, he insisted. Rest assured, as long as I am here, no one shall lay a hand on her. A man must not show weakness. In crucial moments, Yang Xiaoping would not falter. Wang Xiaoming retorted, if you don't leave, you won't be able to leave at all. Offended by the insult, Yang Xiaoping struck. In a flash, Wang Xiaoming found himself slapped across the face. He had not anticipated that Yang Xiaoping would dare to challenge him so brazenly. In the Huaihai region, there exists a saying, do not insult one's shortcomings, and do not strike a face in a fight. This is the unspoken rule of quarrels, yet Yang Xiaoping had boldly violated it. Wang Xiaoming, in his early 30s, had earned his reputation through brawls since his teenage years and had trained in martial arts. His notoriety was forged in combat, and now, someone had slapped him in front of his subordinates. He could not accept this. He stood up, incredulous. You hit me? Before he could finish, he received another slap. Bewildered, he pondered why he hadn't evaded the blow. Was it carelessness or an inability to dodge? Yang Xiaoping growled, how dare you insult me? Do you believe I want to make sure you see no light tomorrow? Boss Wang was terrified. He knew Yang Xiaoping was merely a country bumpkin with no power in the city. Striking Wang Xiaoming was akin to courting death. Most concerned was Zhang Li, who harbored feelings for Yang Xiaoping and feared for his safety. Wang Xiaoming rose, silent, and swung a punch at Yang Xiaoping, yet he missed entirely, falling victim to Yang Xiaoping and Appo's counterattack. The spacious conference room provided ample space for their scuffle. It dawned on Wang Xiaoming that he had indeed encountered a formidable opponent today. His henchmen, witnessing their leader being struck, rushed forward, but within moments, Yang Xiaoping had dispatched all 6 of them effortlessly. With a cold demeanor, Yang Xiaoping remarked, You lot dare to extort? Clearly, you have a death wish. Wang Xiaoming declared, I cannot let you off the hook. Very well, observe my right hand, Yang Xiaoping replied, spreading his fingers and slamming them onto the solid wooden table. Instantly, 5 holes appeared in the surface, each finger having penetrated the wood. The gang was left speechless. Whose head is sturdier than this table? Yang Xiaoping taunted. Wang Xiaoming conceded. The victor takes all. You are impressive, brother. We yield. Do we still need to send your girlfriend to bed with you? No, I made a mistake, he admitted. Yang Xiaoping pressed. What of the compensation? No need. I did not actually fall ill nor go to the hospital. Nowadays, with the crackdown on protection fees, I merely sought to extort a little, Wang Xiaoming confessed. Very well. Then depart, Yang Xiaoping commanded. Remember to engage in good deeds, otherwise, karma will catch up to you. Wang Xiaoming thought to himself, I have never endured such humiliation. Yet, he dared not voice his thoughts, simply saying, Brother, we will take our leave. With that, he scrambled away, followed closely by his remaining henchmen. Once they had fled, Yang Xiaoping turned to Boss Wang. I've put a few holes in your office table. Shall I offer you compensation? Brother, you have rendered me a tremendous service. I cannot possibly ask you for compensation, Boss Wang responded. By the way, I brought you some medicine, 3 pills, 1 per day. They will surely revitalize you. Upon hearing this, Zhang Li felt a bit embarrassed, saying, You two continue your conversation. I'll head to the office. As she exited, Yang Xiaoping produced a small plastic bag and handed the medicine to Boss Wang. He opened it and swallowed 1 pill, chasing it down with some mineral water. You're quite hasty. I forgot to mention that you must take it in the presence of a woman, Yang Xiaoping cautioned. This medicine requires a woman nearby to be effective. Before Yang Xiaoping could elaborate further, Boss Wang had already consumed the pill. So, you mean I must have a woman by my side? Boss Wang mused. That's easily arranged. I have a lady friend here at the hotel. Yang Xiaoping's heart raced at the thought. Could it be Zhang Li? However, he quickly dismissed the notion, knowing she was still a blossoming flower. Boss Wang glanced at Yang Xiaoping and reassured him. Do not worry, it is not Zhang Li. Yang Xiaoping laughed awkwardly. Boss, make haste to contact your lady friend. The medicine is about to take effect. At that moment, Boss Wang began to feel the effects. He hurriedly dialed a number, requesting the person to come to his office. After hanging up, he turned to Yang Xiaoping. Brother, for this medicine, I will give you 200,000. How does that sound? Yang Xiaoping waved his hand dismissively. Money is secondary. Do not concern yourself with it. Please, attend to your matters. Do not leave just yet. Wait for me, Boss Wang urged. Rising to grab a newspaper from the conference room to shield his midsection before rushing to his office. Seeing him depart, Yang Xiaoping exited the conference room and made his way downstairs to Zhang Li and Appo's office. By the time he arrived, she had already laid out the tender tree buds. I've sorted your snakeskin bag. How many pounds do you need? I didn't weigh them before coming, but I estimate over 50 pounds. Let us settle on 60 pounds, she decided. No need for that much. 50 will suffice. Nonetheless, Zhang Li insisted on charging him for 60 pounds. Xiaoping, those tree buds are truly delicious. Even the head chef in the kitchen remarked that he has never encountered such delectable tree buds in all his years, Zhang Li exclaimed. Yang Xiaoping remarked, it must be our environment that is conducive to the growth of the tun tree. In truth, he was aware that it was likely due to the vitality he had infused into it. After settling matters, Zhang Li expressed her gratitude, saying, Xiaoping, I truly owe today's success to you. Otherwise, I would have been at a loss. Yang Xiaoping humbly replied, it's merely a trivial matter. When I encounter such situations, I cannot remain indifferent. In today's society, some individuals are truly malevolent, and as women, we are constantly at risk of encountering such miscreants. If they were to take my first experience, I would prefer to give it to you. As she spoke, Zhang Li embraced Yang Xiaoping tightly. He did not shy away but gently stated, truth be told, I already have a girlfriend. There would be no future for us together, and I cannot jeopardize your happiness. I like you. I do not require you to marry me. You need only take my first experience. I consent willingly. With that, she pressed her lips against his. To be honest, Yang Xiaoping harbored similar desires, yet he felt the need to restrain himself. He feared that if he were to sleep with Zhang Li, and later she found a husband who discovered she was not a virgin, it could disrupt their family happiness. Thus, he remained noble at heart. He gently pushed Zhang Li away and said, Please, allow me some time to think. In their school days, he had always taken the initiative. So Zhang Li was caught off guard by his refusal now that she had taken the lead. Nevertheless, she recognized that Yang Xiaoping was a good person, acting in her best interests. Observing her stunned silence, he quipped, My dear lady, has your waist succumbed to a sprain? Indeed, it has been years since it first happened. And at times, the pain is so severe I can hardly get out of bed. That is easily remedied. How about I treat it for you? He proposed. You mean you are a healer? She replied with a smile. It runs in my family. Treating your sprain is quite simple. Very well, then please proceed. Upon hearing Yang Xiaoping's assurance, Zhang Li felt elated. I must clarify. I will be massaging you directly with my hands, he stated. If that bothers you, I cannot proceed. I am willing to share a bed with you. Why would I mind a simple massage? Yang Xiaoping thought, realizing that if she was ready to be intimate, she would not object to a massage. With that in mind, he instructed her, lie down on the couch, and I will massage you. Zhang Li obediently complied. Reclining on the large sofa, Yang Xiaoping approached her, lifting her shirt slightly before beginning the massage. Initially, she felt warmth spreading across her back. Soon, a wave of comfort enveloped her entire being. She could not help but let out soft sounds of pleasure, and Yang Xiaoping recognized that her sprain had likely healed. He withdrew his hands and announced, "All done." At that moment, Mr. Wang entered. He remarked, "You too? How can you be so intimate without closing the door?" Yang Xiaoping and Apos' face flushed with embarrassment, fearing a misunderstanding. "Mr. Wang, you are mistaken. I was merely treating her." Zhongli, now seated, added, "Indeed. I asked Xiaoping to treat my sprain. No harm done. Intimacy is quite normal," Mr. Wang replied, glancing at Yang Xiaoping. "Brother, I will transfer you some money. Your remedy is truly remarkable." Yang Xiaoping responded, "We are friends now, let's not discuss money. Even brothers must keep accounts clear. You absolutely must accept this." With that, Mr. Wang pulled out his phone and transferred 300,000. Yang Xiaoping was taken aback by the amount. "Mr. Wang, why such a generous transfer?" he inquired. "It's a small sum, really. 300,000 is well-deserved," Mr. Wang insisted. "I will also recommend your remedy to my friends. In the future, it will be priced at a minimum of 100,000 per dose." Yang Xiaoping interjected, "But I genuinely treated her." Mr. Wang replied, "I have no interest in your personal matters. In fact, I would be delighted for you and Yang to be together. He is a great benefactor to us." Mr. Wang, "I am yet to learn your name," Yang Xiaoping said. "I am Wang Hui. Feel free to call me Brother Wang, if you wish." "All right, Brother Wang. I am Yang Xiaoping. Your remedy is indeed impressive. At nearly 40, I feel stronger than I did at 20. This is an unprecedented sensation." With a chuckle, Yang Xiaoping remarked, "Even the finest delicacies should be savored in moderation." "I must take my leave now," Zhang Wan responded, "to bring more tomorrow. Even if you were to deliver 200 caddies of tune buds, we could devour them all." Yang Xiaoping nodded in agreement. In truth, Yang Xiaoping understood that scarcity enhances value, so he would only provide them with a few dozen caddies each day. Upon departing, it was already midday. Yang Xiaoping sought out a restaurant, ordered 2 bottles of beer, and selected 4 dishes, indulging in a satisfying repast. Although he possessed the ability to expel the alcohol with his spiritual energy, he felt a sense of contentment on this particular day. He decided to leave his vehicle parked and seek out a foot massage parlor. Not far ahead, in a residential area, numerous foot massage parlors lined the streets. Yang Xiaoping was aware that many of these establishments offered more than just foot massages, as a purely therapeutic focus would not sustain such a high concentration of businesses. It was common knowledge that the majority of male patrons sought additional services. However, Yang Xiaoping was not among them. He relied on his intuition to identify a legitimate foot massage establishment. He entered a parlor that appeared to be reputable. Inside, a comely woman in her 30s, presumably the proprietress, greeted him. A bald man was also present, and Yang Xiaoping had a premonition that the establishment might not be entirely above board. Nevertheless, he was undeterred. Confident that he had nothing to fear, the proprietress welcomed him, and Yang Xiaoping requested a foot massage. She led him upstairs to a private room with 2 massage beds. As he reclined on one of the beds, the proprietress poured him a cup of tea and inquired if he had a preferred masseuse. Noting that it was his first visit, she then excused herself to arrange for a masseuse. Shortly after, someone entered the room, closing the door behind her. To Yang Xiaoping's astonishment, it was Zhou Lian, Zhao Debao's wife. Zhou Lian recognized Yang Xiaoping as well. "Xiaoping, what are you doing here?" she exclaimed. Yang Xiaoping replied, "Yes, it's me. I thought you had left. How did you end up here, doing this?" "It's a long story," she lamented. "After arriving in the city, my phone was stolen, leaving me with no means of survival. Any money I had was on the phone." Yang Xiaoping suggested that she purchase a new phone, but then realized that she couldn't without her phone. Zhou Lian, already seated on the bed, explained that she was simply trying to earn some money to buy a new phone and replace her SIM card so she could access the funds in her account. Lacking other skills, she had resorted to working at the parlor. Yang Xiaoping inquired if she still had her identification card. "Yes, I have it with me," she replied. "That's good. You shouldn't be doing this. I'll give you some money to buy a ticket home," Yang Xiaoping offered, sensing that the work was likely unpleasant, with most men seeking more than just a massage. Furthermore, Zhou Lian lacked formal training and her massage technique was rudimentary. "I couldn't possibly take your money," Zhou Lian declined. "Besides, you Don and Apos, have much yourself." At that moment, a woman and Apos' moans echoed from the adjacent room. It was obvious what was happening next door. Yang Xiaoping inquired, "Is that what goes on here?" "Yes, we call it and Apos, the big service and Apos," Zhou Lian replied, clarifying that she only provided massages. Yang Xiaoping thought to himself that her massage skills were questionable, but he simply responded, "All right, give me a massage. I and Oppos, LLC, how good you are." As Yang Xiaoping reclined, Zhou Lian began to massage him. The sounds of the massage bed creaking next door were audible to both of them. Suddenly, the room's bell rang. Zhou Lian's expression changed. "The police are here," she whispered. "We Haven and Amp, Oppos, T done anything wrong?" "What and Amp, Oppos, is there to fear?" Yang Xiaoping asked. "You Don and Amp, Oppos, T understand. If they catch the people next door, we and Amp, Oppos, LL be implicated," Zhou Lian explained. Hearing this, Yang Xiaoping grew anxious and quickly got out of bed and put on his shoes. They were on the second floor, and he noticed that the window had no security bars. "Come on, I and Amp, Oppos, LL help you down," Yang Xiaoping urged. "It and Amp, Oppos, as the second floor. We could break our legs or arms. We and Oppos, we better off getting caught," Zhou Lian protested. "Just come here. Enough talk." Just then, they heard the sound of hurried footsteps approaching on the stairs. Yang Xiaoping grabbed Zhou Lian and jumped out the window. As they jumped, Yang Xiaoping heard the sound of the door to the adjacent room being kicked open. They landed in the courtyard of the residential area, unnoticed. Zhou Lian was startled but relieved to be safe. "We and Oppos, we safe now," Yang Xiaoping assured her. "What do we do now? Let's go around to the front and see what's happening, see if they're making arrests." Zhou Lian agreed, and they cautiously made their way to the vicinity of the parlor, where they saw 2 police cars. It appeared to be a planned raid, likely prompted by a tip. The police were escorting several individuals out of the parlor, including couples caught in compromising positions, as well as the proprietress and the bald man. Yang Xiaoping said, "See, you must never work here again." "I know, but where will I go? I and Amp, Oppos, LL give you some money to go home. I Don and Amp, Oppos, T want to go home right now." "Maybe I can find work here," Zhou Lian suggested. "Could you lend me some money? I'll pay you back when I get my wages. I have plenty of money. Can I lend you 10,000? Yang Xiaoping offered. "That and Amp, Oppos, that's too much. 2,000 is enough for me to buy a phone and replace my SIM card. Then I can use my own money and pay you back," Zhou Lian insisted. "To repay you, I could give you a one-time service." "There you go again. I Don and Oppos, T need you to repay me. I and Oppos, LL buy you a phone." Yang Xiaoping took her to a nearby shopping mall and bought her a phone. Zhou Lian replaced her SIM card, logged into WeChat, and discovered that her money was still there. She had several thousand yuan. "Xiaoping, you bought me a phone, which cost over 2,000 yuan. Let me pay you back first," Zhou Lian offered. "Don't worry about paying me back. You're having a hard time out here. You can pay me back when you have money in the future." Yang Xiaoping asked, "Have you thought about where you might find a new job?" "I don't have any plans yet. Anyway, the owner of that place has been arrested, so I won't be going back there." Yang Xiaoping realized that she was truly aimless. He worried that she might be taken advantage of again. So he said, "Since you don't have anywhere to go, how about I arrange a place for you to go?" "Yes, that would be wonderful." "Where?" "In the Grand Hotel, my friend is there." With this thought, Yang Xiaoping dialed the number of the owner of Huaihai Grand Hotel, Wang Hui. Once the call connected, Yang Xiaoping said, "Brother Wang, I believe you are in need of more staff at your hotel. I have a female relative who could be arranged for the position." Wang Hui responded from the other end, "It and Oppos, a trivial matter. I can arrange it directly. She can come over whenever she likes." "Very well, I shall head over immediately," Yang Xiaoping replied before hanging up. He then took Zhou Lian to his car, where she settled into the passenger seat. Having dispelled the alcohol from his system using his abilities, Yang Xiaoping started the vehicle. Zhou Lian exclaimed, "Xiaoping, is this your car? You are quite impressive." Yang Xiaoping, feeling disinclined to elaborate, simply stated, "It and Oppos, s not mine. It and Oppos, s a friend and Oppos, s." They arrived at Huaihai Grand Hotel, where Yang Xiaoping entrusted Zhou Lian to Wang Hui for her arrangement. He had no desire to see Zhang Li. Knowing that her intentions would lead to complications he wished to avoid. After leaving the hotel, Yang Xiaoping drove to Yanglu town. He had not forgotten that he needed to purchase an air conditioner, for with his newfound wealth, enduring the sweltering heat with only a fan was no longer acceptable. There were 2 stores selling air conditioners in town. He parked on the roadside and entered the first establishment. Although the owner was courteous, the products were all counterfeit and devoid of reputable brands. Consequently, he proceeded to the neighboring shop, which offered a decent selection. He chose a wall-mounted Gree air conditioner. "Owner, I insist that you install it today," he declared. The attractive female owner replied, "Rest assured, I will dispatch someone to deliver and install it for you. Please provide your address." Yang Xiaoping noted down his address, specifying that it was the second house on the west side of the village. After completing the payment, he returned home. Upon arriving, having just parked the car and washed his face, the installation technician arrived with the air conditioner. It was promptly mounted in his bedroom, and, after a brief testing period, the technician departed. Lying on his bed, reveling in the comfort of the air conditioning, Yang Xiaoping glanced at the clock and realized it was nearly 5 o'clock. It suddenly struck him that he had almost forgotten an important task, to gather the tender shoots of the Chinese tune, as he needed to go to the city the following day. With that thought, he grabbed 2 snakeskin bags and set off. Upon reaching the designated area, he worked efficiently. But by the time he finished gathering, dusk had begun to fall. After all, this was an untouched forest, and to claim otherwise would be a fabrication. Thus, he hurried back home. As he neared the village, darkness enveloped the surroundings. Yang Xiaoping approached Li Xiaoxia and Apos' doorstep and noticed she was absent from the yard. Voices from within the main room suggested the presence of a man. He placed the Chinese tune chutes at the entrance and stepped inside. It turned out that Li Xiaoxia was preparing dinner, and Lu Jiong, who had recently become the village chief, was visiting. Following Zhao Dabo and Apos' arrest, Lu Jiong had ascended to the position of village head. Reflecting on the past, he realized that Zhao Daba had exploited the village and Apos' widows, and now that he held power, he too harbored similar ambitions. Lu Jiong believed that Zhao Daba and Apos' downfall stemmed from his attempts to purchase a wife. Prior to that, he had engaged with numerous women without consequence. As he pondered his next move, his gaze fell upon Li Xiaoxia. She was attractive, lived on the outskirts of the village, and with Yang Xiaoping often away, she was less likely to be missed. Moreover, with her husband deceased and no family to protect her, she became an easy target. Arriving at Li Xiaoxia's home, he found her busy in the main room. Upon noticing the new village chief, she stood and greeted, "Uncle Lu, you have come." Lu Jiong, appearing somewhat unassuming at around 50 years of age, with a dark complexion and little education, replied, "Xiaoxia, I have come to inform you that our village has 3 slots for impoverished households eligible for relief funds. Would you be interested in applying?" Li Xiaoxia expressed skepticism. "Can I really? Aren't these positions predetermined?" Lu Jiong assured her, "That depends on me. If I say you can have it, then it is yours." His eyes wandered inappropriately, reminiscent of Zhao Daba and Apos' gaze. Realizing his intentions, Li Xiaoxia retorted, "I don't want it. Give it to someone else." Lu Jiong insisted, "You are foolish. This money is free." Li Xiaoxia shot back, "It cannot be that simple. I see the way you look at me, and I refuse. Just let me have my way with you once, and it will be yours. You won and Apos' lose anything." He leered, "Get lost. If you don't leave, I will call Yang Xiaoping," she yelled. Lu Jiong scoffed, "Yelling for help? Yang Xiaoping isn and Apos' home. His door was locked when I passed by." As he moved closer, Li Xiaoxia managed to evade him, shouting, "Get away, you old lecher." "Yes, I'm a lecher, and you, a little widow, pretend to be pure." He sneered, attempting to pounce on her. At that moment, Yang Xiaoping burst through the door, delivering a swift kick that sent Lu Jiong sprawling to the ground. "Old fool. Do you not understand how Zhao Daba ended up? Do you wish to join him in prison?" Seeing Yang Xiaoping, Lu Jiong stammered, "Xiaoping, I only came to check on the villagers." He scrambled to his feet, but Yang Xiaoping was not fooled by his pretense. It was evident he had ulterior motives. Before Lu Jiong could finish his sentence, Yang Xiaoping struck him across the face. "You old man, if you ever think about my sister-in-law again, I will make sure to sleep with your daughter." Although Lu Jiong was not particularly handsome, he did have a daughter who was quite attractive. Li Xiaoxia interjected, "Just let him go." Yang Xiaoping pointed at Lu Jiong, having already utilized his abilities to ensure he could no longer pursue such actions. Lu Jiong, still oblivious, replied, "I swear I won and Apos' dare again." Yang Xiaoping retorted, "Leave, and be wary. If you do not, your daughter will suffer the consequences." While Yang Xiaoping had no intention of harming Lu Jiong and Apos' daughter, he aimed to intimidate the man. With Yang Xiaoping and Apos' order to leave, Lu Jiong wasted no time in fleeing. He dashed out of Li Xiaoxia and Apos' home without looking back, running 200 meters before finally stopping to catch his breath. As he calmed himself, he lit a cigarette and contemplated, "Damn it, I chose the wrong target. Who should I pursue next?" Just then, he found himself at the doorstep of Xiaolanlan, another widow in her 30s with a child attending junior high school in town. She had just returned from the cornfield, taken a shower, and was preparing to cook when Lu Jiong entered. Despite his recent humiliation, he was still on the prowl. Upon seeing Xie Lanlan, dressed in a tank top with nothing underneath, his desires stirred. "Auntie, you are home," he greeted, his gaze lingering. Madame Xie remarked, "I still prefer you calling me Widow Xie." At that moment, Lu Jiyong, becoming cautious, promptly shut the door, securing it with a large iron lock from the inside. Widow Xie inquired, "What are you doing?" "I have good news to share, but I fear others might overhear. Let us move to the main room." "You aren't an Oppos. T trying to bully me, are you?" "What nonsense." "I am not that kind of person," he replied, pulling her into the main room. Widow Xie asked, "What do you wish to say?" Lu Jiyong responded, "There is a vacancy for a poor household in our village, and I intend to offer it to you." Earlier, at least Xiao Xia and Oppos, as house, he had mentioned 3 vacancies, but now it had dwindled to 1. He sensed that this singular opportunity bore greater competition than the previous 3. Just 1 spot. Will it even come to me? If it does, then perhaps it and Amp, Oppos, as possible. As he spoke, Lu Jiyong and Amp, Oppos, S hand ventured to Widow Xie and Amp, Oppos, S waist. And upon noticing her lack of resistance, he slid it lower, resting upon her hip. Widow Xie, understanding his intentions, replied, "I see what you mean. You wish to share a bed with me, promising me this in return. Yet, I fear that once you have your way, you will disregard me altogether." Lu Jiyong thought to himself, this woman is perceptive. He assured her, "Rest assured, if I fail to assist you, you can inform my wife." I would not dare approach her. However, I promise you, should you not assist me, I shall ensure you are not at ease. I shall inform your daughter. You need not worry. Whenever there is a good opportunity in the village, I shall think of you first. With that, he embraced Widow Xie, leading her to the bedroom, laying her upon the bed. In truth, Widow Xie remained quite attractive. Her husband had passed away over 2 years ago, and at her age, she had needs. Zhao Daba had pursued her, and she had not turned him away, despite him being even less handsome than Lu Jiyong. Moreover, Lu Jiyong had provided her with some benefits, albeit initially mere promises. Widow Xie lay there, eyes closed, awaiting his advance. However, Lu Jiyong suddenly hesitated, rising to his feet, stating, "I just remembered something urgent that I must attend to. Let us defer this to another time." In truth, Lu Jiyong felt overwhelmed. He could not fathom why such a beautiful woman stood before him, and yet he felt inadequate. Widow Xie was no fool. A seasoned woman, she recognized Lu Jiyong's shortcomings. She thought to herself, how foolish of him to act so recklessly while lacking self-awareness. Yet, she was astute. The less capable a man was, the more one ought to refrain from commenting on it. Widow Xie declared, "Village chief, do not forget your promise to me. Rest assured. Even if there is but 1 spot in our village, I shall ensure it is yours." With that, she dejectedly adjusted her clothing and departed. As Lu Jiyong left Widow Xie's home, he pondered, what transpired? When I was at Li Widow's house, I managed just fine. Why is it that upon arriving at Widow Xie and Amp, Oppos, S, I faltered? Meanwhile, Yang Xiaoping, observing Lu Jiyong and Amp, Oppos, S departure, remarked, "Dear, do not be upset. That fellow will no longer engage in mischief." Is that true? Indeed, while he was distracted, I struck his pressure point. He won't be able to touch his own wife anymore. That's splendid, Li Xiaoxia exclaimed. "Darling, where have you been?" "My cousin was seeking you for a consultation, but could not find you." Yang Xiaoping smiled, saying, "I went to the city to sell Chinese tune sprouts. Upon returning, I ventured to the mountains to gather more, intending to return tomorrow. I forgot to ask, where do you find those sprouts? Is it still the season for them?" "Certainly not elsewhere, but in the primeval forest, that is where I gather them." "That's wonderful. Perhaps I could accompany you to help gather. I worry about you going alone." "Sure, if you join me, I will share the earnings. They fetch over 100 yuan per pound." "Over 100 yuan? That's astonishing, pricier than cooked beef." "I don't require your money. I simply wish to assist you. Furthermore, I have yet to repay you for your help." Yang Xiaoping replied, "Why must we keep such distinctions? I shall prepare dinner now. We can eat together shortly." Li Xiaoxia busied herself with cooking. Yang Xiaoping stepped out, retrieving the Chinese tune sprouts he had left at the front door, then casually took a shower, changing into clean clothes before heading to the bedroom to enjoy the air conditioning. Just as he lay down, Zhang Feng approached, calling out, "Xiaoming, Xiaoming." Yang Xiaoping replied, "Sister-in-law? Is there something you need?" Zhang Feng explained, "The light bulb in my house is broken, but it and Oppos, is too high for me to replace. I was hoping you could assist." "Of course, I will help," he responded, and they set off together. Upon arriving at Zhang Feng's home, Yang Xiaoping noticed it was entirely dark. "Sister-in-law, do you have a flashlight?" "Yes, Let me get it, she replied. Once inside, Zhang Feng retrieved a flashlight. And Yang Xiaoping observed that the bulb in her main room was indeed positioned rather high. He would need a chair to reach it. He found a chair and said, "Sister-in-law, please bring me the new bulb." Zhang Feng handed him a new bulb, and just then, the chair wobbled slightly. Zhang Feng hurried to steady it as Yang Xiaoping unscrewed the broken bulb. She passed him the new bulb, which he promptly installed, illuminating the room instantly. However, as the light flickered on, he jolted, causing the broken bulb to slip from his grasp. By chance, the old bulb fell into Zhang Feng and Appo's collar, startling her. "Oh," she gasped, and Yang Xiaoping quickly jumped down, reaching into her collar to retrieve the bulb, saying, "I apologize, I didn't hold on tight enough." Suddenly, Zhang Feng embraced Yang Xiaoping, confessing, "Xiaoping, I like you." Yang Xiaoping was taken aback, still holding the broken bulb, unsure of how to respond. At that moment, his phone rang, and he hastily pushed Zhang Feng away, saying, "Let me take this call." Seeing it was Li Xiaoxia calling, he answered, "Where are you?" "I came to call you for dinner, but your door is locked." He thought, "Thank goodness she didn't and amp. Oppose, call my husband. Otherwise, Zhang Feng would surely hear." He replied, "I'm helping sister-in-law Zhang with a broken bulb. I will be there shortly." After hanging up, Zhang Feng asked, "Are you and Li Xiaoxia involved now?" Yang Xiaoping retorted, "You have such thoughts. Do you believe everyone is like you, constantly preoccupied with such matters? Even the smallest creatures know to think about this. What woman doesn't?" "You may be right. Fine, I should head back." As Yang Xiaoping prepared to leave, Zhang Feng felt a twinge of reluctance, saying, "All right, but Don and Oppos, forget. If you have the chance, help me with my breast enhancement." Yang Xiaoping agreed and departed. Upon reaching Li Xiaoxia and Oppos' home, she remarked, "Darling, I suspect Zhang Feng has her sights set on you. You are overthinking it. She merely needed assistance with her bulb. I was only joking. Look at how flustered you are. I am not truly your wife. I want and Oppos, meddle in your affairs. Now, let us eat." After their meal, Yang Xiaoping suggested, "Wife, I installed the air conditioning. Why not spend the night at my place? I must clarify that I will be going today, but this is the last time. I do not wish to continually delay you." Li Xiaoxia felt that she could not marry Yang Xiaoping. She could not remain in this situation as it would hinder his prospects of finding a partner. Yang Xiaoping replied, "Let and Oppos indulge in the present moment. Why dwell on distant matters? Shall I open the door for you at 10 tonight?" "Very well, at 10, she agreed. Yang Xiaoping nodded and departed from the scene, contemplating that perhaps it would be best to connect their courtyards for convenience in future encounters. He even considered demolishing both houses to construct a villa. After all, building a villa in the countryside would and Oppos be overly expensive. Upon returning home, Yang Xiaoping took a shower. When Tenno and Oppos' clock arrived, he opened the gate, and Li Xiaoxia entered. After she came in, he promptly locked the gate. They then proceeded to the bedroom, where passion ensued. After a fervent encounter, they embraced, intending to rest. At that moment, someone knocked on the large iron door. At this late hour, who could it be? Yang Xiaoping called out, "Who is it?" "I'm trying to sleep." "It's Xia Lan Lan. I need to speak with you. Open the door." Li Xiaoxia interjected, "Darling, do you have an affair with this widow Xia?" "Nonsense. You are my first and only woman." Yang Xiaoping clarified. "Then why is she seeking you at this hour?" "Perhaps she needs medical attention. What other reason could there be? She is quite the flirt, I and Oppos, heard. Not only has she been involved with Zhao Debao, but also with Yang Daoud." Yang Xiaoping was aware of her reputation for promiscuity, having heard rumors about her affairs with the village head and the school principal. "Quickly, hide in the wardrobe," Yang Xiaoping urged. "Is she really going to enter the bedroom?" Li Xiaoxia questioned. "I'm just being cautious. If she comes in, I wouldn't mind, but you should be wary of her spreading rumors about you," he replied. "All right. For your sake, I will endure this." With that, Li Xiaoxia slipped into the wardrobe, leaving her clothes behind. The knocking continued outside. Yang Xiaoping hastily dressed and rushed to the door, exclaiming, "I'm coming." He opened the door and greeted, "Sister-in-law, what brings you here at this hour? I know you are the only man in our village with a functioning brain. I wish to consult you on a matter," she replied. "Very well. Let us discuss it inside," Yang Xiaoping said, leading her to the living room. He had installed air conditioning and had repaired the bedroom door to prevent Xia from suspecting that someone was with him, although she initially intended to sit on the sofa. Upon noticing the open bedroom door, she remarked, "You even have air conditioning installed. Shall we go to the bedroom to talk?" "Sister-in-law, please sit on the sofa." "There is no room to sit in the bedroom," Yang Xiaoping insisted. Can't we sit on the bed? Do you have someone in there? She pressed. No one is there. Just come in. They entered the bedroom, sitting on the bed. Yang Xiaoping intentionally maintained a distance, asking, "What is it you wish to discuss?" Xia Lanlan hesitated, saying, "This is a bit embarrassing, so please don't share it with anyone." "I promise I won't," he assured her. Tonight, the new village had approached me, offering poverty alleviation benefits. But he wanted to sleep with me in return. Li Xiaoxia, hidden in the wardrobe, thought to herself, that old lecher is after Xia again. Meanwhile, Yang Xiaoping was puzzled, thinking, this ISN and Oppos, T right. I had used my energy to control that old man. He shouldn't and Oppos, T be able to do anything. He urged, please, continue. Xia continued. I initially refused. But he insisted, and ultimately, he was unable to proceed and left in embarrassment. Yang Xiaoping thought to himself, so he truly cannot perform anymore. Nodding, Xia added, although he couldn't and Oppos, T, I still felt drawn to him. After all, I am without a man, and it felt nice to have someone to chat with. Yang Xiaoping realized. So he wanted to video chat and asked you to undress, correct? How did you know? He did undress, and I thought since we didn't and Oppos, T know each other. What was there to fear? Then he likely took screenshots or recordings, threatening to demand money from you, or expose you online or to your family. How do you know all this? Xia asked, startled. Indeed, he demanded 10,000 yuan, threatening exposure if I didn't comply. Such scams have become quite common. Men usually fall for them, while women rarely do. Li Xiaoxia, listening from the wardrobe, thought, serves her right for engaging with a stranger in such a manner. It's utterly shameless. If you pay him, he and Amp, Oppos, LL keep extorting you until you have nothing left, Yang Xiaoping warned. You Haven and Amp, Oppos, T given him anything, have you? No. I told him I was broke, which is why I and Oppos am seeking your advice. Good, don't give him a single penny. But what if he sends something to my son or posts it online? I and Oppos, D be utterly humiliated. In truth, it and Oppos, as the fear of exposure that holds people back. Many succumb to these scams out of concern for their reputation and prefer to pay to avoid the trouble. Yang Xiaoping advised, Haven and Amp, Oppos, T you seen the anti-fraud campaigns? Aren't and Amp, Oppos, T you online? I can assure you they won and Amp, Oppos, T expose you, just block them. But why wouldn't and Amp, Oppos, T they expose me? Xia questioned. Because they lack the resources. It and Amp, Oppos, it's more efficient for them to find their next target. If they expose your photos, they risk being traced through their IP address. Knowing Yang Xiaoping and Amp, Oppos, sincerity. Xia took his words to heart. So you mean to say I should just ignore it? Yes, block them, and you won't have to worry. I assure you they won and Amp, Oppos, T expose you because doing so would add another crime to their record. Then I can rest easy. Thank you, Xiaoping. Hearing Yang Xiaoping and Amp, Oppos, reassurances. Xia felt relieved. Remember, in the future, avoid such reckless behavior. Your children are growing up. Sometimes, I genuinely wish for companionship, Xia admitted. Why not have me as your lover? I wouldn't and Amp, Oppos, T desire anyone else. Li Xiaoxia, still hidden, thought, how shameless. At her age, she still wants to pursue my husband. It's akin to a toad wishing to eat swan meat. Yang Xiaoping, sensing Li Xiaoxia's growing anger, urged, sister-in-law, you should leave quickly. If others find out you are here, they'd assume we have something going on. But since you have air conditioning, can't I stay the night? You must leave. I am a man of integrity. All right, I will go, but I must thank you for helping me with the scammer issue. As she exited, Yang Xiaoping locked the door behind her. In the bedroom, Li Xiaoxia had emerged from the wardrobe. That widow Xia is quite the character, conversing with strangers while undressing. She remarked, Indeed, Lu Jiyong can no longer engage in such matters. Yang Xiaoping responded, Darling, you are truly impressive. Let us get some rest, and maybe share some more intimacy. As Yang Xiaoping embraced Li Xiaoxia, the sun rose on a new day. Upon waking, he found that Li had prepared breakfast. After enjoying the meal, he set off in his car towards the city, where he was to deliver fresh Chinese tune shoots to the Huaihai Grand Hotel. These shoots, infused with spiritual energy prior to his departure, would remain fresh for 3 days, regardless of the circumstances. Upon arriving at the hotel, as he parked his vehicle, his phone rang. It was Zhang Li calling. He answered, saying, Old classmate, I am almost there. She replied, Good, I thought you might not come. Last time, I arrived early and missed breakfast. Today, I've already eaten. All right, just remain calm. Zhang Li concluded before hanging up. Carrying 2 bags, Yang Xiaoping headed towards the hotel when suddenly, a man collided with him, causing one of his bags to fall to the ground. Ignoring the incident, Yang bit down to retrieve it, only for the man to deliberately step on his bag, demanding an apology. "You bumped into me and crushed my tune shoots," Yang retorted angrily. The man scoffed. "Where would you find tune shoots this season? If you have them, I'll give you 100,000 and call you and Amp, Appos, Dad and Amp, Appos." Yang, already infuriated, declared, "Fine, let us make a deal. If they are tune shoots, you call me and Amp, Appos, Dad and Amp, Appos, and pay me 100,000. Agreed. If not, you call me and Amp, Appos, Dad and Amp, Appos, and pay me 100,000. The man shot back. A crowd began to gather. Yang opened the bags for everyone to see. The hotel's security guard approached, silent but clearly aware that the bags contained tune shoots. "See clearly? 100,000. And call me Dad," Yang insisted. The young man, now embarrassed, said, "I don't need the money. I'll give you 100,000. He took out his phone to transfer the money. Yang replied, "I also have money. I don't need 100,000. Just give me 10,000. But you must call me and Amp, Appos, Dad and Amp, Appos." The security guard chimed in, "Exactly. You must call him and Amp, Appos, Dad and Amp, Appos." The young man glared at the guard, retorting, "What is it to you?" The security guard persisted, "Why not act like a man and do it? Just call him Dad." The young man defiantly stated, "I want to do it today. Nor will I pay. Let us see what you can do about it." Yang, feeling he had encountered a rogue, slapped the young man across the face. Taken aback, the young man exclaimed, "You dare hit me." Before he could react, Yang kicked him in the stomach, sending him sprawling to the ground. As Yang approached, the young man, seemingly shocked, cried out, "Dad, please don't hit me. You're my dad. Keep calling." Yang coldly commanded, "You're my dad. Dad, you're my dad." The young man shouted, realizing the futility of resistance. "Remember, don't act tough outside," Yang ordered. "I understand, Dad," the young man replied. Yang, deciding to forego any financial compensation due to his submission, turned and walked towards his bag. As he entered the hotel, the young man slowly got up, muttering threats under his breath while dialing a number on his phone. Inside, Yang checked the tune shoots, finding them slightly damaged but manageable. Utilizing his spiritual energy, he restored them and then headed to Zhang Li and Appos' office. Upon seeing him, Zhang Li smiled. "Xiaoping, did you miss me?" He chuckled. "We see each other every day. What is there to miss?" She rolled her eyes, thinking how he lacked sensitivity, as she often dreamed of him. Zhang Li inspected the tune shoots and decided, "Let us stick to 60 pounds. "Fine, do as you see fit," Yang replied. After transferring the payment, she invited him to lunch, but he declined, citing other commitments. "Be safe on your way back," she advised, knowing some matters require patience. Much like grasping sand, tighter holds only lead to quicker losses. She handed him an empty bag from their last transaction, and he took it, saying, "I'll be on my way." Upon exiting the hotel, he encountered the young man again, now accompanied by several others. The young man, avoiding eye contact, said to a middle-aged man, "Dad, this is the guy who made me call him Dad." The man responded, "You've got guts to make my son call you that. He lost a bet, and now he must fulfill it. If you don't beat him, will he call you and Amp, Appos, Dad and Amp, Appos?" Yang interjected, "He still owes me 100,000. The middle-aged man introduced himself. "I'm Yang Daqin, a collector of protection fees. You must bow and apologize and pay us 100,000. Before he could finish, Yang slapped him across the face. "You dare demand protection fees?" Yang Daqin, bewildered, couldn't he fathom that despite being outnumbered, Yang would strike first. Covering his face, he shouted to his companions, "Are you blind? Attack him together." Finally realizing the gravity of the situation, Yang's opponents charged at him. With a few swift movements, Yang incapacitated them all. Yang Daqin, now on the ground, attempted to rise but trembled in fear. Yang approached him, delivering another resounding slap, declaring, "Dare to provoke me again?" Suddenly, an ambulance sped into view. Yang thought it unnecessary to call for medical assistance after such a brief altercation. Reluctantly, he refrained from further violence. The ambulance came to a halt, and as its rear doors swung open, several individuals emerged, lowering a stretcher. However, they proceeded directly into the Huaihai Grand Hotel, leading Yang Xiaoping to realize he had misunderstood their intentions. While he stood there in a daze, Yang Daqin and his group had already sprinted several meters away, shouting, "You wait, kid." Yang Xiaoping, lacking the motivation to chase after them, remained behind, curious as to why an ambulance was involved with the hotel and who was unwell. Before long, he spotted a person being carried on the stretcher. Unable to restrain himself, he activated his X-ray vision to assess the patient and Oppo's condition. The sight caused him immediate concern. If they transported her like this, she would likely perish before reaching the hospital. Wait, he called out, clutching 2 snakeskin bags. Yet the medical personnel paid him no heed. In an instant, he dashed forward, arriving at the stretcher's side. As they prepared to load the stretcher into the vehicle, his shout startled them momentarily. Noticing the bags in his hands, a male doctor, Zhang Ye, scoffed. What do you think you're doing? Yang Xiaoping retorted. If you take her away like this, I guarantee she won't make it to the hospital. There was only one male doctor present, and the rest were nurses without decision-making power. All eyes turned to Zhang Ye. He said dismissively, you're just a farmer. What do you know? Yang Xiaoping insisted, nurses. Confirm that if this woman doesn't reach the hospital and dies, it will be this doctor's responsibility. Zhang Ye, realizing the patient's chances were slim, hesitated, fearing repercussions for himself. The patient was an attractive woman, and her relatives were equally appealing. One of them asked, handsome, what do you propose we do? In truth, Yang Xiaoping could save the woman using his spiritual energy right then and there, but he was reluctant to demonstrate his abilities in public. Do you have silver needles? If you do, I can ensure this woman is fine. A nurse replied, we're a Western medicine facility. We don't carry silver needles for transporting patients. At that moment, Yang Xiaoping noticed a badge on the woman's chest and realized there was a pin behind it. He reached out to grab it. The woman gasped. What are you doing? Why are you touching there? Saving a life is urgent. Don't waste time, he replied, urging her to remove the badge quickly. The nurse finally understood he sought the badge, not her person, and hurriedly handed it to him. Taking the badge, he extracted the pin and tossed the badge back to her. He then disinfected the pin with his spiritual energy and approached the stretcher, pulling down the sleeve of the patient and Oppo's shirt on her left shoulder. What are you doing? One nurse exclaimed. The doctor interjected, what else? Are you trying to be a pervert? Do you think acupuncture can be done through clothing? Yang Xiaoping coolly replied as he inserted the pin into the woman and Oppo's scapula. You are just an amateur. That pin isn't even sterilized. Don't project your ignorance onto others. You're unaware that spiritual energy can disinfect. At that moment, the woman's previously pallid complexion appeared to improve slightly. Remember, do not remove this pin for 2 hours, he instructed. As the stretcher was loaded onto the ambulance and the medical staff boarded, they departed. At that moment, a security guard approached him, saying, You're impressive. Are you a doctor? Yang Xiaoping smiled. I'm just a humble village doctor, nothing special. He approached his vehicle, about to get in when suddenly someone shouted, Hey, kid, don't leave. Turning around, he saw Yang Daqin approaching again, this time accompanied by a group, including Wang Xiaoming. It seemed Wang Xiaoming still had connections with Yang Daqin. Upon spotting Yang Xiaoping, Wang Xiaoming trembled, recalling the beating he had received days earlier and recognizing Yang Xiaoping's strength. Yang Daqin exclaimed, Brother Wang, this kid is the one who beat me. As he spoke, he pointed at Yang Xiaoping. Wang Xiaoming, without hesitation, slapped Yang Daqin across the face, saying, Don't you recognize who that is? He is my elder brother. Yang Daqin, bewildered, processed the revelation that this young man was indeed his elder brother's elder brother. After taking the slap, he still protested, but he is younger than you. How can he be your elder brother? Wang Xiaoming delivered another kick, commanding, Mind your own business. Kneel. Although Yang Daqin was older than Wang Xiaoming, he dared not resist and knelt before him. Wang Xiaoming then slapped him again, saying, What are you doing kneeling before me? I told you to kneel before my brother and apologize. Hearing this, Yang Daqin, terrified, crawled forward on his knees, repeatedly bowing his head as he pleaded, Brother, I was wrong, truly wrong. I won't dare again. Yang Xiaoping coldly replied, Get lost. I don't want to see you. Upon hearing the command to leave, Yang Daqin scrambled to his feet, retreating to the back of the group. Wang Xiaoming approached Yang Xiaoping, saying, Brother, I didn't know it was you. If I had, I would have broken his legs when he came looking for me. Yang Xiaoping replied, It's all right. Ignorance is no fault. After a moment, he observed Wang Xiaoming's darkened aura and remarked, Your performance has been commendable. I can't help but mention that you've been having a rough time lately. Did you recently drive your car into a river? Wang Xiaoming was taken aback, realizing the accuracy of the statement. Indeed, he had driven his luxury car into a river the day before, nearly losing his life in the process. Unable to contain himself, he exclaimed, Brother, you're truly extraordinary. How did you know? What is going on? You're encountering karmic retribution for your misdeeds. But I sense there is more to it. It appears a vengeful spirit is attached to you. I haven't killed anyone, he protested. I've resolved to lead a better life and refrain from wrongdoing. Yet why does this persist? After his encounter with Yang Xiaoping, he recognized the existence of forces beyond his understanding. Thus, he planned to open a legitimate entertainment business instead of continuing his previous violent lifestyle. Yang Xiaoping said, "If you truly wish to reform, you wouldn't have brought people here today." Wang Xiaoming conceded, realizing he had indeed failed to control himself. "Brother, I'll change for sure. If I don't, I'll be hit by a car the moment I step outside. Can you help me break this curse?" Yang Xiaoping contemplated, recognizing that if this young man could truly turn over a new leaf, it would equate to laying down the sword and attaining enlightenment. Henceforth, many would be spared from his harm. With that thought, he said, "I suspect there are issues at home. Take me to see." "Of course, please come to my house." "I'll drive. You lead the way," Wang Xiaoming replied as Yang Xiaoping climbed into his vehicle. At this moment, Wang Xiaoming instructed his subordinates to drive to the Imperial Hotel and reserve a grand private room for him. He then got into Yang Xiaoping's car, saying, "I will guide you." He led Yang Xiaoping to his residence, which was situated at the entrance of a villa in the suburbs. Upon arrival, Yang Xiaoping remarked, "This environment is quite nice." Wang Xiaoming responded, "If you like it, I can arrange for a similar residence nearby immediately." Yang Xiaoping understood that although these ruffians like to boast, they often followed through on such statements. With a smile, Yang Xiaoping replied, "There's no need. I prefer my current home. At least in my village, there are plenty of beautiful women. Living here would be rather lonely." As they entered the courtyard, Yang Xiaoping surveyed the area and realized he had developed a keen understanding of feng shui. With his newfound spiritual energy, he sensed that while the feng shui here was decent, the villa exuded a strong aura of negativity and resentment. Yang Xiaoping concluded that Wang Xiaoming and Amp, Oppo's troubles stemmed from this oppressive energy surrounding the property. Wang Xiaoming exclaimed, "You can even read feng shui?" Yang Xiaoping replied, "You are older than I am. There and Amp, Oppo's. There's no need to call me and Amp, Oppo's, brother, and Amp, Oppo's. Just refer to me as Yang Xiaoping. I am Wang Xiaoming, and since our names differ so greatly, I shall call you brother. Now, take me inside to have a look." Wang Xiaoming complied and led Yang Xiaoping into the villa. Inside, he offered tea and cigarettes. But Yang Xiaoping declined, stating he preferred to observe first. As he employed his spiritual energy, he discerned that the negative energy emanated from a particular room. "What room is that?" he inquired. "It is my study," Wang Xiaoming replied. Surprised that a thug would have a study, Yang Xiaoping chuckled. "It seems that room holds the issue. Take me to see it." "All right, brother, follow me," Wang Xiaoming said, leading Yang Xiaoping to the study door and opening it. Yang Xiaoping used his X-ray vision and discovered a plastic box in the right drawer of the desk containing some medicinal plasters. "Is there a plaster or something of that sort in this drawer?" he asked. "Yes, I will take it out," Wang Xiaoming replied. "These plasters are the source of the trouble." Wang Xiaoming retrieved approximately 30 plasters, visibly puzzled. "Brother, what is wrong with these plasters?" "These plasters contain musk and deer bones, which are secondary concerns. However, they also contain the lives of tens of thousands of ants. Every creature possesses a life, and the loss of tens of thousands of ant lives will surely incur retribution." Yang Xiaoping continued, "I understand now. It is the vengeful spirits of the ants coming to seek justice." Wang Xiaoming, though not entirely foolish, still questioned, "But we kill chickens and fish regularly. Shouldn't there be consequences for that as well?" "That is different," Yang Xiaoping explained. "Occasional killings have minimal impact. It is akin to drinking a beer. One sip poses no problem, but 10 bottles will certainly lead to intoxication. Ants too have lives. Even a monk must recite and Amp, Oppos, Amaba and Amp, Oppos, upon stepping on one." "I see. These plasters were given to me by a folk healer for my severe injuries. My leg was broken, and after applying them twice, it healed." Yang Xiaoping confirmed, "Indeed. This is an ancient remedy known as an Amp, Oppos, black gold bone setting ointment, and Amp, Oppos. It has been banned by the medical community due to the excessive harm it inflicts on living beings. This formula was originally created by Hua Tua, but due to its reliance on tens of thousands of black ants as the primary ingredient, it was later prohibited." Wang Xiaoming inquired, "Brother, what should we do about this?" Yang Xiaoping reassured him, "That is easily managed. I will assist you with it." "That is wonderful. Thank you." Wang Xiaoming expressed, "Not only will I dispose of these plasters, but I will also address the issues within this residence." He then directed some spiritual energy towards the plasters, ensuring their medicinal properties remained intact while eliminating the negativity and resentment. These plasters have now transformed into a divine remedy specifically for injuries, he declared. Wan Xiaoming retrieved a tote bag and packed the plasters for Yang Xiaoping. Additionally, he released some spiritual energy within the villa. Once these tasks were completed, Yang Xiaoping stated, "You are now free from trouble. Remember, do not engage in wrongdoing again, for such actions will lead to dire consequences." "Understood. Thank you, brother," Wang Xiaoming replied. "If there is nothing more, I shall take my leave." "Brother," Wang Xiaoming insisted, "you have helped me immensely. I cannot allow you to go unrewarded. Even those who consult masters for feng shui pay a fee, so I must give you something." Yang Xiaoping chuckled. No. You call me brother and still wish to pay me? Do you truly consider me a brother?" He continued, "Let us set aside the matter of money. I have reserved a private room at the Imperial Hotel. It is now noon, and you must join me for a meal." "Very well, I shall accept the invitation." Meanwhile, at the First People's Hospital of Huaihai City, an ambulance arrived with a beautiful female patient who was taken into the emergency room, still unconscious. Dr. Zhang Ya, the attending physician, was unable to determine the cause of her condition and asked the patient and Apos, as companion, what happened to this young lady. "This is my friend. We were staying at the Huaihai Hotel. We stayed up late last night, and when we woke up, she was like this," the companion explained. "You could seek compensation from the hotel," Dr. Zhang suggested. "Let us first attend to her medical needs. I am unsure if it is related to the hotel." The young woman insisted. At this moment, the attending physician, Dr. Dong Shan, a beautiful woman, arrived but could also find no discernible issue. Therefore, she contacted her mentor, the renowned healer Zhao Seng, to assess the situation. Before Zhao Seng could arrive, the female patient regained consciousness, opening her eyes to ask, "Where am I?" "You are in the hospital. I am your doctor," Dr. Zhang replied. "Ah, my shoulder hurts. Did you give me an injection?" "Please remove it," she requested. "Yes, I administered the injection to save you," Dr. Zhang affirmed. The nurses present knew the injection had been given by a local farmer, but they chose to remain silent to avoid further complications. As Dr. Zhang reached to remove the needle, an elderly voice commanded, "Do not move." However, Dr. Zhang had already pulled it out. "Who are you?" "Step aside," he retorted. As soon as the needle was removed, the patient and Apos' complexion darkened, and blood began to trickle from her mouth. Alarmed, Dr. Zhang panicked, while Dr. Dongshan announced, "Master, you have arrived." The newcomer was the esteemed healer Zhao Seng, president of the Huaihai Traditional Medicine Association. Realizing he had just raised his voice at Zhao Seng, Dr. Zhang hurriedly apologized. "My apologies, master. I did not recognize you." Zhao Seng coldly responded, "I warned you not to move, yet you insisted on removing it. Was this injection administered by you?" Faced with the patient and Apos' deteriorating condition, Dr. Zhang could no longer lie, confessing, "No, it was given by a local farmer." Upon hearing this, Dr. Dongshan furiously retorted, "Did you not just claim it was your doing? The patient is in trouble now, yet you refuse to acknowledge it. It truly isn't my fault. This patient's predicament lies with that small farmer. Am I not entitled to boast?" Zhang Ye hurriedly explained. His partner, lacking in character, would certainly claim all credit when things went well, but when trouble arose, he would surely attempt to absolve himself entirely. Zhao Seng remarked, "This injection is life-saving. The person administering it must have informed you that it should not be removed within 2 hours, correct?" A nurse responded, "Yes, that's precisely what the small farmer said." Zhao Seng sighed and said, "Why don't you listen? He is not just a small farmer. He is a divine physician, truly a miraculous healer. If the needle is not removed within those 2 hours, it would have worked wonders." Zhao Seng and Apos' assertion astonished everyone, so the small farmer was indeed a divine physician. At that moment, a beautiful family member of the patient raised her hand and slapped Zhang Ya, exclaiming, "If anything happens to my sister, I will hold you accountable for her life." Though she came in the capacity of a family member, she was actually a close friend. Zhang Ya, aware of his guilt, dared not retaliate. Covering his face, he said, "Divine physician Zhao, perhaps you could administer a needle yourself, as you are a divine physician, are you not?" Zhao Seng sighed again. "I lack that skill. The returning heaven needle is an ancient technique developed by renowned healers. I do not possess that knowledge. However, I am aware that the returning heaven needle is the only one capable of saving a life with just a single puncture. The returning heaven needle was famed in ancient times, created by the illustrious physician Zhang Zhongjing of the Han Dynasty. He not only authored the treatise on cold damage and miscellaneous diseases, but also devised the method for this miraculous needle. This technique was legendary in ancient Chinese medicine, capable of saving lives with a single insertion. However, it had been lost to time, vanishing for over 6 centuries during the Ming Dynasty. Zhao Sange could scarcely believe that this long-lost technique had resurfaced. Meanwhile, a nurse suggested, "Why not check at the Huaihai Grand Hotel? He might still be there." Zhang Ye replied, "All right, I shall go search for him." Although he knew there was little hope, he feared that should the patient die, he would bear the responsibility. Meanwhile, Yang Xiaoping and Wang Xiaoming were drinking at the Emperor Hotel when suddenly, Yang Xiaoping's phone rang. Upon checking, he saw it was the hotel owner, Wang Hui, calling. He answered, "Brother, is there something wrong?" Wang Hui responded, "Brother, a beautiful guest at my hotel has fallen ill. You administered a needle, correct?" Yang Xiaoping replied, "Yes." "How did you find out?" "I heard from the security guard that it was you. The doctor has removed the needle, and now the patient's condition has worsened. We seek your help for treatment." Yang Xiaoping sighed. "Didn't I warn them not to remove the needle within 2 hours? Why didn't they listen?" Wang Hui continued, "The doctors are here begging on their knees, asking me to contact you. Please do help, as the patient is staying at my hotel." "Very well. Which hospital?" Yang Xiaoping inquired. "The First People's Hospital. Should I come to pick you up?" "No need to trouble yourself, brother. I'll head there myself," he replied. Ending the call, Wang Xiaoming, noticing Yang Xiaoping hanging up, asked, "Brother, is something amiss?" "Yes, I must go save a life. I cannot linger here drinking," Yang Xiaoping smiled. "Drinking is secondary. Saving a life is paramount. I will arrange for someone to drive you," Wang Xiaoming insisted, noticing Yang Xiaoping's flushed face. "I'm fine. I practice martial arts and can expel the alcohol instantly. I'll drive myself," Yang Xiaoping assured, demonstrating his ability to dispel the alcohol in under half a minute. This display left the group in awe. They escorted Yang Xiaoping to his car, and he departed. Upon arriving at the hospital entrance, he was greeted by Zhang Ye and a nurse. Spotting Yang Xiaoping's vehicle, they ensured he was directed straight to the emergency room entrance, a privilege typically reserved for ambulances, as regular vehicles were only permitted in the parking lot. Zhang Ye, having hurried to the hospital, knelt before Yang Xiaoping, pleading, "Divine physician, I was wrong. Please, you must save the patient. I implore you. Rise." Yang Xiaoping replied, "Do you not feel embarrassed kneeling like that? Does that mean you agree to the treatment?" "Of course, if I were not in agreement, would I have come?" Hearing Yang Xiaoping's affirmation, Zhang Ye stood up, his face lighting up with excitement. He led Yang Xiaoping inside. Once inside, Zhao Sange observed Yang Xiaoping's youth and thought, "So this is the small farmer they speak of, the divine physician?" Indeed, Yang Xiaoping was remarkably young. Zhang Ye introduced Zhao Divine Physician. "This is the divine farmer I mentioned." Dongshan coldly interjected, "Zhang Ye, can you not speak properly? A divine physician is a divine physician. Why must you label him a farmer?" Yang Xiaoping replied, "I am indeed a humble farmer. I warned you not to remove the needle within 2 hours. Had you heeded my advice, I wouldn't have needed to come here." Zhao Sange asked, "Divine physician, you were using the returning heaven needle, correct?" Yang Xiaoping looked at Zhao Sange and said, "Elder, you are familiar with the returning heaven needle?" "Yes, I recognized your technique," Zhao Sange affirmed. "Indeed, it is the returning heaven needle. If they had not removed it, the patient would likely be recovering by now," Yang Xiaoping noted. "However, it has become a bit complicated." "Yes, I am aware from medical texts that removing it within 2 hours poses a life-threatening risk, making it exceedingly difficult to save her," Zhao Sange acknowledged. "Elder, I can only utilize my internal energy to save her now. I am willing to risk my own life to do so," Yang Xiaoping declared, evoking a sense of admiration from the others present. In truth, Yang Xiaoping exaggerated. He would not truly risk his life, but the effort was indeed taxing on his energy. Just then, the beautiful woman approached and introduced herself. "I am Lin Min, a friend of the patient, and I suppose I am a family member as well. We will make sure to express our gratitude." Yang Xiaoping replied, "Miss Lin, you may stay here, but the rest of you must step outside. I need to perform Qigong treatment, and too many people will disrupt the process." Zhao Sange understood that divine physicians often preferred solitude during their practice. Thus, he led everyone outside. Yang Xiaoping turned to Lin Min, saying, "I wish to keep you here as a witness. I assure you, I have no ulterior motives. Should the patient awaken and suspect me, your presence will serve as proof." Lin Min reassured him, "Rest assured, I will not doubt you. If my friend Sun Yinyu awakens and has any suspicions, I will vouch for you." As the treatment required massage, Yang Xiaoping stated, I shall begin now. With that, he placed his hands directly on the beautiful woman's body. Watching from the side, Lin Min thought, no wonder he wants me here. If it were me, I too would be suspicious if a man were touching me. As Yang Xiaoping applied pressure to Sun Ciyu's chest, he channeled his energy. This location was chosen due to the ease with which capillaries could absorb energy. After about half a minute, Sun Ciyu's complexion began to regain its color. Yang Xiaoping withdrew his hands from Sun Ciyu and then placed both hands on her head. Subsequently, he took a step back and, with an invisible force, lifted the beautiful woman's body off the bed, raising her approximately 1 meter into the air. Lin Min, who was observing closely, was so astonished that her mouth gaped open, possibly wide enough to fit a large duck egg. This miraculous doctor was truly remarkable. If one were unaware that he was engaged in healing, one might easily mistake the scene for a performance of acrobatics or magic. At that moment, the beauty opened her eyes. Yang Xiaoping allowed her body to gently descend onto the bed, but he himself sat down on the floor and closed his eyes, resembling an elderly monk in meditation. When Sun Ciyu awakened and saw Yang Xiaoping in this state, she couldn't and oppose. He helped but ask, Lin Min, what is wrong with this person? Lin Min replied, he exhausted himself to save you. You are now well, but he is quite worn out. At that moment, Yang Xiaoping opened his eyes and said, it's nothing. I'll be fine after a short rest. With that, he stood up. Although he had risen, Yang Xiaoping swayed slightly, prompting Lin Min to rush over to support him. Inadvertently, his arm brushed against Lin Min and Appo's chest, causing him to feel a bit embarrassed as he hurriedly pushed her away, saying, thank you, I'm all right. Lin Min responded, we should be thanking you, esteemed doctor. Sun Ciyu also got off the sickbed and said, doctor, truly, thank you. Please give me your bank account number so I can transfer you some money. Yang Xiaoping replied, there is no need, as a doctor. It is my duty to save lives. I didn't use any medicine or incur any costs, so money is unnecessary. With that, he turned and opened the door, addressing the people outside, all right, you may come in now. Upon seeing the patient had risen from the bed, everyone was understandably astonished. The healing had taken only a few minutes. Dong Shan, noticing Yang Xiaoping as somewhat weakened state, said, doctor, allow me to assist you. She approached to support him. Zhao Sang, with a smile, declared, doctor, I wish to take you as my mentor. His words immediately shocked everyone. Zhao Sang was a prominent figure in the Huaihai medical community, known for his pride and refusal to bow to anyone. Now, he was seeking to apprentice himself to a young peasant. He began to kneel. Yang Xiaoping hurriedly supported him, saying, Senior, please, you're making me feel unworthy. What merit do I have to be your teacher? Zhao Sanging replied, in learning, there is no distinction of age. A capable person is worthy of being a mentor. You deserve my respect. Yang Xiaoping suggested, how about we simply become friends and learn from each other? That works too. In my heart, you will always be my teacher. With that, he declared, now that all is settled, I shall return home. At that moment, Sun Ciyu approached and said, Doctor, I still do not know your name. I am Sun Ciyu. Yang Xiaoping replied, I am Yang Xiaoping, just a humble farmer from Yangjia village. Can you tell me what illness I had? She inquired. I almost forgot to mention, you were afflicted by yin energy, likely due to your extensive contact with ancient artifacts, particularly those excavated from tombs. Please be cautious in the future. Yang Xiaoping and Appo's words astonished Sun Ciyu, as it was indeed true. She was involved in the appraisal and collection of ancient artifacts and spent hours each day handling them at home. Once outside, Sun Ciyu followed him, wishing to add him on WeChat. Reluctantly, Yang Xiaoping accepted the beautiful woman and Appo's request. At that moment, Zhao Senging also approached, wishing to add Yang Xiaoping on WeChat. After exchanging contact information, he invited Yang Xiaoping to dinner. Initially, Yang Xiaoping had been drinking without eating much, and after the recent events, he felt quite hungry. So he agreed. Naturally, Sun Ciyu also wished to invite Yang Xiaoping. Thus, they all went together. Not only did Lin Min accompany them, but even Dong Shan joined in. While Zhang Yu felt his status was insufficient and had to work, so he refrained from speaking up. After enjoying their meal, Yang Xiaoping drove home. Upon arriving, he had just parked when Li Xiaoxia approached him. She said, Darling, let us go pick some tender green shoots together. We should return early to visit my cousin tonight and see what is troubling her. Yang Xiaoping replied, All right, I'll take you to the primitive forest. But do not be afraid. With you by my side, I fear nothing. Very well, let us set off immediately. Yang Xiaoping grabbed 2 snakeskin bags, and together with Li Xiaoxia, they embarked on their journey. Upon reaching the mountain, Li Xiaoxia reminded, "Don't forget we need to visit my cousin tonight to check on her health. I won't forget. We can go after dinner." "Is your cousin Zhou?" "Yes." "Can you manage on your own?" "How could that be?" Yang Xiaoping replied, "She is a woman and I am a man. If she accuses me of having ulterior motives, it would be troublesome." "You're just being silly. My cousin is not like that," Li Xiaoxia retorted. "But what if she tries to seduce me? I know her husband only comes home once a year. She must feel lonely." Yang Xiaoping chuckled. Li Xiaoxia understood that Yang Xiaoping had a point. In today's economic climate, merely relying on a few acres of land would not yield a prosperous living. Many people had gone south for work, some bringing their wives while their parents stayed behind to tend to the fields. However, those without parents often left their wives at home, leading to a phenomenon of left-behind women. Women are like this. If they are unmarried, they may not think of such matters for 20 years, as they have no experience. However, once married and with a husband, the absence of their partner inevitably leads to such thoughts, causing some women to stray. It is akin to smoking. A child who has never smoked is unaware of its taste and may even find the smoke repulsive. Yet once they grow up and start smoking, it becomes difficult to quit. As they spoke, they arrived at the riverbank. Li Xiaoxia asked, "Darling, do we need to swim across?" "No, I will carry you over," Yang Xiaoping replied, handing her the snakeskin bags. He then lifted Li Xiaoxia and jumped across. Li Xiaoxia exclaimed, "Darling, if you were to compete in a sports event, you would surely win the long jump championship, not just the long jump." Yang Xiaoping set Li Xiaoxia down, smiling. "I would excel in high jump and long distance running as well, but I prefer to remain humble and refrain from such competitions." Li Xiaoxia looked around at the primitive forest, remarking, "Had you not brought me here, I would have been too afraid to come. It feels quite eerie." As the sun began to set, she continued, "If it were midday, you wouldn't have this feeling. Let us start working." "All right, let us get to it." The two worked swiftly, with Li Xiaoxia outpacing Yang Xiaoping. Before long, they had gathered enough, and Yang Xiaoping said, "Wife, we can head back now." Li Xiaoxia replied with a smile, "Very well. We'll each carry a bag home. I can manage alone." Just then, a wild rabbit darted past Li Xiaoxia. Yang Xiaoping sprang into action, swiftly catching up to the rabbit and knocking it unconscious with a kick. He then said, "Tonight, we shall have a delicious meal." With that, he gathered some vines to tie the rabbit and carried it along with the snakeskin bags to the riverside. Yang Xiaoping said, "Wife, I will first take these items back and then come back for you." Li Xiaoxia nodded, even though it was already getting dark. However, with Yang Xiaoping present, she felt little fear. Yang Xiaoping leaped forward, first placing the wild rabbit and the tender shoots of Chinese tune on the ground, then returning to bring the beautiful woman along. After setting Li Xiaoxia down, Yang Xiaoping picked up the wild rabbit and went to retrieve a snakeskin bag. Li Xiaoxia also grabbed a snakeskin bag, holding it in her hand and stating, "I and Appos, LL carry one. It would be cumbersome for you to manage more." Upon returning home, Li Xiaoxia went straight to prepare dinner while Yang Xiaoping took the wild rabbit and the tune shoots back to his own abode. There, he began to prepare the rabbit. Once he finished, he took it to Li Xiaoxia and Appos' home and started to stew the wild rabbit. After the meal was ready, the two began to indulge in food and drink. Once they had satisfied their appetites, Yang Xiaoping remarked, "It's already past 8. You should call your cousin. They might complain about the late hour and wish to retire for the night." Li Xiaoxia replied, "All right, I will make the call now." After completing her phone call, she said, "Darling, let us go. She is waiting for us at home." Thus, they set off together. Zhou Li and Appos' residence was at the eastern edge of the village. She and Li Xiaoxia were cousins, as their mothers were sisters. Upon arriving at Zhou Li's doorstep, they found the front door ajar and entered. Zhou Li, aware of their arrival, came out to greet them in the courtyard. After exchanging pleasantries, Zhou Li said, "Please, come to the main room." Yang Xiaoping responded, "Certainly." Once in the main room, the three settled onto the sofa. Yang Xiaoping inquired, "Sister Zhou Li, what troubles you? I've noticed you seem restless these past few days and have been unable to sleep." Zhou Li confessed, "I keep having nightmares, often involving ghosts." Indeed, some individuals are prone to such dreams, while others might even dream of committing murder. Yet, those are merely dreams, and upon awakening, nothing remains. Yang Xiaoping couldn't help but scrutinize Zhou Li, stating, "You seem to be experiencing something, yet I discern no illness." Zhou Li replied, "So you mean I'm fine? And dreaming is entirely normal?" "Yes, dreaming is quite normal," Yang Xiaoping affirmed. However, his hesitance did not go unnoticed by Li Xiaoxia. She encouraged him, saying, Xiaoping, if you have something to say, please do not hold back. She is not a stranger. Yang Xiaoping responded, well, I shall speak then. All right. Zhou Li urged, Xiaoping, if you have something to share, please do so. He continued, you should contact your husband. I suspect something may have happened to him. Yang Xiaoping clarified, of course. This is merely suspicion, so it would be best for you to reach out. His words left Zhou Li in shock. Although both she and her husband possessed mobile phones, they seldom communicated. Their relationship was strained, and typically, they would only speak once every couple of months. In fact, it had been over a month since their last contact. She retrieved her phone and dialed her husband and Oppo's number. Unfortunately, it was turned off. Zhou Li expressed her concern. He is unavailable, Xiaoping. Do you think my husband is in trouble? Yang Xiaoping awkwardly replied, I can only discern that he may have encountered difficulties. Perhaps I am mistaken, and nothing is amiss. You usually call him when you are well. Li Xiaoxia inquired, cousin, what exactly does your husband do? Zhou Li explained, he works as a security guard in Jiangnan City. He is not very educated, so that's all he can manage. Yang Xiaoping reassured her, do not worry. If you know where he might be, you could investigate. All right. Perhaps I shall go see him soon. Zhou Li agreed. Very well. If there is nothing else, I shall take my leave, Yang Xiaoping said, rising to his feet. Li Xiaoxia followed suit, and Zhou Li accompanied them to the entrance. Yang Xiaoping added, there is no need to see us off. Please close the door. Zhou Li nodded, saying, very well, be careful on your way back. As Yang Xiaoping and Li Xiaoxia walked home together, Li Xiaoxia remarked, darling, I felt uncomfortable addressing you as such at my cousin and Oppo's house. I hope you don't and Oppo's mind. What is there to mind? We are not yet wed. It would be improper to call you that in public, he replied. Curiously, she asked, so, is it true that my cousin's husband is no longer around? Yang Xiaoping smiled. Based on my assessment, it seems he may have passed away elsewhere. Her recent nightmares are likely a manifestation of his spirit attempting to communicate with her. In rural folklore, it is said that when someone dies far from home, they often visit their family in dreams. Some even believe that their spirit returns home once. Li Xiaoxia questioned, why didn't you tell her directly? I feared that delivering such news directly might overwhelm her and lead to an emotional breakdown. Thus, I opted to prepare her gently, allowing her to brace herself for the truth, making acceptance easier when the time comes, Yang Xiaoping explained. Li Xiaoxia continued, sharing that Zhou Li was a university student who married Miaohu, her husband, because he provided a substantial bride price to help treat her father and Oppo's cancer. Zhou Li married him, despite his limited education and lack of common interests, leading to a strained relationship. Consequently, Miaohu ventured out to earn a living while Zhou Li remained at home, feeling isolated. Yang Xiaoping remarked, it and Oppo's all right. If she can and Oppo's be reached. I and Oppo's go south to find her, and then we and Oppo's know the truth. But that doesn't and Oppo's makes sense. If he were dead, the company would notify us. If he died outside, how would the company inform his family? Li Xiaoxia pondered this, but remained perplexed by how Yang Xiaoping had come to such conclusions. Therefore, she inquired, darling, how do you know this? In truth, ever since Yang Xiaoping endured that blow, he had not only acquired medical and martial skills, but also numerous extraordinary abilities, such as spiritual awareness, the ability to read feng shui, and even insight into matters of the divine. Today, he sensed that Miaohu's spirit had returned home. Naturally, he could not disclose this to Li Xiaoxia. He smiled and said, my dear, I possess a talent in this realm, akin to those shamans who heal others. I can do the same. So you are a charlatan now? Li Xiaoxia teased. At that moment, they arrived at the center of the village, where a narrow path lay before them. This path was frequented during the day, but generally deserted at night due to the presence of dilapidated houses, some of which were mere ruins, abandoned after their inhabitants had passed away. Most people avoided this area after dark. Yang Xiaoping said, my love, let's take this path. It's closer to home. Li Xiaoxia nodded and followed him. As they approached an old courtyard, Yang Xiaoping heard voices coming from within. Li Xiaoxia also caught the sound and quietly asked, darling, could it be something frightening inside? Yang Xiaoping softly replied, it should be people. I'll escort you to the main road, then I'll take a look. He guided her to the road, urging her to turn on her phone and Oppo's flashlight and walked slowly while he returned shortly. Yang Xiaoping crept back to the old courtyard, crouching low to peek over the crumbling stone wall. Under the moonlight, he beheld Yang Dao with a woman, Lu Ping, who belonged to the same production team as Yang Xiaoping, and was married to Zhao Dalong. Lu Ping appeared to be around 30, typically serious, but here she was on a date with Yang Dao. At that moment, Yang Dao had his arms around Lu Ping, saying, "Lu Ping, don't worry. As long as you're with me, I'll give you 500 a month. 500 is too little. Make it 800 and I'll be yours. As long as I'm not on my period, you can call me anytime," she replied. 800 is excessive. My wife might find out, Yang Dao protested. Yang Xiaoping was taken aback, astonished that they were conducting business in such a manner. He never imagined Lu Ping could be so bold. Lu Ping continued, 500 is fine, but you can only meet me once a week, totaling 4 times a month. Then let us stick to 800. That way, I can meet you anytime, Yang Dao insisted. Bring the money today, she demanded. I only have 200 on me now. I'll give you that and the remaining 600 next time, he replied, handing her the cash. Just then, he began to undo his pants. Yang Xiaoping seized a stone and threw it, not with force, but it struck Yang Dao. Who is there? He exclaimed, turning around to find no one. There is no one. You're just scaring yourself, Lu Ping reassured him. No, someone just hit me, he insisted. After confirming the area was clear, he resumed undressing. As soon as he did, Yang Xiaoping threw another stone, this time hitting him on the back. Afterward, Yang Xiaoping squatted down to remain unseen. Panic seized Yang Dao, who cried, "A ghost, a ghost." He hastily pulled up his pants and fled. Lu Ping lamented, "You've left me here all alone. I'm scared too." Her voice quivered as she spoke, while Yang Dao ran without looking back. Yang Xiaoping quietly slipped away and caught up with Li Xiaoxia. "What happened, darling?" she asked. "It was Yang Dao and Lu Ping on a date," he replied. "Lu Ping is so young and beautiful. How could she agree to that? She was paid for it. Money changes everything," he explained. "So did they go through with it?" "Not at all," Yang Xiaoping chuckled. "I interrupted them." Yang Dao was scared off, and Lu Ping was left in tears. "You're quite the troublemaker, ruining their plans." Li Xiaoxia laughed. "But it wasn't a good plan," Yang Xiaoping countered. "One could call it infidelity or solicitation." The two shared laughs as they returned home, for it was already quite late. They arrived at Yang Xiaoping's house, where Li Xiaoxia chose to stay the night instead of returning to her own home. After taking a shower, she waited for Yang Xiaoping in the bedroom. Once he finished bathing, he joined her, and under the cool air of the air conditioning, they began to indulge in each other. The following morning, after breakfast, Yang Xiaoping set off with some tender Chinese tune shoots. While driving, he received a voice message via WeChat. He pulled over to check his phone and discovered it was an invitation from Sun Siyu. He connected the call. "Hello, beautiful. What brings you to me today?" he asked. "Divine Healer, are you free today? I'm heading to the city to deliver goods to the Huaihai Hotel. After I finish, could you come to my house? I need your help to check if those antiques have any negative energy. I and Oppos am available, but I and Oppos am not familiar with your address." "It's not out of town, is it?" "No. Once you and Oppos redone, I'll send you the location," Sun Siyu assured him. "All right then, I'll continue driving." After hanging up, Yang Xiaoping resumed his journey. Upon reaching the Huaihai Hotel, he parked and stepped out with his bag. Inside the lobby, he spotted Zhou Lian mopping the floor. "Auntie, why are you mopping the floor?" he asked. "Call me sister. I'm no longer associated with Zhao Dabo. So why call me auntie?" Zhou Lian replied. "I enjoy this work. I have no particular skills, and I requested this position. Please don't mention it to the boss. This work is beneath you. You're too delicate for it," he protested. "I truly enjoy it. It includes meals and accommodation and doesn't require much thinking. Just let me be." "Very well, I'll head upstairs. Once I buy a villa in the city, you can come and help me manage it," he joked. "That would be wonderful. I'd love to be your housekeeper." Yang Xiaoping exchanged a few more words with Zhou Lian before heading upstairs to find Zhang Li. After settling accounts in her office, he carried the empty bag back downstairs. He was in a hurry to visit Sun Siyu and assess her antiques. Upon reaching the lobby, he found a crowd gathered around Zhou Lian, who was in tears. An elderly man had accidentally slipped and fallen while she was mopping, and now he couldn't get up. The lobby manager, startled, called Wang Hui. Wang Hui arrived, and if it had been anyone else cleaning, he might have exploded in anger. However, since Zhou Lian was recommended by Yang Xiaoping, he felt hesitant to say anything. Seeing Yang Xiaoping arrive, Wang Hui said, "Brother, can you take a look at this?" Yang Xiaoping stated, "It's nothing. Let me take a look." With that, he approached the elderly man. At that moment, the old man appeared to be in great pain, supported by a woman who was his granddaughter. Utilizing his X-ray vision, Yang Xiaoping remarked, "Your coccyx is fractured, however. There is no cause for alarm. I possess a medicated plaster that will remedy it within 2 days." The old man and Apos' granddaughter retorted, "You are carrying a sack that looks like it belongs to a peasant. Do you truly understand medicine? You claim the coccyx is broken, and you expect me to believe that a mere plaster will suffice?" At this juncture, Wang Hui interjected, "He is my friend and a miraculous healer. If he says it can be cured, then it surely can." The old man replied, "You are the proprietor, and yet you say such things. Are you concerned I might linger at the hospital and incur expenses for you?" Yang Xiaoping countered, "Monetary concerns are secondary. I would gladly spend for you. However, I must emphasize that a visit to the hospital will not yield results as effective as my plaster." In truth, Yang Xiaoping could have employed his spiritual energy to heal the old man, but he refrained from doing so in such a crowded space. Such an act would undoubtedly be astonishing. More importantly, he feared that research institutions or medical facilities might scrutinize him. Nevertheless, he felt a sense of responsibility since Zhou Lian would bear some culpability for the fall in the lobby. Wang Hui said, "Our grand hotel will not disappear. Trust in Yang, the miraculous healer, just once. If the old man is not well in 2 days, you may deal with the consequences as you see fit." The old man conceded, "Very well, I will trust you this once." Yang Xiaoping declared, "Excellent, I shall retrieve the plaster from my vehicle." With that, he exited to procure the plaster, knowing that 2 patches would suffice for the old man's recovery. Yet, he took an extra patch, bringing a total of 3. Upon returning to the lobby, Yang Xiaoping instructed, "You should apply 1 today, remove it after 24 hours, and replace it once more. 2 applications will be sufficient. I have provided an additional patch which may not be necessary." The old man and Apos' granddaughter received the patches and remarked, "What is this?" It and Apos' dark and unappealing. She then tossed it onto the floor. The old man admonished, "Pick it up. Good things are not always visually appealing. I can smell the medicinal properties of this plaster. It must be effective." Yang Xiaoping reassured them, "Rest assured, if it proves ineffective, you may contact Wang Boss to find me. I guarantee its efficacy with my head on the line." At that moment, Zhou Lian approached Wang Hui and said, "Mr. Wang, I apologize. Perhaps you should dismiss me." Wang Hui dared not do so. Anyone introduced by Yang Xiaoping, no matter their transgressions, was beyond reproach. He could not afford to dismiss them, as he believed in the principle of not judging solely by appearances. Wang Hui replied, "It's perfectly fine. Continue with your tasks. There is nothing to worry about here." Yang Xiaoping remarked, "Once the old man applies the plaster, he will undoubtedly recover. I have matters to attend to." With that, he departed. After leaving, Yang Xiaoping entered his vehicle and retrieved his phone to send a voice message to Sun Siyu. Once connected, he said, "Beautiful lady, I have finished my tasks. Please send me your location, and I will come right over." "Sure, I will send you the location," Sun Siyu replied. "All right, I will hang up now. Please send it to me," Yang Xiaoping said before disconnecting the call. Shortly thereafter, he received the location and set it for navigation, setting off on his way. Before long, Yang Xiaoping arrived at the destination, a large estate situated at the foot of the northern hills, featuring an expansive villa. He honked the horn, and the gate opened, indicating it was remotely controlled. Yang Xiaoping drove in and parked inside the courtyard. At that moment, Sun Siyu emerged to greet him. Approaching Yang Xiaoping, she extended her hand and expressed, "Thank you, Mr. Yang." Yang Xiaoping smiled and replied, "There is no need for such formality between us. Please, come inside," Sun Siyu invited. Once inside the living room, Sun Siyu offered to pour tea for Yang Xiaoping. He replied, "No need. If you have any cold beverages, just bring me a bottle." "Sure. Do you prefer cola or iced tea?" "Cola, please." Sun Siyu fetched a bottle of cola, and after Yang Xiaoping opened it and took a few sips, he said, "Beautiful lady, please take me to see your antiques, as I sense a heavy aura in your home." "Certainly, my antiques are housed in a dedicated room." "Allow me to show you." Leading the way, they ascended the stairs, and upon entering a room, Yang Xiaoping immediately felt a chilling atmosphere. He remarked, "This is quite intense. The aura here is rather ominous." As he examined the items, he pointed to an incense burner and inquired, "This piece must date back to the Wanli period of the Ming dynasty, correct?" Sun Siyu confirmed, "Indeed, it is from the Wanli era." "In this bowl, it is from the Hanwu period of the Ming dynasty?" "Yes, you are quite knowledgeable. Are you an expert in appraisal?" Yang Xiaoping chuckled, I do possess some knowledge. Pointing to a jar, he noted, that is from the Song dynasty, though it was excavated from a burial site. Correct, it is indeed from the Song dynasty. I would not have recognized it without handling it. You are truly impressive. And that copper basin is from the Yuan dynasty, also a grave robbery artifact. Yang Xiaoping identified several items with precision, standing a meter away, which astonished Sun Siyu. Unbeknownst to her, Yang Xiaoping was using X-ray vision, enhanced by his spiritual energy. He perceived a golden aura emanating from each antique, radiating outward in concentric circles, with each ring representing approximately a century. Thus, by observing the aura, he could deduce their ages. However, Sun Siyu was oblivious to this, her expression a mix of astonishment and bewilderment. Mr. Yang, I should perhaps address you as Master Yang. What shall we do now? Yang Xiaoping replied, that can be easily resolved. I can dispel the negative energy from this room. With that, he raised his hands and released his spiritual energy. As the energy flowed, Sun Siyu felt the room warm up, enveloped in a gentle, spring-like breeze that imparted an indescribable sense of comfort. After 2 minutes, Yang Xiaoping retracted his hands and said, all is well now. There will be no further issues. And these antiques will be safe. Thank you so much, she replied. Additionally, be cautious not to acquire artifacts from tombs in the future. While their market value may be lower than that of heirlooms, they are detrimental to one's well-being. Sun Siyu acknowledged, understood. Thank you, Master. Yang Xiaoping chuckled, please. Calling me Master is quite embarrassing. You may refer to me as Xiaoping or Xiaoyang. That cannot be. You are indeed a master, Sun Siyu insisted. Master Yang. I possess a piece of calligraphy and painting that I have long been uncertain about, whether it is authentic or a forgery. May I request your assistance in appraising it? Yang Xiaoping replied, of course, please bring it out. Sun Siyu nodded and retrieved the artwork from the bookshelf, carefully unwrapping it. Yang Xiaoping examined it and remarked, these are the characters of Wang Duo. This is a mounted hanging scroll, featuring the cursive script of Wang Duo, a renowned calligrapher from the Ming dynasty. Indeed, the signature and seal appear quite similar, yet I remain uncertain of its authenticity. Regarding the signature and seal, those are accurate, but other aspects are inconsistent. Are you suggesting that only the signature and seal are correct? Yang Xiaoping chuckled and remarked, indeed, this piece is a reproduction by later generations. The signature and seal belong to Wang Duo, making it a composite work. I could easily produce a text of this quality myself. It turned out that since childhood, Yang Xiaoping had cherished the art of calligraphy, dedicating over a decade to practice, owing to his remarkable talent. Although he never formally apprenticed, his skills were already quite formidable. He practiced cursive script, drawing inspiration not only from Wang Duo but also from the two Wangs, Mi Fu and Zhao Mingfu. However, he later strayed from this path and set aside his calligraphy. There and Apos, no denying, he continued, if I were to write in Wang Duo and Apos, cursive style, I could achieve a similar level. Sun Siyu inquired, Master Yang, why would they ruin a single piece to create this? Did they intend to transform one artwork into two? Yang Xiaoping replied, that would be too risky. If discovered, both pieces would lose their value. What circumstances led to this? Sun Siyu asked. It's hard to say. Perhaps the original work had only its signature left after centuries of neglect. Maybe it was damaged by water, fire, or even torn for less dignified uses. His comment elicited laughter from Sun Siyu. Yang Xiaoping continued with a grin. Actually, it is quite plausible. Hygiene products were scarce in the past, 30 or 40 years ago. The common folk often used newspapers, and some even resorted to corn cobs. He recounted how his father once mentioned that in their youth, they used stones and leaves, claiming that toilet paper was a relatively recent invention. So, if an uneducated person came across a piece of Xian paper, it would be entirely reasonable for them to use it regardless of any inscriptions. Yang Xiaoping and Apos' reasoning held merit. His father, Yang Daming, had recounted that their ancestors were scholarly figures, possessing many books from the Qing dynasty. These volumes contain knowledge of musical notes, which, after the abolishment of private schools, were repurposed for less noble uses by his father in his youth. In today's terms, those would be considered antiques. Master Yang, it's already noon. Allow me to treat you to lunch, Sun Siyu suggested. Yang Xiaoping smiled. That and Apos, too kind of you. I should be the one treating you. Let Apos, dine out instead. Very well, I and Apos, drive us there, she replied. Upon reaching the courtyard, Sun Siyu proposed, how about we have a drink at lunch? If that and Apos, the case, you might as well leave the driving to me. I'll call a taxi to take us. After a moment and Oppo's hesitation, Yang Xiaoping agreed, thinking it prudent to keep his abilities under wraps, given their recent acquaintance. Sun Siyu made a quick phone call, and soon a taxi arrived. Although she owned a car, she preferred not to drive when dining out, as she knew a female taxi driver who lived nearby. Today, fortune smiled upon them as the driver was available and quickly came to pick them up. They arrived at a modest yet decent restaurant nearby and requested a private room upon entering. Once seated, Yang Xiaoping remarked, "I prefer not to order. Please feel free to choose a few dishes." After selecting a few items, Sun Siyu asked, "Well, what would you like to drink, Master Yang?" He replied, "Let's have 2 bottles of beer. I'm not well versed in other drinks." Sun Siyu nodded and ordered 6 bottles. Shortly, the drinks arrived, and they began to enjoy their meal, engaging in lively conversation. After consuming 2 bottles of beer each, both of their faces flushed. Yang Xiaoping would redden even after one. "Master Yang," Sun Siyu ventured, "I have a condition that you may have noticed." Truth be told, Yang Xiaoping hadn't and Oppo's T paid much attention to it. He was puzzled as to what ailment could afflict such a beautiful woman. He instinctively channeled his energy, yet he found no significant issue. Furrowing his brow, he wondered if his abilities had faltered. Are you perhaps hesitant to disclose?" he asked, feeling awkward. While he had and Oppo's T discerned the problem initially, Sun Siyu and Oppo's S words sparked his awareness. He used his energy once more and soon understood, saying, "Indeed, your condition poses no danger to your health or life, but it does affect marriage and fertility." Yang Xiaoping had realized that this enchanting woman was, in fact, a congenital stone woman. He felt a twinge of embarrassment after making this revelation. "Yes," she admitted, "that's why I've never had a partner. Sometimes I feel quite insecure. I've even been reluctant to visit a hospital. Today, I mustered the courage to ask you, can this condition be treated?" Yang Xiaoping pondered for a moment before responding. "There are treatment options available, including surgery, though that may have some implications for your health. It's not the best solution." At the prospect of treatment, Sun Siyu and Oppo's face brightened, though she felt a tinge of disappointment at the mention of surgery being suboptimal. "So, is there another method?" she inquired shyly. "Yes," he replied, "but it's somewhat embarrassing to discuss. Just between us, you can tell me," she encouraged. "All right," he conceded, "consider marrying a robust partner. That might suffice without any treatment." Upon hearing this, Sun Siyu's face turned crimson. She was no fool and understood his implication. After their meal, Sun Siyu first contacted the taxi driver, and together they descended to settle the bill. Yang Xiaoping didn't insist on paying, fully aware that even if he offered, she would likely refuse. They returned to Sun Siyu's home in the taxi. In the living room, Yang Xiaoping settled onto the sofa while Sun Siyu sat across from him and asked, "Master Yang, are you married?" Understanding her intent, he replied, "Though I'm not married, I do have a fiancée. In other words, I have a girlfriend." He sensed her interest and felt the need to maintain his distance, unwilling to become entangled in such matters. Truth be told, Yang Xiaoping possessed the skills to help her. Yet he recognized the boundaries. Such matters required commitment. Upon hearing about his fiancée, disappointment flickered across Sun Siyu and Oppo's face. Yang Xiaoping added, "There are many capable men today, martial arts masters, qigong experts, champions in combat sports, who could potentially assist." She countered, "But they must meet my standards. If I'm not interested, I wouldn't allow them to approach me. If I were to like someone, I wouldn't expect them to be responsible for me. My dear, I have pressing matters to attend to. I must return home," he stated. Yang Xiaoping understood her intentions and felt it prudent to depart before she could voice anything further. "Master Yang, you still appear quite flushed. How will you drive?" she asked. "It's fine. I've trained in martial arts and can use qigong to expel the alcohol," he replied, regretting his admission as he realized it might draw her interest even more. Sometimes, being handsome carried its own burdens. Having spoken, he hastily exited the living room and made his way outside. Once inside his car, Yang Xiaoping started the engine, activated the air conditioning, and drove away from the scene. After departing, Yang Xiaoping drove a few hundred meters before stopping. He expelled the alcohol from his system using his spiritual energy and was about to resume driving when his phone rang. Thinking it might be Sun Siyu, he answered. "Hello, beautiful. What's up?" "Xiaoping, do you have a herb called divine grass on your mountain?" "We probably do, but it's quite rare." Yang Xiaoping now recognized the voice of Meng Jing from the town and Oppo's pharmacy. Meng Jing continued, "Just keep an eye out. If you find some, harvest it. Someone needs it and is offering a high price." "All right, I understand." I and Amp, Oppos. I'm driving now, so I and Amp, Oppos. I'll talk to you later. With that, Yang Xiaoping ended the call. Yang Xiaoping knew that this divine grass wasn't the common immortal grass. It was a rare herb unique to the vicinity of West Wind Mountain, known for its remarkable efficacy in treating liver cancer. Early-stage liver cancer could be cured with it, and even late-stage cases could find relief from suffering. As a result, many people had scoured the mountain for it in previous years, nearly wiping it out, due to its scarcity, medicinal properties, and cancer-fighting abilities. The price of this divine grass was calculated by the gram, rivaling that of gold. Arriving home, Yang Xiaoping had barely parked when Li Xiaoxiao approached. "Husband, let's go up the mountain together," she suggested. "Sure. I came back early today, so we can go together." "Oh, after we get back, I'll cook. And you can visit my cousin and Oppos' place." "Okay, but why Don and Oppos? Do you go?" Li Xiaoxia asked. "I Don and Oppos. Do you want to go?" "I would and Oppos. Do you know how to comfort her? She probably knows about her husband and Amp, Oppos' situation. You go instead." "All right, then let and Amp, Oppos' head to the mountain." The couple went to the mountain to gather tune sprouts. After they had collected a good amount, Yang Xiaoping remarked, "These tune sprouts will probably be gone in another day. I'll check the woods to see if there are any more." He ventured further into the woods. He found no more tune sprouts, but he stumbled upon some divine grass. Overjoyed, Yang Xiaoping knew this was far more valuable than the tune sprouts. He carefully collected the divine grass and returned home with Li Xiaoxia. Back at home, he placed the divine grass on the windowsill to dry and took the tune sprouts inside. Li Xiaoxia said, "Husband, I and Oppos, I'll start cooking. You go visit my cousin." Yang Xiaoping chuckled, "Aran and Oppos, are you afraid your cousin will seduce me?" "Not at all. Sharing joy is better than keeping it to oneself. My cousin is grieving the loss of her husband. If you can bring her happiness, I would and Amp, Oppos, mind. I and Amp, Oppos, am not that kind of person. If you say that, I won't go." Li Xiaoxia laughed. "I'm just joking. Don't take it so seriously. That's more like it. I'll go then." With that, Yang Xiaoping went to Zhou Li's house. Upon arriving, Yang Xiaoping immediately noticed Zhou Li's unhappiness. However, she forced a smile upon seeing him. Yang Xiaoping began, "Sister Xiaoli, you seem upset. Did you find out about your husband and Oppos' situation?" Actually, before Yang Xiaoping could offer comfort, Zhou Li interjected, "It and Oppos' all right. It and Oppos', not that I couldn't and Oppos' reach him. What angers me is that Lu Jiong tried to force himself on me." Yang Xiaoping thought to himself, "That and Amp, Oppos' strange. Didn't and Amp, Oppos' I use acupressure to disable him? Could it have worn off so quickly?" The two moved into the living room. Yang Xiaoping sat on the sofa and said, "That guy is a lecher." "Yes, he is. I want to sue him and put him behind bars. Most people would be afraid of others finding out, and if the perpetrator didn't succeed, they wouldn't pursue it." "Why do you want to sue him?" "I'm not like most people. I won't let anyone I don't like touch me," Zhou Li declared. "I had a dream last night that my husband passed away. Even if he hadn't, I wouldn't be afraid. It's not like I initiated anything." Yang Xiaoping conceded. "You have a point. If you want to sue him, you need evidence. How can you sue without evidence?" "I have evidence. I installed security cameras at home because I and Amp, Oppos, am sometimes afraid of intruders. It and Amp, Oppos, all recorded." Zhou Li retrieved her phone. Yang Xiaoping watched the playback and became enraged. He had used acupressure on Lu Jiyong. Had he not, Lu Jiyong would have succeeded. The recording showed Lu Jiyong pinning Zhou Li to the sofa and removing his pants. When he realized he was impotent, he pulled up his pants and fled. Yang Xiaoping thought that old geezer knew he was impotent at Xia Widow and Oppos' place. And he still came to Zhou Li and Amp, Oppos'. After watching for a while, Yang Xiaoping handed the phone back to Zhou Li and said, "All right, you can call the police. The evidence is irrefutable." Zhou Li nodded and dialed the police. Soon, the police arrived, reviewed the footage, and went to arrest Lu Jiyong. Lu Jiyong was indeed lecherous, but he was also cowardly in the face of the law. He confessed not only to going to Zhou Li's house, but also to going to Xia Widow's house and even mentioned Li Xiaoxia. With Lu Jiyong arrested, Zhou Li felt a sense of relief. Both she and Yang Xiaoping accompanied the police during the arrest, and they returned to Zhou Li and Oppos' house together. Zhou Li said, "Xiaoping, I plan to go to Jiang'an City in a few days to see what's really going on with my husband, Miaohu." "All right," Yang Xiaoping replied. "Go and see. If everything is fine, that and Oppos' great. But if something has happened, Don and Oppos' despair. Don and Appos, T worry, I can handle it. But I and Appos, V never been to another city, especially alone. I and Appos, am a little scared. Would you accompany me? Me? Yang Xiaoping looked at Zhou. She was indeed beautiful, and any man would be attracted to her. Why would she ask him to go with her? If Yang Xiaoping hadn't been with Li Xiaoxia, he might have agreed. But since he was with Li Xiaoxia, taking her cousin on a trip seemed inappropriate. Yang Xiaoping hesitated. I'm afraid your cousin would disapprove if I went with you. Why don't you ask her to go? I and Appos, D rather you go with me. You know, women are not as capable as men when it comes to handling things. If something happens, I'd rather have you as my pillar of support. All right, I'll agree for now. Zhou replied, thank you in advance. I'll cook, so please have dinner here. Yang Xiaoping declined. No, I should head back. I and Appos, I'll take care of some things at home these next few days. Contact me when you want to leave. Okay. Let and Appos at each other on WeChat. After exchanging WeChat contacts, Yang Xiaoping departed. He went straight to Li Xiaoxia and Appos' house. Li Xiaoxia had already prepared dinner. Upon seeing Yang Xiaoping, she asked, husband, why were you gone so long? Did my cousin break down from the grief of her husband and Appos' passing? Not exactly. The new village chief went to her house and tried to force himself on her, Yang Xiaoping explained. If I hadn't used acupressure to disable Lu Jiyong, he probably would have succeeded. That scoundrel deserves to be shot. Yang Xiaoping said. She called the police, and he was arrested. I stayed until he was taken away before coming back. Serves him right. That kind of person shouldn't be a village chief. He should have been arrested long ago. Li Xiaoxia said, husband, I've prepared dinner. Let's eat together. Oh, I have something to tell you. Zhou wants to go to Jiangnan City in a few days to see what and Appos' really going on with her husband. She asked me to accompany her, but I declined, suggesting that she should take someone else. She insisted that having a man with her would ensure her safety. In truth, Yang Xiaoping said this out of fear of angering Li Xiaoxia. He felt compelled to comply. Since he had already promised, he felt obliged to go. After all, she was my cousin, and it was only right to assist her. Now that she needed help, I should go. Alternatively, we could go together. Both of us could accompany her. I need to stay home to watch the house, I replied. Moreover, she is feeling down, and we should cater to her needs. Just you accompany her. I trust you, Li Xiaoxia said. All right, darling, let's enjoy some food and drink. Yang Xiaoping nodded and took his seat at the dining table, where they both indulged in food and drink. After finishing the meal, Yang Xiaoping said, wife, I'll head back now. I need to take a shower first. Okay. I'll tidy up and come over after my shower. Don't forget to open the door for me at 10. All right, I'll be waiting for you. The next morning, Li Xiaoxia woke early to prepare breakfast. After they had eaten, Yang Xiaoping headed to the city. Upon his arrival, just as he parked, a beautiful woman approached his car. He recognized her. She was the granddaughter of the elderly man who had fallen in the restaurant lobby last time. She had previously shown disdain for his ointment, almost discarding it. As Yang Xiaoping stepped out of the car, she came over and exclaimed, Great doctor. You truly are a remarkable physician. Yang Xiaoping smiled and replied, You flatter me. The woman, carrying a suitcase, continued, This is a token of gratitude for you. Yang Xiaoping responded, There is no need for that. I simply enjoy doing good deeds without expecting anything in return. No need for repayment? Indeed, none at all. Yang Xiaoping said, grasping 2 bags and closing the car door as he entered the restaurant. He saw Zhou cleaning in the lobby and asked, Miss, has anyone been bothering you? He was concerned that someone might be causing trouble due to the previous incident. Zhou reassured him, No, don't worry. Good. If anything arises, just give me a call, Yang Xiaoping said before heading upstairs. After completing his business and settling the payment for the green shoots, Yang Xiaoping exited the restaurant and noticed the woman still standing by his car. What is the matter? Aren't you leaving? She replied. My grandfather insisted I give you this money. Otherwise, I can't go home. Seriously? He insists on giving it to me? Yes. And he insists that I must treat you to a meal as well. The woman added, If you refuse, he'll come to invite you himself. Yang Xiaoping said, All right. Let us go eat then. Just so you know, I'm not fond of large restaurants. Let us find a small one. Upon hearing Yang Xiaoping's agreement, the woman beamed, saying, Perfect. We want to take the car. I know a nice little restaurant nearby. In truth, Yang Xiaoping suggested a small eatery to avoid her spending too much. Since the woman agreed, they proceeded together, with her still holding the suitcase, having forgotten to hand it to him. As they crossed the street, a motorcycle suddenly approached, and the person in the back swiftly snatched the suitcase from the woman's grasp, speeding away. She cried out, "The money! It's been stolen!" Without hesitation, Yang Xiaoping chased after them, tossing a coin from his pocket as he ran. The coin struck the thief on the wrist, causing him to drop the suitcase. Yang Xiaoping swiftly caught it but did not pursue the thieves further. His astonishing speed drew cheers from onlookers. Yang Xiaoping refrained from chasing because he knew that the coin had struck the man's wrist hard enough to incapacitate him. The woman soon reached Yang Xiaoping, exclaiming, "You're incredible!" Yang Xiaoping smiled. "We retrieved the money, but they've escaped. Let them go. By the way, did you throw something earlier? Was it a dart?" "No. It was just a coin." Yang Xiaoping's admission left the woman astonished. "If a coin is so effective, I bet if you had a playing card, you could do the same." "I could, but I didn't have a playing card at the time," Yang Xiaoping chuckled. "It's time for a meal. Let us head inside." They entered the restaurant, which was still relatively empty. They found a table and sat down. A waitress approached to take their order. Yang Xiaoping took the menu and handed it to the woman, saying, "You're familiar with this place. Why don't you order?" After she placed her order, including some beer, the dishes began to arrive shortly after. To Yang Xiaoping and Appo's surprise, the server was Xiaoli, an old classmate who had previously worked as a security guard at Huaihai Grand Hotel. He had been dismissed for trying to deceive Yang Xiaoping. However, he had gone far. Still pursuing Zhongli, he found work nearby as a food runner. Upon seeing Yang Xiaoping, his face flushed with embarrassment. Although he intended to provoke Yang Xiaoping had no qualms about conversing with him. "Old classmate, what brings you here?" Xiaoli retorted, "What is it to you? It's quite relevant. If you hadn't tried to scam me, you wouldn't have been fired. You're poor. Just eat your meal. I suspect you're spending a woman's money today." Before Yang Xiaoping could respond, the woman with him interjected, "What is it to you?" Xiaoli dared to banter with Yang Xiaoping but hesitated to do so with the woman, recognizing her formidable presence. He left in a hurry. Yang Xiaoping turned to the woman. "I forgot to ask your name." "I'm Yang Xiaoping. And you?" "I'm Julie. My grandfather is Zhu San." "Your grandfather wouldn't be Zhu San, would he?" "Yes, he is," Julie replied with a smile. Yang Xiaoping had merely jested, unaware of Zhu San and Appo's formidable reputation. The Zhu family in Huaihai was a prestigious lineage, their wealth ranking among the top 3 in the region. As they chatted and drank, both enjoyed the conversation. Julie remarked, "Great Dr. Yang, you should hold on to that suitcase. I want to bring it to the car." "What? Isn't your car near mine?" Yang Xiaoping presumed that a wealthy young lady like her would certainly have driven. Julie clarified, "I didn't drive. I took a taxi just to share a drink with you. Then I'll drive you home." "Wait, you've had so much to drink. How can you drive?" Yang Xiaoping chuckled, "Don't worry. If I say I'll drive, I will. You needn't concern yourself with that." Just then, Xiaoli overheard this. He thought to himself, "This guy wants to drink and drive. I can't let him get away with it. I'll report him to the police." Yang Xiaoping and Julie shared 7 bottles of beer, with Yang Xiaoping consuming 4. Both of their faces flushed from the alcohol as Julie paid the bill, and they stumbled out together. Xiaoli directly informed the waiter that he had matters to attend to and needed to step out. In truth, he was tailing Yang Xiaoping. He witnessed with his own eyes as Yang Xiaoping, accompanied by a woman, boarded a pickup truck, with Yang at the wheel. As he observed Yang driving away, he remained oblivious to the fact that Yang had already expelled the alcohol from his system through spiritual energy. After Yang and Appo's departure, not only did he call the police, but he also hailed a taxi to follow him, fearing that the authorities might not be able to trace Yang and Appo's whereabouts. Thus, he trailed behind in a cab, simultaneously relaying updates on Yang's location to the police. Eventually, when Yang reached the outskirts, he was stopped by the police, who were conducting a DUI check. Upon seeing the officers, Yang pulled over and rolled down his window, asking, "Officer, what seems to be the problem?" One of the officers approached, instructing him to take a breathalyzer test. Yang replied, "I haven't and Appo's been drinking." Nevertheless, he complied and blew into the device. The officer examined the results and confirmed, "No alcohol detected." At this moment, Xiaoli stepped forward, saying, "Officer, I was the one who reported him. This man consumed 7 or 8 bottles of beer. You must arrest him." It was then that Yang realized he had been stopped due to Xiaoli and Appo's report. "You little brat, this is a false accusation. You're trying to frame me," Yang retorted. The officer interjected, "Indeed, you filed a false report. Since he hasn't been drinking, you're coming with us for processing. You claim he was drinking. Should we believe you if you said he committed murder?" Yang countered, "Exactly. If you accused me of murder, would I still be apprehended if I hadn't an Appo's T actually committed it? Julie chimed in. This guy is indeed making a false report and deserves to be punished. Yang then addressed the officer. Can we leave now? Of course, my apologies for the delay, the officer replied. It's my duty to cooperate with your checks, Yang said before revving the engine and departing. After leaving, Yang drove Julie to her residence, a grand estate nestled at the foot of the southern mountains. Yang understood that the property was likely worth over 100 million. As they reached the entrance and halted, Julie said, Dr. Yang, why not come in for a visit? Yang responded, Not today. I have other matters to attend to. Perhaps next time. Julie exited the vehicle and walked away, leaving behind a password box containing an unknown sum of money. Yang contemplated heading to the bank to deposit it. As he passed a bank, Yang parked and entered with the password box in hand. At that moment, a security guard stopped him, asking, What are you doing here? Yang recognized him as Wang Bin, who had previously conspired against him with Xiaoli. It was a curious coincidence that he was now working as a guard. Clearly, some individuals face immense pressure in life. After being dismissed, they must seek employment, even if it means taking on a security role. I'm here to make a deposit. What about you, working as a guard now? Yang replied, That has nothing to do with you. If you want to deposit money, go to the ATM. Ken and Appos, do you see the line inside? Yang peered in and noticed a considerable queue. I prefer to stand in line at my leisure. Does that concern you? Don and Appos, do you know that the customer is king? Wang Bin had intended to maintain an air of superiority, given his security position, but Yang and Appos' retort made him lose his bravado. If you Don and Appos, mind the crowd, go ahead. I and Appos, am not going to bother with you, he muttered, contemplating that Yang, being a simple farmer, likely had never used an ATM. However, Yang bypassed the line and headed for the VIP entrance. Wang Bin, noticing Yang and Appos' intent, rushed over to block him, declaring, You can and Appos, go in there. Yang asked, What do you mean? Is it not permissible for me to deposit funds? No, you must take a number and wait for your turn, Wang Bin insisted. I refuse to heed your orders. What if I simply push past you? Yang challenged. Wang Bin then retrieved a baton from his waist, stating, Then I'll have to take action against you. Yang chuckled, You, a mere security guard, think you can intimidate me? That's quite amusing. At that moment, the lobby manager approached, inquiring, What is going on here? Yang explained, I came to deposit money, and this man threatened me with a baton. The manager glanced at Wang Bin, remarking, I told you, you're not suited for this role. You'd be better off as a petty thug. Wang Bin protested, Manager, I know this guy. He has no money to deposit. He is just here to create trouble. Even if he wanted to deposit, he should still take a number. Yang produced his VIP card, stating, This is a VIP card. I need not wait in line. Surely your branch does accept large deposits? The manager, seeing the VIP card and the password box, smiled and assured, We do accept such deposits. Rest assured, we will address this security guard and Appos' behavior. He shot Wang Bin a glare, commanding, Step aside. Wang Bin understood the significance of the VIP card, knowing that a minimum deposit of 200,000 was required. Yang scanned his card at the VIP window, opened the password box, and placed it on the counter. Although Wang Bin stood several meters away, he could see that Yang's deposit was no less than 400,000 to 500,000. After successfully depositing 50,000, Yang exited the bank with the empty box. Wang Bin, observing Yang's retreating figure, pondered, Is this fellow truly a pauper? Yang returned to his village. Upon arriving home, he grabbed 2 burlap sacks, preparing to set off. At Li Xiaoxia's door, he noticed her washing clothes and said, Dear, you stay here and wash. I'll head up the mountain myself. Li Xiaoxia, aware that the tender shoots of Chinese tune were dwindling, opted to remain home, replying, All right, I'll prepare dinner while you're gone. Yang ventured into the original forest and began foraging for the elusive Chinese tune shoots. After gathering what little remained, he concluded that there was not enough left to sell, deciding instead to reserve the remaining shoots for his own consumption. With time still on his side, he further explored the area, hopeful of discovering other treasures, such as rare herbs or mushrooms. As he wandered deeper, he suddenly spotted a wild rabbit and pursued it, successfully subduing it and binding it with some vines. Just as he finished securing the rabbit, he heard what seemed to be a woman's voice echoing through the woods. The sound was enchanting, almost beguiling. Yang thought to himself, what could this be? Has someone ventured here to engage in illicit activities? He understood that if anyone were present, it would likely be someone from his own village. Thus, he sought to discover who had come here to steal someone away. Stealthily, he approached the source of the sound. As Yang Xiaoping drew nearer, He realized there were no men present, only a solitary woman. Her face was flushed, and she clung to a tree, her expression oscillating between anguish and joy. This enchanting beauty appeared to be in her 20s and was undeniably striking. Upon noticing Yang Xiaoping, she released her grip on the tree and leapt into his embrace. "Fair maiden, what troubles you? Are you human or spirit?" he inquired. Upon uttering these words, he discerned that she was indeed human, her body radiating heat, her cheeks aflame. At that moment, Yang Xiaoping comprehended the situation. The lady must have inadvertently consumed something, likely an aphrodisiac. It seemed she was struggling to maintain her composure. Confronted by someone as dashing as Yang Xiaoping, she would surely not wish to miss the opportunity, even if it meant encountering someone like Zhao Daba, an elderly gentleman. Yang Xiaoping, unable to bring himself to push her away, allowed her to continue holding him and questioned, "My lady, have you ingested some wild fruit that has rendered you this way?" "No, I have consumed nothing. I simply cannot bear it. You must have me, or I fear I shall perish. Alas, we are strangers, and I cannot wed you. I care not. I desire you." With that, she leaned in to kiss Yang Xiaoping and, in a bold move, began to lift his shirt. Yang Xiaoping thought to himself, "Is she attempting to coerce me? It seems the law offers no protection in this instance. I have yet to hear of any man who has successfully accused a woman of such force." Suddenly, a thought sparked in Yang Xiaoping's mind. "Don't I possess spiritual energy? If I can heal others, surely I can alleviate her ailment." With this realization, he voiced, "I am a physician. Allow me to administer treatment." "This affliction defies remedy," she responded. "You can only take advantage of me." "I shall endeavor nonetheless," Yang Xiaoping declared. Placing his hand upon her brow and channeling his spiritual energy, he discerned a palpable shift as her feverish temperature began to subside. After gently distancing himself from the beauty, Yang Xiaoping announced, "There, you are now well." A blush crept across the beauty and Apos' face as she demurred, "Thank you kindly, how mortifying." Yang Xiaoping, too, was curious about the etiology of her condition. It was then that he noticed an abundance of epimedium nearby, some of which had reached a venerable age of a millennium. Epimedium, typically employed in traditional medicine to address male virility, possessed a unique potency at such an age. During its flowering season in June, its blossoms exuded an intoxicating aroma capable of affecting both men and women. Pointing towards the patch of epimedium flowers, Yang Xiaoping inquired, "Did you perhaps inhale the fragrance of those blossoms?" The beauty confessed, "Indeed, I was captivated by their allure and indulged in a few deep breaths. That explains it." Yang Xiaoping affirmed, "The flowers are the source of the trouble. Let us depart from this place." "Very well, thank you again," she replied. "What is your name?" "I am Yang Xiaoping," he responded with a smile. "And you? Which village do you hail from?" For if she were from Yangjia village, he would surely recognize her. Despite its size, he knew most of the women his age. "I am Yu Shaoqing, from Yangjia village." "Do not jest," Yang Xiaoping retorted. "I myself am from Yangjia village, and I do not recognize you. Moreover, there is no such surname in our village." As he spoke, Yang Xiaoping hoisted the hair while the two approached his snakeskin back. Yu Shaoqing explained, "I was appointed by the county to serve as your village chief. I arrived this morning, and seeking to explore the primeval forest, I ventured here." Upon hearing this, Yang Xiaoping was convinced. Given the transgressions of their previous village chiefs, the appointment of a new one from above was plausible. Yu Shaoqing then inquired, "Are you a physician? How did you manage to cure me earlier?" "Indeed, I possess medical knowledge and have practiced Qigong. In truth, I employed Qigong to heal you." Yang Xiaoping replied with a smile, before posing the question, "By the way, is there not a river nearby? How did you cross it?" "I swam, of course. I am a proficient swimmer." "Did you remove your garments?" Yang Xiaoping immediately regretted his inquiry, sensing its awkwardness. Yu Shaoqing responded, "No. Even if I held them in my hands, they would still become saturated. Therefore, I opted to swim in my clothes, as they would quickly dry in the summer heat. As you can see, they are already dry." Yang Xiaoping observed that her garments were indeed dry. Inadvertently, he activated his power of observation, taking in her figure. He swallowed hard, inwardly musing, an impressive figure, indeed. Although Yang Xiaoping gazed intently, the beauty sensed a fervent quality in his gaze. Yet, she remained confident in his integrity. Recalling that he had refrained from taking advantage of her during her moment of vulnerability, she recognized that many men would have seized the opportunity. But Yang Xiaoping and Apos' restraint spoke volumes about his virtuous character. Upon reaching the riverbank, Yang Xiaoping inquired, "Do you still intend to swim across? If not, what alternative remains?" Yu Shaoqing responded, "Unless you would carry me across?" "Very well, I shall carry you." If you carry me, will my clothes not become wet? I shall leap across while carrying you. Yu Shaoqing exclaimed, such a wide river. Are you certain you can leap across while carrying me? Assuredly, Yang Xiaoping replied. I can employ Qigong to heal you, and I can certainly leap across. Allow me to first transport my hair and tune shoots to the other side before returning for you. With that, Yang Xiaoping grasped the hair and snakeskin bag and leaped across the river. Witnessing his feat, Yu Shaoqing marveled. Incredible. Utterly incredible. Reaching the opposite bank, Yang Xiaoping deposited his burdens and leaped back across the river. Approaching Yu Shaoqing, he was met with her exclamation, Brother, you are truly remarkable. Yang Xiaoping chuckled and crouched down, declaring, Very well, climb onto my back. Without hesitation, Yu Shaoqing clambered onto Yang Xiaoping and Apos' back. While Yang Xiaoping harbored no malicious intent, his thoughts wandered nonetheless. Of course, Yu Shaoqing, too, was not without her own musings as she rested upon Yang Xiaoping and Apos' back. As a maiden, she had only been carried by her father in her childhood. Now, a stranger was carrying her, and she had even embraced him while under the influence of the flower's effects. Her heart fluttered with emotion. Yu Shaoqing pondered, I wonder if he is married? He is quite handsome, after all. Knowing that rural customs often favored early marriage, she hoped that Yang Xiaoping was still unattached, leaving room for her own prospects. By now, Yang Xiaoping had gently set Yu Shaoqing down. There, he announced. Yu Shaoqing, still somewhat wistful, thought to herself, if only he had carried me a little longer. Yang Xiaoping grasped the snakeskin bag and hair, but Yu Shaoqing insisted on helping him carry one of the bags. Yang Xiaoping did not object, and they each took one. Wait a moment, Yu Shaoqing requested. I must retrieve my mobile phone. Before swimming, she had feared water damage and had concealed her phone within a stone crevice. After retrieving it, she exchanged WeChat contact information with Yang Xiaoping, and together they carried the snakeskin bags back towards his home. Arriving at Yang Xiaoping's doorstep, he accepted the bags, announcing, Village Chief, I have arrived home. The sky was darkening as the beauty handed Yang Xiaoping the snakeskin bag, expressing, Mr. Yang, thank you for your assistance today. There is no need for such formality, Yang Xiaoping replied. He had initially intended to extend an invitation for her to dine with him, but he was also expected to dine with Li Xiaoxia. He feared that bringing a beauty to Li Xiaoxia and Apos' home might incite jealousy. However, Yu Shaoqing unexpectedly declared, Brother, I have never tasted wild hair. The implication was obvious to even the most oblivious observer. Yang Xiaoping responded, Would you care to dine here, then? Would that be convenient? It is not I who will be preparing the meal. My sister-in-law from next door will be doing so. Allow me to escort you there. After storing the tune shoots, Yang Xiaoping carried the hair and led Yu Shaoqing towards Li Xiaoxia and Apos' home. Upon arriving, Yang Xiaoping, refraining from addressing her as wife, called out, Sister-in-law, I have brought a beauty to partake in wild hair this evening. Li Xiaoxia, who was in the midst of preparing the meal, turned to inquire, And who is this beauty? Yang Xiaoping replied with a smile, This is our new village chief. I encountered her on the mountain while gathering tune shoots. Shaoqing, is it? Please, make yourselves comfortable while I prepare the meal, Li Xiaoxia responded. I shall butcher the hair, Yang Xiaoping declared with a smile. I have no time for leisure. I must first slaughter the hair. Yu Shaoqing chimed in with a smile. I shall assist you. Thus, the three individuals busied themselves, preparing 4 dishes and readying some beer. They enjoyed their meal, drinking and engaging in cheerful conversation. However, each of the 2 women harbored their own thoughts. Li Xiaoxia discerned that the village had harbored a certain fondness for Yang Xiaoping. Yet, she felt no jealousy. Instead, she was pleased. Aware of her status as a widow, she believed herself unworthy of Yang Xiaoping and secretly wished for him to be with Yu Shaoqing. In fact, she was even willing to play matchmaker for them. Yu Shaoqing, too, noticed the subtle tension between Yang Xiaoping and her neighbor, especially upon learning that Li Xiaoxia was a widow. This led her to suspect that there might be something more than mere friendship between Yang Xiaoping and this widow. After they had finished their meal and drinks, Yu Shaoqing announced her intention to leave. Li Xiaoxia suggested, Xiaoping, since the village head is leaving, why not accompany her? No need, Yu Shaoqing replied. It isn't too late. I can return to the village committee on my own without fear. Yang Xiaoping thought to himself, in our village, there are indeed some delinquents and lecherous men. If someone unfamiliar with her encounters a woman as beautiful as her, it could lead to trouble. Hence, he said, Beautiful lady, allow me to escort you. After all, you are still unfamiliar with the people in the village. In truth, Yu Shaoqing was quite pleased to have Yang Xiaoping accompany her. Very well then, I appreciate your kindness, she replied. Yang Xiaoping and the lovely lady departed Li Xiaoxia and Apos' home, making their way through the village. From the western end where Yang Xiaoping resided to the eastern end where the village committee was located. After ensuring Yu Shaoqing reached the courtyard safely, he felt a sense of relief before turning to leave. Although the village had invited him to enter, Yang Xiaoping declined, fearing that returning late might arouse Li Xiaoxia's suspicions about his relationship with the village head. Thus, once a man finds a woman, he must consider her feelings, lest she suspects him of infidelity. This, after all, is a classic case of guilty conscience. Upon returning to Li Xiaoxia's home, he found her just finishing her household chores. "Darling, why are you back so soon?" she inquired. Yang Xiaoping smiled. "It seems you wanted me to stay with her longer, didn't you?" "Honestly, I think you two are quite suited for each other," he added. "What a ridiculous thing to say. If I were a match for her, what would become of you?" Li Xiaoxia replied with a laugh. "I never intended to marry you. I and Apos V made it clear that I cannot marry you, so I genuinely hope you choose the village head." With that, she declared, "Enough of this. I and Apos am off to take a bath. Later tonight, I shall attend to you properly." After Yang Xiaoping finished speaking, he departed. Once home, he took a bath and left the door slightly ajar. As a man, he feared nothing even with the door unlatched at night. The reason for leaving it open was that he and Li Xiaoxia had established a mutual understanding. She would lightly kick the door open and close it upon her arrival. Before 10 o'clock, the sound of the door announced Li Xiaoxia's arrival. As anticipated, she soon entered. Without hesitation, she made her way to Yang Xiaoping's bedroom, and the two embraced passionately, casting their clothes aside and surrendering to their desires. After a fervent interlude, Li Xiaoxia nestled in Yang Xiaoping and Apos' arms, declaring, "Darling, I and Apos VE made a decision. Starting tomorrow, I will keep my distance to allow you to find a wife. I and Apos VE told you countless times, I want and Apos to seek anyone else. I only have feelings for you." The following morning, after breakfast, Yang Xiaoping ventured into the city. Upon reaching Huaihai Grand Hotel, he settled accounts with Zhang Li, informing her, "Beauty, I must let you know that there are no more wild tender shoots available for now. If I come across any wild vegetables in the future, I shall provide them to you." "Very well," she replied. "If you find anything good, don't forget our restaurant." "Rest assured, I won't," he assured her. As Yang Xiaoping drove away from the hotel, his phone rang. It was a voice message from Sun Siyu. He pulled over and answered. "Hello, beautiful. What can I do for you?" "Mr. Yang, I know you can cure my ailment, correct?" she inquired. Yang Xiaoping hesitated before responding. "Yes, I can. But I must confess that I cannot fulfill it, as it requires more than mere massage. It necessitates the intimacy of a couple. You want to be responsible for me. Consider it a casual encounter, and we can part ways afterward," she suggested. "However, I worry about your future marriage and the impact it may have on your family. What if you regret it one day?" Sun Siyu reassured him. "You need not worry. I will not have regrets. I am currently driving, so let Apos discuss this later," she added. With that, Yang Xiaoping ended the call. In the past, he might have acquiesced to such a proposition, but since acquiring his abilities, his character and perspective had significantly evolved. Driving back home, Yang Xiaoping partook of some sustenance. Scarcely had he reclined upon his bed when the shrill of a telephone pierced the silence. It was Zhang Feng, his paternal cousin's wife. She beseeched him to visit her abode upon his return, citing a vague malaise. With no pressing engagements to occupy him, the prospect of gathering sinensis shoots abandoned for the day, Yang Xiaoping secured his dwelling and ventured towards Zhang Feng's residence. Discovering her gate ajar, he trespassed within. He found Zhang Feng reclining in her bedchamber. "Sister-in-law, what ails you?" he inquired from the threshold. "Xiaoping, approach," she beckoned, half recumbent. He edged closer, querying, "What troubles you?" "I simply yearn for you to grant me a bosom augmentation," she confessed. "I implore you, for I have been consumed by this desire, plagued by insomnia and a loss of appetite." "Very well," he conceded, "but ought we not secure the entrance, lest an unforeseen guest stumble upon us in this compromising situation?" Perceiving the inevitability of the situation, Yang Xiaoping resolved to acquiesce to her request. "I shall secure the gate," Zhang Feng exclaimed with delight, springing to her feet and bounding towards the entrance. There, she bolted the door from within before returning to the bedchamber. Without ceremony, she divested herself of her upper garment and reclined upon the bed. Yang Xiaoping seated himself at the bedside, observing Zhang Feng, whose endowment was indeed somewhat diminutive. He tentatively placed a hand upon her person. Zhang Feng emitted a soft cry. Hush, Yang Xiaoping cautioned. Such exclamations may lead onlookers to misconstrue our interaction. I cannot help myself, she confessed. I may spurn Yang Daoud, but I would yield to you, for you possess a certain allure that captivates me. Yang Xiaoping demurred, fearing the torrent of immodest pronouncements that might ensue. After a scant 3 minutes, sensing the culmination of his task, Yang Xiaoping withdrew his hand, declaring, There, it is done. As he moved to rise, Zhang Feng abruptly seized him in an embrace, her actions fueled by desire, weakened by the expenditure of spiritual energy during the treatment. Yang Xiaoping yielded to her embrace, his face inadvertently pressed against her bosom. A momentary lapse of reason clouded his mind. Yet, in an instant, clarity returned. Certain transgressions were beyond his moral compass. Despite his lack of consanguinity with the Yang lineage, he bore their name with pride. He would not emulate Yang Dao's transgressions. Regardless of his own appeal, were she the spouse of a stranger, perhaps he would not resist, but she was the wife of Yang Xin. With newfound resolve, he gently disengaged himself from Zhang Feng and Apos' embrace, stating, Sister-in-law, I must depart. He made his way into the courtyard, only to discover the gate securely locked. Necessity dictated that he scale the wall to escape, fortunate to evade detection in his clandestine departure. It is a truism that the stimulation of such areas often evokes certain sensations in women. Observing Yang Xiaoping and Apos' departure, Zhang Feng experienced a pang of disappointment and melancholy. She harbored no desire for men lacking in comeliness, holding them in disdain. Her affections were reserved for Yang Xiaoping, yet he remained impervious to her charms. Upon returning home, Yang Xiaoping activated the air conditioning in his bedchamber. Scarcely had he settled down when Li Xiaoxia appeared. Xiaoping, she announced. My cousin visited while you were absent. She requested that I inform you of her desire for you to accompany her to Jiangnan City tomorrow, should your schedule permit. Very well, Yang Xiaoping replied. Did she specify a departure time? She indicated that any time would suffice, Li Xiaoxia responded. I was purchasing cigarettes. And since you are not gathering tuna sinensis shoots, I shall take her tomorrow. After Li Xiaoxia's departure, Yang Xiaoping retrieved his mobile device. Knowing that Zhou Li intended to visit Jiangnan City, he expected her to have communicated her plans directly, as they were connected via WeChat. Upon opening the application, he discovered 2 unread messages from Zhou Li. One read, Xiaoping, do you have time tomorrow? The other, I plan to visit Jiangnan City tomorrow. Are you available? Yang Xiaoping realized that these messages had been sent while he was at Zhang Feng's residence, and he had inadvertently overlooked them. He promptly initiated a voice call to Zhou Li, who answered without delay. Sisterly, Yang Xiaoping began. I apologize for my inattentiveness. I only just noticed your messages. Your cousin informed me of your plans. What time shall we depart tomorrow? Perhaps we could travel to the city by bus tomorrow morning, Zhou Li suggested. Then determine whether to proceed by high-speed rail or train. There is no need to travel to the city, Yang Xiaoping interjected. I shall drive you directly. Please, do not stand on ceremony. Simply inform me of your preferred departure time, and I shall collect you from your residence. I hesitate to impose, she demurred. Perhaps I could contribute towards fuel costs or tolls. Sisterly, please, dispense with such formalities, Yang Xiaoping insisted. Simply indicate a suitable time. Very well, she conceded. Any time is agreeable. With your own vehicle, there is no constraint on our schedule. Splendid. Until tomorrow, then, Yang Xiaoping concluded, anticipating an overnight stay in Jiangnan City. He packed a suitcase with suitable attire. As evening descended, Yang Xiaoping received no summons to partake in supper at Li Xiaoxia's residence. A thought crossed his mind. Had Li Xiaoxia truly severed their connection? Reluctant to accept this outcome, he ventured next door. Upon arriving at Li Xiaoxia's home, he found her preparing a meal. Wife, have you forgotten to summon me for supper? Yang Xiaoping inquired. Henceforth, Li Xiaoxia responded with earnestness, I shall address you as Xiaoping, and you shall refer to me as sister-in-law. It eases my conscience. I have already conveyed my desire to terminate our arrangement, as I do not wish to impede your pursuit of a partner. Even if you insist upon separation, Yang Xiaoping countered, you shall remain by my side today. Consider that I shall be departing with your cousin tomorrow. Should you refuse my request, I may succumb to temptation. I fail to comprehend the correlation, she confessed, bemused. Are you feigning ignorance? Yang Xiaoping retorted. I am genuinely perplexed, Li Xiaoxia replied. Pray, enlighten me. A surfeit at home obviates the need to pilfer elsewhere, Yang Xiaoping declared, enfolding Li Xiaoxia in his embrace. You are incorrigible, Li Xiaoxia chided. And so, they shared a kiss. Suddenly, the barking of a canine pierced the air. Li Xiaoxia recalled their exposed position in the courtyard, with the gate ajar and passers-by within view. Startled, she disengaged from Yang Xiaoping and Oppos, embrace, exclaiming, "Do not be so impetuous. Let us partake in supper first, and I shall attend to your needs this evening." Thus, they dined together. Following their repast, Yang Xiaoping announced, "Wife, I shall retire to my abode to cleanse myself. I await your arrival." Li Xiaoxia blushed, responding, "Very well, I shall join you later." In truth, Li Xiaoxia genuinely desired to dissolve her relationship with Yang Xiaoping, that he might pursue a suitable spouse. However, she was a prisoner of her own desires, yearning for his presence and affection. Yang Xiaoping returned home, bathed, and liberally applied floral cologne to his person, including his nether regions. He then retreated to his bedchamber, where he activated the air conditioning. People are just like that. If you fan yourself with a breeze in the scorching heat, it may not matter. However, after experiencing the comfort of air conditioning for a few days, returning to a mere fan feels quite disconcerting. By 9 o'clock, Li Xiaoxia arrived, and the two of them began to frolic under the coolness of the air conditioner, continuing their playful antics until the midnight hour. Yang Xiaoping remarked, "My dear, it's time to sleep, isn't it? I have to travel far tomorrow. Have you eaten enough? Didn't you say that one must be well fed to resist temptation outside?" He continued, "Now that you're full, let us hurry to bed." With that, he embraced Li Xiaoxia and fell asleep. Li Xiaoxia took Yang Xiaoping's words to heart. The next morning, before getting out of bed, she had a wild encounter with him once more before preparing breakfast. After their morning meal, Yang Xiaoping handed Li Xiaoxia a set of keys, saying, "Darling, why not stay at my place? It has air conditioning." Li Xiaoxia replied, "All right, I'll stay at your place tonight." They chatted for a while before Yang Xiaoping drove to Zhou Li's home. Upon arriving at Zhou Li's doorstep, just as Yang Xiaoping intended to exit the vehicle, Zhou Li appeared, carrying a small suitcase. "Xiaoping, are you still coming over for tea and to rest?" she inquired. Yang Xiaoping replied, "No need. Please check if all the appliances at home are turned off. We wouldn't want to leave any fire hazards while cooking. Lock the door securely, and we can be on our way." Zhou Li confirmed, "I have already checked. I'll lock the door now, and we can set off." Having secured the doors, she joined Yang Xiaoping in the car, taking a seat beside him. Once settled, he turned on the music. The air conditioning shielded them from the heat outside. Yang Xiaoping asked, "Sister-in-law, do you know where your husband works?" "I do. I'll give you the address," Zhou Li responded, providing the details as Yang Xiaoping set the navigation. As Zhou Li sat in her floral dress, her thighs became exposed, while Yang Xiaoping refrained from any inappropriate gestures. He couldn't help but steal glances. It was a natural response. Zhou Li, unperturbed by his gaze, knew that if she were truly uncomfortable, she wouldn't have ventured out with him alone. In truth, Yang Xiaoping embodied the ideal of a boyfriend in Zhou Li's heart. Her relationship with her husband, Miaohu, was devoid of affection. She had only married him out of necessity when her father fell gravely ill and required a bride price for treatment. Their time together had become increasingly awkward, but upon Yang Xiaoping's arrival at her home, she found herself drawn to him. Although she recognized the immorality of harboring feelings for another man while her husband was absent, she couldn't suppress the fluttering in her heart. This was why she invited him on this trip. Moreover, just the night before, she had dreamed of Yang Xiaoping, igniting a thrill within her. She traveled to Jiangnan City to fulfill her wifely duty of checking on her husband, but being with Yang Xiaoping filled her with joy. She had even contemplated sharing a room with him that night, hoping to secure a king-sized bed, curious about his response. As they reached the town, Zhou Li said, "Xiaoping, please stop at the supermarket. I need to buy a couple of bottles of water." Yang Xiaoping complied, halting the car at the supermarket entrance. Zhou Li returned shortly with a large bag of iced drinks, beef jerky, and sausages. She also purchased 2 packs of cigarettes for Yang Xiaoping. "Sister Li, why so many items?" "I already have cigarettes," he said. "You're doing me a great favor. I should be the one buying. Even if it's just 2 packs or 2 cartons. No more purchases." Yang Xiaoping was inherently kind. He preferred to handle expenses himself rather than burden others. As they drove onto the highway, he stopped at a gas station around noon, filling the tank. Yang Xiaoping insisted on paying, which made Zhou Li feel embarrassed. She offered to transfer him money. "Sister Li, I'm a man, and I'm not short on funds. Don't be so formal with me. If you really feel the need to repay me, let us go out to eat, and you can treat me," he suggested. Zhou Li was delighted by the prospect of treating him. However, Yang Xiaoping understood that dining at the service area would only cost about 30 yuan for a hearty meal, totaling 60 for both. After their meal, Zhou Li picked up the tab. Xiaoping, the food here isn't great. Let us find a proper restaurant for dinner tonight. Yang Xiaoping replied, sisterly, it's really not a big deal. As long as we're full, that's enough. They continued driving until they arrived at Miao Hu's workplace, a garment factory where he had previously worked as a security guard. Upon inquiring at the gate, they learned that Miao Hu hadn't shown up for work in over 10 days, nor had there been any news of his situation. Jolie remarked, it's getting late. Let us find a place to stay for the night and see what happens tomorrow. Yang Xiaoping agreed. All right. Let us look for a place to rest. He drove to a chain hotel as parking lot, and as they exited the car, Jolie suggested, Xiaoping, let us share a room. I've never stayed in a hotel alone, and it makes me anxious. All right, I'll follow your lead, Yang Xiaoping replied. Please give me your ID for registration. Jolie handed over her identification, and they approached the service counter where Yang Xiaoping requested, we'd like a room. Preferably one with a king-sized bed. Jolie added, yes, a king-sized room. The attractive receptionist quoted, 201 yuan with a 100 yuan deposit, totaling 301 yuan. While Jolie busied herself with her purse, Yang Xiaoping had already completed the payment. In front of others, Jolie felt it inappropriate to discuss money, as they were pretending to be a couple. Any mention of finances might raise suspicions. Once registered, they took their identification and room key to the upper floor. After entering their room and placing their suitcase down, Jolie suggested, Xiaoping, let us go eat. You must be tired from driving. After a good meal, we can return and rest. Yang Xiaoping agreed. Sure, let us go out for dinner. Once outside, Jolie asked, what do you feel like eating? It doesn't matter. There are several restaurants across the street. We can eat wherever, he replied. All right, let us go check them out. Knowing that Jolie would insist on paying, Yang Xiaoping anticipated that their meal would not be costly. Upon crossing the street, Yang Xiaoping led her into a small restaurant. They found a table, and soon the server approached with the menu. While Yang Xiaoping usually preferred not to order, today he took the initiative and chose a couple of dishes. Jolie, dissatisfied with his selections, insisted on ordering 2 more, and though Yang Xiaoping attempted to intervene, he ultimately relented. Sisterly, there are just the 2 of us. We want to finish all this. Jolie conceded, fine, we can order more if needed. Would you like to drink? Beer, just 2 bottles will suffice. All right, we'll have 4 bottles of beer. Thus, they ordered 4 bottles of beer. After enjoying a delightful meal, it was indeed Jolie who eagerly volunteered to settle the bill. The 2 returned to their hotel room, where Yang Xiaoping switched on the air conditioning. Jolie remarked, Xiaoping, I will take a shower first. With that, she grabbed a change of clothes and headed to the bathroom. It was then that Yang Xiaoping noticed the bathroom was constructed entirely of glass, and it was transparent. In truth, there was nothing inappropriate about this design, as those who occupied a king-sized room were either alone or a couple. Given that they were a couple, there was no fear of exposure. What made Yang Xiaoping feel awkward was Jolie's apparent nonchalance. She showed no sign of shyness as she began to undress in full view of him. This left Yang Xiaoping feeling flustered. He hurriedly sat on the edge of the bed, avoiding facing the bathroom. He believed that even if he did not look, the mere orientation of his face towards the bathroom would be indefensible. Thus, as a man, he felt compelled to turn away. If it were Zhao Daba or Lu Jiyong, they certainly would not have turned their faces away. They would have been keen to see every detail through the glass. Jolie, however, was also stealing glances at Yang Xiaoping. Since she dared to share a room with him, she was not concerned about his gaze, particularly as she harbored feelings for him. Observing his reluctance to look, she thought to herself, this guy, whom I once deemed a rogue, appears to be quite the gentleman. Could it be that he has never encountered such a situation before and is still a naive youth? Jolie had never doubted the nature of Yang Xiaoping's relationship with Li Xiaoxia. Had she known of any involvement between them, her affections for Yang Xiaoping would have been extinguished. After all, one must not covet a friend and Oppos, spouse, nor should one indulge in relations with a cousin-in-law. After finishing her shower and donning her nightwear, she emerged and said, Xiaoping, it's your turn to shower. Yang Xiaoping replied, all right, I will take a shower, but I prefer to wear just my underwear afterward. Is that all right? Of course, that's perfectly fine, Jolie reassured him. In her mind, she thought, while you may not look at me during my shower, I will certainly take the opportunity to observe you during yours. To spare Yang Xiaoping's modesty, she initially averted her gaze, intending to look only when she heard the sound of running water. Upon entering the bathroom, Yang Xiaoping refrained from undressing immediately. Instead, he sought some form of privacy in the glass enclosure. Indeed, he discovered a curtain with a cord that could be pulled to shield the bed area completely. Only after securing the curtain did he remove his clothes and step into the shower. Hearing the sound of water, Jolie turned her face away. But when she did peek, she found herself utterly bemused, unable to see anything. Of course, there was one side that remained visible, but as a woman, she felt hesitant to stand up just to look. She mused, does he truly fear my gaze? Once Yang Xiaoping completed his shower, clad only in his underwear, he emerged to find Jolie seated on the bed, and he felt too bashful to approach her. Instead, he opted for the sofa. Jolie, noticing his reluctance, said, Xiaoping, you've been driving all day, aren't you tired? Come and lie down. He responded, I feel awkward. What is there to feel awkward about? Do you fear I might bite you? She teased, rising to pull him closer. As she bent down to do so, Yang Xiaoping felt a rush of embarrassment. For her nightgown was quite loose, revealing more than he wished to see. His cheeks flushed as he stood up, conceding, all right, I'll come over. He settled on the edge of the bed, asking, so we're both sleeping here? Yes, this bed is quite spacious. Do you really worry about not having enough room? Jolie replied, well, I am feeling a bit anxious, he admitted, lying down and shifting to occupy only a quarter of the bed. Observing his nervousness, Jolie couldn't help but smile inwardly, thinking, it seems one should not heed the opinions of outsiders. They claim this fellow is a rogue who would dare to watch a widow bathe, yet here he is, lacking the courage. Jolie lay down beside him, and upon noticing her presence, Yang Xiaoping hastily turned away, now occupying merely 1/5 of the bed. Jolie inquired, isn't it tiring to sleep on your side? Yang Xiaoping softly replied, not at all. I'm feeling a bit sleepy. You should rest early too. Jolie pondered, how can there still be such men? Could he possibly be a reincarnation of Lu Xiaohui? Although she had affections for Yang Xiaoping, she felt a twinge of shyness about being too forward. Furthermore, Yang Xiaoping was not a fool. Any woman willing to share a bed with him would surely not reject him. However, his thoughts lingered on the fact that she and Li Xiaoxia were cousins. Had their relationship been less complicated, perhaps he would have been less apprehensive. Yang Xiaoping lay on his side, feeling quite fatigued yet unable to fall asleep. The primary reason was the enchanting beauty beside him. It was akin to being hungry. If there were nothing before you, perhaps the hunger would not gnaw at you so intensely. However, if a lavish feast lay before you, yet you were forbidden from indulging, the discomfort would be palpable. This was precisely the state Yang Xiaoping found himself in. Resigned, he began to count silently in his mind. 1, 2, 3, 4, 5. Eventually, he succumbed to slumber. During the night, he dreamt of the celestial maiden who had struck him with a hammer and bestowed upon him a miraculous pill. Upon seeing her, the maiden spoke, Yang Xiaoping, I must inform you that your spiritual energy is growing ever more potent. From this day forth, not only will you be able to discern the past of others, but you shall also possess the ability to foresee future events. Astonished, he queried, am I truly so extraordinary? Indeed, she affirmed, for you are the chosen one, the reincarnation of Zhu Yunwen, the emperor of the Ming dynasty. Having endured great tribulations, you are destined for greatness in this life. Upon hearing this, Yang Xiaoping exclaimed, that in Appos, that's wonderful. By the way, I have a question. How did Miao Hu meet his demise? The maiden replied, he was betrayed by his colleague, Ma Fei. Miao Hu won 2 million in the lottery, and in his excitement, he revealed this to Ma Fei, who then caused his death. His body lies buried at the foot of Black Dragon Mountain. Thank you, he expressed gratefully. In truth, you would have learned this upon waking, even without my guidance. As he gazed at the celestial maiden, his heart swelled with affection. Unable to resist, he embraced her. The maiden questioned, why do you desire me so when a beauty lies beside you? Why not embrace her? I simply prefer you, Yang Xiaoping replied, reaching to lift the maiden and Appos' garments. At that moment, he awoke, realizing that one hand was resting on Jolie while the other was attempting to lift her nightgown. Fortunately, Jolie was fast asleep. Flustered, he withdrew his hand, noting that dawn had broken. He rose to brush his teeth and wash his face. Once he had finished, Jolie awoke. Xiaoping, why are you up so early? She inquired. Sisterly, I just had a dream in which your husband was killed by a colleague named Ma Fei, who learned about his lottery win. What should we do now? Perhaps we should report this to the police? Jolie responded, all right, let us have breakfast first. Then we'll go to the authorities. After their meal, they prepared to report the matter but had not yet exited the hotel when Jolie's phone rang. Answering hastily, she discovered it was the police, informing her that Miao Hu and Appos' body had been found and requesting her presence for identification. They provided her with the address, and upon hanging up, tears streamed down her face. After all, he was her husband. Yang Xiaoping suggested, "Let us go." Jolie replied, "Yes. We cannot leave the body here. It would be best to have it cremated and then taken back, though having the ashes in your car would be inauspicious." Yang Xiaoping chuckled, "No worries, I'm not superstitious." To Yang Xiaoping and Appo's surprise, the police were efficient, not only locating the body but also contacting Jolie. However, he pondered whether they had apprehended Ma Fei. He thought, "Aren't and Appo's supposed to predict future events? Let me see." After a moment of concentration, he foresaw that Ma Fei would indeed be captured that afternoon, and that Jolie would receive a post-tax lottery prize of 160,000. "Shall we go now?" Yang Xiaoping asked. Jolie nodded. "Thank you for your help." Together, they arrived at the police station to identify Miao's remains. In the sweltering summer heat, the body was in a state of disarray. After confirming the identity, the officers advised them to wait in the hotel for updates as they worked to solve the case. Regardless of the outcome, the body could be cremated the following day. Leaving the station, they returned to the hotel to rest. As anticipated, around 3 in the afternoon, the police called, instructing them to come in as Ma Fei had been apprehended and had confessed to all his crimes. They also informed Jolie that a lottery ticket belonging to Miao was in her name, along with a mobile phone. Yang Xiaoping accompanied Jolie back to the police station, where the officers handed over the phone and ticket, stating that the body could be cremated. Jolie insisted that Yang Xiaoping and Appo's vehicle should not transport the body, so the police arranged for the funeral home to collect it. Yang Xiaoping drove Jolie to the funeral home, and after the cremation, Jolie suggested, "Perhaps we should have someone else deliver the ashes. I feel uncomfortable using your car." Although Yang Xiaoping was indifferent, he respected her wishes. Ultimately, they negotiated with the funeral home to arrange for delivery. As Jolie was unconcerned about the cost given her lottery winnings, they settled on a fee of 2,500. And the funeral home agreed to transport the ashes to Yangjia village. After settling the payment, Yang Xiaoping and Jolie returned to the hotel, where night had fallen. Yang Xiaoping extended their stay, and they went out for dinner, choosing the same restaurant as the previous day. Jolie consumed 3 bottles of beer, and Yang Xiaoping matched her intake. After their meal, Jolie took a shower first, leaving the curtain open. In contrast, Yang Xiaoping closed the curtain while bathing. Upon exiting, he found Jolie sitting on the bed, tears streaming down her face. "Sisterly, now that this has happened, there is no point in being sad. I understand you have a wish. You want me to hold you while you sleep." Jolie realized they would be returning home the following day. And if Yang Xiaoping did not embrace her tonight, such an opportunity might never arise again. Thus, she hoped he would hold her. Seeing her vulnerable state, Yang Xiaoping felt a pang of compassion. "Very well, I shall hold you." Jolie's face brightened with a smile. "Xiaoping, I actually have feelings for you." Her admission left Yang Xiaoping bewildered. He mused, is she truly grieving for her husband, or is she upset about not being held? Consequently, they lay together on the bed. Embracing, Jolie initiated a kiss, and their garments were discarded onto the floor as the mattress began to sway with their fervor. After a passionate encounter, Yang Xiaoping held Jolie and remarked, "Sisterly, I feel this might not be appropriate." "What do you mean inappropriate? I like you, and I don't expect you to take responsibility. This is wonderful. I feel so happy. If you say it's happiness, then let it be so." Yet, Yang Xiaoping pondered the future. What if she ended up with Li Xiaoxia, who also professed her affection for him? Wouldn't that complicate matters? Since the deed had been done, he decided to embrace the present without overthinking. After all, if the celestial maiden in his dreams was willing to assist him, he believed he would not encounter any misfortune. Thus, he comfortably embraced Jolie and they fell asleep together. The following morning, after they awoke, they checked out of their hotel and drove to the lottery center in Jiangnan province to claim their prize. Jolie's winnings were deposited into her bank account, and they enjoyed a meal together. Jolie specifically requested a private booth, saying, "Xiaopeng, since you are driving, you should refrain from drinking. I can manage on my own." Yang Xiaoping replied, "Actually, it won't be a problem if I drink. I can use my qi to expel the alcohol." Jolie responded, "All right then, accompany me in drinking." After they finished their meal, Jolie paid the bill, and they returned to the car. Yang Xiaopeng said, "Sisterly, I'll expel the alcohol now, and then we can set off. We should reach home by evening." Jolie replied, "Good, I want to tell you something." "What is it?" "Please go ahead," he encouraged. "I owe you a great deal this time. Out of the 160,000, I would like to give you 80,000, and I can transfer it to you right now." "Sisterly, you are thinking too much. I do not lack for money. Regardless of how much you have, I want you to take a single cent, save that money, and listen to me. Do not lend it to anyone, Yang Xiaoping advised. He knew that money lent out is often difficult to retrieve, and he feared Zhou Li might be deceived. Rest assured, I won't lend it to anyone, Zhou Li assured him. However, if you ever need money, just let me know. My funds are available for you. No need to repay. Yang Xiaoping chuckled. I don't need to borrow money. Let us set off now. By 8 in the evening, they returned to Yangjia village. Yang Xiaoping dropped Zhou Li off at her doorstep, saying sisterly, I need to remind you of 2 things before you get out. Go ahead, she replied. First, do not disclose the winning news to anyone. Keep your wealth discreet. If anyone in the village learns of this, just say that the money was taken by a murderer and squandered. Understood. What is the second? Zhou Li inquired. If your cousin asks, just tell her we stayed in separate rooms. Of course, I'm not foolish. Even without your guidance, I wouldn't say we stayed together. Zhou Li said as she exited the car. Yang Xiaoping then drove back home. He parked in front of his house, before he even called Li Xiaoxia. She opened the door. Living with Yang Xiaoping, she had not yet gone to bed. Hearing the sound of the car, she knew he had returned. So she opened the door for him as he drove in. After she locked the door, Yang Xiaoping said, Wife, I'm going to take a shower. We can talk afterward. With that, he headed for a shower. After refreshing himself, they lay on the bed together. Li Xiaoxia asked, Husband, quickly tell me. What happened with Miao Hu? Yang Xiaoping replied, He is dead, killed by his colleagues. So you mean everyone at their workplace knows he is dead now? Not exactly. On the day we went, they only knew he was missing. The following day, the police solved the case, and we had to witness the cremation, which delayed us for 2 days. Yang Xiaoping felt somewhat guilty, fearing Li Xiaoxia might suspect something. Before she could question further, he added that he and Zhou Li had separate accommodations. Li Xiaoxia didn't take it to heart, saying, Husband, you really don't need to tell me all this. Even if you sleep together, I won't mind, as I have no plans to marry you. Sooner or later, you will sleep with someone else. Yang Xiaoping insisted. I wish to sleep with you. Is that not permissible? He then pressed Li Xiaoxia onto the bed, and they became passionate. After a fervent encounter, Li Xiaoxia lay nestled in Yang Xiaoping's embrace, saying, Husband, I want to come over tomorrow. We should maintain some distance. You living alone will make it easier for you to meet other women. So hurry and find a partner to marry. The next morning, Yang Xiaoping rose and had a light breakfast. Feeling unoccupied, he decided to venture into the primordial forest to gather the remaining Chinese tune shoots for himself. Upon arriving at the forest, he began picking the shoots. After collecting them, he discarded the snakeskin bag and ventured deeper. There, he spotted a wild rabbit and chased after it, successfully capturing it and binding it with a vine. He continued exploring the forest, but despite traversing nearly every corner, he found no valuable medicinal herbs. There were wild chickens and rabbits, but having already caught one rabbit, he decided against further hunting. With the weather warming up, he knew that capturing meant he would have to store it in the refrigerator. Carrying the rabbit and the tune shoots, he made his way back. Upon returning home, he stored the shoots and proceeded to prepare the rabbit. After preparing it, he took the rabbit to Li Xiaoxia's house. Although Li Xiaoxia had expressed a desire to break up with Yang Xiaoping, she was still delighted to see him. She accepted the rabbit and began to chop it up for stew. They shared a meal together, and afterward, Yang Xiaoping returned home. He washed his face and drove to town to purchase some daily necessities. While there were shops in the village, the prices tended to be higher, and he was concerned about the quality of goods, particularly with items like toilet paper, which were often substandard. Thus, he drove to town to shop. He parked in front of a supermarket, bought some toilet paper and other items, placed them in his car, and then re-entered the supermarket to purchase a few bottles of drinks. As he was leaving, he suddenly noticed a vehicle parked in front of his, and the driver rolled down the window, calling out, Xiaoping. Upon scrutiny, I have refined the provided text, excising superfluous punctuation, promotional solicitations, and concealed web links irrelevant to the narrative. The revised version is presented below, employing more sophisticated vocabulary and sentence structures to enhance its literary quality while preserving the original essence. Yang Xiaoping recognized Meng Chong, an acquaintance from his junior high days, and approached him, extending a beverage. Their camaraderie during their formative years was quite affable. Meng Chang accepted the drink, imbibed a portion, and inquired, Xiaoping, what endeavors have you been pursuing of late? Xiaoping responded with a smile, merely idling in our village. Perhaps you might consider joining my enterprise? I cultivate fungi, including mushrooms and Caprinus comatus. My family possesses several greenhouses, and we also procure from external sources. I am excessively indolent, I must decline. I would remunerate you with 200 yuan per diem, a superior alternative to remaining idle. Unbeknownst to him, Xiaoping was not in financial straits and harbored ambitions for more substantial ventures, precluding him from accepting a paltry 200 yuan daily. At that juncture, a voice interjected. Meng Chong, why would you seek his company? He is a mere idler. Xiaoping identified the speaker as Kong Daong, a mischievous individual from their school days. Xiaoping vividly recalled Kong Daong and Apos' attempts to antagonize him, culminating in the recruitment of several unsavory used to accost Xiaoping at the school and Apos' entrance on a Friday afternoon. Fortunately, a teacher intervened, dispersing the miscreants. Xiaoping retorted, I never entertained the notion of accepting his offer. If you are inclined, you may collaborate with him. Meng Chong chuckled. I cannot afford Kong Daong. He is currently engaged in the peddling of footwear. Evidently, Kong Daong operated a stall at the market, vending shoes. Xiaoping declared, continue your discourse. I shall return home. Meng Chong proposed, shall I escort you? That is unnecessary. I have arrived in my own vehicle, Xiaoping replied, smiling. A bicycle or a tricycle, perhaps? Kong Daong quipped. Meng Chang, harboring a degree of aversion towards Kong Daong, disregarded his remark and addressed Xiaoping directly. Xiaoping, do you possess any avenues for the distribution of my fungi? The quality is impeccable, but the sales channels present a challenge. Had you mentioned it earlier? I might have been able to inquire. Kong Daong scoffed. You are prone to boasting. Do not suggest that you own a grand restaurant. Xiaoping, disinclined to engage with him, retrieved his mobile device and initiated a call to Wang Hui. Upon establishing a connection, Xiaoping stated, Brother Wang, I have a friend who cultivates high-quality fungi. Would your establishment have a requirement for such produce? Wang Hui responded, assuredly. Have him deliver a consignment tomorrow, provided the quality is satisfactory. I will not only utilize it myself, but also recommend him to other esteemed restaurants. Excellent. I shall transfer the call to him. Subsequently, Xiaoping relinquished the device to Meng Chong. Meng Chong engaged in a brief exchange with Wang Hui, exchanging contact information and arranging for Meng Chong to deliver an initial batch either the following morning or that very afternoon. Following their discussion, Meng Chong returned the device to Xiaoping. Wang Hui remarked, Brother, when convenient, bring me a supply of your medicinal pills sufficient for 20 individuals, totaling 60 pills. I have already made the necessary arrangements. Xiaoping affirmed, Very well. I shall visit the city in the coming days and deliver them. Splendid. I shall remit the funds in advance. Unnecessary. We shall address it subsequently. Xiaoping demurred politely before terminating the call. Immediately upon disconnection, Wang Hui transferred 6 million yuan to Xiaoping. Xiaoping, upon observing the transaction, was astounded. The sale of 60 pills for 6 million yuan was exceedingly gratifying. Meanwhile, Kong Daong persisted in his conversation with Meng Chang. Meng Chong informed him that the client introduced by Xiaoping was the proprietor of the Huaihai Grand Restaurant. Kong Daong remained skeptical of Xiaoping's capabilities. He cautioned, Brother, allow me to offer a word of advice. Do not be deceived by this individual. Meng Chong countered. He is not of that nature. Xiaoping announced, Jiangzi, I shall return home now. With that, he produced his car keys, activated the remote, and entered his pickup truck. Commencing the engine and sounding the horn, he departed. Kong Daong derided. The lad flaunts his dilapidated pickup truck, likely worth a mere few tens of thousands of yuan. Meng Chong countered, You err. That is a Ford Raptor, with an estimated value of 7 or 800,000 yuan. In Yashu Town, there are few vehicles of greater value. Xiaoping, having departed the locale, commenced his return journey. A sudden longing for Zhou Li arose, prompting him to steer his vehicle towards her residence. However, after a brief pause, he resumed his course. Recognizing that the solemn occasion of Miao Hu and Amp, Apos, Ashes and Amp, Apos, arrival had drawn numerous members of his lineage to mourn, rendering his presence inappropriate. Consequently, he refrained from lingering and directed his vehicle towards his own abode. Upon arriving home, Xiaoping infused the tuna sinensis sprouts with spiritual energy. Subsequently, he conveyed a substantial portion to Li Xiaoxia and Amp, Apos' residence, stating, Wife, these are for you to savor. Li Xiaoxia responded, These tuna sinensis sprouts are truly delectable. I have never tasted such exquisite fare. Perhaps we should offer them for sale? Unnecessary. This is the final harvest of the year. We shall not sell them. We should retain the most delectable items for our own consumption. Li Xiaoxia added, Xiaoping, I am acting in your best interest. Commencing tomorrow, you shall reside and dine separately, thereby expediting your search for a spouse. Xiaoping acquiesced. Very well. I shall heed your counsel. However, you must sleep with me tonight. Agreed. But let it be stipulated that this is the final occasion. Very well. I shall depart and rest, returning for supper later. Li Xiaoxia lamented. I had intended to grant you but a single instance, yet I have lost count of the number of times we have engaged in such activity. Why should one maintain a tally of such occurrences? With these words, Xiaoping departed and returned to his residence to repose. The comfort of air conditioning beckoned. Scarcely had Xiaoping reclined upon his bed when he detected a presence within his courtyard. He mused, could it be Li Xiaoxia returning? As he sat upright, a voice called out, Xiaoping, is Xiaoping at home? Xiaoping responded, I am. He hastily arose, donned a pair of slippers, and ventured forth. Upon reaching the living room, the visitor entered as well. Xiaoping recognized Wang Ying, the wife of Lu Haiyang, the usurer whom Xiaoping had assaulted for harassing Li Xiaoxia. Her allure was undeniable, particularly her captivating gait. The villagers, during their leisure hours, often engaged in discussions regarding Wang Ying and Appo's captivating movements. Xiaoping inquired, sister-in-law, what brings you here? Wang Ying replied, Xiaoping, I have heard of your ancestral healing abilities. I have been experiencing abdominal discomfort for the past 2 days. Could you examine me? Xiaoping immediately employed his clairvoyant vision, stating, your discomfort is likely associated with your menstrual cycle, commencing 2 days prior and persisting until its conclusion. Wang Ying confirmed, indeed, your assessment is accurate. But I find it unbearable. I endure 7 or 8 days of pain each month. Xiaoping harbored a certain antipathy towards such women, questioning the need for exaggerated movements within their rural community. Xiaoping suggested, with perseverance, you shall adapt. Could you provide treatment, obviating the need for endurance? Treatment requires the expenditure of my vitality, which I am generally unwilling to deplete. Wang Ying countered, if you alleviate my abdominal pain, I shall compensate you handsomely. Name your price. Wang Ying's proposition reminded Xiaoping of Lu Haiyang's outstanding debt of 10,000 yuan. This was to help Li Xiaoxia repay her debts. And now it was time to reclaim what was owed. Yang Xiaoping remarked, each time I exert my inner strength, I require 10,000 yuan for supplements to replenish it. Therefore, it and Appo's, better to let it be. 10,000 yuan is no trivial amount. ISN and Appo's, T at just 10,000? I and Appo's, I'll give it to you now. If you spend this amount, I can certainly help you, she replied. In truth, Yang Xiaoping was not short on money. He had over 7 million at present. However, sometimes he preferred to be meticulous when dealing with unscrupulous individuals. Wang Ying said, Xiaoping, I'll send it to you right away. Open your WeChat, and I will transfer it to you. Yang Xiaoping opened his phone, and she indeed sent him 10,000 yuan. He said, all right, now come to my bedroom, lie down, and I will treat you. Since you and Appo's, VE spent 10,000, you might as well enjoy the air conditioning. Wang Ying nodded and went to the bedroom. Lying down on Yang Xiaoping's bed, with a smile, Yang Xiaoping asked, sister-in-law, would you mind if I press on your abdomen? What is there to mind? I'm already a woman. Feel free to massage me. Then I shall begin. With that, he sat at the edge of the bed, placed his hands on her abdomen, and started to channel his spiritual energy. In less than a minute, Wang Ying and Appo's discomfort dissipated, replaced by an overwhelming sense of comfort that made her involuntarily sigh. At that moment, Yang Xiaoping withdrew his hands and said, all done. Truth be told, he was anxious since the door was wide open. Fearing that if Li Xiaoxia appeared in the living room and heard her sighs, it would lead to an awkward explanation. All right, you can get up now, he said, preparing to stand. However, Wang Ying was quicker. She sat up and hugged him tightly. This startled Yang Xiaoping, as he had not anticipated such a reaction. Consequently, he neither dodged nor attempted to escape. Sister-in-law, why are you doing this? He asked. Wang Ying confessed, Xiaoping, I have feelings for you. Are you not worried about your husband finding out? I'm not. Look at him. He acts all high and mighty, but he is incapable in that regard. That doesn't end Appo's. T mean it and Appo's. Right. I can end Appo's. T do this, Yang Xiaoping insisted, pushing her away. Wang Ying pleaded, I need you now. How about this? I'll give you another 10,000 if you agree. If this were any other man, he might have been elated. However, Yang Xiaoping would not consent. Even if he were not wealthy, he would not engage in such behavior. With that thought, he could not help but channel his energy, allowing him to foresee the future. Upon doing so, he discovered that Wang Ying would eventually stray, and her partner would be Zhao Shun, a simpleton from their village. Zhao Shun had always been somewhat slow-witted. resulting in his single status at over 30, spending his days tending to sheep. Yang Xiaoping could not fathom how they would end up together, but the truth remained. Sister-in-law. Let me be frank, I can predict the future. You will find a partner, but it won't be me. Then who will it be? Zhao Shun. Wang Ying's expression soured at this revelation. You may refuse me, but you cannot insult me like this. Zhao Shun is a fool. Recently, I even heard rumors about him having issues with his sheep. A person like that is beneath my notice. Perhaps he is still a virgin. The future is unpredictable. Yang Xiaoping suggested. I've cured your ailment today. It won't trouble you again. You should leave now or go check on Zhao Shun. Wang Ying got off the bed, saying, your words are hurtful and insulting. I refuse to believe them. With that, she departed. Yang Xiaoping watched her leave and could not help but follow. He wished to see whether Wang Ying would heed his advice and visit Zhao Shun. However, she did not. She dismissed his words and passed by Zhao Shun and Amp, Appos, as home without so much as a glance. Yang Xiaoping entered Zhao Shun and Amp, Appos, yard, where he found him sitting and smoking a cheap cigarette. Upon seeing Yang Xiaoping, Zhao Shun stood up and asked, Xiaoping, is there something you need? I have nothing in particular. I just came to chat. In truth, no one would normally converse with a simpleton like Zhao Shun. So he felt quite pleased that Yang Xiaoping chose to speak with him. Zhao Shun was not entirely foolish. He simply lacked education, resulting in cognitive challenges. Yet, he was still capable of basic conversation and some simple arithmetic. Zhao Shun offered Yang Xiaoping a cigarette, but he declined, instead producing a pack of premium cigarettes to share. Zhao Shun, I can tell fortunes, and I foresee that you won't marry, but you will have a romantic interest. This is my first time smoking such high-quality cigarettes. Zhao Shun exclaimed, if your prediction is accurate and I do have a romantic interest, I'll give you one of my best sheep. Yang Xiaoping chuckled, I don't want your sheep. I'm merely giving you a heads up that someone special is coming into your life. Can you tell me who it is? Are they beautiful? Yes, it's Wang Ying, the wife of Lu Haiyang. That woman is indeed attractive. I like her, ample in all the right places. If I could spend a night with her, I'd gladly trade 10 years of my life. Zhao Shun exclaimed. Yang Xiaoping replied, your dream may soon come true. I'm a bit worried. If I succeed with her, won't her husband kill me? Zhao Shun inquired. You don't understand. In rural areas, when someone has an affair, the whole village knows, but the husband remains oblivious, Yang Xiaoping explained. You wouldn't be sleeping at her place, would you? You make a valid point. I once dreamt of being with her, Zhao Shun remarked. I'll pursue her then. I'm heading home now. Wait a moment. I feel confident I can succeed. I'll pick out a large goat for you now, Zhao Shun offered. I don't want it. I don't like taking advantage of others, and besides, I'm not fond of slaughtering goats, Yang Xiaoping replied as he walked away. Zhao Shun called after him, Xiaoping, if I succeed, I'll have a goat prepared for you. No need, really, Yang Xiaoping said, distancing himself. However, he recognized that the more naive a person was, the more genuine they tended to be. Thus, he suspected that if this simpleton were to sleep with Wang Ying, he might very well follow through on his promise and send a goat as a gift. After leaving, Yang Xiaoping returned home. That evening, he visited Li Xiaoxia's house. After a hearty meal, he returned home to shower. Li Xiaoxia mentioned that it would be her last night at Yang Xiaoping and Appos' house. After his bath, he awaited her arrival. At 9:30, she came over, and the two indulged in their passion until the early hours. The following morning, before dawn, Li Xiaoxia returned home. Yang Xiaoping rose around 8. Planning to head to the city to collect 600,000 yuan from Wang Hui and deliver the medicine, he packed an extra 2 doses. Feeling that 600,000 was a hefty sum, and he believed the medicine was priced a bit steeply. Little did he know that for many wealthy individuals, 30,000 was hardly significant. Moreover, that 30,000 could bolster their confidence in the presence of women, making it worthwhile in their eyes. Some affluent business owners, if asked for $1 million to cure an ailment, would readily agree. After Yang Xiaoping tidied up, he left without having breakfast. On his way, he encountered a breakfast stall and decided to stop for a meal. By the time he arrived in the city, it was still before 10:00 and Appos clock. He drove directly to the entrance of Huaihai Grand Hotel and called Wang Hui. Once the call connected, Yang Xiaoping said, Brother Wang, I've brought the medicine for you. Where are you now? Wang Hui replied, I'm out handling some business. Why don't you come to my restaurant to wait? We can have lunch together. Or you can give the medicine to Zhangli. Yang Xiaoping responded, no problem, I'll come back for lunch. I actually have something to attend to right now. Wang Hui assured him, that's fine, I will definitely be back by noon. If you're busy, You can come in the afternoon or evening. All right, I'll get back to my tasks then, Yang Xiaoping concluded before hanging up. In truth, Yang Xiaoping had no pressing matters. He simply wished to avoid meeting Zhongli, who always seemed eager to take advantage of him. Reflecting on his lack of obligations, he decided to wander through the antique market. Possessing the ability to foresee the future, he thought to predict whether he might stumble upon a hidden treasure today. After attempting to glean insights, he realized he couldn't perceive anything. Suddenly, it dawned on him that while he could forecast others' fates or events, he remained oblivious to his own. This realization offered him a sense of liberation. He felt free to act without reservations, confident that his fortuitous encounters, particularly with the celestial maiden, would guide him through any danger. Yang Xiaoping drove to the antique market, parked his car, locked it, and began to stroll through the market. He recognized that most items in today's antique market were forgeries, especially those at street stalls, where genuine artifacts were almost non-existent. Authentic antique fairs would showcase many legitimate pieces, but beyond the stalls, there were also established shops that typically housed genuine treasures. As they often engaged in buying antiques, there were unspoken rules in the antique trade. For instance, one could not intervene when someone else was bargaining. And once a purchase was made, regardless of whether the item was a forgery, the buyer had no recourse for complaints. If one bought counterfeit cigarettes or liquor, legal rights could be upheld, but acquiring a forged antique meant accepting one's misfortune without any means of redress. Furthermore, when handling fragile antiques, one had to place the item on a table for the other party to pick up, so as to establish accountability in case of damage. Having a fondness for calligraphy, Yang Xiaoping also developed an interest in antiques. Although he had never collected before, he was familiar with the basic customs of the trade. After browsing through several stalls without finding anything of interest, he suddenly halted in his tracks upon noticing a stall emanating a dazzling light. Recognizing that something valuable must be present, he approached the stall. The proprietor, a middle-aged man in his 30s, greeted him. "Young man, are you looking to purchase something?" Yang Xiaoping replied, "I'm just browsing." He pointed at a collection of framed scrolls and asked, "How much for these artworks?" The stall owner responded, 100 yuan each. "Feel free to choose." Yang Xiaoping replied, "All right, let me have a look." He crouched down to examine one piece, quickly realizing it was a microspray reproduction of a work by Zhang Daqian. With a smile, he remarked, "This one by Zhang Daqian is beyond my budget." The stall owner, recognizing the jest, said, "It's still 100. After rolling that piece back up, Yang Xiaoping opened another scroll, the one that had caught his eye earlier. To his delight, he discovered it was a calligraphy work by the renowned Ming Dynasty calligrapher Wu Quan. Although Wu Quan was celebrated in his time, his fame had dwindled in modernity, overshadowed by figures like Dong Qichong, Wang Duo, and Zhang Ruitu, making him relatively unknown to those outside the art world. Yang Xiaoping expressed, "This one is quite good. I'll take it. Can you offer a discount?" This was a typical negotiation tactic. He wanted to ensure the owner didn't suspect him of merely accepting the price, even though 100 yuan was already a significant find. The stall owner countered, 80 yuan is the best I can do. All right, 80 it is. Yang Xiaoping agreed and paid the amount via mobile payment. He carefully rolled up the painting when suddenly a woman's voice called out, "Mr. Yang, what did you buy?" Turning around, he was surprised to see Sun Siyu and Lin Min. He had not expected to encounter them here. Yang Xiaoping remarked, "I have purchased a piece of calligraphy. May I take a look?" "Of course, here you go," he said without hesitation, handing the calligraphy piece to Sun Siyu. Upon opening it, Sun Siyu examined the work and exclaimed, "You and Appos, V struck gold. This is an authentic piece by the renowned Ming Dynasty calligrapher Wu Quan. How much did you pay for it?" Yang Xiaoping replied, 80. This could easily fetch 800,000. You've essentially stumbled upon a treasure worth 10,000 times your investment. Quite so, he acknowledged. Their conversation caught the attention of the stall owner, who recognized Sun Siyu and knew that her words carried weight in the antique market. However, he also realized that once sold, the item would no longer be his. Overwhelmed by this realization, he suddenly felt a rush of blood and coughed up a mouthful. "Miss, we should leave quickly before we cause this owner to have a fit," Yang Xiaoping suggested. The owner, overhearing this remark, felt insulted, leading him to spit out another mouthful of blood in frustration. Sun Siyu cast a sympathetic glance at the stall owner and said, "Let us hurry." The three of them departed and arrived at Sun Siyu's shop, where another beautiful employee named Wang Yin was present. "Xiao Wang, please pour us 3 cups of tea," Sun Siyu requested. Wang Yin complied, and they settled onto the sofa. Lin Min remarked. Dr. Yang, I never imagined you were also a connoisseur of treasures. Yang Xiaoping chuckled. I merely stumbled into luck. Sun Siyu then asked, Mr. Yang, would you consider parting with it? If you want it, I can gift it to you. As it was just 80 yuan. That won't do. If I were to take it, it would have to be at its true value, 800,000, she insisted. Pulling out her phone to transfer the money, Yang Xiaoping felt a bit hesitant, as this transaction was exceedingly simple for him. He wanted to express further modesty, but Sun Siyu had already transferred the sum. You've made me feel quite embarrassed, he said. Lin Min interjected. What is there to be embarrassed about? Let's go check out the stone gambling. I've heard they received some old pit materials. Sun Siyu replied, I don't really understand stone gambling. I'm just here for the spectacle. However, upon hearing the mention of stone gambling, Yang Xiaoping and Appo's interest piqued, given his ability to see through objects. He mused that this skill might also apply to gambling stones. I would like to see the stones as well, he declared, reflecting on how he had never thought to apply his gift in this context. Thus, the trio left Sun Siyu and Appo's antique shop. Yang Xiaoping was unsure of the location of the gambling stone shop, so he followed the two ladies. They led him through a winding path to the innermost row, where a large storefront displayed numerous stones and a small courtyard housing 3 stone-cutting machines. Yang Xiaoping inquired, Are these stones capable of yielding jade? Indeed, Lin Min replied. But it depends on fate. Sometimes, not even 1 in 10 yields anything, and here we refer to them as raw materials. I recall seeing a film that discussed raw materials and the concepts of full gamble and half gamble, he noted. Yes, she affirmed, the full gamble refers to solid stones, which entails a significant risk, while half gamble involves stones that have revealed a hint of jade. I see now. I'd like to examine these full gamble stones, he expressed, aware that many men are drawn to gambling. In reality, it's not just men. Women too share this inclination. Everyone possesses a gambling nature, but for some, it remains dormant until triggered. Once awakened, it can lead to devastating consequences for some, and in ancient times, even to the selling of family members. Unable to resist, Yang Xiaoping utilized his X-ray vision, revealing that many of the stones held nothing within. Suddenly, his gaze fixed on a particular raw material as he discerned jade nestled inside, and it appeared to be substantial. How much for this raw material? He called out. The owner, a woman in her 40s, approached and replied, For this piece, I'll charge you 10,000. At that moment, Sun Siyu and Lin Min also arrived. Lin Min chuckled, Divine Doctor, this material isn't particularly promising. It and Appo's unlikely to yield jade. Yang Xiaoping smiled. I'm merely experimenting. I'm just here for the excitement. The stall owner, named Gully, recognized Lin Min as a frequent customer who owned a jewelry company. Gully said, a friend of Boss Lin and Appo's. I'll give you a discount and sell it for 8,000. Yang Xiaoping countered, This is actually new pit material. 5,000 is more appropriate. Lin Min chimed in. Impressive. You're well informed about new pit material. Yang Xiaoping laughed. Truth be told, I learned it from a movie. Gully responded with a grin. This is indeed new pit material, but 5,000 is a bit low. How about 6,000? Very well, I'll transfer the money, Yang Xiaoping said, pulling out his phone to send 6,000 to Gully. After completing the transaction, Gully remarked, I can arrange for staff to cut the stone for you, free of charge. Yet, Yang Xiaoping pondered, while he could see the jade inside, the employees might not possess the same insight. If they were to inadvertently damage the precious jade during the cutting process, it would surely lead to complications. Hence, he inquired, do you typically mark the stones before cutting? Gully replied, we generally don't mark them. If they're damaged, we don't offer compensation. However, if the buyer wishes to mark it, they are welcome to do so. Yang Xiaoping contemplated, recognizing that while most stones are not damaged during cutting, that and Appo's, primarily because they often do not contain jade to begin with. With this in mind, he suggested, how about you provide me with a marking pin? I'll mark it myself. Gully handed him a marking pin, and Yang Xiaoping carefully drew a line around the stone, stating, please cut it along this line. At that moment, a male voice interjected, you want to mark this worthless raw material? Isn't that just a waste of effort? Yang Xiaoping did not even glance at the other party, stating, I will purchase the raw material myself. I will mark it myself. My satisfaction is of no concern to you. Lin Min retorted, indeed, what does it have to do with you, young Master Zhu? It turns out this fellow is named Zhu Tian, who also operates a jewelry and jade company, and is somewhat of a rival to Lin Min. This man, with his slick-back hair and made-up face, is in his 30s, not unattractive, yet he possesses an effeminate demeanor. Zhu Tian remarked. Lin, is this your friend? What a pity he is unwilling to spend, choosing such low-quality material. Yang Xiaoping replied, quality is not dictated by price. Even a piece worth 1 yuan can yield exquisite jade, while raw material purchased for 10 million that does not produce jade is worthless. Precisely. Although Lin Min was skeptical about Yang Xiaoping's raw material, she felt compelled to support him at that moment. Zhu Tian challenged, I'm not a novice in stone gambling either. I assert this will not yield jade. Shall we place a bet? What are we wagering? Yang Xiaoping inquired. Zhu Tian pointed at Sun Siyu, saying, if I win, this beauty will accompany me for a day. And if you lose? Yang Xiaoping countered, you probably have no sisters, perhaps your mother? But she and Amp, Oppos, too old, around 60 or 70. That would be quite unfair. Sun Siyu, already irritated, found herself laughing at Yang Xiaoping and Oppos' retort. Indeed, your mother is far too old. I and Oppos am quite young. This wager is not equitable. Zhu Tian initially wanted to express his anger, but recalled he had misspoken. He awkwardly suggested, let us wager money then. If you fail to produce jade, you owe me 100,000. If you succeed, I'll pay you 100,000. Yang Xiaoping responded, that lacks excitement. 100,000 is too trivial. Is that all you can muster for a wager? Lin Min concurred. Indeed, 100,000 is hardly worth the bet. At this point, the raw material was placed in the stone cutting machine, and the cutting commenced. Zhu Tian proclaimed, how is my ambition small? I am of royal descent. Let us wager 1 million. In this day and age, claiming royal lineage seemed absurd. Yang Xiaoping thought of a descendant of Zhao Kuangyin in his village, who was nothing but a fool. I am a descendant of Zhu Di, indeed of royal blood. Upon hearing Zhu Di's name, Yang Xiaoping felt an immediate aversion to this individual. In his dreams, a celestial being had once revealed that he was Zhu Yunwan in a past life. And Zhu Di was the very usurper of his throne. Do not embarrass yourself further. Your ancestor was hardly virtuous, merely a usurper of his nephew's throne. Are you certain about that million? Absolutely, you must produce jade worth more than your 6,000 investment for it to count as your victory. Rest assured. The jade will undoubtedly exceed 6,000. Anything below 60,000 means I lose. Zhu Tian insisted, let us agree now, no cheating. You seem accustomed to deceit. Lacking any ambition, Yang Xiaoping countered, still claiming to be of royal lineage, a descendant of Zhu Di. Do you believe I could simply go to the police station tomorrow and change my name to Zhu Yuanzhang? His words elicited laughter from the crowd surrounding them, all eager to witness the outcome of this wager. To common folk, 1 million was a substantial sum, enough to purchase a 2-bedroom apartment outright in a newly constructed residential area. They gathered in the courtyard, eager to see the final result. Discussions erupted among onlookers, with one stating, this raw material appears low-grade. It will be challenging to yield jade. Another countered, not necessarily. Gambling on stones is inherently a gamble. Gods cannot discern jade from mere stone. It's akin to guessing the ripeness of a melon. Yang Xiaoping dismissed their chatter. This was far more intricate than guessing a melon's ripeness. Having previously farmed, he understood that melons typically ripen around harvest time. During the cutting process, the blade required regular watering. The stone cutter, with the beautiful owner Guli nearby, poured water as the raw material was sliced open. Soon enough, Guli exclaimed, it has expanded. A glass-like multicolored jade. This is exceptional. After her declaration, she pressed the machine and Amp, Oppos' button to temporarily halt the cutting. The excitement in the owner's voice drew a crowd as many gathered to see what was unfolding. It is known that multicolored jade is exceedingly rare, even scarcer than imperial green. Some individuals may spend a lifetime without encountering such exquisite jade. Although Yang Xiaoping possessed the ability to see through the stone, he was unaware of the jade and Amp, Oppos' true value. Observing the owner's elation, he realized that this jade must indeed be quite valuable. At that moment, a middle-aged man approached, saying, young man, you are fortunate. Why not sell it to me directly? I'll offer you 600,000. Yang Xiaoping was thrilled. He had never imagined that his few thousand yuan investment could yield such a return. Just as he hesitated to make a decision, Lin Min advised, do not sell just yet, continue to cut. In truth, Yang Xiaoping also wished to proceed, and since the beautiful owner had spoken, he resolved to continue. Having already perceived the jade and Oppos' substantial size, he declared, I want to sell now. I'll wait until I've cut it all out and then decide. With that, he approached the machine, pressed the button, and resumed cutting. Upon slicing another side, he was astonished to discover an image of a beautiful woman. Thinking he was imagining things, He rinsed the cut surface, revealing indeed the depiction of a stunning woman. This natural formation resembled a celestial being dancing in ancient attire, a breathtaking vision. The beautiful owner noticed and exclaimed, "A beautiful image! A beautiful image!" Linmin rushed over to inspect the jade's pattern, exclaiming, "So exquisite! I have seen thousands of jades, but this is the first time encountering a natural depiction of a beautiful woman." Sun Siyu added, "Mr. Yang, you are remarkable. Good fortune indeed. It's a stroke of luck." Yang Xiaoping continued his work, extracting the jade. At this moment, someone called out, "Young man, will you sell the jade? I'll offer 5 million. Lin Min interjected, "I'll offer 10 million. The stall owner Gully remarked, "This handsome young man's luck is truly extraordinary. A 6,000 yuan raw material has yielded jade worth millions." Many in the crowd envied Yang Xiaoping. This was a classic tale of sudden wealth. Yang Xiaoping was exhilarated. Yet he could not absorb anyone's words, for his gaze remained fixed on the image of the woman in the jade. She appeared familiar, reminiscent of the celestial being from his dreams. As Yang Xiaoping gazed at the scene, tears welled up in his eyes. Lin Min remarked, "Great doctor. Are you crying tears of joy? I've been speaking to you, but it seems you didn't hear me." Wiping away his tears, Yang Xiaoping replied, "Beautiful lady, what did you say? I ask you, would you sell it for 10 million? I wish to purchase this jadeite of yours. I intend to create a pendant from this exquisite beauty. The remaining material, I can sell back to you." "Very well, just leave it to me. My company employs top-notch jade carvers, and I will ensure your pendant is crafted perfectly." Lin Min smiled. "As for the leftover material, I shall return a sum of 10 million to you. How does that sound?" Yang Xiaoping responded, "All right, I entrust it to you. You need not pay me 10 million. 8 million will suffice." At that moment, someone interjected, "This fellow has come across a top-grade jadeite and has become so excited that he is negotiating with himself." Zhu Tian, standing nearby, commented, "He has clearly never seen money before. Sudden wealth can leave one in such a daze." Yang Xiaoping fixed his gaze upon Zhu Tian and said, "You only think of money. Do you understand what it means to have vision? Prepare to transfer me 1 million. Instantly, Zhu Tian was left speechless. He knew he had no choice but to comply. Yang Xiaoping handed the jadeite to Lin Min, who took it and exclaimed, "But I haven't given you any money yet. I trust you. Like me, you possess great vision. Please provide me with your bank account number, and I shall transfer the funds." Yang Xiaoping provided his account details, and Lin Min promptly made the transfer. As Yang Xiaoping checked his phone, he noticed that Lin Min had transferred not 8 million, but 10 million. Feeling somewhat guilty, he remarked, "Didn't I tell you it was only 8 million? I don't wish to take advantage of you. This beautiful piece is worth at least 10 million. Since it's like that, I shall gift you another piece of jadeite." His declaration left the onlookers utterly astonished. To suggest giving away another piece of jadeite so casually made it seem as though jadeite was as common as dirt. Lin Min replied, "I shall decline your generous offer." Deep down, she doubted Yang Xiaoping could truly select another piece of jadeite. Yang Xiaoping continued, "Wait a moment. I need to contact the descendants of Zhu Li to retrieve the 1 million I lost to him." Zhu Tian, realizing his defeat, understood that the money was inevitable unless he wished to abandon the jadeite gambling scene altogether. He pulled out his phone and said, "Give me your account number. I'll transfer it right away." Yang Xiaoping provided the information, and Zhu Tian did indeed transfer him 1 million. Once the transaction was complete, Zhu Tian felt embarrassed and left in a hurry. Yang Xiaoping, seeing the funds arrive, merely glanced at the raw material before approaching the female vendor, pointing at a piece of rough jade on her right. "How much for this piece, beautiful lady? If you wish to sell it, I will only take 1,000. The vendor, Gully, excitedly replied, "All right, I'll take 1,000. With that, Yang Xiaoping scanned the payment code and sent the vendor the money. Gully expressed her gratitude. "Thank you. I will move the material to the cutting machine." With that, she effortlessly lifted the heavy piece of rough jade onto the cutting machine without calling for assistance, demonstrating her strength and enthusiasm. After placing the material on the machine, Gully instructed her team of cutters to commence their work. Yang Xiaoping interjected, "Hold on. I need to mark the lines first." He proceeded to draw lines on the rough jade before allowing the cutters to begin. Turning to Sun Siyu, he said, "Let me select another piece for you." Sun Siyu replied, "I think I'll pass. I'm not very knowledgeable about this." Yang Xiaoping smiled and reassured her, "You may not understand, but I do, and I will also gift you a piece." He then selected another rough jade for her, made the payment, and marked the lines for cutting. As both pieces of jade were being processed, a crowd began to gather, buzzing with speculation about whether these two would also yield jade. Some remarked, "I believe it's possible. This guy might just strike it lucky again." Others countered, "I doubt it. He's just a blind cat stumbling upon a dead mouse. There's no way he'll succeed." At that moment, Zhu Tian suddenly returned, exclaiming, "Has it been cut yet?" "I want to bet." Yang Xiaoping replied, "I saw you scurry away earlier. What brings you back?" "I'm feeling lucky, before the results are out. I want to make another wager." Zhu Tian, having left the scene, felt certain that Yang Xiaoping had merely been lucky before and would not succeed again. "Have you made up your mind? Those two pieces you selected, right?" Zhu Tian inquired. "Indeed," Yang Xiaoping confirmed. "How do you wish to wager?" "If both yield jade, I'll give you 2 million. If not, you owe me 2 million. Zhu Tian proposed, clearly aiming to recoup his losses and gain an additional profit. "Not only do you want to regain what you lost, but you also wish to earn an extra million," Yang Xiaoping noted. "Exactly," Zhu Tian affirmed. "I can't waste my time if I'm not going to gain something. Do you dare to bet?" Lin Min interjected, "Great doctor, this wager is not fair. It's exceedingly difficult for both to yield jade." Truthfully, Lin Min harbored doubts about Yang Xiaoping's ability to consistently produce jade. Even the most renowned jade experts could not guarantee such a feat. Yang Xiaoping replied, "Please refrain from calling me great doctor here. It's a bit awkward. Just call me brother." I'm unperturbed by his provocation. Sun Siyu cautioned, "Yang, don't agree. This is too unfair for you. It's a must that both yield jade, which is unacceptable." Zhu Tian insisted, "Have you all decided? Don't delay. Once the material is cut, we won't be able to wager." Zhu Tian was convinced that he would win this time and was eager not to miss the opportunity. Yang Xiaoping conceded, "It seems you are quite confident. I accept your wager, 2 million it is. But let us agree that the value of each piece must exceed 60,000 upon yielding jade." Yang Xiaoping clarified, "If it does not surpass 100,000, I will consider it a loss. Are you satisfied with that?" "Perfectly satisfied. I am certain of my victory." "Prepare to transfer the funds," Zhu Tian declared, pulling out a cigarette and lighting it. The spectators overwhelmingly sided with Zhu Tian, convinced that Yang Xiaoping was destined to lose. Even Lin Min believed Yang Xiaoping was bound to lose. However, she understood that 2 million was a manageable sum for him. Sun Siyu held a similar belief. Opting to remain silent despite her fondness for Yang Xiaoping, she recognized that women should not overshadow men's pride. All eyes were fixated on the cutting machines. The harsh sounds drowned out the whispers of the crowd. Suddenly, the cutter assigned to Lin Min shouted, "It's a rise. Imperial green, glass quality imperial green." This announcement sent shockwaves through the crowd. It really did yield jade. Someone exclaimed. Another added, "I said it would. I'm convinced the other will also yield." Could it be possible? This gamble is inherently unpredictable. Zhu Tian, still skeptical, couldn't he help but rush over for a closer look. Upon closer inspection, it was indeed genuine. As an expert, he knew this jadeite was worth no less than 2 million. He fervently hoped the other piece would and amp, Oppos, T yield similar results. Yang Xiaoping remarked, "Don and amp, Oppos, T bother looking. The other one will be cut open soon." Zhu Tian retorted, "You're dreaming." No sooner had he spoken than the other lapidary exclaimed, "It's a rise." Zhu Tian scoffed. "Don't get carried away, friend. False alarms can be disheartening." The lapidary chuckled, "I'm not exaggerating. It's true. See for yourself." Despite his disbelief, Zhu Tian approached the other cutting machine. He examined the cross-section, his mind reeling. It was, in fact, another imperial green. He sighed, indeed, a glass-like imperial green. Overcome with dizziness, he nearly lost his balance. Yang Xiaoping noticed and inquired, "What's wrong? Feeling the financial strain?" "Financial strain? My foot. I have plenty of money." Zhu Tian retorted, "It and Oppos, that's just the heat. I and Oppos, am a bit dizzy. I and Oppos, LL transfer the money." He promptly took out his phone and transferred 2 million to Yang Xiaoping. Seeing the transfer confirmed, Yang Xiaoping smiled. Why not wait until both are fully cut before transferring the funds? "I'm not a fool. The outcome is already decided," he replied dejectedly, before departing. Yang Xiaoping knew this departure marked the end. The lapidary resumed cutting. Lin Min exclaimed, "Brother Yang, I shouldn't call you Divine Dr. Yang anymore. I should call you Grandmaster Yang. You're too incredible, too awesome. I never expected this." Sun Siyu echoed, "Exactly. Too amazing. I didn't anticipate this. It's your third consecutive win." Shop owner Guli approached, adding, "I and amp, Oppos, VE run this gambling stone shop for years and never encountered someone so skilled. You truly possess the expertise of a grandmaster." Sun Siyu demurred, "Brother Yang, Such a precious item is too much. I can't accept it. Yang Xiaoping insisted, as agreed. I'm giving each of you a piece. If you don and amp, oppose, T want it, discard it. I certainly don and amp, oppose, T need it. Lin Min suggested, sell it to me, see you. Why don and amp, oppose, T you sell yours to me? Yang Xiaoping chuckled. You two can do whatever you want with them. I have President Lin and amp, oppose, as 10 million, which is more than enough for me. As for you two, if you feel indebted, treat me to lunch, that will suffice. Lin Min agreed. Okay, I and oppose, LL take the jadeite to my company, then take you to lunch. Before long, the jadeite was fully extracted. Sun Siyu declared, I and amp, oppose, LL give my jadeite to Xiaoman. Just transfer the money to brother Yang. Yang Xiaoping protested, if you insist, I and amp, oppose, LL leave immediately. I and amp, oppose, VE already said. Don't transfer any money to me. Seeing Yang Xiaoping about to leave, Sun Siyu grew anxious. She still hoped he would help her treat her condition in the future. She said nervously, I won and amp, oppose, T transfer any money. Let and amp, oppose, S have lunch together. Yang Xiaoping conceded, that and amp, oppose, S more like it. Lin Min offered, see you. I and oppose, LL transferred 2,800,000 to you for your jadeite, based on the market price. She promptly took out her phone and transferred the sum to Sun Siyu. Her own jadeite was also worth over 2 million. Lin Min had a shop near the antique market entrance, a 2-story building with several employees. She brought the beauty-themed jadeite to the shop and entrusted it to a master jade carver, instructing him to immediately carve the beauty image into a pendant. Afterward, the trio went out and found a restaurant, reserving a private room. After ordering, the waiter left to place the order. Sun Siyu expressed, Brother Yang, thank you so much today. You helped me earn over 2 million. Yang Xiaoping smiled. We're friends. No need for such formalities. It's awkward. It's good to make money together. Isn't it? Lin Min concurred. Exactly. It's great to make money together. Soon, the food and drinks arrived. As they dined and chatted, Lin Min proposed, Brother Yang, I'm planning to visit Myanmar to gamble on stones in a while. Could you accompany me and help me select rough stones? Hearing Lin Min's invitation to travel abroad with Yang Xiaoping, Sun Siyu grew uneasy. She questioned, Xiaoman, isn't there enough gambling at the gambling stone shop here? Why go abroad? Lin Min explained, there's too little variety here, and the prices are high. These rough stones are all imported from Myanmar, so it's more exciting to gamble there. Yang Xiaoping, sensing Sun Siyu's jealousy, chuckled, we'll see when the time comes. I may not have the time. After a satisfying meal, Lin Min received a phone call. After hanging up, she announced, I have something to attend to and must return. You two can stay a bit longer. I'll take care of the bill. With that, she left. Seeing Lin Min depart, Sun Siyu voiced her concern. Brother Yang, please don and oppose, T go abroad with her. Yang Xiaoping asked with a smile, what an oppose, S wrong? I'm afraid she won't let you go if you go abroad with her. I understand. You're worried I'll fall for her? Actually, I know she won't let me go. But would you let me go? Sun Siyu clarified. Actually, I'm mainly concerned about my treatment. I just hope you'll help me with my condition. I have no other intentions. Yang Xiaoping chuckled. I'm afraid you'll regret it. For example, you want treatment now, and I've agreed. If I do that to you, you might regret it later, resent me for life, and feel like I and amp, oppose, am a fraud. No, I and amp, oppose, LL only feel you and amp, oppose, re my benefactor and never think you and amp, oppose, re a fraud. All right, I and amp, oppose, LL give you 100 days. If you still feel this way after 100 days, I'll agree. Hearing this, Sun Siyu's face lit up with joy. She happily exclaimed, you said it yourself, ah. You must keep your word. Rest assured, I and oppose, LL definitely keep my word, Yang Xiaoping replied. Actually, you can change your mind at any time during these 100 days. Or you might meet someone you deem more suitable. No, I'll definitely wait for you. You're my only choice. All right, I should head back now. We'll talk later. With that, Yang Xiaoping stood up. He had other matters to attend to, namely delivering medicine to Wang Hui. In reality, his offer of 100 days to Sun Siyu was a way to give her time to reconsider and hopefully stop clinging to him. Arriving at the parking lot, Yang Xiaoping got into his car. He turned on the air conditioning and used his spiritual energy to dispel the alcohol. As he drove, he mused. Immortal Sister said I was an emperor in my past life. Did I have many women then? Perhaps Sun Siyu and Lin Min were my concubines in a previous life. I could do whatever I wanted back then, but not now. Even if they were my women in a past life, I can't harm them now. Reaching the Huaihai Hotel, Yang Xiaoping parked and called Wang Hui. Once connected, Yang Xiaoping inquired, "Brother Wang, where are you?" "I and Appos am at the hotel." "Where are you?" "I and Appos am at the entrance." "Come down. I'll give you the medicine." "Okay, I'll be right down. I have something to do, so I won't go up." With that, Yang Xiaoping hung up. He hung up because he didn't want to see Zhongli. Zhongli was too enthusiastic towards him, and repeatedly rejecting her made him feel awkward. Before long, Wang Hui descended and approached Yang Xiaoping and Appos' vehicle. Yang Xiaoping alighted from the car and handed the medicine to Wang Hui, saying, "Brother Wang, I've given you 2 extra doses, but do not overindulge. Remember, one person should only take 3 pills, 1 a day, and after that, refrain from further consumption. Moreover, you must remind them to ensure a woman is present when taking it." "Certainly, I will make sure to remind them. If it weren't for my companion that day, I would have been in trouble," Wang Hui replied. "Brother Yang, since you've given me 2 extra doses, I will transfer 600,000 to you. Do you still consider me a brother?" Yang Xiaoping retorted, "If you truly regard me as a brother, then do not mention money. This is a gift for you, which you can share with your friends. If you insist on discussing money, does that mean I am owed a commission from the several million you've earned this time?" "All right, thank you, brother," Wang Hui said. "And do not be so formal. Additionally, regarding the fungi Meng Chang provided you, if they are good, keep them. If not, feel free to discard them without considering my feelings." Wang Hui remarked, "The fungi from your classmate are superior to those I and Appos procured before. I am well aware of their quality." "Very well, I shall take my leave now. Contact me if anything arises," Yang Xiaoping said courteously before driving away. At that moment, his phone rang. He glanced at the screen and saw it was a call from Lin Min. He answered, "Hello, beautiful. What can I do for you?" "Your pendant has been carved beautifully. Where are you now?" she inquired. "I will be there in about 10 minutes. Just wait for me at your shop," he replied. "All right. I will wait for you," Lin Min said. After hanging up, Yang Xiaoping drove towards the antique market. Upon arriving, he parked and made his way to Lin Min's jade shop. Inside, he found her waiting on a sofa on the first floor. As soon as she saw him, she hurriedly stood up. Yang Xiaoping said, "No need for formality, please sit. It is I who should be inviting you to take a seat, as I am the owner of this establishment." Lin Min smiled and said, "Brother Yang, please have a seat." Yang Xiaoping settled down and remarked, "Both you and you call me brother. I wonder if you are both older than me. I am classmates with her. We are both 23 this year. How about you?" She replied, "I am also 23. Let us not delve into who is older. You may continue to call me brother," he said. Yang Xiaoping was taken aback to discover that these 2 young women were of the same age as he. Lin Min produced a pendant and handed it to Yang Xiaoping, saying, "Take a look and see how well it's been carved." The pendant was adorned with a black cord, featuring several small jade beads, and appeared quite attractive. The front displayed a fairy in mid-dance, while the back showcased a naturally formed landscape painting. "Remarkable! The carving is exquisite," Yang Xiaoping exclaimed, donning it around his neck. "Let me give you some money. I cannot allow you to work for free." Lin Min replied, "I see you truly don't regard me as a friend. You gifted me a jadeite worth 2 to 3 million without asking for payment, and yet you still wish to offer me money?" Faced with her statement, Yang Xiaoping found it difficult to argue further. "All right, I shall graciously accept it. I need to head back now. Contact me if anything comes up," he said before leaving. Once outside, he suddenly remembered that he now had money and considered purchasing some clothing or jewelry for Li Xiaoxia. He knew that in rural areas, jade was not held in high esteem among women, who generally preferred gold. Thus, he decided to buy Li Xiaoxia a gold necklace along with 2 outfits. He first headed to a gold store. Upon entering, he noticed 2 attractive saleswomen, one attending to platinum and the other to gold. Yang Xiaoping realized that rural women often preferred gold, while many were unfamiliar with platinum and might mistake it for silver or stainless steel. Therefore, he approached the gold counter. He spotted a necklace with a lovely design, accompanied by a plum blossom pendant. Unable to resist, he called out, "Excuse me, could you show me that necklace?" However, the saleswoman was on the phone, seemingly oblivious to his request. Frustrated, he was about to call her again when another woman approached, brushing against his hand and exclaiming, "Hey, you little rascal, are you trying to grope me?" Yang Xiaoping was momentarily stunned, responding, "Madam, when did I ever touch you?" The woman, appearing to be in her 30s and dressed fashionably, had overly bright red lipstick that made her look unappealing. Not far off, a bald man interjected, "Hey, did you just touch my wife's backside?" Yang Xiaoping replied, "When did I touch your wife? I was calling for this saleswoman to show me a necklace." I had no time to touch anyone. If you don't believe me, ask her. The saleswoman had just hung up and said, I was on the phone and didn't see anything. The bald man seized Yang Xiaoping's shirt and demanded, do you want to settle this privately, or should I call the police? If you choose to settle, give me 10,000. Otherwise, I'll report you. Yang Xiaoping immediately realized he was being extorted. Let go of me, or I will retaliate, he warned, shaking the bald man off him, causing him to fall. At that moment, the woman said, well, my husband has been knocked down by you. Not only did you touch my backside, but now you've assaulted him. This is no longer a matter of 10,000, but rather 20,000. The bald man, seated on the ground, agreed, indeed, 20,000. If you don't pay, I will call the police. Yang Xiaoping declared, fine, you want to report me? I will report you. Let us check the surveillance footage and see whether it was your wife who bumped into my hand or if my hand actually touched her. The bald man glanced up, realizing the camera was indeed directed at Yang Xiaoping. Yang Xiaoping took out his phone, ready to call the police. I will call the police, and they will certainly deliver justice for me. At this point, the woman began to feel apprehensive, understanding that she was indeed the one who had bumped into him. Seeing him as merely a rural youth, she had intended to extort some money. To her surprise, he was quite sharp-witted. She said, forget it. I don't have time to play with you. With that, she pulled her husband up and left. Yang Xiaoping, now filled with irritation, adjusted his mindset and turned back to the necklace. Excuse me, could you show me that necklace now? He requested. The saleswoman looked at him and replied, this necklace is a one-of-a-kind piece and costs over 30,000. Over 30,000 and I can't even take a look? Can I just see it through the glass? You don't think I will buy it? Yang Xiaoping retorted, realizing that the saleswoman had underestimated him. With a cold demeanor, he said, is this how you treat customers? How can you presume I want to buy it? What if I decided to purchase it? If you buy it, I'll spend the night with you, she quipped. Just then, a woman entered from outside and asked, what is going on here? Upon seeing her, the saleswoman's expression changed instantly. Hello, Manager Li. Yang Xiaoping turned to see a woman around 30, dressed in a manner suggesting she was part of the store staff. Since the saleswoman referred to her as Manager Li, she was undoubtedly the store manager. The manager said, your employee wouldn't let me see the necklace, claiming I couldn't afford it. I retorted that if I could, she offered to spend the night with me. At this point, the salesperson was visibly embarrassed. Head bowed in silence. Manager Li interjected, Xiao Wang, have you forgotten our customer-first policy? Customers are paramount. The salesperson retorted, he looks like a peasant. How could he afford a necklace worth over 30,000 yuan? Actually, with the discount, it and Oppos. It's only 28,000 yuan, but he still can and Oppos to afford it. If he could, would you really sleep with him? The salesperson hesitated before replying. Yes, I stand by my word. Yang Xiaoping declared, fine, then ring it up. Hearing this, the salesperson grew anxious. Manager Li chimed in, sir, I support you. I and Oppos, LL ring it up for you. Which hotel are you staying at tonight? I and Oppos, LL cover the expenses. I need to discipline such employees. He promptly issued an invoice for 28,000 yuan and handed it to Yang Xiaoping, who then scanned and paid with his phone. Manager Li continued, consider this a lesson for my staff. I'll even pay for a presidential suite for you. Yang Xiaoping glanced at the downcast salesperson and said, you promised to spend the night with me. The salesperson, head still bowed, replied, yes, I did. Yang Xiaoping packed up the necklace and then stated, never mind. You're not worthy of me. Sleeping with you would be a great loss. Don't even dream about it. With that, Yang Xiaoping turned and left, leaving the salesperson in bewildered shock. Manager Li then declared, Xiao Wang, you and Oppos, refired. As Yang Xiaoping departed, he realized the reason for the disrespect he had faced, his attire. In this society, appearances often dictate perceptions. Now that he had money, he needed to refine his image. So he drove to a large shopping mall and purchased 3 sets of summer clothing and a suitcase to carry them, also buying 2 sets for Li Xiaoxia. Upon returning home, Yang Xiaoping planned to deliver the clothes to Li Xiaoxia. Just as he was about to leave, Lu Ping arrived. Seeing Lu Ping, Yang Xiaoping was reminded of the night he saw her with Yang Daoud in the abandoned courtyard. The memory filled him with distaste. However, since she was at his door, he had to receive her. He greeted her, sister-in-law. What brings you here? Lu Ping replied, Xiaoping, I've been feeling discomfort in my chest lately. I was hoping you could take a look. I and Oppos am worried it might be breast cancer. Yang Xiaoping reluctantly agreed. All right, I and Oppos, LL take a look. Frankly, Yang Xiaoping had no interest in such a woman. He found her repulsive. But since she had come, he still had to provide medical assistance. Thus, Lu Ping entered the living room and immediately lifted her shirt. Yang Xiaoping glanced at her and said, "Cover yourself." Lu Ping remained exposed, asking, "What in amp? Oppos, s wrong?" "Nothing serious. Just the result of rough handling. Tell him to be gentler next time." Lu Ping was visibly embarrassed as her husband was away. Yang Xiaoping and Oppos, s words clearly implied she was seeing someone else. Yang Xiaoping added, "Don and Oppos, t be ashamed. If you and Oppos, ve done it, you should bear the consequences." Yang Xiaoping nearly blurted out. "Yang Dao must have been the one grabbing you," but he held back, preserving her last shred of dignity. Lu Ping then asked, "Xiaoping, do you think I'm beautiful?" Yang Xiaoping understood she was trying to seduce him. He thought to himself, "I may not be short of money now, but I and amp, Oppos, am not going to give you 800 yuan a month." Yang Xiaoping retorted, "Sister-in-law, quickly cover yourself. The door is still open." Unexpectedly, Lu Ping not only refused to lower her shirt, but suddenly embraced Yang Xiaoping, exclaiming, "Xiaoping, I like you. Don't you enjoy peeking at women bathing? Now I'm here. Why aren't you excited?" Yang Xiaoping hastily pushed her away, saying, "I'm not that kind of person. Have some self-respect." Before gaining his abilities or discovering her affair with Yang Dao, Yang Xiaoping might not have been so quick to reject her. But now he felt nothing but disgust. Yang Xiaoping pushed her away, and Lu Ping, slightly embarrassed, pulled down her shirt and muttered, "Useless man." She then turned and left. Yang Xiaoping retorted, "I may be useless, but Yang Dao is useful, though he and Oppos, as afraid of ghosts." However, Yang Xiaoping spoke softly, not wanting Lu Ping to hear. After Lu Ping left, Yang Xiaoping took the necklace and the clothes he had bought for Li Xiaoxia to her house. Li Xiaoxia was surprised to see Yang Xiaoping arrive with new clothes, asking, "Why did you buy so many clothes?" Yang Xiaoping replied, "I bought some for myself and a few for you. I and amp, Oppos, am just a farmer and amp, Oppos, as wife. I don and amp, Oppos, t need such fine clothes. Now that they and amp, Oppos, rebought, you must wear them. I even bought you a necklace. Try it on." With that, Yang Xiaoping opened the necklace and put it on Li Xiaoxia. That's just how women are. They may complain about you spending money, but they're still delighted when they wear the items. As Yang Xiaoping was talking to Li Xiaoxia, his phone rang. He picked it up and saw it was Zhao Lu, the old village secretary. Although Zhao Lu was the secretary, he was old and rarely managed village affairs. In other villages, the secretary had the final say. But in Yangjia village, it was the village chief. Yang Xiaoping answered the phone. "Uncle Zhao, is there something wrong?" Zhao Lu said over the phone, "Xiaoping, something has happened to the female village chief. It seems she and amp, Oppos, has been poisoned. Come and take a look." "All right, I and amp, Oppos, LL go right away." Yang Xiaoping hung up the phone. Li Xiaoxia asked, "Xiaoping, what and Oppos, s wrong? Are you really not calling me and Oppos, wife and Oppos, anymore? For the sake of you finding a wife, I and Oppos, LL just call you Xiaoping. All right, when we and Oppos, alone, I'll still call you wife," Yang Xiaoping replied. "The female village chief has been poisoned. I need to go see." "Then hurry and go. I think that female village chief is quite a match for you." Yang Xiaoping didn't have time to discuss such matters. He rushed back home, got in his car, and drove over. The village was large, with 9 production teams spanning 3 to 4 miles from east to west. The village committee was located at the east end of the village. Therefore, to save time, he had to drive. When he arrived at the village committee, he saw that the gate was open. So, he drove directly into the courtyard of the village committee. Zhao Lu saw Yang Xiaoping and said, "Xiaoping, hurry and take a look. The chief seems to be in bad shape." Yang Xiaoping asked, "What happened?" "It and Oppos, as said she was bitten by a venomous snake. Lu Ming treated her, but it was no use." "Where's Lu Ming?" Yang Xiaoping knew that Lu Ming was the doctor at the village clinic. He used to work at the town hospital, but he was a lecherous fellow who would take advantage of female patients during examinations, and he was eventually fired. After returning to the village, he was idle for 2 years. When the village clinic had no doctor, he started working there. However, women often complained that he hadn't changed his ways. Numerous beautiful women have fallen victim to his advances. I recall an incident when the village headman's wife, Zhou Lian, sought his medical assistance due to stomach pains. As he pressed on her abdomen, inquiring about the locations of her discomfort, he inadvertently moved his hands to her chest, resulting in a sharp slap from Zhou Lian. The entire village became aware of the commotion. Zhao Debao, brandishing a kitchen knife, attempted to confront him but was restrained by others. With someone as stunning as Yu Shaoqing seeking Lu Ming and Appo's treatment, it was inevitable that she would be taken advantage of. Zhao Lu remarked, "This scoundrel, after all that fuss, still wouldn't let us in, and ultimately, we returned empty-handed." Yang Xiaoping added, "That lecher. How could you allow him to treat her alone?" Zhao Lu suddenly realized, "Indeed, I had forgotten. He is excessively lascivious, but at that moment, we were desperate for help." Yang Xiaoping stated, "Fine, I'll go in and take a look." Zhao Lu thought to himself, neither of them can be trusted. For he knew Lu Ming was a notorious womanizer. Yet, he also recognized Yang Xiaoping shared a similar penchant, often sneaking peeks at widows bathing. Upon observing the village headman and imp, Appo's expression, Yang Xiaoping comprehended his intentions. "All right, take me inside," he said. Zhao Lu led Yang Xiaoping into the room. Accompanied by a female director of the Women's Federation, Duan Xin, a plump woman in her 30s. Once inside, Yang Xiaoping queried, "Didn't you call for an ambulance?" Duan Xin replied, "Lu Ming claimed it was too severe for that. He said he could handle it." Yang Xiaoping observed Yu Shaoqing lying on the bed, eyes closed. Her body tinged with a bluish hue. She wore a skirt, and her legs were darkened. Upon noticing her attire, Yang Xiaoping suspected Lu Ming had taken liberties. Zhao Lu asked, "Is it dangerous?" Yang Xiaoping acknowledged, "It is perilous, but with my presence, she shall be fine. I can heal her." "What is her condition?" Zhao Lu inquired. "She was bitten by a snake, which can be quite serious. Some snake bites leave a person with only moments to reach a hospital," Yang Xiaoping explained. "What should we do now?" Zhao Lu pressed. "I can treat her, but the wound is on her thigh, a sensitive area, so you must not look." Zhao Lu understood he shouldn't look, yet he was aware Yang Xiaoping was also a lecher. What if the female village head, after being treated, discovered both male doctors had taken advantage of her? Would she blame him, the party secretary? Zhao Lu said, "I'll step outside, but don't do anything inappropriate." Yang Xiaoping coldly replied, "What do you think of me? If you don't trust me, find someone else." Zhao Lu awkwardly responded, "It's not that I don't trust you, I just stop wasting time. With the Women's Federation director here, what do you have to worry about?" Yang Xiaoping retorted icily. Zhao Lu realized, with Duan Qin present, Yang Xiaoping would be less likely to act inappropriately. Thus, he left, feeling assured. Now, only Yang Xiaoping and Duan Qin remained in the room. Yang Xiaoping said, "Director Duan, I will use my qi to treat the village head. I need to place my hands on her body, and you must watch closely to prevent any misunderstandings when she awakens." Duan Qin replied, "All right. Focus on the treatment without overthinking." Yang Xiaoping approached the bed, placing his hands on Yu Shaoqing's abdomen, channeling his energy to heal her. After about a minute, he noticed the dark coloration on her body had significantly faded. He withdrew his hands and placed them on her head, continuing to infuse her with energy. Within moments, Yu Shaoqing opened her eyes. Duan Qin, fearing a misunderstanding, said, "Village head, Yang Xiaoping is treating you." The village head was still somewhat weak, whispering, "I understand." Yang Xiaoping retracted his hands and sat on the floor, resembling a meditating monk. Duan Qin noticed his fatigue and asked, "Xiaoping, what's wrong?" He replied, "I'm fine. Just a bit tired. I need a moment to rest." Seeing him in such a state, Duan Qin refrained from disturbing him. At that moment, Yu Shaoqing felt considerably better and sat up, asking, "Am I well?" "Not yet," Yang Xiaoping responded. "I still need to treat you." "Thank you, I appreciate your efforts," she replied. After resting a while longer, Yang Xiaoping stood and stated, "The poison within you has been mostly eradicated. Now, I must cleanse the wound on your thigh, which is sensitive. I feel somewhat awkward about this, so I'll let Director Duan handle it." Duan Qin asked, "How should I proceed?" "You'll need to draw the toxins from her wound, essentially sucking the poison out. I'll tell you when to stop." "I can do that. But I had a tooth extraction this morning. I'm afraid it might affect me," she replied. Yang Xiaoping frowned and said, "That won't do. You risk poisoning yourself." Naturally, Duan Qin was unwilling to accept that risk, stating, "No, I don't want to be poisoned." Yu Shaoqing interjected, "Yang Gu, it's fine. I don't mind." Since Yu Shaoqing had no objections, Yang Xiaoping felt he could not refuse. "Very well, since you're not concerned. I will need to lift your skirt to draw out the poison." With that, he began to raise Yu Shaoqing's skirt. Although Duan Qin understood it was for medical reasons, she still felt uneasy and turned her face away, avoiding the sight. In such awkward moments, not looking often alleviates the embarrassment. Yu Shaoqing, too, felt a sense of awkwardness, given the circumstances. The village's restroom was quite different from those in the city. It lacked a toilet. Earlier that afternoon, She had visited the restroom and found it excessively filthy. With no one around, she squatted to relieve herself, only to be bitten by a snake on her thigh. Had it been on her backside, the situation would have been even more embarrassing. Though unconscious, her mind remained alert. She simply could not move or speak. When Lu Ming entered, she was aware of his hands roaming her thigh and even her chest. Fortunately, he did not go too far. Had he attempted anything more forceful, she would have been powerless to resist. In recent years, there have been numerous reports of women being taken advantage of during medical examinations. Some were even assaulted after anesthesia, and without surveillance, such incidents often go unnoticed. Thus, medical ethics are of utmost importance. Currently, as Yang Xiaoping worked to draw out the poison, Yu Shaoqing felt no pain from her wound due to the energy he had previously infused. Moreover, the sensation of his mouth drawing out the toxins was oddly pleasurable, causing a tingling sensation. Once Yang Xiaoping sensed the poison had been eliminated, he ceased his actions. Village head, the toxins have been cleared. Where can I find water to rinse my mouth? Yu Shaoqing indicated. There's bottled water on the table. Yang Xiaoping approached the table and indeed found a bottle of mineral water, taking a few sips before spitting it out, as he felt his mouth growing numb. Duan Qian observed that Yang Xiaoping's lips were swollen. He remarked, Xiaoping, your lips are quite swollen. Yang Xiaoping replied, It and Oppos, as nothing. It and Oppos, as merely the effect of the snake venom. It will subside shortly. He added, Fortunately, I didn't end Oppos. T asked you to suck out the venom. Had I done so, given that you just had a tooth extracted, you would have been poisoned as well. Wang Xiaoying interjected, Yang DG, am I better now? Yang Xiaoping responded, Yes, you are fine now. The poison has been cleared. However, if you wish for a speedy recovery, I can perform a qi massage on your wound, and it will heal almost instantly. If you feel shy about the massage, it will heal on its own in a few days. Yang Xiaoying had no qualms about it. After all, she had embraced Yang Xiaoping when she was poisoned in the primitive forest and even wanted to sleep next to him, though he had declined. Since then, she had felt he was a good person. To be honest, even if he had slept with her that time, she would not have been angry. Moreover, he was now offering to massage her for healing, which made her quite agreeable. During the treatment, Yang Xiaoping had not taken advantage of her. Unlike Li Yiming, who, upon arrival, had been overly familiar, touching and pinching her, and even sneaking a kiss. Duan Qian felt rather awkward at this point and said, Since there's nothing for me to do here, I shall take my leave. Yang Xiaoqing replied, Thank you, Director Duan, for your hard work. He responded, You are too kind, village head Yu, it is my duty. With that, Duan Qian exited. Outside, Zhol was still waiting for news. Upon seeing Duan Qian, he inquired, Director Duan, how did it go? Duan Qian replied, All is well. We have no further matters and can leave now. But Yang Xiaoping is still inside, tending to his wound, Zhol noted. In truth, Zhol was concerned for Yang Xiaoping, fearing he might take advantage of the female village head. After all, Yang Xiaoping had previously been seen as a NE and AMP, Oppos, do well, and people's impressions of him were not favorable. As Zhol hesitated, Yang Xiaoqing emerged, saying, Zhol uncle, thank you. You can go home now. I need to speak with Yang Xiaoping about a few matters. With Yang Xiaoqing's assurance, Zhol felt relieved and said, All right. If you need anything, feel free to call me. After Zhol left, Yang Xiaoqing returned to the room. This was actually Yang Xiaoping's secret arrangement. He was concerned that if he were to massage Yang Xiaoqing and she cried out, those outside might become suspicious of their actions. Yang Xiaoqing lay down and said, Now that there is nothing else, you can massage me. At this point, she had returned to her normal state, her skin once again fair and radiant. Leading Yang Xiaoping to a corner, she remarked, I urinated here this afternoon. Yang Xiaoping glanced over. It was hot in summer, and the spot had long since dried. Noticing the nearby grass, he utilized his X-ray vision to check for poisonous snakes in the area. He remarked, Now that you and AMP, Oppos, rehealed, I feel a bit embarrassed. What is there to be embarrassed about? It's just a massage, Yang Xiaoqing replied, urging, Hurry, give me a massage. With that, she lifted her skirt. Yang Xiaoping, gazing at her fair legs, couldn't help but swallow hard. He placed his hands gently on her wound, causing Yang Xiaoqing's leg to tremble slightly. At that moment, Yang Xiaoping released his spiritual energy while softly massaging her. Initially, she felt a slight burning sensation at the site of her injury, but within half a minute, that feeling dissipated. Soon, she experienced a warm, comforting sensation enveloping her entire body, leading her to involuntarily hum with pleasure. Wang Xiaoping thought to himself, "It's fortunate that the village head and the women's director have left. Otherwise, they would surely misinterpret this sound." Once he sensed it was sufficient, he withdrew his hands, announcing, "All done." Wang Xiaoping, still wanting more, exclaimed, "It's already over so quickly?" Wang Xiaoping affirmed, "Yes. You can take a look." She sat up to inspect, and indeed, her wound had healed. With a smile, she said, "You are remarkable. The wound has healed so swiftly." "I am a great healer," he replied. "Indeed, you are a great healer. Let me tell you something." "What is it?" Wang Xiaoping inquired, unable to contain his curiosity. "It's about Li Yiming. Before you arrived, he came by." Wang Xiaoping recounted. "I sensed that he not only touched my thigh, but also ventured into more sensitive areas." "That scoundrel is nothing but an old lecher," Wang Xiaoping remarked. "Indeed, I am considering reporting him. But reporting him may not yield results. There is no one to testify for you. Such matters are often challenging to resolve. He would surely deny it, and there would be no way to prove it." Wang Xiaoping stated, "If I decide to report him, I will have evidence." "Do you see that?" She pointed to a camera atop the cabinet. Wang Xiaoping realized, "You have surveillance?" "Yes. I installed the monitoring system when I set up the internet yesterday. If you report him, considering I was leaning on your leg and you were just calling out, it would be rather embarrassing for the police to see," he cautioned. Wang Xiaoping pondered this and agreed. She felt rather shy about having made those sounds. "In that case, I'll delete our footage and keep only his," she stated, retrieving her phone to erase the awkward recordings, leaving only the footage of the rogue's inappropriate actions. She then handed her phone to Wang Xiaoping for him to view. After watching, Wang Xiaoping felt a surge of indignation at Li Yiming and Appo's misdeeds, wishing to confront him physically. "All right, let us report him," he declared. Wang Xiaoping dialed the police, and after hanging up, she said, "All right, the police will come to apprehend him. By the way, now that we have resolved this, I want to check the yard to see if we can catch that snake. Otherwise, there may be future dangers." "Very well. Let us go and take a look." Wang Xiaoping knew that typical poisonous snakes moved slowly, often unable to traverse more than a few dozen square meters in a day. Finally, he spotted a snake less than 3 meters away from them. "I see the poisonous snake," he exclaimed. His words startled Wang Xiaoping, who instinctively dove into Wang Xiaoping and Appo's embrace, her ample bosom pressing against him. "It and Appo's. It's all right. Just stay still. I will go and kill it," he assured her. "Be careful," she cautioned. "Do not worry. Just remain here. It will not approach us," he said, gently pushing her aside. Upon closer inspection, Wang Xiaoping noted that the snake was quite unique. Pure red in color and possessing 3 heads. This was unusual, as typical venomous snakes had at most 2 heads. He recalled ancient medical texts that documented such creatures. A 3-headed red snake, while possessing a deadly bite, was also considered a valuable medicinal herb. Although venomous, it could serve as a potent remedy for brain tumors. The heads of the snake needed to remain intact. If one were to sever a head, it would lose its value, as one must demonstrate that it was indeed a 3-headed snake. Wang Xiaoping contemplated selling the snake as a medicinal material but realized he needed to keep all 3 heads intact. In truth, he had no need for this remedy, as he could heal using his spiritual energy. However, he was concerned about the snake escaping, so he moved quietly as he approached. Fearing to disturb the serpent, he kept a distance of over a meter from the 3-headed creature. He pondered the common saying of striking a snake at its vital point. Yet he could not discern where that point lay. Suddenly, an idea struck him. His spiritual energy could induce a state of hypnosis. Thus, he extended his hands and released his energy to lull the red serpent into slumber. Within 2 minutes, he observed that the snake had indeed succumbed to sleep. Approaching it, he swiftly dispatched the creature with a single gesture. After slaying the serpent, Yang Xiaoping declared, "My dear, the venomous snake has been vanquished. Please fetch a plastic bag so I may contain it." Yu Shaoqing hurried to his room and returned with a red plastic bag. Upon seeing it, Yang Xiaoping thought it ideal for concealment, ensuring that others could not discern its contents. He found a small stick to lift the deceased serpent into the bag, securing it tightly. "This still constitutes a high-grade medicinal material. With luck, I can sell it and share the proceeds with you." "I refuse. It is yours by right. For you have saved me, and I have yet to repay you," she insisted. "It was my duty to save you. No compensation is necessary," Yu Shaoqing remarked. "I noticed that snake was quite red." Yang Xiaoping chuckled. "Not only red but possessing 3 heads, which adds to its value. It can treat brain cancer. Ah, I see. One head for another, Yu Xiaoqing laughed. Indeed, it was a similar principle to how men consume sheep kidneys or bullwhips for vitality. As they conversed, officers from the police station arrived. The police car parked in the village committee's courtyard, and Yu Xiaoqing showed the officers the surveillance footage, providing irrefutable evidence. Without hesitation, the police proceeded to apprehend the culprit, Lu Ming, with Yang Xiaoping and Yu Xiaoqing accompanying them. After Lu Ming was taken away, Yang Xiaoping placed the red serpent in his vehicle and drove home. Upon returning, night had fallen. Yang Xiaoping halted the car and removed the serpent, placing it on the windowsill. He discovered that the divine herb he had procured earlier had dried, prompting him to find a plastic bag for storage. He knew that the serpent would remain untouched, as only he understood its significance in the village. After tidying up, he washed his hands, aware that his day had involved both healing and capturing a snake, leaving his hands somewhat soiled. Utilizing his spiritual energy while washing, he lifted a large basin of water and walked to the southeast corner of the yard, where he had cultivated a small patch of cabbage. The cabbages had sprouted, albeit modestly, and he watered them generously before discarding the plastic basin. Just then, Li Xiaoxia arrived, announcing, "Xiaoping, I have prepared dinner. Come dine at my home." With a smile, he replied, "Certainly, my dear wife. You call me wife yet claim you want to share a bed with me. You only invited me for dinner." She retorted. Li Xiaoxia said nothing further and returned home, with Yang Xiaoping following her. Upon entering her home, he noticed the table was set with a feast. He understood that her reluctance to share a bed was rooted in her care for him, wishing for him to find a proper girlfriend. Yet, truth be told, Yang Xiaoping felt that marrying someone else would betray her. After all, they were still young. He thought it wise to delay the search for a partner. Her invitation stemmed from gratitude, recognizing his gestures of generosity in buying her clothes and jewelry. As they dined and conversed, Li Xiaoxia inquired, "Xiaoping, what happened with the female village head?" Yang Xiaoping replied, "She was bitten by a venomous snake on her thigh, but she has recovered." "Goodness, a bite on her thigh? Did you happen to touch her thigh while treating her?" Li Xiaoxia teased. "You see, you claim you want to sleep with me, yet you are jealous." "I am not jealous. I am certain her thigh is quite fair," Yang Xiaoping laughed. "But not as fair as yours." "I don't believe you," she countered. "If her face is that pale, her legs must be as well. Honestly, I think you two are quite compatible." Yang Xiaoping chuckled. "Compatible, perhaps, but she is from the city. We are worlds apart. Times have changed. The city and countryside are increasingly similar. I have heard our area is soon to be developed into an urban district." Yang Xiaoping had indeed heard such rumors. He instinctively employed his spiritual energy to foresee that their county would transform into a metropolitan region, with a ring road passing through their village. After the meal, Yang Xiaoping stood up, saying, "Wife, I am going home to take a shower. You may return. I shall be your neighbor and Appo's sister-in-law, and I want to visit your home again." Very well. After uttering this, Yang Xiaoping departed, knowing that some matters should not be forced. Yet he believed that as long as he remained single, Li Xiaoxia would eventually seek to share a bed with him. Once home, Yang Xiaoping showered, and his phone rang. It was a call from Meng Jing at the town and Appo's pharmacy. He answered, "Hello, beautiful. Are you thinking of me tonight and unable to sleep?" "Thinking of you is inevitable." Meng Jing replied. "Xiaoping, have you managed to procure the divine herb I mentioned?" "I have. I dried it, though I forgot to inform you." "That is splendid. Tomorrow, I will bring my friend to purchase it from you." "All right. I shall await your arrival." After concluding the call, Yang Xiaoping reclined on his bed to rest. The following day, after rising, he prepared breakfast. Once he had eaten, he was resting when he heard the sound of multiple vehicles outside. Approaching the door, he was surprised to see two cars parked, a pink Mercedes belonging to Meng Jing and a blue and white Rolls-Royce. From the latter emerged a beautiful woman, exuding a certain grace, dressed similarly in a red dress as Meng Jing. Meng Jing led the way as they entered together. "Xiaoping, this is my friend Ding Yan. Her family owns the Xinzhou Grand Hotel in the city. She is the one in need of medicinal materials." "Hello, beautiful," Yang Xiaoping greeted, extending his hand. However, the woman ignored him, walking past without a word. Yang Xiaoping felt a wave of embarrassment, mirrored by Meng Jing, who had not anticipated her friend's lack of courtesy. Once in the living room, Yang Xiaoping gestured for them to sit. He refrained from engaging Ding Yan in conversation, sensing her air of superiority. As if she looked down upon him, Meng Jing asked, "Xiaoping, how much do you intend to charge for the herbs?" "Money is merely a material concern. Since she is your friend, it matters not." At this moment, Ding Yin interjected, I disdain you farmers, pretending to be noble while clearly coveting money. Yang Xiaoping, upon hearing this, felt a surge of displeasure. What kind of person is this? How utterly uncouth. Even if you were to purchase something with money, you ought not to flaunt such arrogance. Meng Jing felt uncomfortable as well. She had not anticipated that Ding Yin would utter such distasteful words. Yang Xiaoping interjected. Let me tell you, I truly do not lack for money. Although I may not be as wealthy as you at present, I still possess at least 10 to 20 million. In truth, Yang Xiaoping was not exaggerating. He currently had around 17 to 18 million. However, Ding Yin clearly did not believe him. If you had a million, you certainly wouldn't oppose. To be living in such a shabby place. Meng Jing glanced at her friend and found her comments rather unpleasant. She forced a smile and said, Xiaoping, why don't you show me the herb? Yang Xiaoping, feeling irritated, replied, sorry, but I'm not selling anymore. With his refusal to sell, Meng Jing found herself at a loss for words. After all, it was his choice whether to sell or not, and Ding Yin and Appo's remarks were indeed infuriating. If she were in his position, she would likely feel the same way. Upon hearing Yang Xiaoping and Appo's refusal, Ding Yin lost her composure. Do you truly have a problem with money? Yang Xiaoping retorted, I and Appo's VE already said I and Appo's am not lacking in funds. Yet you refuse to believe me. Just take a look. He proceeded to open his Alipay app, stating, see, I have over several 100,000 in my balance. He then opened a bank message and added, and this card shows a balance of over 10 million. Ding Yin examined the information and was taken aback. This unassuming farmer indeed possessed over 10 million. The idea that someone with such wealth resided in such a decrepit abode was utterly astonishing. Meng Jing was equally surprised. When she first met Yang Xiaoping, he was a poor man riding a dilapidated electric scooter. Today, seeing the Ford Raptor at his home was already a shock. But upon viewing his bank balance, her astonishment only deepened. At that moment, Ding Yin realized that whether or not he sold the medicinal herb was irrelevant, and she no longer dared to act superior. You do have some money, she conceded, but ISN and Appo's more money always better? Name your price. As long as at ISN outrageous, I want haggle. No, I'm not selling anymore, Yang Xiaoping replied. Then what would it take for you to sell? He inquired. Your family must run a large hotel, right? Ding Yin confirmed, yes, the Xinzhou Grand Hotel, a 5-star establishment. Yang Xiaoping coldly remarked, surely there's a presidential suite available? Book me the finest one. That's simple. I can accommodate you for however long you wish, Ding Yin replied. Just for a day, but you must accompany me to bed. Upon hearing this, Ding Yin's expression changed dramatically. You are nothing but a rogue. Not only Ding Yin, but even Meng Jing felt that Yang Xiaoping had crossed a line. Although Ding Yin had been somewhat excessive earlier, Yang Xiaoping's retaliation seemed even more inappropriate. Meng Jing cautioned. Xiaoping, this isn't quite right, is it? Yang Xiaoping responded. Yes, I too feel it is somewhat off, but she could simply refuse. I'm not forcing her. There's no knife to her throat. She can just say no, and that would be the end of it. In truth, Ding Yin recognized that she had acted unreasonably first. After a moment of hesitation, with tears welling in her eyes, she said, I agree to your terms. She understood that, in comparison to her father's life, she was willing to sacrifice her innocence for this farmer. Yang Xiaoping asserted, I am not jesting. Once you agree, you must follow through. I will honor my word. I can do it any day, she replied. Then let us draft a written agreement. The medicinal herb shall be yours. He took a piece of paper and wrote, I, Ding Yin, voluntarily agree to spend 24 hours in the presidential suite of the Xinzhou Grand Hotel with Yang Xiaoping. After completing it, he said, please sign. Ding Yin, surprisingly, signed and dated it. Meng Jing watched in disbelief, torn between laughter and incredulity. Once Ding Yin had signed, Yang Xiaoping handed her the medicinal herb. She opened it and asked Meng Jing, is this the medicinal herb? Meng Jing examined it and confirmed, yes, it is. Good. Ding Yin said with a bitter smile, I'll be leaving now. Feeling utterly humiliated today, she took her leave. After watching her drive away, Yang Xiaoping returned to his yard, reflecting on Ding Yan's situation. How satisfying it was to force her to think about accompanying him to bed. At that moment, his gaze fell upon his small vegetable patch, and he was astonished. The cabbage has grown remarkably fast. He realized that the area where he had washed his hands last night had produced cabbage that had grown overnight, equivalent to several months of growth. The cabbage was lush and vibrant, already forming heads, while the areas that had not been watered remained small seedlings. This was truly miraculous. Under normal circumstances, cabbage would be harvested in autumn. He understood that this was the result of his spiritual energy, which had been infused into the water when he washed his hands the previous day. It seems that one's spiritual energy can cause vegetables to grow wildly, which is truly remarkable. Yang Xiaoping understands that infusing his spiritual energy into the tender shoots of the Chinese tune results in an exceptionally delicious flavor. Thus, the cabbage must undoubtedly surpass the ordinary in taste. Yang Xiaoping could no longer restrain himself and plucked a cabbage. He made his way to the kitchen, intending to prepare a dish. After chopping it, he washed it with water and heated oil in a pan. Once the oil was sufficiently hot, he added the cabbage. Before long, the kitchen was filled with a tantalizing aroma, far more enticing than that of simmering meat. Unable to resist, Yang Xiaoping pinched a cabbage leaf and placed it in his mouth. As he bit down, the delightful flavors enveloped his palate, stimulating his senses. After chewing a few times and swallowing, he found it utterly delicious. Once he finished cooking, he excitedly rushed next door, calling out, "Wife, come and see how delicious my cabbage is." Li Xiaoxia had just finished cooking rice and was about to prepare a dish when she heard Yang Xiaoping's words. "I thought I caught a whiff of something delightful. Could it be your cooking?" She replied. "Wait a moment, I'll bring over the rice." Conveniently, Yang Xiaoping had not prepared any rice either, so they decided to share their meal. Upon Li Xiaoxia's arrival at Yang Xiaoping's home, he took out a few bottles of beer. She tasted the dish and was immediately astonished, exclaiming, "Xiaoping, this cabbage is incredible. It surpasses even beef and lamb." Yang Xiaoping, grinning, replied, "Indeed, I believe this vegetable could fetch 30 to 50 yuan per gene, and it would be justified. How do you cultivate such splendid produce?" She inquired. "I employ qigong in my cultivation," he explained. "Last night, I infused the cabbage with qi, and to my surprise, it grew remarkably overnight." Yang Xiaoping understood that referring to spiritual energy would be less comprehensible than qigong. "This cabbage is truly exceptional. You should cultivate more and sell it to restaurants. It would surely succeed," Li Xiaoxia encouraged. "I think so too," Yang Xiaoping agreed, "but I tend to be rather lazy. While I can manage selling the vegetables, I doubt I could endure merely watching over them at home. What is there to endure? We have a vegetable plot right outside, and our plots are adjacent, totaling nearly an acre. I can help you manage it," she suggested. "All right, it's settled then. I will handle sales, and you will take care of the cultivation. You will need to infuse your qi to assist. I lack the ability to grow such fine produce," she added. Yang Xiaoping chuckled. "Of course. You need not worry. I can simply infuse the seeds with qi directly. If I stockpile enough seeds, you could plant them even when I am not home." The two of them continued their cheerful conversation, finishing off several bottles of beer. "Wife, we must celebrate our happiness today with a good night's sleep," Yang Xiaoping declared. "Sleep in broad daylight. What if someone sees us?" "I'll come to accompany you tonight," she replied. "Very well, you must come tonight," he responded, knowing her nature well. After dinner, Li Xiaoxia returned home, and Yang Xiaoping infused the remaining cabbages with spiritual energy. However, he realized that he had only about 30 cabbages, far too few. He needed to plant more in the vegetable plot outside. Yang Xiaoping's home was situated along a road, with their production team's vegetable plot across it. He noticed that his supply of cabbage seeds was dwindling, so he decided to drive to town to purchase more. Upon arriving at the seed shop, he learned there was a good stock of cabbage seeds, which he promptly purchased, along with some watermelon seeds. After his shopping was complete, he hurried back home. As he entered the village, he spotted Wang Ying heading straight into Zhao Shun's house. Realizing that she was seeking out the simple-minded Zhao Shun, Yang Xiaoping parked his car and approached the door. Finding it closed, he hesitated to leap inside, fearing he might attract unwanted attention during the day. Instead, he decided to sneak around to the back. Peering through Zhao Shun and Appo's window, he saw the two of them in a passionate embrace. Wang Ying had indeed become involved with Zhao Shun. In truth, she was somewhat promiscuous, as her husband hardly paid her any attention. Eager for intimacy, she sought out Yang Xiaoping, who was not interested in her. Recalling Yang Xiaoping and Appo's prediction of a potential affair with Zhao Shun, she directly pursued him instead. After washing up from tending to the sheep, Zhao Shun, clad only in his shorts, was fanning himself in the living room when he noticed Wang Ying's arrival. He recalled Yang Xiaoping's words about Wang Ying being a suitable match for him, which made him tremble with excitement. Indeed, Yang Xiaoping's prediction was spot on. This beauty is here. Having just bathed, Zhao Shun was fresh and clean, his physique on display. Wang Ying was undeniably attracted, asking, Zhao Shan, do you think I'm beautiful? He replied with a smile, you are truly beautiful. Do you like me? She pressed. I really like you. He stammered. Then why are you just standing there? Today, I will let you be a real man. This was a serendipitous opportunity for Zhao Shan. He was elated and quickly embraced Wang Ying, laying her down on the bed. Outside, Yang Xiaoping observed the unfolding scene and lost interest. Satisfied that his predictions had been accurate, unlike others who might have recorded the moment, Yang Xiaoping simply glanced and departed, driving away. Upon returning home, Yang Xiaoping unloaded the seats. Li Xiaoxia soon arrived, questioning Xiaoping, why did you buy so many seats? I wanted to ensure a long-term supply. These should last for a while, he responded. Well then, let us go plant them, she suggested. Yang Xiaoping smiled. First, I must infuse these seeds with my internal energy for them to be effective. With that, he extended his hands, channeling his spiritual energy into the seeds. After a minute, he withdrew his hands, declaring, done. They will now be effective. Will the seeds sprout even before we plant them? She asked. No. They won't sprout unless buried in soil or watered. Let us go plant them now, he assured her. Li Xiaoxia nodded, and together they set off to cultivate the vegetables. Once they finished their work, they returned to Yang Xiaoping's courtyard. Just as Li Xiaoxia was about to prepare dinner, Zhao Shun arrived with a cart carrying a freshly slaughtered sheep. Zhao Shun, what brings you here? She inquired. I killed a sheep for Xiaoping. He predicted so accurately. Zhao Shun replied with a grin. Yang Xiaoping was taken aback. I told you I didn't want it. Why did you really go through with it? I keep my word. Giving you a sheep makes me happy, Zhao Shun insisted. But I can't eat that much. I'll only keep some for myself. Yang Xiaoping stated. He fetched a knife and divided the sheep into 2 portions, saying, I'll keep half, but I will pay you for this meat. Are you looking down on me? I don't want your money. Zhao Shun retorted. Zhao Shun, somewhat irritated, remarked, I have a woman now. I am happy and do not require your money. Yang Xiaoping replied, very well, you may forego my money, but you must take half. I truly cannot consume it all. And besides, you need to replenish as well. Must I really? Zhao Shun hesitated. Certainly, since you slept with a woman today, replenishment is a necessity. After a moment and Appo's contemplation, Zhao Shun conceded, all right then, I shall also replenish. He left half for Yang Xiaoping and took the other half for himself. Upon Zhao Shun and Appo's departure, Li Xiaoxia could no longer contain her curiosity and inquired, Xiaoping, what on earth is happening? Yang Xiaoping responded, call me husband, and I shall tell you. Husband, dear husband. Please enlighten me, I implore you, Li Xiaoxia chuckled. Yang Xiaoping relented, very well, I have calculated Zhao Shun's fate. He will soon have an affair and will seek to sleep with someone. He came today to repay me. You can predict such things? Who is the woman? Wang Ying, Lu Haiyang's wife. Li Xiaoxia shook her head in disbelief. I cannot fathom it. Wang Ying is quite beautiful, and it is unimaginable that she would be with Zhao Shun. Yang Xiaoping laughed. Why is it impossible? I personally witnessed it when I returned with seeds. Wang Ying visited his home. The world is vast and full of surprises. Indeed, Wang Ying was genuinely with Zhao Shun, though it was because Yang Xiaoping chose not to pursue her. If Yang Xiaoping had accepted Wang Ying, Zhao Shun would have had no chance. Yang Xiaoping queried, wife, shall I cook here or at your home? Let us cook here. I will prepare lamb stew for you. How about I infuse some qi into the lamb? It will surely enhance the flavor. As he spoke, Yang Xiaoping infused the lamb with spiritual energy, making it not only delectable but also less prone to spoilage in summer. Of course, with modern refrigeration, summer posed little issue anyway. As Li Xiaoxia commenced cooking, Yang Xiaoping noticed the abundance of cabbages in his yard, over a dozen, ready for sale. An idea struck him. Since the cabbages grew quickly, it was time to establish a market. With that thought, he dialed Wang Hui's number. Upon connection, Yang Xiaoping stated, Brother Wang, I have something to discuss. What is it? Brother? Speak freely, Wang Hui responded. I am cultivating a type of cabbage that surpasses all others in flavor, organic, free from fertilizers or pesticides. Naturally, my costs are higher. Brother, if you have such exceptional cabbages, you must sell them to me. Price is not an issue, Yang Xiaoping declared. These cabbages are more delicious than delicacies from the mountains or the sea, so I intend to sell them at 38 yuan per pound. Do not settle for 38. I will take them at 50 yuan per pound, Wang Hui insisted. Yang Xiaoping chuckled. Let me deliver a few to you tomorrow. I await your arrival. 50 yuan per pound it is. After a few polite exchanges, they ended the call. Yang Xiaoping then drove to the village store to purchase several cases of beer. Upon returning home, he discovered that Li Xiaoxia had prepared a sumptuous meal. They set the table in the living room and began to indulge in the feast. The lamb, infused with Yang Xiaoping's energy, was truly delicious. Xiaoping, have you considered that this meat, treated by you, tastes far superior? Perhaps we could even sell meat? Li Xiaoxia mused. I have thought about it, but meat is costly. Since vegetables can fetch a handsome price, it seems unnecessary to pursue meat. Indeed. If we can elevate the cabbage to fame, that would suffice and save us effort. Content with their meal, Li Xiaoxia helped tidy up and announced, I shall return home now. Did you not say you would come over tonight? Yes, but today is the last time. With that, she prepared to leave. Yang Xiaoping insisted she take some lamb to store in her refrigerator, as his own could not accommodate the leftovers. Knowing her tendency, he left the door unlocked and headed for a shower. After bathing, he awaited her in the bedroom. By 9 and Oppo's clock, Li Xiaoxia returned, having finished her shower. She locked the door behind her and embraced Yang Xiaoping, saying, Husband, I am weak. Though I say I want and Oppo's tea return, my heart longs for you. Yang Xiaoping smiled. That means you like me. If you desire my company, let us marry, then we can be together openly every day. I am unworthy of you. I have said you must marry another. Let us not dwell on that. Since we are together, let us enjoy each other's company. With that, Yang Xiaoping pulled Li Xiaoxia close, and they tumbled onto the bed, the mattress shaking vigorously. The following morning, after breakfast, Li Xiaoxia returned to her home. Yang Xiaoping gathered 3 sacks and harvested 9 cabbages, placing them in his vehicle. He then drove to the city, arriving at the Huaihai Hotel. After parking, he called Wang Hui to announce his arrival and request 2 personnel to collect the cabbages. Very well, I will come down personally, Wang Hui replied. I will wait for you at your parking lot. Shortly thereafter, Wang Hui arrived with 2 staff members, and they unloaded 3 bags of cabbages from the pickup truck. Yang Xiaoping suggested, Brother Wang, as the kitchen is not busy, let us go to the kitchen and have them stir-fry a portion so we can assess the quality. Indeed. Let us see, Wang Hui agreed. Once in the kitchen, Yang Xiaoping emptied the cabbages and tidied his sacks. Noticing Chef Wang was present, Wang Hui requested, Chef Wang, please stir-fry a plate of cabbage for me to taste. Chef Wang obliged and began his work. As the oil heated and the chopped cabbages were added to the pan, the kitchen filled with an enticing aroma. Remarkable. This fragrance is extraordinary. After 30 years as a chef, this is the first time I have encountered such a scent. Chef Wang exclaimed. Wang Hui added, Indeed, I can hardly contain my saliva. Once cooked, Chef Wang hesitated to taste, offering a pair of chopsticks to Wang Hui, saying, Mr. Wang, you go first. Wang Hui took a bite, closing his eyes as he swallowed. Divine dish. Simply divine, he proclaimed, causing Chef Wang to swallow hard. While other chefs looked on eagerly, Chef Wang, hesitant to partake, was encouraged by Wang Hui's urging, and finally, they both relished the dish, devouring it swiftly. After finishing, Wang Hui sheepishly turned to Yang Xiaoping and said, Teacher Yang, I apologize. I got so caught up in the food that I forgot about you. Yang Xiaoping chuckled and said, I had my fill yesterday. I lack for nothing. The other chefs looked on with longing, and Yang Kuden and Oppo's tea helped but smile. The treatment between a head chef and ordinary cooks is worlds apart. Master Wang remarked, Mr. Wang, I believe this dish can be priced above 200 yuan. Wang Hui replied, All right, 199 is also acceptable. Yang Xiaoping said, Very well, if there is nothing else, I shall take my leave. Wang Hui interjected, You haven't collected your payment yet. In truth, Wang Hui had made millions selling medicines for him before, and this time he had no intention of charging. Yang Xiaoping laughed, Brother Wang, I won't take any money this time. How can that be? Such an exquisite dish without compensation would be a desecration of this divine culinary creation. Wang Hui insisted, You must be compensated. Yang Xiaoping replied, Now that you mention it, I recall something. When promoting this dish, you could name it and Oppo's. Old Yang and Oppo's, S divine dish, and Oppo's. How about and Oppo's, Master Yang and Oppo's, S divine dish and Oppo's. In my eyes, you are indeed a master. Indeed. Master Yang's divine dish it shall be. Let us not bother with titles. Let us calculate it at 200 jin, 50 yuan per jin, totaling 10,000 yuan. Yang Xiaoping laughed. You really know how to jest. Where would I find 200 jin? Let us settle for 5,000, counting it as 100 jin. All right. I will transfer the money to you. As Wang Hui spoke, he took out his phone and transferred 6,000 yuan to Yang Xiaoping and Oppo's WeChat account. Yang Xiaoping said nothing. Understanding the broader context, Well then, I shall take my leave, he concluded. This dish is bound to sell quickly. I expect it will be gone in the next couple of days. Let us see how it goes. I need to mention something. In the future, if you require my services, I cannot guarantee I will be available every day, so you must come to my home to collect. Wang Hui smiled. No problem. I'll arrange it. After exchanging pleasantries, Yang Xiaoping drove away. Instead of heading directly home, he steered his car towards the medicinal herb market. Huaihai boasts a large medicinal herb market where various herbs and rare medicinal materials are bought and sold. Today, he brought along a three-headed red snake, intending to sell it. Upon arriving at the market, Yang Xiaoping parked and entered a shop with the dead snake in hand. "Boss, do you purchase rare medicinal herbs?" he inquired. The shop owner, a man in his 40s, replied, "Absolutely. Let me see what you have." Yang Xiaoping opened the plastic bag, and the shop owner recoiled, exclaiming, "Kid, you've got to be kidding. This is a dead snake, not a rare medicinal herb. This is a three-headed snake. You don't know?" Yang Xiaoping explained. "Even if it had 10 heads, it would be worthless." Yang Xiaoping realized this man was ignorant. The three-headed red snake is mentioned in ancient medical texts, but the average person might not be aware. "All right, I apologize for the intrusion," he said, deciding to try another shop. Prepared to take the snake back if there were no takers, he found a larger herbal medicine shop with a sign indicating they purchase high-end medicinal materials. Inside, the shop owner, an elderly man dressed in traditional attire, appeared to be in his 60s. Yang Xiaoping asked, "Boss, are you interested in a three-headed red snake?" The owner paused before asking, "You have a three-headed red snake?" "Yes. Would you like to take a look?" "All right, show me." Yang Xiaoping opened the plastic bag, saying, "Take a look." The shop owner inspected it and said, "Not bad. It is indeed a three-headed red snake. Please wait a moment. I'm sure someone will want this. I'll get in touch." He then pulled out his phone and made a call. After hanging up, he said, "Young man, I don't need this. But a wealthy client of mine is ill and requires this treasure. He'll arrive in 10 minutes. "Understood," Yang Xiaoping replied. "If I'm not mistaken, it's for a brain tumor?" "Correct. It is indeed for a brain tumor. Only those afflicted with it would seek this," the shop owner explained. "Other individuals have no need for it. Thus, this transaction relies on fate." As they conversed, a beautiful woman entered the shop. Yang Xiaoping noticed her striking appearance, and she seemed only slightly older than himself. Following her was a man, likely in his 30s. The woman asked, "Boss Li, do you have the goods?" The owner, referred to as Boss Li, replied, "Yes, it's from this young man. You may negotiate." Yang Xiaoping inquired, "Miss, are you the one seeking the three-headed red snake?" "Yes, I am. How much do you intend to sell it for?" 30,000, I suppose." In truth, Yang Xiaoping was unsure of the price but believed that since it was a life-saving remedy, it would not be cheap. As soon as he finished speaking, the man accompanying the woman scoffed, "Kid, are you trying to rob me?" Yang Xiaoping felt a surge of annoyance at this remark. Coldly, he retorted, "What do you mean by that? If you think the price is too high, you can negotiate or simply walk away." At that moment, Boss Li interjected with a smile. "Actually, 30,000 is not excessive. I just checked, and this three-headed red snake is authentic and hard to come by." Boss Li spoke the truth. He felt that Yang Xiaoping was asking too little, and 50,000 would not be unreasonable. The woman glared at the man who had spoken earlier, saying, "What gives you the right to speak?" Having heard Boss Li's words, Yang Xiaoping felt his asking price was indeed on the low side, but he was indifferent. He had not exerted much effort to acquire it. "It's of no concern to me. If you believe it's too expensive, I will not sell it," he stated. The woman replied, "Handsome, it's not too expensive. I'll take it." She then pulled out her phone, requested Yang Xiaoping's bank details, and transferred 30,000 yuan to him. Yang Xiaoping thought this woman was quite commendable. He handed her the plastic bag, saying, "Here you go. If this snake fails to cure your family member and Oppos' ailment, you may find me. I can ensure a cure." The woman accepted the bag, saying, "Thank you." She did not believe that this young man could cure a brain tumor, so she did not ask for his phone number. Even Boss Li harbored doubts, as Yang Xiaoping appeared too young. After the woman and her companion left the shop, Boss Li inquired, "Young man, are you a doctor?" "Indeed, I am merely a village physician," Yang Xiaoping replied. "From what I gathered, you claim you can cure brain tumors." Yang Xiaoping smiled. "Indeed, I maintain that any illness is manageable as long as the patient still draws breath. For me, it is not a significant matter." Boss Li thought the young man was boasting. Yet he also sensed that someone who understood the three-headed red snake's potential for treating brain tumors could not be an ordinary person. With this in mind, he asked, "Young man, can you assess my health?" Yang Xiaoping recognized that Boss Li was testing him. Utilizing his keen insight, he examined him and smiled. "Elder, your health appears satisfactory. Save for one issue." "What issue?" "You haven't engaged in intimate relations for over 5 years, have you? That is your sole affliction. One that has plagued you for 5 long years." Upon hearing Yang Xiaoping and Appo's words, Boss Li was instantly taken aback, gazing at Yang in astonishment. "You have already reached such an esteemed level?" he inquired. In traditional Chinese medicine, the concept of Wang, or observation, is regarded as the pinnacle of practice. This implies that one need not inquire about a patient's discomfort. Through mere observation, one can ascertain the ailment afflicting the individual. This represents the essence of traditional Chinese medicine, a level of mastery not even professors at medical institutions may attain. Many of them rely solely on pulse diagnosis or questioning patients before analyzing their conditions. Yang Xiaoping smiled, affirming, "Indeed, I have reached this realm. At over 60 years of age, is there still hope for healing?" Boss Li asked. In truth, Boss Li possessed a modicum of medical knowledge, being a purveyor of medicinal herbs himself. Having consumed a fair amount of goji berries, dodder seeds, epimedium, and cinnamorium, he had found no relief, leading him to abandon further treatments in recent years. Yang Xiaoping replied with a grin, "As I mentioned earlier, as long as you still draw breath, I can cure your ailment. And the cost of your treatment must be quite steep. Indeed, it is somewhat pricey. For the treatment of a dozen patients thus far, I have charged 300,000 each," Boss Li acknowledged. "While this may seem exorbitant to the average person, I find it reasonable and am eager to engage your services." In truth, Boss Li was financially capable. He would gladly invest 300,000 for a cure. "Very well," Yang Xiaoping agreed. "I shall prepare the medicine for you and bring it on my next visit. Let us exchange WeChat," Boss Li suggested. Yang Xiaoping nodded, and they added each other on WeChat, sharing their names in the process. Yang learned that Boss Li's name was Li Gaofei. After a brief conversation, Yang Xiaoping took his leave. As he was about to depart, Li Gaofei offered to transfer money to him, but Yang declined, suggesting they discuss it later. He was quite clear in his intent. Having just met, he had yet to provide the medicine, and accepting payment might instill doubt in Li's mind. Approaching his vehicle, Yang Xiaoping had not yet entered when his phone rang. Glancing at the unfamiliar number, he answered, "Hello, who is this?" "It's me. Ding Yin, the woman who promised to keep you company for 24 hours, came the voice from the other end. Yang Xiaoping felt little fondness for her and replied, "Is the presidential suite ready? I am in the city today. It is prepared for you at the Shenzhou Grand Hotel. You may come over now." Actually, I want to be coming, he thought to himself. Having teased her enough, it was time to let her be. A man should possess a broader perspective. "I had my mind set on spending the night with you. Are you really backing out?" Ding Yin pressed. "Indeed," Yang Xiaoping responded. "I merely sought to impart a lesson, hoping you might cultivate kindness henceforth." With that, he ended the call. He climbed into his car, started the engine, and turned on the air conditioning. Just as he was about to leave the parking space, his phone rang again. It was Ding Yin once more, so he answered, "What is it? Must you insist on my company to feel content?" "Yes, I am all set. You must come." "Fine, tell me the room number." "Shenzhou Grand Hotel, 8th floor. Presidential Suite 001. "Very well, I will be there shortly," Yang Xiaoping said before hanging up. Annoyed, he thought, "I wanted to let you off the hook, yet you seem unwilling to release me. I shall see what transpires when I arrive." Knowing the location of the Shenzhou Grand Hotel, he drove directly there. This 5-star establishment far surpassed the Huaihai Hotel in grandeur. Upon parking, he made his way inside and took the elevator to the 8th floor, arriving at room 001. He knocked on the door, which promptly opened to reveal Ding Yin inside. "Come in," she invited. "I'm feeling a bit hungry. Perhaps you could treat me to a meal first," Yang Xiaoping proposed as he stepped inside. "Very well, let us not venture out. I'll arrange for the staff to bring us food," Ding Yin replied, dialing a number. Shortly thereafter, a server arrived with the meal. Yang Xiaoping observed not only an array of dishes, but also red wine, beer, and the illustrious flying mitai. Without hesitation, he cracked open a beer and began to indulge in the food. Ding Yin, on the other hand, refrained from eating, choosing instead to sip the red wine occasionally. Her gaze fixed on Yang Xiaoping as he feasted. Soon, a dozen dishes were brought to the table, prompting Yang Xiaoping to declare, "All right. You may inform them to cease bringing more. We cannot finish all this." Ding Yin nodded and conveyed the message to the waiter. Once Yang Xiaoping was sated, he turned to Ding Yin and inquired, "Do you genuinely wish to be with me, or is this merely an obligation?" Ding Yin reflected. I cannot discern sincerity from obligation. I simply feel compelled to fulfill my promise to you. Yang Xiaoping surveyed the presidential suite, which was quite spacious and contained several rooms. He gestured toward the master bedroom, instructing, go there, disrobe, and await my arrival under the covers. Ding Yin and Appo's cheeks flushed slightly as she replied, all right. With that, she made her way to the presidential suite. Within 2 minutes of her arrival, she called out, I am ready. Yang Xiaoping entered the suite to find Ding Yin lying on the large bed, her shoulders exposed and covered by a blanket. He remarked, your willingness to go this far is commendable. For the sake of your family, I admire you. I shall not touch you. I will step outside, so please put your clothes back on. With that, he exited the room. Ding Yin watched as he truly left, pondering. This young man is neither a villain nor a lecher. Had it been someone else, I would surely have been compromised. After dressing, Ding Yin approached the living room to find Yang Xiaoping seated on the sofa, smoking. She said, Dr. Yang, I actually have another favor to ask of you. He replied, what is it? The medicine and Appo's efficacy is lacking. My father is in the late stages of liver cancer. I heard from Ming Jing that you are a miraculous doctor capable of treating him. Yang Xiaoping affirmed, I can treat him, and I can cure him, but rest assured, if you can heal my father, I will pay any price, and I can stay with you for 2 days, or even 2 months. Yang Xiaoping interjected, I want you to marry me. Ding Yin hesitated, then agreed, fine, I accept. Having witnessed the earlier events, she now perceived Yang Xiaoping as a good man. Certainly better than a debauched heir. Though he was a farmer, he was a miraculous doctor and not overly lascivious. She felt it was acceptable to agree for the sake of saving her father. However, Yang Xiaoping then jested, I was merely joking. I do not require your hand in marriage. Let us focus on treating your father now. All right, I will take you to my home, he said, rising. They departed the presidential suite, and once outside, Ding Yin suggested, there is no need for you to drive. You can ride in my car. To which Yang Xiaoping responded, all right, but you must ensure my return. Wherever you wish to go after treating my father, I shall comply, Ding Yin replied. Thus, Yang Xiaoping entered Ding Yin's Rolls-Royce, and she started the engine, setting off. The car arrived at a large estate in the southern suburbs, where they parked before a grand villa. Yang Xiaoping noted the impressive size of the property, flanked by 2 security guards at the entrance. Once they exited the vehicle, Ding Yin informed him, my father is waiting for us in the living room. Let us proceed. Yang Xiaoping nodded and followed her into the villa. Inside the living room, a man in his 50s reclined on a sofa that resembled a bed. A doctor attended to him, alongside a housekeeper in her 40s. Ding Yin addressed the housekeeper. Gently, please prepare a cup of tea for this esteemed doctor. The housekeeper complied and went to fetch the tea. Yang Xiaoping interjected, no need. I will examine your father myself. At that moment, the doctor stood up, stating, is this the miraculous doctor you engaged? His name was Zhang, a doctoral graduate who had returned from studying abroad. Ding Yin affirmed, indeed, this is the esteemed doctor I have invited. Dr. Zhang scrutinized Yang Xiaoping and remarked, you are merely a quack, likely deceiving the gullible. Yang Xiaoping retorted coldly, those who seek me out do so of their own volition, if you cannot treat liver cancer. It reflects your lack of skill, not mine. Dr. Zhang scoffed, do not boast. I am a PhD. Do you comprehend what that entails? Do you understand the significance of studying abroad? Yang Xiaoping replied with a smirk, I know not what you know. If you possess the ability, cure him. And I shall have no need to intervene. Furthermore, what of studying abroad? Have you grasped the essence of our 5,000-year culture? You seem to idolize foreign practices. During my time overseas, my mentor stated that liver cancer is an insurmountable affliction, particularly in its advanced stages. It merely alleviates suffering. Yang Xiaoping countered, your mentor is mistaken. I can treat any illness in this world. He then turned to Ding Yin and asked, do you truly require my assistance for your father? If not, I shall take my leave. Of course I need your help. Ding Yin exclaimed, smiling at Yang Xiaoping while glaring at Dr. Zhang. Dr. Zhang, if you continue your nonsense, I will have you removed. Dr. Zhang, though brash with Yang Xiaoping, dared not oppose Ding Yin. He relented, remaining silent. Yang Xiaoping asserted, I will commence treatment now. This doctor is unfit to witness. Dr. Zhang retorted, even if you wish me gone, I shall leave on my own accord. Rising, he exited the room, only to be met with the heat outside, a stark contrast to the air-conditioned villa. With Dr. Zhang gone, Yang Xiaoping approached the patient. Observing that he had already undergone surgery and lay on the sofa, his face contorted in pain from liver cancer, Yang Xiaoping addressed him, Boss Ding. I am here to treat you. Please endure for a moment. Ding Boss, whose name was Ding Shan, nodded silently, struggling to speak due to the severity of his condition. The failed surgery had rendered him bedridden. Prior to the operation, he was still able to walk. This was the reason Ding Yin was willing to go to such lengths to aid her father, as she could not bear to witness his suffering or the thought of losing him. Her mother had passed away during her childhood, leaving her father to pamper her, which explained her impulsive actions upon first meeting Yang Xiaoping. Yang Xiaoping reassured Ding Yin, "My treatment is quite straightforward. I require neither surgery nor medication. I can heal him through Qigong." "Thank you, Dr. Yang. However you choose to treat him is acceptable. You are a benefactor to our family," she replied. Yang Xiaoping then positioned himself before Ding Shan, placing his hands over his liver area and channeling his energy. In less than a minute, warmth radiated from Ding Shan's body. Ding Shan's complexion was originally quite dreadful, ravaged by illness to the point of resembling a shadow of his former self. However, now there was a noticeable improvement, as his face exhibited a hint of rosy vitality. After a mere 2 minutes, Yang Xiaoping withdrew his hand and declared, "All done." He then seated himself on the floor, legs crossed in a meditative posture reminiscent of an old monk in deep contemplation. Sweat glistened on his brow as Ding Shan, having sat up, expressed his gratitude, saying, "Thank you, Divine Physician." Yang Xiaoping managed a wry smile, responding, "You may be well, but you've exhausted me." He then closed his eyes, channeling the internal energy within himself to recuperate, akin to the healing practices of martial arts protagonists in novels. "Dad, are you really better?" Ding Yin inquired, her eyes wide with hope. Ding Shan, filled with excitement, leapt from the sofa, donning his slippers, and exclaimed, "I truly feel better. This is wonderful." Ding Yin turned to Yang Xiaoping, saying, "Thank you, Divine Physician." Noticing the beads of sweat on Yang Xiaoping's face, she hurriedly fetched a tissue to dab his brow. As Yang Xiaoping sensed he had regained his strength, he stood and announced, "Your liver cancer has been completely cured. Thank you immensely. I will be grateful to you for life. Please provide your bank details so I can transfer you some funds," Ding Shan insisted. Yang Xiaoping chuckled. "There's no need for money." "Yet," Ding Yin interjected, "absolutely not. You must give me your details." Faced with their fervent insistence, Yang Xiaoping relented. "Very well. Just a small token will suffice." He then provided his account number. "I shall transfer you 2 million, Ding Yin declared. Yang Xiaoping protested, "No. Just a modest sum of 100 or 80,000 will do." Nevertheless, Ding Yin proceeded with the 2 million transfer. Yang Xiaoping's finances now swelled by 2 million, bringing him closer to a total of 20 million. "Now that matters are settled, my dear, please take me to the Grand Hotel. I must return," Yang Xiaoping said. Ding Shan interjected, "No way. You have cured my liver cancer. We must celebrate with a drink." Ding Yin laughed, "Dad, you've only just recovered. Surely you can and Oppos, be thinking of drinking now?" Yang Xiaoping reassured her, "Fear not. Your father is now as healthy as a normal person. He can drink without worry, even to the point of inebriation." Ding Shan beamed with joy at this news. "Let us head out to the Shenzhou Grand Hotel. We shall not dine at home today. I want to invite my subordinates," he said, making a few phone calls to rally them for the celebration. In his youth, Ding Shan had been quite the rogue before turning to legitimate business, which he now managed on a grand scale, resulting in a crew of former ruffians. At this moment, Dr. Zhang entered, astonished to see Ding Shan truly healed. He held Yang Xiaoping in high regard, contemplating, this young man possesses genuine skill. Ding Yin drove them to the Shenzhou Grand Hotel, opting not to include Dr. Zhang, as she sensed Yang Xiaoping's aversion to him. Yang Xiaoping texted Li Xiaoxia, informing her that he would be delayed returning home due to business in the city. Li Xiaoxia replied, advising him not to worry. Upon arriving at the hotel, they were greeted by a dozen individuals clad in black at the entrance, who exclaimed, "Congratulations, boss, on your recovery. Welcome back." Ding Shan responded with a hearty laugh. "No need for such formality. We are all friends here." He then led Yang Xiaoping inside. Inside, the staff greeted Ding Shan with respectful shouts of chairman. He reciprocated their greetings before ascending to the second-floor dining area of the five-star establishment, which catered not only to guests but also to outside patrons, many of whom came specifically for the exquisite cuisine. Despite Yang Xiaoping and Oppos' newfound wealth, it was his first experience dining in such an upscale venue. Once in the dining area, Ding Shan arranged for his companions to occupy 2 private rooms, while he, Yang Xiaoping, and Ding Yin settled into one. With only the 3 of them present, they took their seats as a server approached. Ding Shan turned to Yang Xiaoping, saying, "Divine Physician, please order the dishes. Yang Xiaoping laughed. Boss Ding. I shall refrain from ordering, as this is my first time dining in such a prestigious place. Please don't put me on the spot. Very well, in that case. I shall take care of everything. By the way, what type of wine do you prefer, divine physician? Ding Shan asked. Before Yang Xiaoping could respond, Ding Yin chimed in. Beer. He drinks beer. Ding Shan instructed the server to prepare a lavish spread of dishes and the finest beer available. After the server departed, Ding Shan assured Yang Xiaoping, whenever you dine here, it will be on the house. Feel free to indulge. Yang Xiaoping replied, Boss Ding, please refrain from calling me and Abbos, divine physician and Abbos. It makes me feel quite embarrassed. Just call me Xiaoping. All right, Xiaoping it is, Ding Shan chuckled, as the beer and dishes began to arrive. Yang Xiaoping found himself in awe of the exotic cuisine, much of which he had never encountered before, as it was primarily imported from abroad. The trio engaged in lively conversation while enjoying their drinks. Ding Shan said, Xiaoping, how about becoming my personal physician? I can offer you 100,000 a month. Yang Xiaoping smiled, Boss Ding, I am a man who cherishes freedom. I prefer to reside in our countryside. 20,000, would that suffice? Ding Shan countered. In truth, your health is now excellent, and you do not require a personal physician anymore. However, I recognize your talents and wish to have you work with me. Let us settle on a flat fee of 5 million for the year. How does that sound? Yang Xiaoping smiled and said, even if you offered me an abundance of money, I would refuse to work with you. I truly cherish my freedom. In truth, if you genuinely wanted to make money, he would be better off gambling on stones, where one could easily earn over 5 million a day. Was it worth it to sacrifice his autonomy for the sake of that sum, binding himself to the Ding family? Noticing Yang Xiaoping and Abbos' refusal, Ding Shan merely chuckled awkwardly and remarked, it's all right. Even if you don't join me, we are still friends. However, Yang Xiaoping could clearly see the displeasure etched on the old man and Abbos' face. After a satisfying meal, Yang Xiaoping declared, all right, I've had my fill. Thank you for your hospitality today. Ding Shan suggested, Xiaoping, you've had quite a bit to drink. Let me arrange a designated driver for you. No need. I and Abbos am perfectly fine, Yang Xiaoping replied as he exited the hotel. By the time he left, night had fallen. He expelled the alcohol from his system and drove away. Upon exiting the city and arriving on the suburban concrete roads, 2 vehicles overtook him. As they passed, he sensed an ominous aura emanating from them. He had not offended anyone. Could it be that someone was plotting against him? Glancing in the rearview mirror, he noticed 2 or 3 cars trailing behind him. It dawned on him that they were attempting to sandwich him in. At that moment, Yang Xiaoping spotted a side road to the right, seemingly leading into the mountains. And without hesitation, he turned onto it. After driving a short distance, he halted not to flee, but to step out and approach the intersection. His sole intention in taking this route was to protect his vehicle. He feared a confrontation, particularly that these individuals might ram into his car, causing damage that would delay matters. After all, this was a gift from a beautiful woman. Should it be damaged, he would have to trouble her with insurance claims. A total of 5 vehicles had witnessed Yang Xiaoping's turn into the right road. The vehicles behind him stopped, while the ones in front turned around to block the entrance. Seeing that Yang Xiaoping had not fled and was instead walking back, they refrained from entering the narrow path, opting instead to park along the main road. Over 20 individuals emerged from their vehicles, some wielding knives, others brandishing iron rods or baseball bats, all advancing toward Yang Xiaoping. Upon seeing them, Yang Xiaoping immediately understood this was the Ding family's scheme against him. Although it was night, the moonlight and street lamps illuminated the scene, allowing him to clearly recognize several of the assailants as those who had shouted for Ding Shan earlier at the restaurant. What puzzled him was that he had saved Ding Shan's life, yet the man sought his own. It was a classic case of ingratitude. The group rushed toward him, and Yang Xiaoping met them head-on, employing his spiritual energy and martial arts skills. Despite facing such a large number for the first time, he handled the situation with remarkable ease. In merely 3 minutes, he had incapacitated the entire group. Once subdued, he began to methodically break each assailant's leg. You scoundrels wanted my life. Breaking your legs is a mercy, he declared as he dealt with them. When he reached the last individual, that man fell to his knees. Weeping, brother, I have a 70-year-old mother and a 30-year-old child. Please spare me. Then tell me, why did you wish to harm me? Yang Xiaoping coldly inquired. The man replied, it was Ding Shan. When you were dining, he came to our private room and said, and Abbos, since you can't make use of him, what purpose does he serve? Kill him. After listening, Yang Xiaoping retorted, You speak of elderly parents and children. But did you consider that I have yet to marry or have children of my own? With that, he kicked the man 5 meters away, sending him tumbling into the ditch. Looking at the group, some were crying out while others had lost consciousness. Yet, Yang Xiaoping knew that none would face life-threatening injuries. He did not wish to escalate the situation too much. After all, the true instigator was not these men, but Ding Shan. Thus, he resolved to postpone returning home and seek out Ding Shan instead to confront him. Yang Xiaoping declared loudly, "I'm leaving now. You have 30 seconds to clear my path. If anyone obstructs my car, I will run you over." With that, he turned and approached his vehicle. As he started the engine, he noticed the assailants hastily scrambling to clear the road for him. Driving back to the entrance of the Xinzhou Grand Hotel, he parked and made his way to the private room. Fortunately, both Ding Shan and Ding Yin were present. Upon seeing Yang Xiaoping return, Ding Shan's face was a mask of surprise. He had instructed his subordinates to pursue Yang Xiaoping but had explicitly told the lead henchman not to contact him, fearing his daughter might overhear. He had expected a report from his men, not the unexpected return of Yang Xiaoping, which left him utterly astonished. Ding Yin, her face a picture of disbelief, exclaimed, "Brother Yang, how did you come back?" Yang Xiaoping ignored her and marched straight up to Ding Shan, delivering a swift slap across his face. The loud crack echoed, leaving Ding Shan's cheek flushed. Without hesitation, Yang Xiaoping followed up with another slap. At this, Ding Yin could no longer remain passive. She seized Yang Xiaoping's arm, demanding, "What on earth is going on?" Yang Xiaoping forcefully shook her off and retreated a few steps, stating, "Ask your father why he sent someone to kill me." Ding Yin could hardly believe his words, insisting, "You're talking nonsense. You are our benefactor. Why would my father want to kill you?" She glanced at Ding Shan, who was still cradling his face, and admitted, "Indeed, it was I who arranged it." Ding Yin was left flabbergasted. "Dad, why would you do such a thing?" Ding Shan replied, "If you wouldn't join me, I had no intention of letting him live. You cannot do this. Is this not the very definition of ingratitude?" Yang Xiaoping coldly remarked, "Ding Yin, now you see the kind of man your father truly is. Had I not possessed martial skills, I could have died out there today." With that, Yang Xiaoping picked up an empty bottle and smashed it on the table, holding the remaining half in his hand. At that moment, Ding Shan was genuinely terrified. His 20-plus subordinates had been unable to best Yang Xiaoping, leaving him to await his fate. He contemplated kneeling to plead for mercy, but his legs felt too weak to move. In tears, he cried out, "Dr. Yang, I was wrong. I was wrong. I will never dare again. Please spare me." Without a word, Yang Xiaoping approached him, clutching the half bottle. Ding Yin fell to her knees before Yang Xiaoping, pleading, "Brother, I beg you, spare my father. He will never dare again." Witnessing her tear-streaked face, Yang Xiaoping felt a twinge of compassion. "Very well," he relented, "I will spare him this once. But if he dares to oppose me again, even if you were to take your own life before me, I would not forgive him." With that, Yang Xiaoping flung the half bottle, embedding it into Ding Shan's thigh. Ding Shan let out a piercing scream. But Yang Xiaoping did not spare him another glance as he departed. He drove home, noticing the lights still on in his house upon arrival. He was aware that Li Xiaoxia was waiting for him at home, evidently concerned for his well-being. At that moment, Li Xiaoxia had already opened the door. Yang Xiaoping drove his car into the courtyard and said, "Dear, sorry to have worried you." Li Xiaoxia replied, "I was just afraid that something might have happened to you." "Nothing's wrong, just a friend insisted on drinking, and I couldn't refuse, so I agreed." "All right, as long as you're fine, I can relax now. I'll head home." Yang Xiaoping refrained from mentioning the assassination attempt, fearing it would only add to her worry. Though reluctant to let her leave, he ultimately allowed Li Xiaoxia to go home. Despite not being able to foresee his fate, he had a premonition that Ding Shan would not let him off easily. After Li Xiaoxia left, Yang Xiaoping locked the door and took a shower. Once refreshed, he donned his pajamas and lay down on the bed. He soon drifted into a hazy slumber. Suddenly, he awoke, sensing a menacing aura and instinct honed through his abilities. Opening his eyes, he slipped on his slippers and made his way to the living room. Utilizing his clairvoyant powers, he discerned 3 figures lurking in his courtyard, unmistakably there to eliminate him. It was evident that this was yet another plot orchestrated by Ding Shan. These 3 individuals exuded an air of expertise, far surpassing Ding Shan and Apos' usual henchmen. Yang Xiaoping opened the door and remarked, "Impressive, you managed to find my home." The leader, a bald man, retorted, "That and Apos' our specialty. Finding you is child and Apos' play." Yang Xiaoping thought to himself, grateful that Li Xiaoxia was not here, for she would have been deeply worried. How much did Ding Shan pay you? He asked. Considering you're about to die, it won't hurt to tell you. He offered us 1 million each. Is it worth risking your lives for that sum? Yang Xiaoping queried. The bald man scoffed. You underestimate us. 3 of us can easily take down an 8th-tier martial artist like you. You're nothing to us. Yang Xiaoping smiled and said, then feel free to make your move. Should you fail, don't blame me for being unmerciful. The bald man lunged at him, thinking 1 man would suffice against a mere farmer. However, he was unprepared for Yang Xiaoping and Amp Oppo's prowess. As soon as he got close, he was swiftly taken down, rendered powerless on the ground. The other 2, witnessing their leader and Amp Oppo's defeat, were momentarily stunned but quickly drew daggers and charged at him. Yang Xiaoping exclaimed, You've brought knives as well. He retaliated, kicking one of them aside before turning to confront the other. The second assailant aimed a knife at Yang Xiaoping and Oppo's throat, swift and razor-sharp. Had he not evaded in time, it would have been a fatal blow. Fortunately, Yang Xiaoping dodged and countered, sending the aggressor crashing to the ground. Looking at the 3 incapacitated men, he scoffed. Is this all you've got? You think you can take my life? The bald man, still on the ground, said, Kid. Now that we see we're no match for you, do as you please. Yang Xiaoping coldly responded, I know you are desperate men. Even if I show mercy today, you wouldn't be grateful. You might seek revenge instead. I won't be the fool who saves a snake only to be bitten. The bald man replied, I knew you wouldn't let us go, but someone will avenge us. I'm not afraid of your revenge, Yang Xiaoping said coldly. In truth, he had no intention of killing them. Ever since gaining his abilities, he understood that his energy could heal or harm. Additionally, he had the capacity to render someone foolish. I and Oppos, transform you into a fool, he declared. After all, a fool is often the happiest person, as a wise man once said. With that, he placed his palm against the bald man's forehead. The bald man gazed at Yang Xiaoping with a goofy smile, asking, Who am I? Who are you? I am your ancestor, Yang Xiaoping declared. The bald man drooled, You're my ancestor? The other 2, witnessing their leader's state, were genuinely frightened. One scrambled to his feet and knelt, pleading, Brother, we were wrong. Please don't turn me into a fool. The other also got up, saying, Brother, I just got married. My wife is only 23. I don't want to be a fool. Yang Xiaoping reassured them, Don't worry, the world is full of men. Once you're a fool, there will be plenty to look after your wife. Saying this, he made both men foolish as well. Afterward, Yang Xiaoping dragged the 3 of them and tossed them into the back of his pickup truck. I'll drive you home now. Listen. Don't jump out and hurt yourselves. I want to be held responsible, he warned. The bald man replied, We want to jump. We're scared. The other 2 chanted about going home. Yang Xiaoping opened the gate, started the vehicle, and drove away from his home. He felt compelled to take them far away. Fools could cause trouble, and he didn't want them endangering the nearby villagers. He drove for miles, ensuring they would not be discarded in the city where surveillance cameras might capture the event. Finally, he stopped at the foot of a mountain, leaving them to fend for themselves. Upon returning home, Yang Xiaoping reflected on his formidable internal strength and extraordinary energy. Yet, he felt somewhat clumsy in his techniques against skilled opponents. After securing the door, he began to recall the martial arts techniques stored in his mind, practicing diligently. After half an hour of training, he felt more adept with the moves. He began to combine them into a singular technique capable of swiftly defeating multiple adversaries. Another half hour later, he had mastered his unique style, which he named the Young Family Invincible Fist. After a quick shower, he returned to his bedroom and lay down to sleep. Although dawn was approaching, he felt fatigued and intended to rest before confronting Ding Shan to settle the score. When he awoke, it was already 8 in the morning. Rising, he stepped into the courtyard and noticed the 2 daggers left from the previous night's skirmish still lying there. He picked them up and tossed them into his vehicle, planning to present them to Ding Shan, intending to drive them into him. Skipping breakfast, he stood outside, glancing across the street at the cabbages he and Li Xiaoxia had planted, now flourishing. Yet, he had no time to admire them and promptly set off in his car. This time, he did not head to the Shenzhou Grand Hotel, but instead drove directly to Ding Shan's residence. He parked outside the gate, not entering the premises, and armed with the 2 daggers, he exited the vehicle. The security guard recognized Yang Xiaoping as the doctor who had treated Ding Shan and Amp Oppo's ailment. Although witnessing Yang Xiaoping wielding a dagger, the door was still opened for him. He entered the courtyard but did not step into the villa. Instead, he He stood in the yard and shouted, "Ding Shan, come out." Ding Shan did not appear, but Ding Yin emerged. Upon seeing Yang Xiaoping with a dagger in hand, she approached and said, "Brother Yang, what has happened? My father apologized to you last night. What more do you want? His leg was injured by a beer bottle. Do you really want his life?" Yang Xiaoping replied coldly, "Initially, I had no intention of pursuing this matter. However, he sent 3 assassins to my home last night to kill me, and I have come to settle the score." "You mean my father hired assassins to kill you?" "Impossible." "Absolutely true, and you probably played a part in it as well." Ding Yin was taken aback. She truly had no involvement. "Yang Xiaoping, what are you implying? Do you suspect me? You've been to my home, while your father has not visited mine. How could assassins possibly find my house? It must have been you who provided them with the leads." Yang Xiaoping replied coldly, "It seems your family is not composed of good people. Had I known, I would have dealt with you sooner." Regret washed over Yang Xiaoping for not having taken action against this beauty, especially since they seemingly sought his life, particularly Ding Shan. If it weren't and Oppos tea for him, Ding Shan would have been on his way to the afterlife within half a month. He inadvertently saved an enemy. Ding Yin pleaded, "Yang Xiaoping, I truly have no knowledge of this and bear no relation to it. Follow me, and I will take you to my father. I hope you can control your emotions." Yang Xiaoping replied, "Fine, rest assured, if he is not responsible, I will not lay a hand on him. Now lead the way." As they entered the living room, only Ding Shan remained, seated in a wheelchair, his legs still healing. Yang Xiaoping stated, "Ding Shan, do you truly wish to see me dead?" Ding Shan admitted, "Indeed. You are my greatest threat. I did hire the assassins, but I now regret it. I should not have." Ding Yin was astounded. She never imagined her father would still wish to kill Yang Xiaoping. She was even more astonished that her father would be so foolish as to admit it. Given Yang Xiaoping's fierce demeanor with the dagger, admitting guilt was tantamount to courting death. Ding Yin, unsure of how to handle the situation, finally spoke, "Brother Yang, my father was merely momentarily confused. He will not act again. I will watch him 24 hours a day, so you can rest easy." Yang Xiaoping retorted, "You speak lightly. If I had practiced martial arts for a few days, I might not have seen the sun today. For my own safety, I cannot spare your father." With that, he plunged the dagger into Ding Shan's left leg. Ding Shan cried out in pain, and upon witnessing her father's anguish, Ding Yin fell to her knees before Yang Xiaoping. "Brother Yang, please kill me instead. I beg you to spare my father's life. I assure you he will not dare to seek your life again." Yang Xiaoping felt an inexplicable softness towards the woman and found himself unable to strike her down. Ding Yin continued, "Brother Yang, I understand you are upset and angry. How about I accompany you to ease your anger?" Yang Xiaoping recognized that this woman would do anything for her father, but he refused to barter in such a manner. Seeing her kneeling with tears streaming down her face, he said, "I have no interest in you." Ding Shan interjected, "Young man, I wish to duel with you. Let us settle this once and for all." Yang Xiaoping responded, You wish to challenge me? If not me, you may find someone else to fight on your behalf. However, I see no reason to duel with you. As you sought my life, I have come to claim yours." It was indeed unfair. He wished to take a life while demanding a duel. Ding Shan conceded, "I understand it is unfair, but there is a prize at stake. If you defeat me, my Shenzhou Grand Hotel will be yours. And I shall leave Huaihai with my daughter, never to return. From that point onward, we shall have no relations." "You mean if I win, you will no longer seek revenge?" Yang Xiaoping inquired. "Yes, I shall not dare," Ding Shan affirmed. "Very well, but if I lose, I have nothing to wager against your Grand Hotel. If you lose, you may suffer dire consequences, but you cannot seek revenge. I do not require you to leave Huaihai. Does that suffice?" Yang Xiaoping understood the stakes. Winning would grant him a 5-star hotel, while losing could cost him his life. He knew Ding Shan would surely employ skilled fighters to eliminate him. With courage, he resolved to accept the challenge. "Fine, I agree. But I hope you do not go back on your word. If you win, even if I try to retract my promise, you may take my life at any time." "Good, then set the time and place." Yang Xiaoping had made up his mind. After the duel, if Ding Shan dared to breach their agreement, he would ensure Ding Shan would be rendered foolish, leaving his daughter to care for a simpleton for the rest of her days. Ding Shan declared, "It will be soon. Tomorrow at 3 in the afternoon, by the small square at Black Dragon Lake." "Agreed. After this duel, we shall be strangers, and everything will be settled." With that, Yang Xiaoping plunged the dagger into the wooden tea table and turned to leave. Once Yang Xiaoping had departed, Ding Yin exclaimed, "Father, why must you be this way?" "Regardless, he saved your life." Ding Shan replied, "That is irrelevant. I am who I am. If he does not back down, I shall not either. Since he has offended me, there is no room for reconciliation. If you lose, we must give him the hotel? Yes, but I shall not lose. I can find a master of ancient martial arts at the 9th level, not just Yang Xiaoping, but no one in all of Huaihai can stand against him. Ding Shan had a connection named Yi Dafeng, a master of ancient martial arts at the 9th level. In the martial arts world, ancient martial arts represented the highest honor, divided into 9 ranks, the highest being 9th. The highest level in Huaihai was merely 7th, 8th had never even been mentioned. Of course, above the 9th level were the grandmasters, with no more than 5 in the entire nation, and none reported in the entire Donghai province. Ding Yan asked, Father, will the master you find truly be able to take Yang Xiaoping and Amp Apos' life? Without a doubt. In the martial world, duels are fought with life and death contracts. There is no accountability and no vengeance can be sought. Therefore, his fate is sealed. Are you not afraid of losing? Never. He has declared he wishes to duel, thus, he has already lost. If we lose, then we simply shall not remain in Huaihai. With that, he took out his phone and dialed the number. After leaving, Yang Xiaoping intended to return home. However, at that moment, his phone rang. Upon seeing it was Wang Hui, he answered. Brother Wang, is there something you need? Wang Hui remarked, Indeed, brother, your produce is exceptional. Customers are specifically requesting your master Yang and Apos' divine vegetables. I and Apos, do you like to dispatch someone to procure them from you immediately? Yang Xiaoping responded with a smile. I'm currently in the city. I can head to your restaurant first, and then guide your vehicle back. Wang Hui replied, Excellent. I'll await you at the restaurant. Yang Xiaoping drove to the Huaihai restaurant. Upon arrival, he found Wang Hui awaiting him at the entrance. Spotting Yang Xiaoping's vehicle, Wang Hui approached and exclaimed, Brother Yang, I'm personally accompanying the driver today to collect vegetables from your home. Yang Xiaoping chuckled, Very well, I'll lead the way. Of course. I'll also provide you with an address in case you lose sight of me. You can set your navigation. Splendid, let's depart immediately, Wang Hui stated. Yang Xiaoping furnished him with the location and then drove ahead. Wang Hui, accompanied by a driver in a small truck, set off. They arrived together at Yangjia village, where Yang Xiaoping drove directly into the courtyard. Wang Hui instructed the driver to park the truck in front of Yang Xiaoping's door. Noticing a patch of cabbage along the roadside, he commented, These cabbages are thriving. Yang Xiaoping emerged from the courtyard, saying, Brother, the cabbage in the courtyard should suffice for your immediate needs. The ones outside will be ready in a couple of days. Wang Hui inquired, Indeed, why do you have watermelons in your field? Yang Xiaoping replied, The watermelons are not for sale. They and Apos for personal consumption. Since planting the watermelons, Yang Xiaoping hadn't visited the field. This was an opportune moment to inspect them. Upon reaching the field, Yang Xiaoping observed that the watermelons had grown considerably. Selling them would be a pity, as they could still grow larger, but they were certainly ripe for consumption. He picked 2 watermelons, and he and Wang Hui each carried one back to Yang Xiaoping and Apos' courtyard. Yang Xiaoping suggested, Let and Apos' sit in the main room and sample these watermelons. He washed the watermelons, sliced them, and said, Brother Wang, invite your driver to join us for watermelon. At that moment, Li Xiaoxia arrived. Wang Hui remarked, Xiaoping, is this your sister-in-law? Before Yang Xiaoping could respond, Li Xiaoxia interjected, I am his sister-in-law. You enjoy the watermelon, I and Apos, go chop some cabbage. Cabbage is typically uprooted when small, but when larger, it's usually chopped with a hoe. With that, she grabbed a hoe and chopped 20 heads of cabbage. Wang Hui and the driver sampled the watermelon and were effusive in their praise. Yang Xiaoping also ate a slice and found it exceptionally delicious, consuming several pieces in quick succession. By this time, Li Xiaoxia had weighed the cabbage, totaling 350 pounds. Yang Xiaoping invited Li Xiaoxia to have some watermelon, but she demurred. She preferred to wait until Wang Hui and his driver had departed before savoring the watermelon. Wang Hui exclaimed, Brother Yang, this watermelon is truly exquisite. If you sold it to me, I could create a fruit platter at the restaurant that would undoubtedly garner acclaim. Perhaps in due course, Yang Xiaoping replied, As I've only planted a small quantity of watermelons, primarily for personal consumption. Yang Xiaoping harbored his own ambitions. He was scheduled to compete in a martial arts contest the following day, and he was confident of victory. With the acquisition of the Xinzhou restaurant, he could utilize the watermelons himself. Wang Hui conceded, Very well, we shall see in due course. He settled the bill for the cabbage at 50 yuan per pound. As Wang Hui prepared to leave, Yang Xiaoping picked 2 more watermelons for him as a parting gift. After Wang Hui's departure, Yang Xiaoping remarked, "Wife, why aren't you eating watermelon? We've consumed it all. You can eat it." "I'm not bothered," Li Xiaoxia replied. "By the way, I've contacted the broadband installers. They'll be here this afternoon. They will also install a camera facing our vegetable patch, so that if anyone attempts to steal watermelons, I can apprehend the thief." Yang Xiaoping approved. "Excellent. I and Oppos, LL transfer you the funds." "There and Oppos. It's no need for you to spend any money on broadband," she retorted. "I and Oppos, LL be relying on you while you and Oppos, away. You're not short of funds." With that, Yang Xiaoping retrieved his phone and transferred 10,000 yuan to Li Xiaoxia, instructing her to sell the cabbage for 50 yuan per pound in his absence and to keep the proceeds for herself. Afterward, he went to the watermelon patch, picked a large watermelon, and opened it for Li Xiaoxia to enjoy. After tasting it, she exclaimed in astonishment, "Xiaoping, this watermelon is absolutely divine." Yang Xiaoping replied, "Indeed. I've discovered that this watermelon is not only delicious but also soothing to the throat." Li Xiaoxia declared, "Xiaoping, you are remarkable. You and Amp, Oppos, VE cultivated watermelons and cabbage to the highest standard. You will achieve worldwide renown. Your husband is impressive, ISN and Amp, Oppos, Tihi. Shall we retire to the bedroom tonight?" Yang Xiaoping suggested. "No more sleeping. I'm going to prepare lunch," Li Xiaoxia replied, departing for her home to cook. Yang Xiaoping was taken aback by the exquisite taste of his watermelons. He couldn't and Amp, Oppos, resist picking up the remaining 2 slices on the table and devouring them. After consuming the watermelon, Yang Xiaoping replanted the small patch of vegetable garden in the courtyard with watermelons, with a large field of cabbage outside. There was no need to cultivate cabbage in the courtyard. Planting watermelons would ensure a ready supply for personal consumption. After planting the watermelons, Li Xiaoxia summoned Yang Xiaoping for lunch. Stir-fried cabbage was predictably on the menu. As they dined, Li Xiaoxia remarked, "Xiaoping, I believe the camera should be installed at my doorstep. I and Amp, Oppos, am concerned that now that you have money, you and Amp, Oppos, LL want to renovate the house, which would be inconvenient." "Very well. Do as you see fit," Yang Xiaoping replied with a smile. In truth, he harbored his own aspirations. He intended to rebuild the house, but not on the same site. Having seen the grand villas of prominent figures in the city, with their expansive courtyards, his small courtyard was unsuitable for a large villa. The southern slope of the vegetable field comprised a large expanse of barren land. He would discuss the possibility of building a grand estate on that land with the village authorities. After finishing lunch, Yang Xiaoping said, "Wife, I and Amp, Oppos, am going back to rest. If I and Oppos am busy and Don and Oppos return home in the evening, you can stay at my house. After all, there and Oppos, air conditioning." "Very well, let and Oppos agree that if you and Oppos home, I won't go, but if you're away, I will stay," she replied. "Agreed, as you wish." Inwardly, Yang Xiaoping knew that women could be stubborn, but he suspected that she would relent within a few days. Yang Xiaoping departed and returned home. As he lay in bed, his phone rang. Yang Xiaoping picked it up and saw that it was a call from Wang Xiaoming. What does this hoodlum want? He wondered. He answered the phone and inquired, "Brother Wang? What's the matter?" Wang Xiaoming asked over the phone, "What's this about you competing with Ding Shan? Why didn't you inform me?" "Brother Wang, I deemed it a trivial matter and didn't bother you with it. Don't be careless. I've discovered that this fellow used to run with a bad crowd. I've also learned that he's hired a 9th Dan ancient martial arts expert, apparently Yi Dafeng. It's nothing. I'm confident. You can rest assured. I and Amp, Oppos, I'll be there tomorrow to cheer you on." Yang Xiaoping chuckled. "Very well. Thank you, brother. How did you find out about this?" "He and Amp, Oppos, publicized it on the internet." "Check out the Huaihai forum," Wang Xiaoming replied. "Very well. I'll take a look." Yang Xiaoping hung up the phone and opened the Huaihai forum on his phone. Upon opening the Huaihai forum, Yang Xiaoping encountered the first trending post, which revolved around his upcoming match against Ding Shan. Yang was aware that this was merely Ding Shan's self-promotion. Consequently, it was evident that Ding Shan was determined to secure victory in this duel. Believing firmly in his own triumph while attempting to project an air of superiority, Yang Xiaoping dismissed it lightly, allowing Ding Shan to engage in his theatrics. He exited the forum, just as Sun Siyu called him again. Upon answering, Yang said, "My dear, what is the matter?" Sun Siyu replied, "Brother Yang, you're going to duel someone and didn't T even inform me?" Yang thought to himself, what could you possibly do as a woman? Can you fight for me or something? Is she worried I might die and leave her without treatment? With a smile, he responded, Fights between men are trivial matters. But I am concerned about you. Come over, as I wish to dine with you. I will head to you tomorrow morning. I'm still in the countryside. It's an afternoon affair. I'll come by tomorrow morning. No, you must come today. Sun Siyu suddenly cried. Yang Xiaoping dreaded the sound of a woman weeping, and reluctantly agreed. All right, I will come by this afternoon. Good, I await your call. I must see you before nightfall. Rest assured, Yang Xiaoping affirmed before ending the call. After hanging up, Li Xiaoxia called Yang Xiaoping for dinner. Upon arriving at Li Xiaoxia and Appo's home, he stated, Wife, I have business in the city this afternoon and want to be returning today. I will inform you tomorrow whether I'll be back. Very well, handle your matters. I will take care of things at home. If someone comes to buy groceries, I will assist them. By the way, wasn't someone supposed to come to install broadband this afternoon? If that person tries to act inappropriately, don't be afraid. Use a kitchen knife on him. For some reason, Yang Xiaoping was always concerned about Li Xiaoxia. She chuckled, You're overthinking it. Not everyone is like Zhao Debao. They wouldn't dare, as they are from a legitimate company. I have a classmate who once called a TV repairman. After fixing the television, he suddenly tried to assault her. If her mother-in-law hadn't arrived just in time, she would have been violated. Yang Xiaoping remarked, The world is vast and filled with oddities. Some men, driven by lust, truly lose their senses. Let us eat. I will protect myself. Aside from you, no one else dares to touch me. After finishing their meal, the broadband installer arrived. Yang Xiaoping felt relieved, waiting for the installer to leave before planning his trip to the city. He grabbed his suitcase, filled with clothes to replace, and reminded Li Xiaoxia of a few things before placing the suitcase in the passenger seat and driving away. Once he left home, he called Sun Siyu to inform her of his journey to the city and to arrange a meeting place. Sun Siyu instructed him to meet at the South Suburban Hotel, advising him to park and call her upon arrival. Yang Xiaoping hung up and continued driving. Upon reaching the South Suburban Hotel, he parked and called Sun Siyu. Beautiful lady, I have arrived. Where are you? I'm in the lobby of Building 1. Just come over. All right, I'm on my way. Yang Xiaoping had no idea what she had planned, so he left his suitcase in the car, locking it behind him, and entered the hotel lobby with only his phone. The South Suburban Hotel was a 5-star establishment. Upon entering, Yang Xiaoping spotted Sun Siyu, who immediately approached him, asking, Do you have your ID with you? Yang replied, I do. Here you go. He realized she intended to book a room for them. After a moment's hesitation, he handed over his ID and inquired, Are we getting a room? It's already booked. You just need to swipe your card. She then handed his ID to the receptionist, saying, My boyfriend is here. Room 718, please charge it to his ID. The receptionist accepted the ID, swiped it, and said, All set. Yang Xiaoping understood that Sun Siyu had already secured a room in his name. She returned the ID to him, saying, All right, let us head up. Yang Xiaoping felt bewildered. Were they really going to stay together without any prior discussion? He took the ID, and together they walked to the elevator. Inside the elevator, neither spoke. Upon reaching room 718, Sun Siyu changed into slippers, prompting Yang to do the same, albeit somewhat sheepishly. Why did you agree to this duel? She asked. Yang chuckled honestly. Yes, repaying kindness with malice. I have no choice. After sitting on the sofa, Sun Siyu pressed, Tell me more about it. Yang pondered. She is no longer calling me Brother Yang. Does she truly see me as her boyfriend now? He proceeded to recount the events leading up to the duel. Sun Siyu, upon hearing the story, was furious, exclaiming, Ding Shan is truly heartless. You saved his life, and yet he plots against you. Indeed, sometimes there is no rationale in this world. Since he wishes to harm me, I shall retaliate. If you feel uncertain and wish to avoid the fight, I can ask my uncle to intervene on your behalf. Upon hearing this, Yang Xiaoping understood that her uncle must be a formidable figure. He smiled and replied, I don't need your uncle's help, but I am curious who he is. He is a leading official in Huaihai City. Sun Siyu replied with a grin. Yang Xiaoping was taken aback. He had not anticipated that Sun Siyu's uncle would be such a prominent individual. No need for concern. Rest assured, I will be fine. You must remain safe. I am counting on you for my treatment. She insisted, I want to let you off early from our 100-day agreement. Yang Xiaoping understood that Sun Siyu had likely arranged for them to stay together tonight. Even after 100 days, my feelings won't change. I have chosen you. But don't worry, I only want you to treat me. I want to hold you responsible. In truth, Sun Siyu's underlying thought was, if you wish to take responsibility, I wouldn't mind. Yang Xiaoping surveyed the room and asked, So, you'll be staying here tonight? Of course, otherwise, we wouldn't need both of our IDs. She replied, with just one large bed, you could have booked a suite. Sun Siyu mused, I want to sleep with you. Otherwise, why would I book a room? Naturally, as a woman, she felt it inappropriate to be too overt. With a smile, she said, this bed is so spacious, don't let your imagination run wild. Tonight, I'll take you out for a delightful meal. What delightful meal? Yang Xiaoping inquired, unable to contain his curiosity. Have you heard? The Huaihai Grand Hotel has introduced a dish called Master Yang's Divine Cuisine, which is said to be particularly delectable. I've even reserved a private room for us at 6:30 tonight. Master Yang's Divine Cuisine? Yang Xiaoping chuckled upon hearing this. As Yang Xiaoping smiled, Sun Siyu cast him a sidelong glance and remarked, I'm serious. What's so amusing? Yang Xiaoping chuckled and replied, to be frank, that so-called Master Yang's divine dish is merely the cabbage I cultivated. Upon hearing this, Sun Siyu was momentarily taken aback and exclaimed, so it's yours. You truly are impressive. I and Oppos, VE heard it's even more delectable than rare delicacies, and a single plate costs 199 yuan. Yang Xiaoping understood that, at that price, customers certainly found it worthwhile, yet it did not hinder his earnings alongside Wang Hui. Time swiftly passed, and as 6:00 and amp, Oppos, clock approached, Sun Siyu suggested, Xiaoping, let us go dine. Today we need an amp, Oppos, tea drive. I'd like you to accompany me for a drink. Yang Xiaoping agreed. All right, let us take a taxi. Thus, the pair descended to the ground floor, hailed a taxi, and set off. Upon arriving at Huaihai Grand Hotel, Yang Xiaoping was astonished to find a queue. Sun Siyu remarked, your divine dish is indeed remarkable. This is the first time I've seen a line at Huaihai Grand Hotel. Thankfully, I reserved a private room. Yang Xiaoping smiled, honestly. Even without a reservation, I suspect we wouldn't have needed to wait. Sun Siyu chuckled, true. After all, it's your dish, and Wang Hui would surely give you that courtesy. As they spoke, they reached their private room on the 3rd floor. Once seated, a waiter approached. Knowing Yang Xiaoping disliked ordering, Sun Siyu took charge. Naturally, the Master Yang and amp, Oppos, divine dish was indispensable. After placing their order, they also requested beer. Once the waiter departed, Sun Siyu said, Xiaoping, your divine dish is bound to be a sensation. I feel you should register the trademark. You make a valid point. But I'm not familiar with how to do that. To register a trademark, one must have a business license, which I possess. Leave this matter to me. I will handle the registration, Yang Xiaoping replied with a smile. All right, I appreciate your help. I'll cover the costs. Don't mention it. It won't be much. Before long, food and drinks arrived. The two enjoyed their beverages and engaged in lively conversation, consuming quite a bit of alcohol. Sun Siyu announced, Xiaoping, I need to visit the restroom. Yang Xiaoping joked, just don't sneak off to settle the bill. As a man, it's my responsibility to pay. I understand. Sun Siyu laughed. She merely needed to relieve herself, as the beer had compelled her to make a trip. On her way back, just before reaching their private room, she unexpectedly encountered a bald man, likely in his 30s, accompanied by an ostentatiously dressed woman. The pair nearly occupied the entire corridor. The bald man approached Sun Siyu and deliberately slapped her backside. She instantly recognized his intentions and was furious, delivering a sharp slap to his face, exclaiming, You scoundrel. The bald man, taken aback, retorted, Why did you hit me, you little wench? You are the one acting lewdly. A slap is the least you deserve. Sun Siyu coldly replied. The woman beside him chimed in, You shameless hussy, are you trying to seduce my husband? At that moment, a male voice interjected. Your husband's pathetic state is precisely why you're the only one who would look his way. Speak again, and I'll tear your mouth apart. The speaker was Yang Xiaoping, who had emerged upon hearing the commotion. The bald man remained courteous towards Sun Siyu, recognizing her beauty, and accepted her slap and insults. However, his demeanor shifted when he saw Yang Xiaoping, and he snarled, Kid, you're asking for trouble. With that, he swung a punch at Yang Xiaoping. Yang Xiaoping deftly dodged the blow and swiftly incapacitated the man with a flick of his wrist. The flamboyant woman, witnessing her husband's defeat, protested. You dare hit my husband? When she had previously insulted Sun Siyu, Yang Xiaoping had refrained from retaliating out of consideration for her gender. However, her renewed taunts warranted a response, and he delivered a slap to her face, stating, If you weren't a woman, I would be taking you down without hesitation. The woman clutched her face and gazed at her fallen husband. Darling, get up and fight him. Don't you love me? The bald man thought. I can't possibly defeat him. Yang Xiaoping added, He loves you, but you don't love him. If you did, you wouldn't be sleeping with so many other men. His words ignited the bald man's fury. Rising, he declared, Kid, men settle their disputes amongst themselves. You cannot insult my wife. I haven't insulted her. Think about it. Has she allowed you any intimacy in the last 2 months? Yang Xiaoping retorted coldly. The bald man paused, realizing the truth in Yang Xiaoping's words. Indeed, his wife had been making excuses for weeks. Yang Xiaoping continued, the answer is clear. Your wife likely has an infection, as her urine has a foul odor. The flamboyant woman's face paled, for Yang Xiaoping's south claim struck too close to home. The bald man felt humiliated, enraged at his wife's betrayal, but even more incensed by this young man exposing her indiscretions publicly. Several onlookers had gathered, and he turned to leave, not uttering another word. The woman hurried after her husband, pleading, Wait. Let me explain. Sun Siyu expressed her gratitude. Xiaoping, thank you. No need for thanks. Let us continue our drinks, he replied, pulling her back into the room. Sun Siyu inquired, Do you think that bald man will come back with others? If he does, I'll consider it a warm-up for tomorrow's competition, Yang Xiaoping said nonchalantly. What exactly happened? That guy brushed against my backside as he walked by. What a creep. Had I known, I would have given him a proper beating. Sun Siyu remarked. Let us just pretend it was you who groped me. What are you saying? I didn't touch you. Yang Xiaoping chuckled. Let us keep drinking. And so, they resumed their revelry. Sun Siyu exclaimed, Xiaoping, your divine dish is truly exquisite. In all my years, I've never tasted anything so delightful. Yang Xiaoping replied, Next time, I'll bring you more, so you can enjoy it at home. That would be wonderful. Sun Siyu beamed. You're incredible. How could you discern that woman was involved with other men? That is nothing extraordinary. I can tell if there is something amiss with your health, so naturally. I can perceive the same about her. The pair continued to sip their beers and converse, while others would have eagerly sought to retire for the night. Yang Xiaoping, however, preferred to linger, as returning home would feel awkward. At that moment, hurried footsteps echoed outside, and Yang Xiaoping surmised that the bald man had returned with company. Indeed, he had exited and called for reinforcements. He called upon his friend Yang Daqin, a man known for his penchant for brawling and, in the past, for collecting protection money. Little did he know that Yang Daqin's son had once referred to Yang Xiaoping as father. Upon seeing several individuals at the door, Yang Xiaoping recognized the leader among them as Yang Daqin. In that moment, Yang Daqin also spotted Yang Xiaoping and was momentarily taken aback. After all, this was the superior of his own superior. He had previously kowtowed an apology to this man and dared not offend him again. The bald man exclaimed, Brother Yang, it's this brat who has wronged me, claiming my wife is unfaithful. Yang Daqin immediately slapped the bald man, saying, You fool, do you even know who he is? The bald man replied, Of course, he's the one who assaulted me. Yang Daqin retorted, You're courting death. This is my superior's superior. With that, he kicked the bald man to the ground. The bald man could scarcely believe that the very ally he had summoned for revenge would not only refrain from attacking the opponent, but would turn against him instead. He soon learned that this young man was Wang Xiaoming's elder brother, which filled him with trepidation. Yang Daqin ignored the bald man and walked directly to Yang Xiaoping, kneeling before him with a resounding thud. Yang Xiaoping said, Look at you. Why are you still kneeling? Get up. As Yang Daqin rose, he said, Brother, I must confess I had no idea this brat was someone you had a quarrel with. Otherwise, I would not have dared approach. Yang Xiaoping asked, Do you know why I intend to punish this scoundrel? No, Yang Daqin replied. This bald man dared to touch my girlfriend's backside. Upon hearing this, Yang Daqin trembled in fear. He never imagined this bald man would have the audacity to lay hands on Yang Xiaoping's girlfriend. Yang Daqin asserted, Brother, leave this matter to me. He then turned to the bald man, demanding, Which hand did you use to touch my brother and Appo's girlfriend? The bald man replied, My right hand. What of it? Yang Daqin ordered, Then sever it. Producing a sharp dagger, he tossed it in front of the bald man. The latter, still on the ground, was seized by fear at the sight of the dagger before him. In the realm of gangsters, there are indeed certain rules, like the custom of self-mutilation or the notion of enduring pain with stoic calm. Yet, when such circumstances befall oneself, few can remain unfazed. Most would likely tremble or soil their trousers. Yang Xiaoping remarked, Honestly, I did not expect you would dare to seek revenge after I showed you mercy. The bald man crawled forward, kneeling and pleading, Brother, I was mistaken. I did not come to seek vengeance. Yang Xiaoping coldly inquired, Then tell me, what brings you here? The bald man, with an air of desperation, replied, I came to thank you. You have enlightened me about my wife's infidelity and her uncleanliness. I owe you my gratitude." As soon as he finished speaking, Yang Daqin struck him across the face, exclaiming, "Do you truly believe such nonsense? If you do not sever your own right hand, I will take your life." Yang Xiaoping interjected, "Let us not go that far. Just remove one finger from your right hand to serve as a lesson." Yang Daqin kicked the bald man, saying, "You ungrateful wretch, express your gratitude to my brother." The bald man complied, taking the dagger in his left hand and slicing off his little finger from his right hand. With a pained cry, the digit fell to the ground. Yang Xiaoping commanded, "Pick it up and be gone. You might still be able to reattach it." The bald man, hastily retrieving his severed finger, scrambled away, presumably to seek medical attention. Yang Daqin awkwardly said, "Brother, today's incident is on me. I shall not intrude any further on your time. This meal is on me." Yang Xiaoping replied with a smile, "No need. You handled the situation well. Please, go about your business." After exchanging a few pleasantries, Yang Daqin departed with his companions. Upon reaching the ground floor, he paid for the meal in the private room. Meanwhile, Yang Xiaoping and Sun Siyu had thoroughly enjoyed their feast. Sun Siyu suggested, "Xiaoping, let us return to the hotel." "All right, let us go back now," Yang Xiaoping replied. He called for the waiter to settle the bill, but Sun Siyu insisted, "Allow me to pay." Yang Xiaoping, familiar with Wang Hui, knew that had Wang Hui been aware of his presence, the meal would have been free. However, he preferred not to burden others. Sun Siyu also wished to treat Yang Xiaoping, as she relied on him for her medical treatment. The waiter smiled and said, "Your bill has already been settled by Yang Daqin." As they exited the private room, Sun Siyu asked, "Xiaoping, who is Yang Daqin?" "Just a small-time thug. His son once caused me trouble, losing a bet and calling me Indapos, father, Indapos." Yang Xiaoping chuckled. Later, this fellow came to find me, accompanied by his boss Wang Xiaoming. "Who didn't Indapos?" He realized I was acquainted with Wang. Wang reprimanded him and made him apologize to me, a scene quite like today's. "Indeed, let us take a taxi back," she suggested. The two hailed a cab to the southern suburb hotel. After disembarking, Yang Xiaoping remarked, "My change of clothes is still in the car. I'll retrieve it." Approaching his vehicle, he unlocked the door, retrieved his suitcase, and locked the car before joining Sun Siyu upstairs to their room. Upon entering, Yang Xiaoping said, "I'll take a shower first." "All right, go ahead," Sun Siyu replied. "I have a habit of wearing only my underwear after showering." "That is fine. I'm indifferent," Yang Xiaoping said, suddenly realizing he shouldn't have mentioned it. She likely preferred him not to wear anything. He took his change of clothes and stepped into the bathroom. In the summer, men's showers are swift. Within minutes, Yang Xiaoping emerged clad in just his underwear. He noticed the beautiful woman gazing at him, prompting him to ask, "What is so captivating about men?" "Quite a lot. Women view men the same way," she retorted. "Now hurry and shower." "Very well, I shall," Sun Siyu replied, taking her change of clothes to shower while Yang Xiaoping pondered the single bed in the room. How would they manage? Ultimately, he knew they would both end up sleeping together. Should he treat her illness tonight? Yang Xiaoping decided against it, fearing that such an act would leave him feeling guilty afterward. In his heart, he had already resolved to marry Li Xiaoxia, apart from her. He had no intention of marrying any other woman. Sun Siyu emerged in her nightgown, and Yang Xiaoping could discern that she wore nothing but the nightgown on her upper body. Even without special vision, he could tell. Initially seated on the bed, he hastily moved to the sofa upon her arrival. "Xiaoping, are you not going to sleep?" she asked. Yang Xiaoping awkwardly chuckled. "With only one bed, how shall we sleep? If I plan to have you treat me, we might as well share the bed." "That won't do. I have a competition tomorrow. I cannot afford to let you treat me now. I must conserve my strength." Truthfully, Yang Xiaoping understood that no matter what transpired tonight, it would not affect his performance in the competition. Nevertheless, women are easily deceived, and Sun Siyu believed him. Sun Siyu smiled and reassured him, "Rest easy, I assure you. I will not disturb your rest." Upon hearing Sun Siyu's words, Yang Xiaoping felt reassured and replied, "All right, since you say so, it shall be easy." He then approached the large bed and added, "You should rest early. I recall that you have a martial arts competition tomorrow at 3 in the afternoon. Is there truly a need to rush? However," he mentioned, "I tend to feel drowsy after drinking, and I am starting to feel sleepy now." "Very well. If you wish to sleep, then do so," Sun Siyu said as she lay down inside the bed. Yang Xiaoping lay on the outside and remarked, "You are taking up quite a bit of space. Could you shift in a little?" Sun Siyu was momentarily taken aback, pondering, is this man truly disinterested in women? Here he lies beside me yet insists I move aside. It seems there is no other man like him in the world. She adjusted her position and teased. I suspect you might be a eunuch. Yang Xiaoping chuckled and replied, certainly not. If I were a eunuch, you should not expect me to treat your ailments. Then let us rest, he concluded, closing his eyes. Though Sun Siyu felt a tinge of reluctance upon seeing him doze off, she refrained from disturbing him. Considering the competition ahead, Yang Xiaoping, unable to sleep, found his thoughts occupied not with matters of romance, but with the impending contest. He realized he could not foresee his own fate, yet he could predict Ding Shan and Appo's future, envisioning him living abroad. This insight indirectly confirmed that Ding Shan would indeed lose tomorrow. Otherwise, he would not be relocating overseas. Comforted by this thought, Yang Xiaoping succumbed to slumber. When he awoke, daylight had already broken. In summer, the sun rises early. Before 6:00 and Appo's clock, the day had begun. As he opened his eyes, he discovered Sun Siyu had unknowingly nestled into his embrace, his hand resting on her. Startled, he quickly withdrew his hand, only to feel a pang of regret and consider returning it. Fearing he might lose control, he opted to rise instead, proceeding to brush his teeth and wash his face. After freshening up, he emerged from the bathroom to find Sun Siyu awake. Xiaoping, why are you up so early? She inquired. With a smile, he replied, I am no longer sleepy, so I decided to rise. You should get up too. We can have breakfast together. All right, I will change my clothes, she said. Upon hearing this, Yang Xiaoping hastily turned his face away. Once Sun Siyu was ready, they headed out for breakfast. After their meal, they returned to the hotel. Engaging in conversation. The hotel allowed members to check out until 2 in the afternoon, so a delay was not an issue. At 2:00 and Appo's clock, Sun Siyu asked, Xiaoping, shall we check out or stay for another night? Yang Xiaoping responded, let us check out. The Shenzhou Grand Hotel will be mine today. If we stay, it will be at the Shenzhou Grand. Very well, let us tidy up and check out then. With their luggage in tow, they descended to the lobby and completed the checkout process. Yang Xiaoping stated, I'm going to the martial arts competition. You need not accompany me. I have nothing else to do. I will follow you and watch your competition, Sun Siyu insisted. Rest assured, I will not interfere with your match, Yang Xiaoping replied. All right then, let us each take our own cars to the Hailang Lake Square. Thus, they drove separately to the square, where a parking lot was located nearby. Upon parking, Yang Xiaoping noticed Sun Siyu had already arrived. After exiting their vehicles, he realized they still had over 20 minutes before the competition began. Xiaoping, shall we head over now? Sun Siyu suggested. Sure, since we are here, let us go take a look, he agreed. As they approached the square, Yang Xiaoping observed that it was surrounded by hundreds of individuals clad in black. He thought to himself, Ding Shan certainly has a grand setup today. Not only has he brought in 9th-degree masters, but also a multitude of thugs to bolster his presence. Xiaoping, there are quite a few people here. You should be cautious, Sun Siyu advised. With a chuckle, he reassured her, no worries. Even if there are many ants, a mere drop of urine will suffice to deal with them. The square was encircled, with onlookers confined to the outer edge. Just then, a figure emerged from the crowd, exclaiming, Brother Yang, I have been here for a while. Recognizing Wang Xiaoming, Yang Xiaoping approached him. Brother Wang, you truly came, he exclaimed. Indeed, I brought along 108 followers to support you, Wang Xiaoming replied. Are all these individuals in black you're doing? Yang Xiaoping asked. Yes, while they may not be adept fighters, they can surely cheer for you. Sun Siyu interjected. Has the Ding family not yet arrived? Not yet, but they should be here shortly, Wang Xiaoming replied, glancing at Sun Siyu. This beautiful lady is stunning. Is she your girlfriend, Brother Yang? Sun Siyu laughed. I wish, but Xiaoping does not agree. Being handsome certainly has its advantages, Wang Xiaoming remarked. Yang Xiaoping retorted. Do not flatter yourself. You have plenty of women. I doubt you can manage them all. Those women of mine combined do not compare to this beauty, Wang Xiaoming said. Let us wait inside the circle. As the three entered the circle, they soon noticed Ding Shan approaching with a dozen followers. Leading the group was his daughter, Ding Yin, with the 9th-degree martial artist, Yi Dafeng by his side. Upon reaching the circle, Wang Xiaoming instructed his men, let them in. Ding Shan was taken aback to see this humble farmer had gathered such a following, and Wang Xiaoming was also among them. Ding Shan approached Wang Xiaoming and remarked, Boss Wang, since I retreated from the martial world, you have emerged as a notable figure. Are you here to assist me today, or to support Yang Xiaoping? Wang Xiaoming replied with a smile. Indeed, in my eyes, you are my elder now, but I will not aid you. for Yang Xiaoping is my brother, closer than blood. Very well, I shall not underestimate Yang Xiaoping, nor will I regard you lightly. Quality over quantity. Ding Shan retorted, you are right, my brother alone is sufficient. Truth be told, Wang Xiaoming was not intimidated by Ding Shan. At that moment, Yang Xiaoping approached and said, Ding Shan, your recovery has been remarkably swift. Ding Shan smiled and replied, with a 9th-degree master attending to my injuries, I healed quickly. I can walk normally now. He added, let me ask you once more. If I win, the Shenzhou Grand Hotel will be mine today, correct? Rest assured, I have lawyers and contracts with me. That is acceptable. Let us commence, Yang Xiaoping affirmed. Then let your 9th-degree master step forward, Ding Shan urged. At this point, Yi Dafeng stepped forward and declared, young man, I am Yi Dafeng, a 9th-degree master. Here to test your skills. You are no match for me, Yang Xiaoping replied coldly. Yi Dafeng, seeing Yang Xiaoping was merely in his early 20s, initially dismissed him. However, upon hearing Yang Xiaoping's assertion, he was incensed. Raising his hand, he struck the concrete ground with a resounding clap, startling the crowd as several cracks appeared beneath his blow. He coldly remarked, is your head as solid as concrete? Yang Xiaoping chuckled in response. What is this? Just a child's trick. With that, he instructed Wang Xiaoming and Sun Siyu to step back. Yi Dafeng also urged Ding Shan and the others to retreat, leaving only Yang Xiaoping and Yi Dafeng in the arena. Yang Xiaoping addressed the surrounding men in black. Everyone, please step back, preferably 30 meters away from me. Upon hearing this, the onlookers complied and moved further back. Yi Dafeng stated, my palm power does not extend 30 meters. Of course yours does not, mine does. I fear injuring innocents, Yang Xiaoping replied with a smile. Old man, you may take your shot now. Yi Dafeng said, kid, if I strike first in our duel, it would be quite embarrassing. You should go ahead. Yang Xiaoping agreed. Very well, I shall strike first. With that, he delivered a swift slap. The resounding clap echoed as his palm connected with Yi Dafeng's face, leaving him momentarily stunned, having forgotten to dodge. A master of the 9th rank. Being struck in the face was indeed humiliating. He could not fathom the idea of losing to Yang Xiaoping and believed himself to be overly complacent. This slap ignited a surge of anger within him. You are courting death, kid. He shouted as he unleashed a powerful strike, channeling decades of internal energy into it. Yi Dafeng believed that even if he did not kill Yang Xiaoping, he would surely incapacitate him. Yang Xiaoping met the attack with a palm of his own, their hands colliding with a thunderous boom. Yang Xiaoping remained steadfast while Yi Dafeng was sent flying, landing 5 meters away with a heavy thud. Yang Xiaoping coolly remarked, is this what one calls a master? At that moment, Ding Shan, alarmed, hurried over to assist Yi Dafeng, feeling humiliated for being outmatched by a younger opponent. Yi Dafeng rose and declared, Boss Ding, do not worry. We will not lose, for I have a secret technique. Ding Shan replied, Master Yi, it and amp, Oppos, it's up to you now. Yi Dafeng instructed, step aside, I must gather my strength. Ding Shan, frightened, quickly moved aside. Yi Dafeng then bit down on his own tongue, spitting out a mouthful of blood. His face flushed crimson, and his hands swelled to twice their normal size, resembling giant fans. Yang Xiaoping immediately understood. This man had resorted to a desperate measure, a form of forbidden technique. By biting his tongue, he was awakening hidden potential, enhancing his abilities 2 to 3-fold. However, should he win, he would suffer grave injuries. If he lost, the backlash would devastate his dantian, leaving him crippled and unable to practice martial arts. Yi Dafeng launched an all-out assault with both palms. Yang Xiaoping countered with his own, and their palms collided with a deafening crack, akin to thunder, startling everyone present. The ground itself trembled as if an earthquake had struck. Once again, Yi Dafeng was sent flying, this time soaring over 10 meters before crashing heavily to the ground. Though Yang Xiaoping remained unmoved, cracks appeared beneath his feet. A 9th rank master is hardly impressive, since you are still resorting to forbidden techniques. I trust you have lost your fighting capability. Ding Shan realized defeat was inevitable, yet he rushed to Yi Dafeng's side, asking, Master Yi, how are you? Can you still fight? Yi Dafeng, spitting blood, replied, Boss Ding, I apologize. I have lost. Yang Xiaoping approached and said, Ding Shan, he is now a cripple. Do not place your hopes on him. All right, I concede. I concede. Ding Shan responded. Since you admit defeat, your word is binding. Rest assured. My lawyer is here and can handle the transfer paperwork immediately. Yang Xiaoping coldly stated, I am aware of that. You must leave Huaihai and never return. Ding Shan pleaded. Give me a day. I assure you I will not set foot in Huaihai after tomorrow. Very well, I grant you one day. Today, I shall spare your life, Yang Xiaoping declared. Moreover, let me warn you, if you trouble me again, I will ensure you vanish from this world. Ding Shan nodded earnestly, saying, I dare not. I concede. He called for his lawyer to assist Yang Xiaoping with the transfer. Wang Xiaoming dismissed his subordinates, intending to accompany Yang Xiaoping for the paperwork, with Sun Siyu naturally following suit. Once these matters were settled, it was time for dinner. Yang Xiaoping offered a treat, but Wang Xiaoming declined, saying there would be plenty of opportunities in the future. Yang Xiaoping, therefore, took Sun Siyu, each driving their own car, and they arrived at the Xinzhou Grand Hotel. Upon reaching the bar, the hotel manager, Wan Chun, a man in his 40s, was already waiting at the entrance. After exchanging pleasantries, Yang Xiaoping inquired about specific details, such as any outstanding debts and the presence of Ding Shan and Appos, as confidants among the staff. Wan Chun assured him that everything had been settled, with no debts remaining, and all of Ding Shan's associates had been dismissed. Manager Wan, thank you immensely. I will rely on you moving forward. If you wish to resign, I will not compel you. If you choose to stay, I will increase your compensation by 10%, Yang Xiaoping offered. Wan Chun smiled, replying, Chairman, rest assured. Unless you dismiss me, I will not resign. I will devote myself wholeheartedly. Yang Xiaoping continued, very well, please reserve the presidential suite for me, and provide me with a room key. Even if I am not present, keep it available. Wan Chun responded, Chairman Yang, I have already made arrangements, as he produced a room key and handed it to Yang Xiaoping. Upon receiving it, Yang Xiaoping remarked, well done. We have yet to dine. Let us proceed to dinner. Wan Chun suggested, allow me to take you to the 3rd floor, where I will reserve a private room for you in the future. Excellent, lead the way. Yang Xiaoping replied. Wan Chun guided them to the 3rd floor, where they were greeted by the lobby manager and several attendants who bowed, saying, Greetings, Chairman. Yang Xiaoping smiled and said, thank you all for your hard work. Please continue with your duties. They entered a private room and took their seats. Yang Xiaoping said, Manager Wan, just the two of us. 6 bottles of beer should suffice. As for the dishes, you may arrange them as you see fit. Wan Chun acknowledged, understood. I will not disturb you further. I will make the arrangements. With that, Wan Chun exited. Before long, the food and drinks arrived, and Yang Xiaoping declared, all right. Let us begin our toast. The attendant opened the beers and then stepped outside, politely stating, Chairman, I will be waiting outside. Feel free to call for me if needed. After the attendant left, Sun Siyu smiled and said, Xiaoping, you are remarkable. You have just acquired a grand hotel. I did not wish for this. Yet he insisted on a duel, leaving me with no choice, Yang Xiaoping remarked. Let us indulge in some drinks. The two enjoyed their time together, and Yang Xiaoping inquired, my dear, if asked for money, how much could you offer? Several million, perhaps even tens of millions. I can manage that. What of it? Do not fear. I do not seek to borrow from you. Rather, I intend to bring you along to earn money in the future. Even if you were to borrow, I would lend to you, Sun Siyu replied with a smile. What business do you wish to pursue? We shall see. Nothing is confirmed as of yet, Yang Xiaoping chuckled. In truth, he had just conceived the idea that he could foresee the future, discerning lucrative opportunities, such as predicting renovations, demolitions, or which stocks would soar. Thus, the days of making money ahead promised to be extraordinary. After a sumptuous meal, Yang Xiaoping asked, will you return home today? I certainly won and amp, Appos, tea, Sun Siyu stated. Very well then, let us retrieve the suitcase, Yang Xiaoping replied, and they descended together. After securing their luggage, they proceeded to the presidential suite, the most opulent accommodation in the Grand Hotel, costing 88,000 a day. Upon entering, they changed into slippers, and Yang Xiaoping surveyed the surroundings, noting, there are 2 bathrooms. I shall take my shower first. With that, he opened the suitcase, retrieved a pair of undergarments, and stepped into the bathroom. After his shower, he noticed Sun Siyu bathing in the other bathroom and chose not to disturb her. He entered the presidential suite, secured the door, and lay on the bed, calling Li Xiaoxia to inform her of his return home the following day. After ending the call, he set his phone aside to charge, preparing to rest when a sudden knock interrupted. He recognized it was Sun Siyu wishing to enter. You may go to the adjacent ladies and Appos room, he called out. Please open the door first. She insisted. Reluctantly, he rose to open the door, clad only in his undergarments, and hurried back to the warmth of the covers. Once nestled under the blankets, he remarked, with so many rooms, is it truly necessary for us to share a bed? I wish to share a bed with you. Otherwise, I would return home. We agreed on 100 days, and we are not yet 10 days in. Sun Siyu retorted, slipping under the covers without further comment. Why must you be like this? Yang Xiaoping exclaimed, retreating further into the sheets. He understood her intentions, yet felt a pang of reluctance. Sun Siyu, clad in her nightwear, settled beside him and asked, Xiaoping, are you truly like Lu Xiaohui? Yang Xiaoping chuckled. Do you believe Lu Xiaohui is genuine? Perhaps they have had their fun and have agreed to portray it otherwise. Such matters are private, with no need for proof. So do not pretend, she asserted, and with that, she leaped into his embrace. In that moment, Yang Xiaoping felt his mind blank, as he was, after all, a man. Thus, they embraced and rolled together, the large bed swaying beneath them. With Sun Siyu having recovered, Yang Xiaoping held her close, murmuring, My dear, I apologize. You, of all people, should be thanking me for healing you. Why the apology? She countered. But I cannot marry you. He lamented. I never asked you to marry me, Sun Siyu replied. In truth, I love you and cherish you. Yet I did not intend to possess you for a lifetime. Love does not necessitate eternal companionship. It can also be a fleeting moment of joy. Her words eased his heart, and he conceded, Very well, let us sleep. Some matters are indeed too delicate to articulate. All must unfold naturally. As dawn broke, they awakened and commenced their morning routine of brushing teeth and washing faces. After cleansing himself, Yang Xiaoping suggested, Shall we dine together? One moment, Sun Siyu replied. Her cheeks flushed. Darling, look at the bloodstains on our sheets. The staff will be quite embarrassed. I must wash them. She retreated to the presidential suite to clean the sheets but found the stains stubborn. Allow me, Yang Xiaoping offered. I am more adept at washing. If I cannot remove them, you certainly cannot. Utilizing his qi, he succeeded in cleansing the sheets, even drying them with his energy. Darling, you truly are remarkable. Such skills can be quite useful in daily life. Although she referred to him as darling, Yang Xiaoping felt shy about calling her wife. All right, let us go eat, he replied, and they departed for their meal. After dining, they returned to their room, and Yang Xiaoping announced, Having been away for 2 days, I must return home. Very well, I shall return as well. Do not forget your promise of future investments, Sun Siyu reminded him. I shall certainly not forget, he thought, resolved to include her in any profitable ventures as a form of compensation. He was, at heart, a kind man, feeling guilty despite having healed her. Many men would revel in such a situation, but Yang Xiaoping had treated her with care. Descending together, they each drove away from the Shenzhou Grand Hotel. Although he intended to return home, he received a call from Zhou. Her husband had been laid to rest, and Yang Xiaoping sensed she was reaching out for support. Hello, beauty, did you miss me? He jested as he answered the phone. Xiaoping, I am in trouble. My brother has taken me away to marry the village chief's foolish son. Zhou exclaimed. Where are you now? At my family home in Zhou village. The 3rd house west of our village. Very well, I shall come to see you, he replied, ending the call. Zhou village lay to the west of Yang and Apo's village, separated by another village. He decided against returning home, opting instead to drive to Zhou village. On the way, he pondered the identity he would assume, claiming to be Zhou and Apo's husband, and Apo's family was unsuitable, given his surname was Yang. While identifying as Zhou and Apo's boyfriend felt inappropriate so soon after her husband and Apo's death. Ultimately, he resolved to assess the situation upon arrival. Upon reaching the 3rd house in the village, he parked and approached the entrance, calling, Is anyone home? A man in his 30s appeared, opening the door and asking, Who is it? Is this Zhou and Apo's family home? Yang Xiaoping inquired. Indeed, I am her brother, Zhou Xiaoxin, the man replied. At that moment, Zhou emerged from the room, exclaiming, Xiaoping, you have come. Zhou Xiaoxin remarked, Is this the Yang Xiaoping you mentioned, your new boyfriend? Indeed, he is my new boyfriend, came the reply. You truly are something. Your husband has just passed, and you already seek companionship? And what of you? Did you not introduce me to a fool? I might as well find one myself. It turned out that Zhou and Apo's brother had lured a simpleton to their home, introducing him to Zhou. The simpleton and Apo's father, Zhou, the village head of Zhou village, had promised a bride price of 200,000 as long as Zhou agreed to marry his son. Zhou, unwilling to marry the simpleton, informed her brother that she had found someone, namely Yang Xiaoping. Upon hearing this, Yang Xiaoping nodded in understanding and declared, Indeed, I am Yang Xiaoping, and I have agreed to marry your sister. That one and Apo's Zhou Xiaoxin interjected. The village head has promised me 200,000 in bride price. and I have already agreed to it. Yang Xiaoping smiled and replied, that can be easily resolved. Is it not simply 200,000? I shall provide it. Zhou, seeing Yang Xiaoping and Apos' willingness to pay, cautioned, Xiaoping, do not give him anything. He is a gambler and likely owes a fortune outside. If you give him money, it will be like pouring it into a bottomless pit. Zhou Xiaoxin retorted, just wait and see. If you do not give me the money, it will be delivered immediately. With that, he retreated into the courtyard. Yang Xiaoping followed Zhou Li into the courtyard. Zhou Li suggested, Xiaoping, please come inside. No need, he replied. I am quite comfortable here. Zhou Li went inside, fetched a chair, and placed it beneath a large tree for Yang Xiaoping to sit. He assured her, rest assured, with me around, no one shall marry you. In truth, Yang Xiaoping felt a twinge of uncertainty himself, for he knew he had no intention of marrying Zhou Li. Before long, a small vehicle arrived at the entrance and came to a halt. Zhou Xiaoxin hurried out from the house, exclaiming, behold, they have come bearing gifts. Two figures emerged from the vehicle, a man in his 50s and a somewhat foolish-looking man in his 30s. They were Zhou Wei and his simpleton son, Zhou Datu. Zhou Xiaoxin greeted, village head, I have brought my sister. Have you brought the bride price? Zhou Wei replied, the money is in the vehicle. But I must confirm that your sister has agreed before I hand it over. You need not worry, Zhou Xiaoxin laughed. My sister is destined to be your son's bride and is ready for marriage. Zhou Li approached, asserting, village head, I do not agree. Xiao Li, coming to my home means a life of comfort. Why do you refuse? I do not wish to marry a simpleton. I already have a boyfriend. But your husband has only recently passed. Zhou Li insisted, it is only in the past few days that we have established our relationship. My boyfriend is here. At this moment, Yang Xiaoping rose and stated, indeed, I am her boyfriend. Zhou Wei glanced at Yang Xiaoping and realized his son was incomparable. He chuckled. You are quite handsome. What sort of woman could you not attract? Why contend with my son? I simply like Zhou Li, and she reciprocates my feelings. Even if you both like her, what kind of life can you provide? Is that dilapidated pickup truck outside your means? Upon hearing this, Yang Xiaoping understood the man drove a low-end model worth merely 200,000 yet looked down upon his Ford Raptor. Yang Xiaoping chuckled. Your vehicle is worth less than 300,000. My truck could buy you 2 or 3 of those. You are merely familiar with the limited skies above your village. The Ford Raptor is a vehicle you do not recognize. I do not care. I have plenty of money, and I intend to marry Zhou Li. He paused before adding, to make her my daughter-in-law. The simpleton chimed in gleefully, I want to marry a wife. Yang Xiaoping thought to himself, marry your mother, but kept his thoughts to himself. Zhou Wei asserted, I have brought the bride price. He rushed to the vehicle, opened it, and retrieved a leather briefcase. Upon opening it, he announced 200,000. Every penny intact. Zhou Xiaoxin's eyes gleamed at the sight of the cash. He swallowed hard and said, Xiao Li, I will accept this money for you. He reached out to take it. Yang Xiaoping interjected, wait a moment. Zhou Wei asked, what are you trying to do, kid? Yang Xiaoping replied, let and Apos' put the bride price discussion on hold and discuss your family and Apos' savings. What do my savings have to do with you? If you wish for the world to know how much you have, I can disclose it right here. Consider your options carefully. Are we discussing this privately? Or shall I reveal it publicly? I have a knack for fortune-telling. Upon hearing this, Zhou Wei hurriedly closed the briefcase and clicked the latch, saying, all right. Let us discuss it in the vehicle. He turned and headed outside, with Yang Xiaoping following him into the village head and Apos' car. Yang Xiaoping remarked, as a village head, you have embezzled quite a bit, haven't you? Zhou Wei retorted, mind your words. This money is all earned through my hard work. I have not embezzled anything. Let me enlighten you. Last year, when the highway was constructed nearby, you sold village soil for 3,800,000. Yet only contributed 800,000 to the village. The remaining 3 million is under the name of your brother-in-law. You were talking nonsense. Yang Xiaoping continued, the year before, when the village and Apos' brick factory was subcontracted, you pocketed 1 million, signed a 10-year contract, yet only delivered 200,000 to the village. The remaining 800,000 is under the name of your elderly mother, who is over 70. How do you know this? You have at least slept with a dozen women from your village, most of whom were coerced, and a few were half-hearted. The year before, when you sought a wife for your simpleton son, it was also due to your lewdness that scared the girl away. Zhou Wei conceded, brother, I am impressed. Your fortune-telling skills are exceptional. Yang Xiaoping smiled and remarked, I am the kind of person who prefers to turn a blind eye, if others do not offend me. I shall not offend them. How about this, Jolie? We shall concede. This 200,000 is for you, and I hope you will keep my secret. Zhou Wei replied earnestly. Yang Xiaoping had no intention of accepting his money. He chuckled, I do not enjoy extorting others, nor do I wish to take their money. Just avoid provoking Zhou Li and her family in the future, and I will remain silent about you. Very well, it is settled then. Let us leave at once. All right. I shall head down now. Yang Xiaoping understood that even if he chose not to report, this man would inevitably face trouble by the end of the year. Zhou Wei also exited the vehicle and walked into the courtyard, saying, Zhou Xiaoxin, I believe your sister is better off marrying this handsome fellow. They are quite compatible. We shall concede. With that, he pulled his simple-minded son along as they headed out. The fool shouted, I want to marry a wife. He was shoved into the car. And they drove away. As Zhou Wei departed, Zhou Xiaoxin grew anxious and asked, How did you manage to con him into leaving? Yang Xiaoping replied, I hardly coaxed him. He simply chose to give up. Then you owe me 200,000. I've heard you are a gambling addict. Even if I give you 200,000, you would still be broke. Zhou Li interjected. Xiaoli, you do not understand. Without this 200,000, I cannot survive. Today is my final deadline. Otherwise, I would not resort to marrying you off to a fool. Yang Xiaoping inquired, Are you in debt to someone? Indeed, I owe Zhang Matzi in town 200,000. Very well, take me to him, and I shall assist you, but only this once. Upon hearing this, Zhou Li cautioned, Xiaoping, do not listen to him. A dog cannot change its nature. Yang Xiaoping smiled, Regardless, I will help him this one time. If he does not change afterward, it is not our concern. Thus, Yang Xiaoping drove with Zhou Li and her brother to the town. Upon arrival, they made their way directly to Zhang Matzi's residence. Zhang Matzi and one of his subordinates were inside, boasting and chatting. Zhang Matzi, known as Zhang Feng, was a man in his 50s who secretly operated a gambling den and lent money at exorbitant interest rates. Seeing Zhou Xiaoxin enter his home, he exclaimed, Zhou Xiaoxin, have you come to deliver my money? Before Zhou Xiaoxin could respond, Yang Xiaoping interjected, Indeed, we have come bearing money. Well then, where is the 200,000? Zhang Matzi demanded. I have plenty of money, but I wish to gamble with you. If I lose, I will pay you 400,000. If I win, you will forfeit Zhou Xiaoxin's debt. You think you can play me for a fool? Zhang Matzi was no simpleton. He feared that Yang Xiaoping might not possess any money to pay him if he lost. Yang Xiaoping reassured him, I understand your concerns. Take a look at my Alipay balance. He proceeded to open the app. Zhang Matzi glanced at Yang Xiaoping's Alipay account, which indeed displayed a substantial balance. Not bad. It seems you are not short on cash. Would you like to see my WeChat and bank account as well? No need. I accept your challenge, Zhang Matzi chuckled. Realizing that as long as a person had money, they would continue to gamble even after a loss. Moreover, he considered himself the best gambler in Yanshu town. Very well. What shall we play? Let us roll dice. Best 2 out of 3. Zhang Matzi suggested with a grin. If I lose, I will give you Zhou Xiaoxin's IOU, and we shall be square. If you lose, you owe me 400,000. Agreed, but let us clarify the rules first. Let us not stand outside. Come to my living room to discuss. The group moved to the living room, where Zhang Matzi stated, We will play best 2 out of 3. 3 dice will be rolled, and we will see who rolls the highest. A triplet does not count. We only consider the total points, with 3 being the smallest and 18 the largest. All right, let us begin, Yang Xiaoping replied. Zhang Matzi summoned his subordinate, who brought the dice and the cup, placing them on the table. Young man, feel free to inspect the dice. Yang Xiaoping replied, No need. I trust you. You go first. Zhou Xiaoxin piped up. Maybe you should check them. Yang Xiaoping shot him a glare. Am I playing, or are you? If you wish to play, Zhou Li and I will leave. And you can play by yourself. With that, Zhou Xiaoxin dared not speak further. He desired to play, but without funds, his options were limited. Yang Xiaoping recognized that the dice were standard, rendering any inspection unnecessary. Zhang Matzi shook the dice in the cup, his movements precise and skillful, indicative of an expert. He then set the cup on the table, declaring, All right, go ahead and reveal it. At that moment, Yang Xiaoping had already seen through the cup, noting that Zhang Matzi had rolled a total of 16. 16 is quite respectable. I shall not reveal it. You can do so yourself, he replied with a smile. Zhang Matzi felt confident in his role and suggested, Let the beauty beside you reveal it. Jolie responded, I don't know how. It's quite simple. Yang Xiaoping chuckled. Just lift the lid. Jolie nodded. All right, let me give it a try. She stepped forward and lifted the lid. Upon doing so, Zhou Xiaoxin exclaimed, Wow, 5, 5, 6, 16 points. Zhang Matzi laughed. As I anticipated, my first round is 16. Now it is your turn. Very well, I shall begin now. Yang Xiaoping declared, shaking the dice himself while keeping a keen eye on their movements. He understood the mechanics of the game, but did not heed the sounds. Utilizing his extraordinary vision, he perceived the dice's rapid movements as if they were in slow motion, allowing him to see each change clearly. Yang Xiaoping waited until the dice showed a satisfactory number, channeling his energy to position them exactly where he desired. His technique appeared clumsy, leading Zhang Matzi to conclude that this young man had no gambling prowess. Zhang Matzi believed that soon, all of Yang Xiaoping's funds would belong to him. Finally satisfied with his roll, Yang Xiaoping placed the dice on the table, retracting his hand. All right, I've rolled. Who will help me reveal? Zhang Matzi stated. Let the beauty do it once more. Zhou nodded. Okay, I will reveal it. Being Yang Xiaoping's role, she was particularly cautious, trembling as she carefully lifted the lid. Zhou Xiaoxin stood nearby, watching intently as the points revealed themselves. 5, 6, 6, 17 points, just enough to win. He exclaimed, brother-in-law. You are incredible. You won. Yang Xiaoping knew he had triumphed. He had intended to roll just slightly higher. Zhang Matzi remarked, young man. It seems a blind cat has stumbled upon a dead rat, hasn't he it? Yang Xiaoping smiled. Indeed, I am hardly skilled at rolling. Yet this is what it has come to. It's perfectly fine. Luck only graces us occasionally, and fortune does not remain by our side perpetually. Indeed, as you implied, even a blind cat cannot stumble upon a dead mouse every day. Exactly. Zhang Matzi shuffled the dice and smiled, saying, let us continue. If you win this round, we shall forego the third. All right, I and Amp, Oppos. I'll do my best, Yang Xiaoping replied. In his heart, Zhang Matzi thought, what an optimistic notion. Even if you gamble your life, it will amount to naught. He then began to shake the dice. His demeanor was quite nonchalant. After shaking, he placed the dice on the table and said, beautiful lady, could you please unveil it? Zhou stepped forward and revealed the outcome. This time, everyone was astonished, for he had rolled a total of 17. Zhou Xiaoxin remarked, impressive. He actually rolled a 17. Zhang Matzi replied, young man, I do not believe you can roll another 17. Yang Xiaoping chuckled, I aim for 18. Though I cannot guarantee it, nevertheless, I shall strive. Yet, the one truly anxious was Zhou. Although Zhou Xiaoxin felt a twinge of nervousness, he understood that regardless of the outcome, Yang Xiaoping would resolve his 200,000 debt. Thus, it was Zhou who was most on edge. After all, if Yang Xiaoping lost, he would owe 400,000. She had already decided that if they lost, she would cover the cost. After all, this was a predicament her brother had created, and besides, Zhou was now affluent, with over 1 million to her name. Yang Xiaoping began the second round, maintaining the same awkward shaking style. Zhang Matzi and his subordinates could not help but laugh. Yang Xiaoping said, what is so funny? A beautiful posture doesn't guarantee a favorable outcome. With that, he continued shaking. Once he finished, he placed the dice on the table and asked, who will unveil this time? Zhang Matzi responded, let the lady do it again. Honestly, it matters not who reveals it. The outcome will remain the same. Yang Xiaoping smiled. Indeed, what will be will be. Zhou nodded, sighed in relief, and opened the dice cup. After checking the result, Zhou Xiaoxin exclaimed, we won. 3 sixes, that's 18. Zhou said excitedly, excellent. It's indeed 18. We triumphed. Yang Xiaoping glanced at Zhang Matzi and said, Boss Zhang, please hand over the IOU. Although Zhang Matzi was reluctant and displeased, he retrieved the IOU and handed it to Yang Xiaoping. Yang Xiaoping accepted it and passed it to Zhou Xiaoxin, who tore it into shreds, yet carefully stored it in his pocket, saying, sister-in-law, thank you. You are the most impressive person I have ever met. Yang Xiaoping coolly replied, I merely had good fortune. Listen well, if you do not quit gambling, I shall not assist you again, and my luck will not always be this favorable. Zhou Xiaoxin laughed, sister-in-law, rest assured, I will be a good person and will not gamble again. In truth, Yang Xiaoping doubted he would genuinely change. Zhang Matzi chuckled. Young man, do you wish to continue? Yang Xiaoping replied, I'm hungry, I shall pass. Perhaps next time. Zhang Matzi couldn't and Oppos. Help but admire the steadiness of this young man. It was the first time he had witnessed such composure. Even he could not maintain such tranquility. For gamblers, whether winning or losing, often lose control. This fellow won a round and chose to quit, which caught him off guard. Zhang Matzi could not help but inquire. Young man, which village do you hail from? Yangjia Village, Yang Xiaoping. Very well. I, Zhang Matzi, would like to befriend you. Should anything arise in Yashu Town? Just say the word, and I assure you, I shall not decline. All right, please help me dissuade Zhou Xiaoxin from gambling in the future, Yang Xiaoping replied with a smile. No problem, I will certainly do so. Well then, I take my leave. With that, he departed with Zhou Li, and of course, Zhou Xiaoxin followed closely behind. Once outside, Yang Xiaoping said, there is nothing pressing now. I'm hungry as well. Let me treat you to a meal and take you home. Zhou Li responded, Xiaoping. Thank you for today. I'll treat you. The three of them arrived at a restaurant, reserved a private room, and feasted heartily. Naturally, Yang Xiaoping would not allow Zhou Li to spend a dime. After the meal, Yang Xiaoping drove Zhou Xiaoxin back to Zhou village, then took Zhou Li home. The car halted at Zhou Li's doorstep, where she invited, Xiaoping, would you like to come in for a while? Yang Xiaoping replied, not today, when I have time. I will take you to the city for a stroll. In truth, Yang Xiaoping held a fondness for Zhou Li and wished to share a tender moment with her. However, a widow's doorstep is fraught with complications. Zhou Li's husband had just been buried, and if he parked outside her home, the neighbors would surely speculate. Thus, the safest course was to venture to the city, where in his own Xinzhou Grand Hotel, he could indulge freely without concern. Zhou Li said, all right, then tomorrow we shall go to the city together. You will pick me up. Okay, I shall return now. Yang Xiaoping drove home. Upon arriving, Yang Xiaoping noticed Li Xiaoxia tidying up in his courtyard. She greeted him, Xiaoping, the Huaihai Grand Hotel just came to collect cabbages again. Yang Xiaoping chuckled. Thank you for your hard work. He retrieved his suitcase from the car, and Li Xiaoxia asked, do you have any clothes to wash? I can do it for you. No need. You've worked hard selling vegetables. I can manage myself. I must wash them. I am a woman, she insisted, going to take Yang Xiaoping and Appo's suitcase. With no alternative, Yang Xiaoping had to pull out his spare clothes and hand them to Li Xiaoxia. At that moment, the village head, Yu Xiaoqing, arrived. Yang Xiaoping smiled and asked, village head, is there something you need? Indeed, there is something. Allow me to explain, Yu Xiaoqing replied. Our village plans to construct a scenic area in Jianshan and Fengshan, which requires some funding. With the town and Appo's approval, the southern hillside can be sold as residential land to villagers. I inquired and found that very few require residential plots. This statement filled Yang Xiaoping with joy. Yet he responded, is the village short on funds and looking to sell some residential land? Not exactly short on funds. Constructing a tourist area requires investment. Nowadays, people from the city enjoy hiking and picnicking on weekends. Is no one interested in buying? Indeed. Many people now have some money and prefer to buy houses in the city. Yu Xiaoqing and several village officials discussed and asked around, finding no one willing to buy. Knowing Yang Xiaoping owned a car, she assumed he must have some wealth, which is why she approached him. This aligned perfectly with Yang Xiaoping's intentions. He had long harbored thoughts of building a villa. Although he was delighted internally, he did not let it show. Yang Xiaoping said, I don't wish to build ordinary houses. If I am to build, it must be a villa. The desolate hillside was of no interest to anyone. And upon hearing Yang Xiaoping and Appo's desire to construct a villa, Yu Xiaoqing felt a surge of excitement. How much area do you need? She inquired. Yang Xiaoping responded with a smile, since no one wants to claim it, I shall take 1,000 square meters. Such a large area? What is the matter? Is that not permissible? Of course, you can even have 2,000 square meters if you wish. Yang Xiaoping replied, very well, let us proceed with 1,000 square meters. How much will it cost? Yu Xiaoqing remarked, since the research is already complete, if you insist on 1,000 square meters, let it be 100,000. Yang Xiaoping chuckled, that is not too expensive. I will generously offer you an additional 80,000, making it 180,000, which is more auspicious. No need for that. Let Appo's settle on 100,000, he insisted. Since I have agreed, it shall be 180,000. The extra 80,000 will be my donation towards the village's tourism development. Yao Xiaoqing was equally exhilarated. She promptly called several members of the village committee to arrange for Yang Xiaoping to measure the land. In no time, several committee members arrived with measuring tools. Accompanying Yang Xiaoping to the hillside, they followed his selection, as he had already anticipated the future location of the 5th Ring Road. He was mindful not to let his villa obstruct the road. Thus, he chose a site 50 meters away from it, ensuring that passing vehicles at night would not disturb him. Once the measurements were completed, Yang Xiaoping sought out an uncle from his family, who was in the construction business. Entrusting the entire villa project to him, Uncle Yang Bo After budgeting, they determined that the villa's construction would cost 500,000. Yang Xiaoping handed him 600,000, assuring him that if additional funds were needed, he would provide them. He also planned to construct a road from the villa and Appos' entrance to the village. With the villa and spacious courtyard, he envisioned growing vegetables within it. After managing these affairs, night had fallen. Upon returning home, Yang Xiaoping found that Li Xiaoxia had prepared dinner. "Xiaoping," she said, "I just remembered something. We sold over 10,000 worth of vegetables today. I'll transfer it to you. Dear, you can keep the money. I don't need it. From now on, the proceeds from selling vegetables will be yours," he replied. "All right, I'll save it for you, and when you marry, I'll return it." Li Xiaoxia chuckled. "Dinner is ready. Let us eat." After their meal, Li Xiaoxia announced, "Xiaoping, I'm heading home." "Oh, aren't you staying the night?" he asked. "No, I still hope you find a girlfriend soon." With that, she left for home. Yang Xiaoping mused, "Once my villa is completed, I'll bring you there, and then you and T have a place to run." The next morning, he rose early and went to Li Xiaoxia and Appos' home for breakfast. After eating, he said, "Dear, I need to go to the city for some business. I suspect I'll often be away, so you should stay at my place. You have the key, after all." "Okay, I understand. Focus on your career," she replied. "Just remember to lock the door early at night, and call me if anything comes up." After giving her a few instructions, Yang Xiaoping took a suitcase and some herbs he had prepared, setting off in his car. He had promised Li Gaofei from the herbal market to bring him some herbs, which he had forgotten on his last trip to the city. Today, he had to deliver them. Yang Xiaoping parked outside Zhou Li's home, where she was already prepared, locking her door before getting into her car. They drove to the city, heading straight for the Xinzhou Grand Hotel. Upon arrival, Yang Xiaoping parked and, with Zhou Li, stepped out, each carrying a suitcase. At the entrance, the security guard saluted, saying, "Good day, Chairman." Yang Xiaoping smiled and replied, "Thank you for your hard work." Zhou Li was taken aback, thinking to herself, "Why are they calling Yang Xiaoping Chairman?" However, she did not ask. Inside, several female attendants greeted him the same way. Yang Xiaoping returned their greetings until they reached the presidential suite. After setting down their suitcases and changing into slippers, Zhou Li finally asked, "Xiaoping, why does everyone call you Chairman?" "This hotel belongs to me. Let us keep it discreet and not tell anyone else," he replied with a smile. "Okay, understood. Even my cousin doesn't know?" "No, you're the only one from our village who knows," he said, pulling Zhou Li into an embrace. She shivered slightly and said, "I'll go take a shower." "All right, let us shower together," he suggested. Zhou Li's cheeks flushed as she nodded. Though there were 2 showers, they chose to share one. After bathing, they returned to the presidential suite without clothing, and the atmosphere became passionate. After a whirlwind of fervor, Zhou Li lay in his arms at the door, saying, "Xiaoping, I no longer intend to find a husband. I just want to be with you." Yang Xiaoping chuckled, "Are you suggesting you want to marry me?" To be honest, he had not considered that. Zhou Li laughed, "You're overthinking it. I simply wish to be your partner, with no plans for marriage." Hearing her words, Yang Xiaoping felt a pang of sorrow, realizing that if this continued, Zhou Li might become resentful. At noon, he took Zhou Li out for lunch, opting to dine in the hotel restaurant rather than venturing outside. He had initially planned to take her to Huaihai Grand Hotel but feared she might encounter Zhou Lian, the former village chief and Appos' wife. After all, they had plenty of cabbage at home, and he could always provide her with some later. After their meal, Yang Xiaoping returned with Zhou Li to the presidential suite, saying, "Rest here, beauty. I need to step out for a bit. We'll have dinner together later." "All right. I'll wait for you here. You go handle your matters," she replied. "Okay, I'll be back soon." Yang Xiaoping spoke as he grasped a package of medicine and set off to find Li Gaofei. Upon reaching the ground floor, he entered his vehicle and dialed Li Gaofei and Appos' number. Once the call connected, Yang Xiaoping said, "Boss Li, this is Yang Xiaoping. I am in the city today, bringing you the medicine." Li Gaofei responded from the other end, "Wonderful. Where are you now? I will come to collect it." "No need," Yang Xiaoping replied. "Just wait for me at the store." After hanging up, he started the car and drove to the herbal market. After parking, he exited the vehicle with 3 pills in hand and proceeded to Li Gaofei and Appos' shop. Upon stepping out, his phone rang unexpectedly. It was Sun Siyu calling. He answered and teased, "My dear, you aren't and Appos' having second thoughts, are you?" Sun Siyu replied, "Of course not. I'm calling to let you know my uncle is ill and has resigned." "What illness?" "I can provide treatment," he offered. She explained, "I suggested it, but he insists on retiring." He is nearly 60. It turned out Sun Siyu and Apos S parents had also been older when they had her, making her uncle quite advanced in age. After many years as a prominent figure in Huaihai City, he had chosen to retreat upon falling ill. Yang Xiaoping said, I am currently occupied. How about I treat your uncle tomorrow? All right, I will await your call, she responded. See you tomorrow. After ending the call, Yang Xiaoping arrived at Li Gaofei and Apos S store. Besides Li Gaofei, there was a man in his 50s, clearly a successful individual. Li Gaofei introduced, Yang, this is my friend Lu Hui. He has similar issues and sought my help for medicine, so I told him I would refer him to you. Yang Xiaoping nodded at Lu Hui, who returned the gesture with a smile, saying, I will observe the effects of old Li's treatment before proceeding. Sensing Lu Hui's skepticism, Yang Xiaoping replied, Let us see how it goes. I only brought one prescription today. He then handed the medicine to Li Gaofei. Thank you, Yang. Please provide me with your account number. Li Gaofei said. Yang Xiaoping obliged, sharing his account details. Li Gaofei took out his phone and transferred 300,000 to him. Lu Hui looked surprised at the transaction. Yang Xiaoping turned to Lu Hui, saying, Mr. Lu, since you are friends with Boss Li, allow me to share something with you. Go ahead, Li Gaofei encouraged. I possess the ability to predict fortunes and read faces, Yang Xiaoping stated. When you leave this market, at the intersection of Shimin Road, turn right. Do not turn left. Otherwise, you may encounter misfortune. Lu Hui chuckled, Young man, I am not superstitious. I must turn right on my route. If you insist on turning left, I predict you will have an accident. If that happens, exit the vehicle within a minute, or your life may be at risk. Yang Xiaoping warned. Lu Hui scoffed. Do not alarm me. If my vehicle is damaged, I will take you out for a meal. I may not have the time, Yang Xiaoping replied. Well, I have matters to attend to now. He had foreseen Lu Hui and Apos S impending misfortune but could only offer a warning. After leaving, he drove back to the Xinzhou Grand Hotel. Once in the presidential suite, he said to the beautiful woman, I have a lucrative business opportunity, simple and swift. Are you willing to invest? Zhou replied, I am willing. What business is it? Purchasing properties and reselling them for profit. Where? She inquired. Fenglin Villas, Yang Xiaoping smiled. Fenglin Villas? Those houses are only around 600,000. And they are undesirable at Apos S rural land. The nearby villages can construct similar houses for just 340,000, she pointed out. I am aware, but trust me. It will be profitable, he assured her. Fenglin Villa District is a development located 30 miles outside the city, comprising 108 villas. Although it has opened for sale, there are no buyers due to its rural nature, and the nearby village is self-built homes. Anyone who purchases there would be a fool. However, Yang Xiaoping had foreseen that a new urban district would soon be developed in the eastern suburbs of the city, relocating the First People and Apos S hospital and the city government to the area. Once the plan is announced, the villas will soar to over 4 million each. Thus, purchasing a villa now would yield a profit of 6 to 7 times within 10 days. Zhou said, I will follow your lead. Yang Xiaoping continued. I plan to buy 30 villas. Your investment will cover 2, and I will seek other friends for the rest. All right, I will purchase 2. Trust me. Just wait to reap the rewards. Yang Xiaoping intended to meet Sun Siyu and Wan Xiaoming the next day to see if they were willing to invest. If they believed in him, they could profit together. If not, he could do nothing more. That evening, after dinner, the two took a shower together. Post-bath, Yang Xiaoping and Zhou became intimate. After a passionate moment, Zhou nestled in Yang Xiaoping's arms and said, Though I do not wish to marry you, I would like to call you and Apos, husband and Apos, when we are alone, and you may call me and Apos, wife, and Apos. Is that acceptable? Yang Xiaoping shared her sentiment, after their closeness, addressing her as and Apos, sister and Apos, or and Apos, beauty and Apos, felt inadequate. All right. My wife. After we purchase the villas tomorrow, I will take you home, and I have matters to attend to in the city, he replied. Sure, husband. I will follow your lead. The following morning, they rose together and had breakfast. Yang Xiaoping called Wang Xiaoming and, once connected, said, Brother Wang, I have a lucrative opportunity one want to share with you. What do you think? All right, what is it? I plan to buy villas in Fenglin District, which are said to cost over 600,000. How many can you manage? Wang Xiaoming, aware of the villas and Apos' unpopularity but feeling compelled to consider Yang Xiaoping and Apos' proposal, replied, I have invested all my money elsewhere. I can only purchase 2. Yang Xiaoping remarked, very well, I plan to purchase 30 units. Have you lost your mind? Wang Xiaoming exclaimed in astonishment. I truly lack the funds. Otherwise, I could buy as many as I desire. With a smile, Yang Xiaoping responded, I possess the ability to read fortunes. Do you not believe me? Indeed, Yang Xiaoping was adept at divination, and he genuinely believed in it. The truth was, it was due to the heartfelt gesture of Wang Xiaoming, who had brought over 100 people to support him in a competition against Ding Shan, that Yang Xiaoping was inspired to help Wang Xiaoming achieve prosperity. Having rescued Wang Xiaoming in the past, he retained faith in Yang Xiaoping and Appo's abilities. I believe you, Wang Xiaoming said. In that case, I will buy 5 units. At 9:30 in the morning, they were to meet at the sales office. After concluding the call, Yang Xiaoping dialed Sun Siyu. Once connected, he said, Dear, shall we attend to your uncle's medical needs this afternoon? I have an investment opportunity this morning that promises substantial profits. Would you care to join me? Sun Siyu replied, Xiaoping, I would certainly like to. I trust your judgment. All right then, I shall be at Fenglin Villa at 9:30 to purchase 30 villas outright. How many will you buy? How much do 30 villas cost? Approximately 18 million. Very well, I will buy 30 as well, Sun Siyu affirmed. Yang Xiaoping mused, some women are like this. Once they have shared intimacy, they will comply with whatever you ask. Good, I will wait for you at the sales office at 9:30. Remember to keep this confidential, he instructed before hanging up. Afterward, Yang Xiaoping turned to Jolie and said, My dear, when I introduce you to my friends, I will say you are my cousin. And I will take you to buy villas. Understood, Jolie smiled in agreement. At 9:30, Yang Xiaoping arrived punctually at the sales office in the Fenglin Villa district. There, he encountered both Sun Siyu and Wang Xiaoming. To his surprise, Sun Siyu had brought Lin Min along. Yang Xiaoping declared, Listen, we are here to purchase properties. Refrain from discussing anything else. Once we secure our purchases, we will not hesitate to share the news. Everyone nodded in agreement. Lin Min added, Xiaoping, you are quite inconsiderate. Had it not been for Siyu borrowing money from me, I would remain unaware of your investment plans. It turned out Sun Siyu had borrowed 2 million from Lin Min, who also intended to purchase. I feared you would not trust me, Yang Xiaoping chuckled. Shall we proceed inside? Upon entering, they found the sales office remarkably quiet, devoid of any prospective buyers. As they made their entrance, several sales representatives rushed over. Yang Xiaoping stated, We intend to make a substantial purchase. Please summon your manager. I wish to negotiate. A saleswoman inquired, Sir, how many units do you wish to buy? I shall personally acquire 30 units. Are you authorized to negotiate the price? Yang Xiaoping asked with a smile. Upon hearing the intention to buy 30 units, the sales staff assumed he was joking, yet they did not hesitate to fetch the manager. In truth, Yang Xiaoping and Appo's funds would be nearly depleted upon purchasing 30 units. At that moment, his phone rang. It was Li Gaofei. As soon as the call connected, Li Gaofei exclaimed, Brother Yang, your medicine is extraordinary. I am thoroughly impressed. Yang Xiaoping replied with a smile, The results are indeed remarkable. Once you finish these 3 pills, you will feel more vigorous than a young man. By the way, I must share a piece of news. Your predictions were spot on. My friend Lu Hui was indeed in a car accident. He asked me to express his gratitude, for you saved his life. Do not mention it. I am currently occupied. We shall speak later, Yang Xiaoping responded. Understood. I shall not intrude further, Li Gaofei said. Initially, Lu Hui had been skeptical of Yang Xiaoping's abilities. While driving, he reached the intersection of Ximin Road and took a right turn. Just as he made the turn, a dump truck collided with his vehicle. In that crucial moment, Lu Hui recalled Yang Xiaoping's warning to exit the vehicle within a minute. Fortunately, the door was still operable. He hastily unbuckled his seatbelt and escaped. As he fled, the vehicle ignited. Witnessing the flames, he realized that had he remained inside, he would have perished. At that instant, he became a believer in Yang Xiaoping and Appo's words. It was astonishing. He had spent an entire day in fear before finally calling Li Gaofei to recount the events. Manager Su from the sales department arrived and approached Yang Xiaoping, saying, Sir, are you the one looking to purchase villas? Indeed, I wish to acquire 30 units for myself. And my friends will purchase several as well. I would like to discuss pricing, Yang Xiaoping stated. Our villas are priced at 680,000 each. However, given the quantity you intend to buy, I can offer them to you at 650,000 each. How does that sound? Yang Xiaoping chuckled. For 650,000, I could purchase 2 units in a nearby village. Would you believe that? I would, but the circumstances differ. That is a village. And this is a villa community, Manager Su replied. We have property management, security, and cleaning services here. Nonetheless, all services require payment from the owners. I am offering you a fair price, 600,000 per unit. We are likely to purchase around 78 units. Linmin interjected, no. It should be no less than 90 units. Upon hearing this, the manager trembled. You intend to buy 90 units? Yes, I will buy 30. And my sister will as well, Lin Min affirmed. Yang Xiaoping, unsure of how many Lin Min would purchase, had spoken conservatively. Wang Xiaoming added, I will buy 10. Zhou Li chimed in, I have less money, so I will purchase 2. Yang Xiaoping replied with a grin, and we will pay in full. If not, we shall take our leave. Manager Su said, Sir, I will consult with our director. I will return with an answer in 5 minutes. With that, he hurried back to his office. 3 minutes later, Manager Su returned, stating, Sir, our director has agreed to the price of 600,000 per unit. You may choose any villa you desire. Yang Xiaoping smiled. You have only 108 villas available, with my purchase. That accounts for 102. What else is there to select? Wang Xiaoming said, Xiaoping, I would like 1 unit close to yours. Let us be neighbors. Yang Xiaoping replied, Very well, we shall each select 1 unit to live in as neighbors. The remaining units can be purchased at our discretion. Thus, they chose the prime locations. Selecting 5 units, made their payments, and completed the paperwork. By the time all was finalized, it was already midday. As the group exited the sales office, Manager Su muttered to himself, Have we encountered a fool? A saleswoman remarked, Manager Su, I perceive they are all affluent individuals. They may be wealthy, but they are not quite sane. They resemble the foolish son of a landlord, dreaming that villas will appreciate merely due to their status. After Yang Xiaoping and a few others emerged, Wang Xiaoming said, Brother, I bit the bullet and bought 10 sets, spending 6 million. Yang Xiaoping chuckled, Within 10 days. I estimate you could earn 5 times that. Wang Xiaoming replied, If that and Oppos. S true, I and Oppos. LL share half with you. Yang Xiaoping laughed, No need. I stand to earn more than you. Zhou Li was taken aback. Having spent 120,000, the prospect of a 5-fold return meant she could earn 6 million. The thought was almost too much for her to fathom. Sun Siyu remarked, But this place is so remote, a 5-fold increase would make it comparable to the city. Wuden and Amp, Oppos, Tiet? Yang Xiaoping smiled and replied, What if the city government relocates here? His words stunned everyone, even Sun Siyu, who thought it implausible. Considering her uncle was a prominent figure in Huaihai and had never mentioned such a possibility. Of course, if it were true, her uncle would likely keep it to himself. Yang Xiaoping suggested, Let's not worry about that. Instead, let us find a place to eat, as there is nowhere to dine here. Wang Xiaoming offered, I and Oppos, LL take everyone to the Grand Lake Hotel. You all know it, right? Yang Xiaoping responded with a smile, Of course, let and Oppos head out in our own cars. They drove in their respective vehicles, with Yang Xiaoping and Zhou Li arriving at the Grand Lake Hotel. Once inside the private room, Wang Xiaoming said, Brother Yang, your villa is in front of mine. I can help you with the renovations. Yang Xiaoping agreed, Sure, let and Oppos do it together. Zhou Li added, You can help me too. She had decided that even if she made a fortune, she would only sell 1 unit, keeping the one where she lived with Yang Xiaoping for convenience. Wang Xiaoming declared, I'll be generous. I'll renovate all of yours for free. The waiter arrived to take their orders, and they began to choose dishes, while Yang Xiaoping remained silent. As the food and drink started to arrive, Sun Siyu cheerfully reminded, Xiaoping, don't forget to treat my uncle this afternoon. Yang Xiaoping assured her, Don't worry. After I have lunch and drop my cousin home, I'll head to your uncle. Zhou Li interjected, Xiaoping, I can take a taxi back. Truthfully, she had money now and was indifferent to the taxi fare, especially since Yang Xiaoping had matters to attend to that afternoon. After lunch, Wang Xiaoming arranged for a designated driver and left. Yang Xiaoping invited Zhou Li to join him, but she declined, opting to take a taxi with her suitcase. Sun Siyu had originally been in Lin Min and Oppos' car, who also arranged for a designated driver. Yang Xiaoping said, See you, now that everyone has left. It's just the 2 of us. Let us go to your uncle's house. Sun Siyu agreed. All right, let us get a designated driver. Yang Xiaoping smiled, saying, We don't need one. I can use my qi to expel the alcohol. As he spoke, he got into the car and, once inside, used his spiritual energy to eliminate the alcohol from his system. Tell me the address. Let us set off, he instructed. All right, I'll set the navigation, Sun Siyu replied. The car arrived at a small courtyard in the suburban area, a place where urban and rural life blended. Yang Xiaoping remarked, "How is it that your uncle, being such a high-ranking official, doesn't he have a decent house? This is our ancestral home. My uncle prefers this kind of environment. Let us go inside," she explained. They exited the car and entered the courtyard, where Yang Xiaoping noticed a grape trellis and a lounge chair, though it was unoccupied. Inside, they found a man in his 50s seated on a sofa. Upon seeing Yang Xiaoping, he stood up. Yang Xiaoping greeted him with a smile. "Old leader, please sit." There is no need for formality. This man was Sun Siyu and Appo's uncle, Sun Don, who had recently retired from his position in Huaihai. Sun Siyu said, "Uncle, we intended to come this morning for your treatment, but we went to buy a house instead, so we only arrived this afternoon. Please sit. I'll get you some tea," he offered as he stood to pour. Sun Siyu insisted, "Uncle, let me do it. What kind of house did you buy?" "The Fonglin Villa." Xiaoping said it would appreciate, so I believed him and bought one too. Upon hearing this, Sun Don was taken aback. Though he was no longer in service, he knew Fonglin Villa had been a failed investment by the developer and was practically unsellable. However, he was aware that the city planned to establish a new district nearby, which had not yet been officially announced. Sun Don looked at Yang Xiaoping and asked, "Young man, how did you know Fonglin Villa would appreciate?" Yang Xiaoping replied, "Actually, it was just a hunch, purely instinctive." "So, you're saying this is akin to fortune-telling?" Sun Don queried. "Not entirely. I do have my analysis," Yang Xiaoping clarified. Sun Don chuckled. "Well, I'm not in a hurry regarding my illness. Why don't you share your analysis?" "Certainly," Yang Xiaoping said with a smile. "Our city needs to develop, and it must head eastward, as west, south, and north lead to other provinces. Only eastward remains within our region and city." Sun Don nodded, conceding, "That makes some sense." Yang Xiaoping continued, "Every city is expanding, so it is essential to develop eastward, and the area around Fonglin Villa is suitable for a new district. In fact, I predict it could be named a new district or an economic development zone." Yang Xiaoping was confident it would indeed be a new district, but he hesitated to shock Sun Don too much by adding economic development zone. Sun Don was astonished and remarked, "Young man, I sense that within 10 years, you will become a significant figure in Huagua." "No, I misspoke. Perhaps in 3 to 5 years, or even sooner." Yang Xiaoping laughed. "Old leader, I'm just rambling. Speaking whimsically. Don't take it to heart. Let me check your health instead." Sun Siyu encouraged, "Uncle, let Xiaoping examine you." Sun Don chuckled, "You should know. My condition has little significance for treatment. It's like an oil lamp running out of fuel or a decayed piece of wood that breaks with the slightest touch. There is no point in treating it." Yang Xiaoping could not resist using his X-ray vision to examine Sun Don. After taking a look, he said, "Old leader, I must inform you that according to the hospital and Appo's examination, your heart is troubled, your liver is compromised, even your respiratory system is poor, and there are issues with your prostate. However, I can treat you for all of these ailments." Upon hearing Yang Xiaoping's words, Sun Don was instantly taken aback. For indeed, Yang Xiaoping was correct. These were his afflictions, and he had not disclosed them to his niece. How did this young man know? Had he truly reached the level of diagnosis as described in medicine? With this thought, he could not help but ask, "Young man, have you truly reached such an extraordinary level?" "Yes, I have attained this realm," Yang Xiaoping replied with a smile. His declaration left the old leader astonished once more. Sun Siyu interjected, "Uncle, rest assured, no matter what your illness is, Yang Xiaoping can cure you. In truth, my request to resign stems from my unbearable condition. I feel as though I have lost all hope of survival, tormented by pain every day. Yes, you should be aware that your liver tumor has reached an advanced stage." Sun Siyu gasped, "Uncle, is your condition truly that severe?" Sun Don sighed and nodded, saying, "Indeed, my time is limited." Yang Xiaoping reassured him, "Since I am here, I will ensure your recovery, regardless of the illness." Sun Siyu urged, "Uncle, trust Xiaoping. He is a miraculous physician." Although Sun Don was skeptical that Yang Xiaoping could cure cancer, he felt resigned given the gravity of his situation. After all, one might as well try a dead horse as a living one. Yang Xiaoping instructed, "Please lie down on the sofa. I will begin your treatment." "What kind of treatment is this?" Sun Don inquired. "It is a form of Qigong therapy. It will only take a few minutes." Nodding, Sun Don reclined on the sofa. Yang Xiaoping began the healing process, and given the multitude of ailments afflicting Sun Don, the treatment took a bit longer than usual. Typically, he could resolve a single issue in just 2 minutes, but due to the old leader and Appo's numerous problems, it took 5 minutes to complete the healing. Upon withdrawing his hands, Yang Xiaoping sat down on the floor and closed his eyes without uttering a word. Concerned, Sun Siyu asked, Xiaoping, are you all right? Yang Xiaoping opened his eyes and replied, I am fine. I am just a bit fatigued and need a couple of minutes to rest. With that, he closed his eyes again. Sun Dan rose from the sofa, excitement gleaming in his eyes as he exclaimed, I feel better. I am truly well. Divine physician, you are remarkable. Sun Siyu cautioned, Uncle, please refrain from speaking. Let him rest for a moment. After a couple more minutes, Yang Xiaoping stood and declared, I am fine now. Old leader, your ailments have been completely cured. You can do anything now. I have no further ambitions. I simply wish to enjoy my twilight years, practicing calligraphy and fishing, Sun Dan remarked. From now on, you may call me uncle, just as my niece does. Very well, uncle. I shall take my leave now. You have saved my life. And I wish to show my gratitude, Yang Xiaoping replied. Uncle, please don't mention it. I cannot accept your money, he insisted before turning to leave. Sun Siyu added, Uncle, I too must take my leave. Discussing money feels too formal. She then hurried after Yang Xiaoping. As they entered the car, by the time Sun Dan emerged, Yang Xiaoping had already driven away. While driving, Yang Xiaoping asked, Where to, beautiful lady? Shall I take you home? I'm not going home. I am treating you to dinner tonight, Sun Siyu replied with a smile. You saved my uncle and aunt, Apos, life, treated me, and brought me financial opportunities. I must treat you well. Her words rendered Yang Xiaoping a bit bashful, especially since he felt he had benefited from treating Sun Siyu. Then let us head to the Shenzhou Grand Hotel. We shall enjoy a drink there tonight, he suggested. Upon arriving at the hotel and parking the car, Yang Xiaoping grabbed his suitcase and said, Let us go upstairs. I just remembered something. I need to return home briefly. What is it? I forgot to bring a change of clothes. I need to go home and get some. Surely there are spare undergarments in the presidential suite, but not outerwear, Yang Xiaoping commented. In that case, let me drive you home. No need. I have some matters to attend to. You must be exhausted after treating my uncle. Please, take some time to rest, she replied. All right, call me if you need anything. In truth, Yang Xiaoping only needed a few minutes to recuperate. He carried his suitcase to the presidential suite. After arriving, he realized there was no pressing matter at hand and thought it wiser to consider purchasing a vehicle. Truth be told, his Ford Raptor was ultimately someone else and Apos' vehicle. And with the added truck bed, it sometimes appeared less than presentable, particularly in rural areas where onlookers might perceive it as merely an inexpensive pickup. Thus, he descended to visit the BMW 4S dealership. Upon entering the dealership, a saleswoman greeted him warmly. Welcome. Yang Xiaoping smiled and nodded, but to his surprise, the attractive woman bypassed him to attend to someone behind him. This left him feeling quite embarrassed as he stepped inside. He couldn't Apos, resist glancing back to see who warranted such attention. Just then, someone called out, Yang Xiaoping, are you here to look at BMWs? He turned to see Zhao Xiaolan, her arm linked with that of a man in his 40s. The man was well-dressed, yet his appearance was less than appealing. With yellowed teeth and a receding hairline, Yang Xiaoping quickly understood. The saleswoman must have thought him too young to be a wealthy customer. While the man with Zhao Xiaolan exuded an air of affluence. Xiaolan, I am merely browsing, Yang Xiaoping replied. Truthfully, he was puzzled about how Zhao Xiaolan had ended up with someone like him, given their previous serious conversations without any romantic entanglements. Of course, I knew you were just looking. You could never afford to buy one, Zhao Xiaolan sneered, her disdain palpable. The cheapest BMW is nearly 300,000. You should not even entertain the thought. Yang Xiaoping was aware that she looked down upon him, recalling how he had once struggled to afford a 50,000 yuan dowry. Although he had since acquired a vehicle, it was a gift from another. Zhao Xiaolan was unaware of his newfound wealth. Indeed, you are correct. I cannot afford it. You have found a good man. So naturally, you can afford such luxuries. Yes, my boyfriend is wealthy. He runs a company. It was clear that Zhao Xiaolan had undergone a transformation. Women could be quite fickle in their affections. Love could turn to hatred. A woman might adore a man. But should he abandon her, she could harbor a desire for revenge. Yang Xiaoping, intent on purchasing a vehicle, chose to ignore her. Yang Xiaoping inquired, Are there any salespeople selling cars? Let us have a discussion. He called out a couple of times, yet received no response. The few attendants present were preoccupied with their own tasks. One employee was engrossed in conversation with Zhao Xiaolan, completely neglecting Yang Xiaoping. Frustrated, Yang Xiaoping shouted, Is there anyone selling cars? I want to see the Bauma X5. As soon as he finished speaking, Zhao Xiaolan retorted, You're not buying. If you want to look, Do it yourself. Snap a couple of photos for your social media. Are you hoping to sit inside and take pictures? Yang Xiaoping insisted. I am going to buy it. If I wasn't T, I wouldn't have come here. Wang Xiaoyan chimed in. You, a poor country bumpkin, can't even afford the bride price. What do you plan to buy? Yang Xiaoping thought to himself that Zhao Xiaolan looked down on him, and so did the sales staff, as none were willing to assist him. I can't be bothered to argue with you, since there is no one here to sell me a car. I'll go next door to buy a Mercedes G-Class, initially intending to purchase the Bauma X5. He felt slighted by their treatment and concluded that people often wore tinted glasses when judging others. He decided to make a bold move and go for the Mercedes G-Class instead. In truth, he could even afford a Rolls-Royce. But he preferred not to draw too much attention, as cars depreciate significantly unlike houses. With that, he turned to leave, muttering about the apparent lack of training among the store's staff. At that moment, a beautiful woman approached, nearly colliding with him. Sir, what seems to be the problem? She asked. Yang Xiaoping replied. This store assumes I can't afford a car. No one is attending to me. I'm planning to go next door to buy a Mercedes. The staff quality here is abysmal. The woman responded, Sir, I am the owner of this establishment. It is my mismanagement. Allow me to personally assist you. Which model would you like to see? Yang Xiaoping said, I'm not interested anymore. I'll check out the Mercedes next door. Very well, I'll take you there. The Mercedes is also mine, the woman said. Upon hearing this, Yang Xiaoping was impressed. Not only did she own the Bauma dealership, but she also owned the Mercedes dealership. She handed him her business card, revealing her name to be Wu Xiaoman. Wu Xiaoman led Yang Xiaoping into the Mercedes dealership, asking, Sir, which model are you interested in? How much is the G-Class? He queried. Wu Xiaoman smiled. Prices range from 1.9 million to 4 million, depending on whether you want the base or higher configuration. The mid-range model costs 3.1 million. Yang Xiaoping, uninterested in haggling, knew he could secure it for around 3 million. All right, I'll pay in full, he declared, surprising Wu Xiaoman with his swift decision. Sir, would you like to test drive? She asked. No need. I'm definitely buying it. It's just a means of transportation. Since your experience at the Bauma dealership was unsatisfactory, I will only charge you 3 million, she responded, arranging for her staff to prepare the paperwork. Wu Xiaoman informed him that it would take about half a month, asking for a copy of his ID to issue a temporary license plate. Once everything was finalized, Yang Xiaoping prepared to leave. Wu Xiaoman smiled and said, Mr. Yang, let me take you next door to address the staff at Bauma. Although Yang Xiaoping initially hesitated, he reconsidered, wanting Zhao Xiaolan to know about his purchase of the Mercedes G-Class. Following Wu Xiaoman, they arrived at the Bauma dealership. Once inside, Yang Xiaoping noticed that Zhao Xiaolan and the bald old man were absent, leaving him with a sense of disappointment. Wu Xiaoman reprimanded the staff for their lack of responsibility and their condescending attitudes, announcing that their bonuses for the month would be forfeited as a warning. Any future occurrences would result in immediate dismissal, though the employees were initially defiant. The news of Yang Xiaoping and Oppo's purchase of the Mercedes G-Class made them realize they had misjudged him. Wu Xiaoman's actions provided Yang Xiaoping with a sense of vindication. After leaving, Yang Xiaoping hopped into his pickup truck and drove directly to the Shenzhou Grand Hotel. Upon parking, he noticed Sun Siyu had also arrived, this time driving her own vehicle. Xiaoping, you're out too? Sun Siyu remarked as she exited her car. Yang Xiaoping, not disclosing his car purchase, smiled and replied, Yes. I just wanted to take a stroll. Sun Siyu suggested, Shall we have dinner first or go upstairs? Let us take your clothes upstairs. Dinner can wait. He agreed. All right. But just so you know, we won't be dining at your hotel today, she teased. Yang Xiaoping asked, Why not? You treated my uncle, so I must treat you. I wouldn't spend money at your restaurant, she explained. Very well, then we'll eat out. The two entered the Grand Hotel and made their way to the presidential suite. After changing into slippers, Sun Siyu playfully suggested, When it's just the two of us. Can you call me and Oppos? Wife and Oppos. Don't worry, I want to actually marry you. I just want to hear it. Of course, but you must call me and Oppos, husband and Oppos, too. Yang Xiaoping replied with a smile. It doesn't have to be just when we're alone, as long as there aren't any acquaintances around. Okay, husband. I'll do as you say, she responded. All right, wife, come here, he said, pulling her into an embrace. As Yang Xiaoping held her, Sun Siyu felt weak all over, melting into his arms. He laid her on the grand bed, tossing clothes aside as they rolled together. After a whirlwind of passion, Sun Siyu rested on Yang Xiaoping's chest, laughing, I see now. When you said you weren't and amp, oppos, hungry downstairs, you meant you wanted to and amp, oppos, eat and amp, oppos, me first. Yang Xiaoping chuckled, indeed. But I am actually hungry now. You've worn me out. Let me rest for a bit, she replied. All right, wife, we can take a short break. After resting for about half an hour, they finally got up. Sun Siyu asked, husband, what would you like to eat? I'll take you out. Yang Xiaoping smiled and suggested, how about barbecue? I love it. Despite his newfound wealth, he fondly remembered his previous days of hardship, finding barbecue both satisfying and affordable. Sounds great. Let us go for barbecue, Sun Siyu agreed. They descended without driving, as there were barbecue places nearby. After exiting the Xinzhou Grand Hotel, they soon arrived at a barbecue restaurant. Although the establishment was sizable, it lacked private rooms. Wife, should we find another place? Yang Xiaoping proposed. No need. Barbecue is best enjoyed in the main hall, Sun Siyu replied with a smile. Since she didn't mind, he had no objections. Once inside, they found a seat. At that moment, Yang Xiaoping's phone rang. Noticing it was an unfamiliar number, he answered. Hello, who is this? He asked. Master Yang, this is Lu Hui. I got your number from Boss Li, a male voice responded from the other end of the line. Ah, it's you, Boss Lu. What can I do for you? I primarily wish to express my gratitude and treat you to a meal. I hope you can grace me with your presence. Unfortunately, I am unavailable today. How about tomorrow? Yang Xiaoping replied with a smile. All right then, tomorrow it is. I will call you at noon, Lu Hui said. Master Yang, I and Amp, Oppos, VE made a reservation for noon tomorrow. So please Don and Oppos, schedule anything else, he added. Very well, let and Oppos, leave it at that. Yang Xiaoping concluded before hanging up. The waiter had already brought the menu. And Sun Siyu remarked, darling, I and Amp, Oppos, VE ordered. Aware that Yang Xiaoping preferred not to order, she took the initiative. Yang Xiaoping nodded in agreement. All right, go ahead and order. Sun Siyu selected a serving of crayfish and a grilled fish. That's enough, Yang Xiaoping said. No, I still want to order more, Sun Siyu insisted. Adding a dish of bullfrog and a serving of lamb spine. Yang Xiaoping thought they were finished and told the waiter, all right, 6 bottles of beer. Sun Siyu chimed in with a smile, 30 skewers of lamb kebabs. Yang Xiaoping laughed. I see, your intention is to make me burst. Let us skip the staple food. We can just drink and enjoy the dishes, he added. Before long, the beer and grilled skewers arrived, and the couple began their revelry. After a satisfying meal, Sun Siyu insisted on paying the bill, and Yang Xiaoping chose not to contest her. Once they left the restaurant, Yang Xiaoping said, Dear, let me tell you, if my guess is correct, I believe the villa we purchased will increase in value tomorrow. If it does, I shall give you all the profits. Sun Siyu smiled. I would and Amp, Oppos, want that. Whatever you earn, I can earn as well. As they conversed, they arrived at the presidential suite. After changing into slippers, Yang Xiaoping said, Dear, let and Oppos, take a shower and then retire for the night. With that, he grabbed his shorts and headed to the nearby shower room. While Yang Xiaoping was bathing, Sun Siyu joined him. Dear, there's another shower room next door, he remarked. Since you've called me dear, are you afraid I'll see? I want to shower with you, she replied, shedding her clothes and joining him. Yang Xiaoping rinsed quickly and then returned to the presidential suite, lying down to rest. After a long wait, Sun Siyu finally emerged, and Yang Xiaoping pondered, why is she taking so long today? Sun Siyu, clad in a nightgown with nothing underneath, announced, Darling, I've washed your clothes for you. Yang Xiaoping replied, Why are you washing my clothes? I usually do that myself. With me around. How can I let you do such chores? Your hands are meant for earning money, while mine are for touching you. As he spoke, he stood up and pulled Sun Siyu into his embrace, lifting her nightgown, and they rolled together. The following morning, they awoke and went for breakfast. After their meal, they returned to the presidential suite. At that moment, Yang Xiaoping and Amp, Oppos, phone rang. Recognizing the number, he knew it was the manager of the Fonglin Villa sales office. What's up? The sales manager is calling, he noted. Sun Siyu encouraged, Darling, answer it. Yang Xiaoping picked up the phone. Manager Su, what can I do for you? Manager Su responded from the other end. Mr. Yang, you've purchased so many villas. You must be planning to invest, right? Yang Xiaoping smiled. Indeed. I certainly cannot occupy them all. At most, each of us will stay in one. That's good to hear. The president of our real estate company asked me to inquire if you would consider selling them back to us. Manager Su continued. Of course I would. But what price can you offer? We can double the price, 120,000 per villa. How does that sound? Yang Xiaoping chuckled. You're not showing me much respect. Doubling the price is too little. That price is not negotiable. He concluded the call, realizing that Manager Su had received a message from the company president, Li Bo, earlier that morning, instructing him not to sell the villas as their prices were set to rise. Manager Su, with a hint of despair in his voice, responded, President, there are hardly any left. Didn't you agree to 600,000 per villa yesterday? Most are sold out. Didn't you say one person was to buy 30 villas? I was about to report that to you. Li Bo assured Manager Su over the phone that he should see if they could buy them back at a doubled price, even up to 2 times the amount. Consequently, he reached out to Yang Xiaoping. After hanging up, Sun Siyu remarked, Darling, I heard that they're willing to double the price for us? Yes, but that is unlikely, Yang Xiaoping replied with a smile. It seems they realize something is about to happen there. A price doubling in a single day is quite remarkable. My goal is at least 5 times that. Sun Siyu exclaimed with excitement. Are you saying each villa could sell for 3 million? 3 million is merely the principal times 5. My target is 6 million per villa. So, according to you, our 30 villas could amount to over 100 million in assets. Yang Xiaoping smiled and said, Indeed. It will surely exceed 100 million. As soon as he finished speaking, his phone rang again. It was Manager Su calling. Upon answering, Manager Su said, Mr. Yang, I wish to discuss something with you. I would like to invite you to lunch so we can have a good talk. Yang Xiaoping inquired, Where shall we meet? At the Huaihai Grand Hotel. I will take you to savor Master Yang's divine dishes. I've already reserved a private room. How does 11 o'clock sound? All right. Let and Oppos, let's have lunch together then. See you at noon. With that, Yang Xiaoping ended the call. Sun Siyu asked, Darling, are you really going to meet him? Yes. We can consider it. If the price is right, we might sell to them. It's far simpler than selling individually, he replied. Okay, I will accompany you at noon. Yang Xiaoping chuckled. In truth, I am aware that a deal is unlikely to materialize today. Why do you feel that way? They must have some sincerity in inviting you. Sun Siyu questioned. Yang Xiaoping smiled and said, Just observe. If they can offer 3 times the price today, that would be quite commendable. While they were conversing, Yang Xiaoping's phone rang again. It was Wang Xiaoming calling. He promptly answered, and Wang Xiaoming exclaimed excitedly, Yang, I just heard that the villa we purchased is set to have a new urban area built nearby, which will increase its value. They have already approached me, offering to buy it back at double the price, but I declined, Yang Xiaoping replied with a smile. Doubling is impressive. The speed of profit is astounding. However, I aim for at least 5 times that. Once we finalize the deal, I'll notify you to sell together. All right, brother, you're amazing. Let me know about any future opportunities. Yang Xiaoping jested, If you trust me, you should acquire the remaining properties. Leave none behind. Wang Xiaoming replied awkwardly. I wish I had the liquidity. Next time, whatever you buy, I'll match your purchase. Fine, let us leave it at that. I have to get back to work. Yang Xiaoping concluded before hanging up. Actually, Wang Xiaoming regretted not buying the remaining properties. He would have if he had known. After ending the call, Yang Xiaoping suddenly remembered that he had promised Lu Hui to have lunch together, but he had also agreed to meet Manager Su. This situation necessitated a refusal to one party. Noticing Yang Xiaoping lost in thought, Sun Siyu inquired, Darling, what occupies your mind? Yang Xiaoping chuckled. I just realized I also promised Lu Hui to drink together at noon yesterday. Now, I'm uncertain whom to decline. Sun Siyu suggested, Decline Manager Su. We have something valuable, so we need not fear selling it. Yang Xiaoping agreed. All right, that is settled. I will refuse Manager Su. He then took out his phone and dialed Manager Su and Oppos' number. After the call connected, Yang Xiaoping stated, Manager Su, I apologize, but I have a prior engagement, and I must postpone our lunch. Manager Su replied, Mr. Yang, I have already made a reservation. You must know that Master Yang and Oppos' divine dishes are quite elusive. I genuinely have matters to attend to. Besides, the divine dishes are grown by me. After all, my surname is Yang. Yang Xiaoping laughed. Let us reschedule for another time. Perhaps tonight or tomorrow. With that, he hung up. Manager Su was left in a state of confusion, uncertain whether Yang Xiaoping was genuinely busy or intentionally playing hard to get. Little did he know that the recently popular divine dishes were indeed cultivated by Yang Xiaoping himself. Reluctantly, Manager Su called Li Bo. Once connected, he said, Chairmanly, I initially arranged to dine with that fellow, but unexpectedly, he first agreed and then declined. Continue to pursue. If noon doesn't work, then try for the evening. Alternatively, you might directly negotiate with him. I feel unable to handle his demeanor, Li Bo advised. There's no need. You should negotiate as best you can. Offer him a price of 2 million and see if we can secure a deal. 2 million? Manager Su exclaimed in shock. You could even go up to 260,000. That is the utmost authority I grant you, Li Bo concluded before hanging up. Manager Su hastily redialed Yang Xiaoping's number. When the call connected, Manager Su said, Mr. Yang, if you cannot join for lunch, perhaps you can make it for dinner. Yang Xiaoping replied, It's not necessarily limited to dinner. I will call you when I have the time. All right, I will await your call, Manager Su responded. After hanging up, Yang Xiaoping remarked, I suddenly have no desire to dine with such a person. It's rather dull. I prefer to engage solely in business discussions. Sun Siyu agreed. Darling, I will follow your lead. Yang Xiaoping's phone rang once more, and he presumed it was Manager Su again. Upon checking, he saw it was Lu Hui. He answered, saying, Hello, Boss Lu. Lu Hui responded, Master Yang, I have secured a private room at the Huaihai Grand Hotel. Are you free after 11 o'clock for Master Yang's divine dishes? All right, I shall arrive by 11. Good. We are in the Lotus Hall on the 3rd floor. Understood. I shall arrive punctually. After ending the call, Yang Xiaoping said to his wife, Let us take a break before we head out. It seems my divine dishes are quite impressive, as they are eager to dine at the Huaihai Grand Hotel. Indeed. Your divine dishes have gained remarkable popularity in just 3 days, Sun Siyu remarked. I have already applied for the trademark on your behalf. Thank you, my dear. I suddenly realized that my Grand Hotel could also feature divine dishes. Certainly, the Huaihai Grand Hotel has a daily queue. Your location is sufficiently distanced. So it won't affect each other, she affirmed. In truth, Yang Xiaoping and Appo's watermelons were also quite good and could now be sold. He planned to supply them exclusively to his own Xinzhou Grand Hotel. A fruit platter made from these watermelons could easily sell for 100 or 200 yuan, which would not pose a problem. With this thought, Yang Xiaoping called General Manager Wan Chun, instructing him to wait for him in the lobby. As he was heading out for lunch, he would conveniently pass through the first-floor lobby. After hanging up, Yang Xiaoping said, Wife, let us get ready to go. Sun Siyu nodded. All right, dear. As they descended to the first floor, they spotted Wan Chun waiting. Wan Chun approached, saying, Chairman, how may I assist you? Yang Xiaoping found a sofa in the lobby waiting area and sat down, with Sun Siyu and Wan Chun following suit. Once seated, Yang Xiaoping inquired, Manager Wan, have you heard of Master Yang and Appo's divine dishes from Huaihai? Wan Chun smiled awkwardly and replied, Of course, I've heard. However, they won't disclose their supply channels. It is said that there are daily queues stretching 100 meters or more, with many unable to secure a meal. As the general manager of a grand hotel, he was certainly well informed. Yang Xiaoping continued, In fact, I want to mention that I have the supply source. The cabbage is grown by me, and I also have watermelons, which I haven't sold to anyone. Upon hearing this, Wan Chun was genuinely excited. He could hardly believe that Master Yang and Appo's divine dishes were cultivated by the chairman himself. Wan Chun exclaimed, That is fantastic. If we incorporate the divine dishes here, our business will undoubtedly flourish. Certainly. I shall provide a refined and elegant translation of your text. Of course, I will send you an address, and you can arrange for someone to procure the goods. Settlement is still necessary. Both watermelons and cabbages are priced at 50 yuan per pound. One must also invest in their own products to assess profitability. Very well, I understand. I will arrange the procurement today. Yang Xiaoping instructed a few more things, and then took out his phone to call Li Xiaoxia. He informed her that representatives from Xinzhou Grand Hotel would be arriving for procurement and that they could purchase watermelons and cabbages, but no credit would be extended. After hanging up, Yang Xiaoping told Wan Chun that they could begin sourcing vegetables at any time. Wan Chun acknowledged and went to make arrangements. Yang Xiaoping then took Sun Siyu and departed, driving together to Huaihai Grand Hotel. Meanwhile, Li Xiaoxia was also busy at home, for besides selling vegetables, she had to cultivate them as well. To ensure a continuous supply of cabbages, she needed to plant new crops on the land that had been vacated after selling some. This way, there would be no interruption in supply. Upon arriving at Huaihai Grand Hotel, Yang Xiaoping parked the car and called Lu Hui. Lu Hui informed him that he had already arrived and was waiting at the entrance of the hotel. Yang Xiaoping and Sun Siyu exited the vehicle and made their way directly to the entrance, where they met Lu Hui. Yang Xiaoping greeted him with a smile, saying, Boss Lu, you could have waited for me in the private room. Lu Hui chuckled. That would not do. I must wait here for you. And this must be your wife? She is quite lovely. Yang Xiaoping replied with a smile. Not quite. She is more of a girlfriend. Sun Siyu added. We are just ordinary friends. Lu Hui laughed and said, shall we head upstairs? Once in the private room on the upper floor, the three of them took their seats. Lu Hui remarked, I have already ordered some dishes. Feel free to let me know if you would like to add anything. Yang Xiaoping replied, no need to order more. What about drinks? Shall we have beer or liquor? Lu Hui suggested both, unsure of Yang Xiaoping's preference. Yang Xiaoping said, beer will suffice. I shall skip the liquor. Soon, the food and drinks arrived, and the three of them began to enjoy their meal and conversation. Lu Hui said, Master Yang, you are truly remarkable. I initially dismissed your advice, but right after I turned, I was struck by a car. I remembered your words and quickly abandoned my vehicle and fled. Just as I did, the car caught fire. You are my savior. Yang Xiaoping smiled. Meeting you is also fate. It was only right to give you a heads up. By the way, the medicine you provided for Boss Li is exceptional. His ailment has cured, and I hope you can prepare some for me as well. Lu Hui responded. These are trivial matters. I will bring it to you next time we meet. They exchanged WeChat contacts, and Yang Xiaoping expressed, as friends, money is secondary. Yet, Lu Hui transferred 5 million yuan to Yang Xiaoping. Upon seeing the amount, Yang Xiaoping said, Boss Lu, I generally charge 300,000 for the medicine. Why such a generous sum? Lu Hui replied, the medicine costs 300,000, but you saved my life, so I feel it is not excessive. Yang Xiaoping insisted. As I said, saving you was mere fate. I do not require all this money. He then returned 470,000 yuan back to Lu Hui, who felt slightly embarrassed and said, Master Yang, if you ever need my assistance, do not hesitate to ask. I toast to you both. With that, he raised his glass. Sun Siyu added, actually, we had originally scheduled a lunch appointment with a client here, but Xiaoping declined to join us and chose to dine with you instead. Lu Hui expressed his gratitude. Thank you for valuing my company. I toast to you both once more. The trio enjoyed their conversation and drinks immensely. After their meal, Lu Hui stated, I need to find a designated driver. I will arrange one for you as well. Yang Xiaoping replied with a smile, no need. I have other matters to attend to and will not be returning just yet. Seeing that Yang Xiaoping did not require a driver, Lu Hui hired one for himself and took his leave, expressing his thanks as he departed. Once Lu Hui was gone, Yang Xiaoping called Manager Su. When the call connected, he said, Manager Su, I have concluded my business. If you are available, let us meet at the White Flower CAF. Su replied, certainly, Mr. Yang. What time shall I arrive? Yang Xiaoping responded, you can head over now. I am nearby. After hanging up, Yang Xiaoping took Sun Siyu to the CAF, where they reserved a private room and ordered 2 cups of coffee while waiting. Once the coffee arrived, Yang Xiaoping and Oppo's phone rang. It was Manager Su calling. After answering, Yang Xiaoping informed him that he was in room 8 and invited him to come in. Shortly thereafter, there was a knock at the door. Yang Xiaoping called out, please enter. The server ushered in Manager Su, who ordered a cup of coffee as well before the server exited. Yang Xiaoping remarked, Manager Su, I must say, your sincerity is somewhat lacking. Su chuckled, Mr. Yang, my intentions are genuinely earnest. Perhaps my communication skills are inadequate, but we truly wish to proceed with the acquisition. Sun Siyu interjected, however, your offered price clearly reflects a lack of sincerity. At that moment, Su's coffee was served. After taking a sip, he continued, we are all in business, and like you, we seek profit. Your margins are substantially greater than ours. Yang Xiaoping acknowledged, that is indeed a valid point. However, I earn my profits through skill. Having purchased this villa, I intend to maximize its benefits. My interest in collaborating with you stems from your ability to repurchase in bulk, which would yield similar results as engaging a property speculation group. Su was taken aback, realizing that Yang Xiaoping was quite astute and aware of property speculation dynamics. Su said, Mr. Yang, let me raise the offer to 200,000 per unit. How does that sound? Yang Xiaoping replied with a smile, your vision appears somewhat limited. Su scrutinized Yang Xiaoping, an experienced businessman himself, hoping to glean insight from his expression. However, he found that Yang Xiaoping's demeanor revealed only depth and composure. Su stated, my authority is not extensive. I can only offer you up to 260,000 per unit, which is the maximum price. Yang Xiaoping replied playfully, engaging in conversation with you is quite taxing. If you wish to continue negotiations, I suggest your superior come to speak with me, while I am not inundated with commitments. I truly do not have the time to engage in prolonged discussions like this. I may sell these properties to others at any moment. With that, Yang Xiaoping stood up and exchanged a glance with Sun Siyu. She rose as well and said, since there is no sincerity here, let us take our leave. Su countered. You stand to gain 200,000 from each unit and still claim I lack sincerity. I am at a loss for words. As they reached the door, Yang Xiaoping said, before we depart, let me be clear. I had lunch with a prominent property speculator earlier today who offered me 300,000 per unit, and I dismissed him as well. As he spoke, he pulled Sun Siyu and stepped outside. The two of them crossed the street directly. Sun Siyu inquired, darling, you and Appos, you're not pretending to leave, are you? Of course not. It must be a genuine departure, Yang Xiaoping replied. His authority is likely worth his price. The real contest lies with his boss, and there is no point in dragging it out. Sun Siyu nodded, fully comprehending Yang Xiaoping's intent. Inside the private room, Manager Su promptly called Li Bo. Once connected, Li Bo said, Mr. Li, the negotiations fell through. He added, Manager Su, what did he say? I presented my price. But he deemed our discussion pointless, claiming he has no time to spare for idle chatter. He said that if you were sincere, he would allow you to meet him. All right, arrange a time for me to speak with him. Yang Xiaoping had already arrived at the entrance of Huaihai Hotel when his phone rang. Noticing it was Manager Su, he answered, saying, Didn't I mention I'm not interested in idle talk? It's not about me. It's our chairman who wishes to converse with you. There is no time today. Let us meet tomorrow. Can we meet at the sales office at 9 tomorrow morning? Our chairman will be waiting for you at 9. All right. Let us meet at 9 then, Yang Xiaoping confirmed before hanging up. After the call, Yang Xiaoping asked, Wife, do you have the contract and invoice? Yes. They're in my suitcase, Sun Siyu replied. Good. We'll sell the villa tomorrow. Is it possible to sell it tomorrow? Indeed. I have a knack for fortune-telling. Yang Xiaoping chuckled. Yang Xiaoping drove with Sun Siyu to their hotel. Once they reached the presidential suite, he called Zhou Li, informing her that they could meet at the Fenglin Villa sales office at 9:30 the next morning. After concluding the call, he contacted Wang Xiaoming, instructing him to bring the villa's invoice and contract to the sales office by 9:30. Wang Xiaoming, elated, exclaimed, Brother Yang, so soon? How much can we sell for? Yang Xiaoping reassured him, it won't be less than 3 million. Rest assured, we'll finalize the specific price tomorrow. Meanwhile, Sun Siyu called Lin Min, asking her to arrive at the sales office by 9:30 the following day. The next morning, Yang Xiaoping and Sun Siyu rose together and, after breakfast, set off. Yang Xiaoping drove them to the sales office, arriving right at 9:00 and Appos clock. After parking, he stepped out to find Manager Su and a middle-aged man waiting at the entrance, undoubtedly there to greet him. They approached Yang Xiaoping, with Manager Su introducing, Mr. Yang, this is our boss, Chairman Li Bo. Li Bo hurriedly extended his hand to Yang Xiaoping, saying, Welcome, Mr. Yang. He then shook hands with Sun Siyu, inviting, Please, come inside. Manager Su, not daring to extend his hand, echoed, Please, come in. At that moment, Zhou Li approached and called out, Xiaoping. Yang Xiaoping replied, Come in with us. A group entered an office where they soon gathered, including Wang Xiaoming and Lin Min. The office was cramped, requiring additional chairs. Yang Xiaoping remarked, Chairman Li, now that we're all here, let us discuss the pricing. If we reach an agreement this morning, we can finalize it. If not, we'll negotiate with the property speculators this afternoon. Li Bo responded, I assure you, I am quite sincere. Just let me see potential benefits. After all, I built this place and am looking to profit a bit. In truth, he was exaggerating. He was not losing money on the sale, merely earning modestly. Yang Xiaoping said, I have an idea of what you and Appos are looking for. Can you tell me your proposed price? Li Bo replied, Before I quote you a price, can you share how you managed to predict so accurately? You bought yesterday and earned big today. Yang Xiaoping smiled. There are two aspects. One is intuition, as I rely heavily on my instincts. The second is analysis. I sense the city is on the verge of significant expansion, particularly in the eastern area, which is ripe for development. Yang Xiaoping reiterated what he had learned from Sun Dawei. Li Bo, impressed, exclaimed, A talent indeed. You alone could rival our entire company. You flatter me, Chairman Li, Yang Xiaoping replied. If you're willing, I can offer you a position as a vice chairman. Yang Xiaoping laughed. I've grown accustomed to my freedom. I wouldn't work for any organization. The room fell silent, astonished by his analysis. They all held him in high esteem. Li Bo inquired, Mr. Yang, what is the minimum price at which you would sell the villa? Yang Xiaoping replied, Since you've invited me to state my price, I will not hold back. I assure you my pricing will allow you to profit. Li Bo smiled. As long as it's not excessive, I will accept. I had initially planned to set the price at 360,000, knowing you would agree. However, I'll choose a more auspicious figure, 358,000. This figure startled Wang Xiaoming, who thought, brother, you're quite bold. Will they agree? Lin Min and Zhou Li were equally surprised, feeling it was somewhat high. Only Sun Siyu understood, knowing Yang Xiaoping had mentioned aiming for a five-fold profit. Manager Su interjected, Mr. Yang, isn't that a bit high? To everyone's surprise. Li Bo responded, not at all. This is a reasonable price, and I accept. Yang Xiaoping stood, exclaiming, excellent. Here's to a fruitful collaboration. Li Bo mirrored his sentiment. Indeed, here's to a rewarding partnership. I must clarify that we expect full payment transferred to our bank account. You can rest assured, we'll handle it right away. Yang Xiaoping stated, I'm selling 29 units, but ladies first. Let the three women proceed first. Zhou Li sold 1 unit, transforming 60,000 into 358,000. Her heart swelling with excitement. Wang Xiaoming sold 9 units, turning 600,000 into over 30 million, while retaining 1 villa. Yang Xiaoping, too, sold 29 units. With an initial investment of 18 million now yielding over 103 million, while also keeping a villa. Wang Xiaoming mused, had I known it would be this lucrative, I would have bought more units without hesitation. Zhou Li felt content with her success, not comparing herself with the big bosses, yet she was deeply grateful to Yang Xiaoping. She even contemplated remaining single for life, cherishing the thought of being Yang Xiaoping as beloved. After completing their transactions, each of their funds were transferred into their accounts. They exited the sales office, and Wang Xiaoming remarked, this villa will soon be ready for handover. Leave the renovation to me. I shall provide complimentary services for everyone. Zhou Li inquired, Boss Wang, how much do you need? I can transfer the funds to you. Yang Xiaoping interjected, no need for that. Next time, I'll take him to earn some money instead. Indeed, none of you should offer me any money. I shall treat you all to drinks and a meal. Wang Xiaoming declared. Today, I will take you all to the Revolving Restaurant. The Revolving Restaurant is a prestigious establishment situated on the 88th floor of a high-rise in Weihai City. It is a place that ordinary individuals seldom visit due to its exorbitant prices. A single meal can easily cost 30 to 50,000 yuan, making it an inaccessible venue for most workers who earn only a few thousand yuan each month. Nonetheless, since Wang Xiaoming insisted on treating everyone, they readily accepted the invitation. Eager to celebrate, they set off in their respective vehicles, with Yang Xiaoping accompanied by Sun Siyu and Zhou Li. Upon arrival, they all entered the elevator to ascend to the Revolving Restaurant. The dining area slowly rotates, allowing patrons to savor their meals while enjoying panoramic views of the cityscape. Once seated, they began to order dishes, a task Yang Xiaoping shunned, preferring merely to partake in the feast. They ordered an array of sumptuous dishes, along with beer and red wine. In the center of the restaurant, a stage featured a beautiful pianist performing. As they listened to the melodious tunes, they engaged in light-hearted conversation. Lin Min remarked, Yang, if there are any investment opportunities in the future, do not forget to inform me. Yang Xiaoping replied with a smile. Of course, I will let Siyu know, and she can pass the message along to you. His intention was deliberate, ensuring that Sun Siyu would not feel jealous. Lin Min chuckled, it seems your relationship is closer than mine. Sun Siyu felt a tinge of embarrassment, thinking to herself, we have shared a bed. So it is certainly more than just close. As they chatted, a gentleman approached, greeting Wang Xiaoming. Boss Wang, you made it. This man was the owner of the Revolving Restaurant and a friend of Wang Xiaoming. With a grin, Wang Xiaoming replied, I came to treat my friends and didn't want to tell you for fear you might give me a discount. The owner, Guo laughed, not just a discount. Your presence means I must waive the bill. By the way, we have a new piano maestro here. How do you find her performance? Wang Xiaoming confessed, I know little about piano. Perhaps I should consult my friends. Yang Xiaoping remarked, this so-called maestro seems rather average to me. Guo, intrigued, asked, young man, do you play the piano? Indeed. Yang Xiaoping replied nonchalantly. Would you care to play a piece for our enjoyment? He was urged. But the lady is performing. It would be rather awkward for me to interrupt, he replied. Nonsense, we would love to see your talents. Guo insisted. Wang Xiaoming, sensing that Yang Xiaoping might falter, interjected, Guo, my brother has had a few drinks. I'm worried he might not perform well. Yet, Yang Xiaoping, oblivious to the hint, reassured them, no worries, I can manage. Guo then approached the stage, requesting the pianist to pause. Yang Xiaoping stood and walked to the piano, while the pianist, a woman in her 20s, also rose. Guo encouraged, go ahead, young man. With a smile, Yang Xiaoping declared, then I shall not hold back. He began to play, his fingers dancing across the keys, unleashing a world-renowned piece. Suddenly, Guo Ao joined in with dramatic gestures, and the beautiful pianist was entranced by Yang Xiaoping's melody, closing her eyes and mimicking the motions of playing on her chest. Not just them, but several diners paused, some tapping their hands on the tables and thighs in rhythm. Abruptly, the music ceased, leaving the audience in stunned silence, only to reemerge as Yang Xiaoping seamlessly transitioned from the classic wedding in a dream to exploring the Clearwater River. The audience was captivated, enraptured by the harmonious blend of these seemingly disparate melodies. As they basked in the enchanting tunes, Yang Xiaoping concluded, "All right, let us return to our drinks." Rising, he returned to his seat. It was only then that the pianist remembered to applaud, joined by Guo Ao and some patrons around them. Guo Ao exclaimed, "Impressive, truly remarkable." Greatness often resides in the unassuming. The pianist gazed at Yang Xiaoping with admiration, capturing his silhouette on her phone, exclaiming, "Master, oh master." After Yang Xiaoping sat down, Wang Xiaoming remarked, "Brother Yang, you are truly remarkable." Yang Xiaoping chuckled, replying, "I merely played around." Several beautiful women expressed their admiration, showering Yang Xiaoping with compliments. He smiled and said, "What I take the most pride in is not my medical skills or martial arts, but rather my calligraphy and piano playing. I believe I possess a certain talent in these two areas." At that moment, Guo Ao approached, saying, "Master, I would like to discuss something with you." Yang Xiaoping responded with a smile, "What is it?" Guo Ao continued, "Could you come to our place as a performing artist? I can offer you 1,000 yuan a day." Yang Xiaoping replied, "I simply do not have the time." Wang Xiaoming interjected with a laugh, "You should go where it suits you best. Even if you offered my brother 10,000, he wouldn't accept." Lin Min chimed in, "Exactly. Even if it were 100,000 a day, it would be out of the question." Guo Ao then realized that this young man was not only skilled at playing the piano, but was undoubtedly exceptional in other areas as well. Offering him 1,000 was, in essence, an insult. He awkwardly smiled and said, "I apologize for my rashness. Please continue enjoying your drinks." After Guo Ao left, Wang Xiaoming commented, "My friend here still lacks experience." Once everyone had eaten and drunk their fill, Wang Xiaoming went to settle the bill. The waitress said, "Your table is exempt from the bill. Our boss has stated that you will be exempt from charges in the future, primarily due to the presence of that piano master." Wang Xiaoming patted Yang Xiaoping on the shoulder, saying, "Brother, do you see this? It's all thanks to your reputation." Yang Xiaoping awkwardly smiled, replying, "It's truly more your credit, for you are the one they consider a friend." Afterwards, they all arranged for designated drivers to take them home. Sun Siyu said, "Xiaoping, please take your cousin home. I can return by myself, and we can discuss things tomorrow." Yang Xiaoping agreed. "All right, let us head home." He and Zhou Li got into the car, and after expelling the alcohol, he started the engine and departed. Zhou Li exclaimed, "Darling, you are incredible. Just like that. I have a villa, and my wealth has increased by 2 to 3 million. Yang Xiaoping smiled, "It's merely a stroke of luck. Keep your money safe, and do not disclose it to anyone." "I know. I had a dream about you last night," Zhou Li remarked. "I dreamed of you as well." Yang Xiaoping replied, though he was merely jesting, having not dreamed at all. Upon arriving at the village entrance, Zhou Li said, "Darling, I will get out here. No need to come to my doorstep." Yang Xiaoping considered this and agreed, as trouble often follows a widow's doorstep. He parked the car at the village entrance and let Zhou Li out. Then he drove home, where the gate was open, and Li Xiaoxia was in the courtyard. Yang Xiaoping drove straight into the yard, and Li Xiaoxia approached, asking, "Xiaoping, do you have any clothes that need washing?" Yang Xiaoping laughed, "Actually, I do not. I did not bring my suitcase back today." "All right then, go rest in the house while I prepare some fresh melon for you." "Today, I went to the Xinzhou Grand Hotel to buy cabbages and watermelons," Li Xiaoxia said. "I remember you have a driver and Oppo's license, right?" "Yes. Why do you ask?" Yang Xiaoping grinned. "I will be giving you this car in a few days. I bought another one." Upon hearing this, Li Xiaoxia replied, "I'm at home and truly do not need it." Although she said this, she felt pleased, for who wouldn't want a car after obtaining their license? Yang Xiaoping reassured her, "No worries, you can drive this car for whatever you need." With that, he proceeded to the main room and lay down on his bed. Li Xiaoxia cut a watermelon and called Yang Xiaoping to come eat. Just as they were enjoying the watermelon, Zhao Shun arrived. Yang Xiaoping said, "Zhao Shun, come have some watermelon." "I'm not here for watermelon. I came to ask you something." "What is it?" Li Xiaoxia noticed Zhao Shun seemed somewhat hesitant to speak. So she said, "You two chat. I'll step outside for a moment." As she left, Zhao Shun said, "I have news for you. Lu Haiyang has been arrested. Do you think I could marry Wang Ying?" Yang Xiaoping chuckled. Where are your thoughts leading you? If you wish to marry her, she must be willing. She is willing to sleep with me. With her husband in trouble, why wouldn't she want to marry me? Zhao Shun argued. You are overthinking it. She may be willing to sleep with you for excitement, but she won't want to live with you. Furthermore, even if she agrees, once Lu Haiyang is out, he will likely come after you. Zhao Shun conceded. You make a valid point. If I truly married her, Lu Haiyang would indeed pose a serious threat. In truth, even if Wang Ying were to divorce, she would not marry Zhao Shun. It is akin to some women who may occasionally sleep with older men. They find it inconsequential. But living with them permanently would be unacceptable. Moreover, Zhao Shun was rather foolish. Yang Xiaoping advised, listen to me, do not think too much about it. You two are only suited to be casual acquaintances. All right, I understand. I'll take my leave then, Zhao Shun said as he departed. After he left, Li Xiaoxia came back in, asking, Xiaoping, what did Zhao Shun want? Yang Xiaoping laughed. Lu Haiyang has been arrested. And he asked if he could marry Lu Haiyang's wife. He is such a fool, thinking that just because she has been unfaithful, she must love him. Indeed. Foolish thoughts are often simplistic. As the two conversed, someone arrived at the house. It was Yang Xiaoping's aunt, named Miao Zuelan. Yang Xiaoping inquired, Aunt, what brings you here? Miao Zuelan said, Xiaoping, I have a favor to ask. Yang Xiaoping replied, Aunt, we are family, so feel free to ask without reservation. She continued, my daughter-in-law insists on going to work with Zhao ASI from the 7th team. It feels inappropriate, a man and a woman alone. I've tried to dissuade her, but to no avail. That is certainly unacceptable. I will go and talk to him, Yang Xiaoping assured her. Zhao ASI is nearly 40 into INI and AMP, Oppos, Erduwell. Being with him can only lead to trouble. Thank you so much, Miao Zuelan expressed her gratitude. Yang Xiaoping followed Miao Zuelan outside and asked as they walked, Aunt, does my brother not know? Miao Zuelan's son, Yang Xiaoshan, was working away from home. And at home lived only his wife, Gu Yin, along with Miao Zuelan. Miao Zuelan, a widow in her 50s, replied, you know as well as I do that their relationship is not very strong. They married, had a child, and lost it. Then my son went to work away from home and rarely returned. Yang Xiaoping remarked, regardless of their feelings, if my sister-in-law goes to work with Zhao Asai, there will surely be gossip in the village.